Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps and welcome to part 2. At the end of the last part, Tang Ao thought he held a guaranteed lifeline by using the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau as a shield. However, to a demon god who defies the heavens like Yi Chen, all rules and supreme authority are nothing but a joke. How will Yi Chen slaughter this sly fox right in front of the Martial Arts Bureau officials? How will his journey to wreak havoc in Beijing break through the Ghost Soul prison and flatten every opposing force explode into action? Without keeping you waiting any longer, let's jump straight into part 2 right now. I've never even heard of it. Just then, Zhou Ya waved and shouted, "Yi Chen, over here," she advised in a low voice. "Stop quickly. The Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau is the highest authority. They are responsible for handling all criminal acts of powerful martial artists in Wuxia. They are similar to Dragon Soul but specifically for the martial arts world. A warrior must never resist them." Hearing this, Yi Chen only gave a flat, "Oh," the man in the hat spoke up. "I know there is a conflict between you and Tang Ao. I will report these matters to my superiors and ensure they are handled fairly." Meanwhile, Tang Ao thought triumphantly to himself, "Yi Chen, you never would have guessed I kept a trump card. To prepare for any masters backing you, I specifically invited people from the General Bureau, although losing to you was unexpected. As long as they intervene, you won't be able to kill me." To his surprise, Yi Chen lunged forward with a kick and followed up with a violent heavy stomp, aiming directly for Tang Ao's vitals. Yi Chen said with a cold laugh, "Sorry, your smile was so disgusting that I had to kill you." Witnessing this scene, the crowd cried out in terror. He killed him. He actually killed the president right in front of the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau. It's over, it's all over. The wrath of the Martial Arts Bureau is not something he can withstand. He's crazy. He's a total madman. The man in the hat spoke in a fit of rage. "Fine, I never expected someone would dare to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Bureau, and a mere youth at that." He loudly demanded that the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau carry out its duties and ordered all unrelated personnel to leave immediately. Seeing this, the crowd lamented, "This presence is too strong. Let's go, let's leave quickly." They knew deep down that these people were not to be provoked. At this moment, Ma Weiqi was somewhat concerned. "Mr. Yi is indeed powerful. He even dared to kill the president. But will there be trouble for directly provoking the Martial Arts Bureau?" Suddenly his phone beeped. Ma Weiqi wondered, who would send a message at a time like this? It turned out to be a text from Yi Chen. "Ma Weiqi, I'll leave Shen Haihua and the others to you for proper arrangement." Ma Weiqi replied immediately, "Understood, Mr. Yi." Just then, the man in the hat roared in a fit of rage, "You brat, do you look down on me? You're actually still using your phone? I'm telling you, no matter what reinforcements you've called for today, you won't have a good ending tonight." Yi Chen said with contempt, "Don't be in such a hurry, it'll be your turn soon." Seeing this, Zhou Ya hurriedly warned, "Yi Chen, stop provoking them." She continued anxiously, "Yi Chen, I heard from Bai Li Bing that you've only just returned to Wuxia and don't understand many things. The Martial Arts Bureau and the Martial Arts Association are two completely different concepts." Zhou Ya began to explain. "The former was once a state organ before transitioning into a private society. Offending the Martial Arts Association is at most a personal grudge. But if you offend the Martial Arts Bureau, no matter how strong you are, you cannot shake an organization that possesses so many powerhouses." Seeing Zhou Ya rambling on, Yi Chen couldn't help but interrupt, "Are you quite finished? What does this have to do with you? You haven't gone and fallen for me, have you?" Zhou Ya said helplessly. "Ha, do you even understand? Stop being reckless." At this point, the man in the hat warned, "Miss of the Zhou family, leave immediately or even you will be handled according to the rules." Zhou Ya departed indignantly. "If it weren't for that sword, who would care about you?" HMPH. Hearing this, the members of the Martial Arts Bureau were somewhat surprised. Zhou Ya thought angrily, "What right does that guy have to be so arrogant?" After clearing out the unrelated personnel, the Martial Arts Bureau members began to surround Yi Chen. The man in the hat spoke up, "Yi Chen, you have violated Article 9 of the Supreme Martial Arts Law of Wuxia. The Martial Arts Bureau has grounds to execute you." Yi Chen noticed their footsteps were forming a formation. "They want to use the power of a formation to deal with me." The man with the thick beard asked sternly, "Do you have any last words?" Yi Chen only replied with one word, "Mediocre." The bearded man roared, "I tried to advise you kindly, but you refused to listen. And now you force me to lose face entirely." He then let out a loud shout, "Form up." Upon receiving the command, the Martial Arts Bureau members immediately rushed forward. Yi Chen was momentarily concerned. This formation, to his surprise, the Martial Arts Bureau members struck a pose similar to a Super Sentai team and shouted at the top of their lungs, "We are the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau Special Ops Team." Yi Chen froze in place, thinking to himself, "I actually can't see what the point of this is at all." Seeing this, the bearded man lowered his head in a cool pose. "Are you dazed, kid? The Martial Arts Bureau members believed that killing Tang Ao was one thing, but he shouldn't have made the Martial Arts Bureau lose face. 5-star General Douglas MacArthur once stated that if the Washoe Martial Arts Bureau entered a war, our army would not dare take a single step across the border. This was the source of the bearded man's absolute confidence. The reputation of the Washoe Martial Arts Bureau was built on sheer strength. With this kind of martial power, small arms and ammunition were practically a joke. Looking at that childishly dramatic display, Yi Chen privately assessed, "By the way, is the Martial Arts Bureau an organization for the mentally ill?" The bearded man spoke with confidence. "Yi Chen, I'll give you one more chance to apologize." Yi Chen asked in a cold voice, "Who is MacArthur?" Hearing this, Fang Zhongxin was fuming, and even his own subordinates felt it was stupid. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The bearded man roared. "Stubborn to the end, Martial Ops Team, attack!" The 4 Martial Arts Bureau members constantly moved around Yi Chen. They looked identical, all with slick back hair, some wearing glasses, some not, circling Yi Chen incessantly. The bearded man thought triumphantly, "You've fallen for it. I deliberately used a fake formation to trick you, making you lower your guard so you'd fall into the real trap." They shouted, "Secret technique, handkerchief drop formation." The bearded man loved this move. The so-called handkerchief drop formation utilized the 4 masters of the martial ops team to surround the enemy, preventing them from accurately judging the attack positions. Once Yi Chen showed a flaw. If he tries to attack one, the other 3 will launch an assault using his visual blind spots. A perfect vision appeared in his mind. The bearded man spoke, "You indeed have strength to have killed Tang Ao, but now you're finished." Yi Chen glanced around and said, "You are already," both sides shouted simultaneously. "Surrounded by us, surrounded by me." In an instant, the 4 Martial Arts Bureau members slammed into each other, pushing and shoving as they cried out in terror. "What's going on? Where is Yi Chen?" Yi Chen had already rapidly deployed the Azure Dragon Phantom movement to escape the encirclement. Witnessing this, the bearded man was struck with shock. Azure Dragon Phantom movement? Why does this kid know such a high-level movement technique? The 4 members of the Martial Arts Bureau charged again with excitement. "He just broke the formation. Don't panic. We have the numbers. The advantage is ours." Yi Chen gave a contemptuous smile. "Hey, I'm bored. Die." He brandished the Poshwen sword in his hand and unleashed the dragon-slaying sword. Defeating them with just a few simple moves, the bearded man shouted anxiously, "Martial Ops Team, no?" he questioned in a rage. "Yi Chen, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Yi Chen replied coldly. "Save the nonsense. You're next." The bearded man began to condense energy. "Prepare to die, Yi Chen," he shouted with confidence. "Burn, my fires of the firmament. Oh wait, burn my Pegasus." Following the bearded man's movements, a very childlike unicorn manifested. He launched his attack with a sharp shout, "Heavenly Steed Comet Strike." Facing this flurry of Godspeed attacks, Yi Chen agilely deployed the Azure Dragon Phantom movement. Yi Chen successfully evaded all the attacks. The bearded man was struck with utter horror. "A miss, why can't I hit him? The Heavenly Steed Comet Strike is the ultimate technique of my life. I can throw hundreds of punches per minute, and my fist speed can even exceed the speed of sound." At this moment, Yi Chen calmly curled the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, the bearded man simply couldn't believe his eyes. Yi Chen had dodged his attack so easily. He spoke with contempt. "The Washoe Martial Arts Bureau is nothing more than this." Yi Chen brandished the Poshwen sword and roared, "You can go join your apprentice." Just then, Fang Zhongxin shouted sternly, "Stop!" Yi Chen immediately turned around. Fang Zhongxin slammed out a massive blow, causing the hall to shake violently. Yi Chen said softly, "So you finally made your move? It seems I'll have to kill one more person." Fang Zhongxin let out a low, furious growl. "Kid, you are far too arrogant." Fang Zhongxin stood in a standoff with Yi Chen. The previous move had been grand in scale, and an orange glow still permeated the entire hall. He stared intently at Yi Chen, lamenting, "The kid is indeed impressive. To have this kind of strength at his age, it would be disastrous to let him grow further." The old man hiding behind Fang Zhongxin was currently slumped on the ground, his hands tightly clutching his legs as he repeatedly muttered, "Grandmaster Fang, thank you for saving my life." Fang Zhongxin replied with some arrogance, "It was only right." With that, he used his momentum to stomp the ground violently. Making another grand display of power, Fang Zhongxin threatened Yi Chen, "Kid, killing a member of the Washoe Martial Arts Bureau is a capital offense." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, his tone growing several degrees colder. Fang Zhongxin announced, "I will execute you right here and now." Yi Chen did not back down at all, raising the fragment of his broken sword and saying toughly, "Fine, I'd like to see who finishes whom." Fang Zhongxin never expected that he had become someone else's prey at this moment. That person was waiting for him to show a flaw to deliver a killing blow. A flying dagger whistled past Fang Zhongxin's neck with perfect aim. It was only a warning and not a killing strike, for a little more force would likely have slit his throat. He looked toward the direction of the sneak attack in terror, only to see a large group of people marching over majestically, led by none other than Lei Shuwei. He shouted from a distance, "Enough, this senseless battle ends now." This group was anything but ordinary, each one fully armed. With a single command, not even a fly could escape. Fang Zhongxin frowned. "Lei Shuwei, what is the meaning of this?" Although he asked, Fang Zhongxin already had a grasp of the situation. They even brought special weapons designed specifically for dealing with martial artists. "Do they intend to fight to the death with the Martial Arts Bureau?" Lei Shuwei shouted. "Stop. This matter doesn't just concern your Martial Arts Bureau, it also concerns my dragon soul." Facing dozens of muzzles, Fang Zhongxin still kept his hands in his pockets. Retorting, "Are you crazy? What the hell does this have to do with your dragon soul?" Lei Shuwei stood his ground and said, "The reason is that Mr. Yi is the chief instructor of our dragon soul. You tell me if that has anything to do with us," he warned. "Fang Zhongxin, if you insist on moving against him, you must be prepared to face the wrath of Dragon Soul." The old man hiding behind Fang Zhongxin trembled all over upon hearing this. "What? That kid is actually the chief instructor of Dragon Soul?" The old man searched his memory and grew increasingly panicked. Dragon Soul and the Martial Arts Bureau have equal status. To become the chief instructor, one must have the approval of that great personage. Fang Zhongxin remained calm. "Lei Shuwei, you should think this through. This kid is now irreconcilable with the Martial Arts Bureau. If you protect him, it means Dragon Soul is declaring war on the Martial Arts Bureau." Hearing this, Lei Shuwei couldn't help but freeze, weighing the pros and cons. Dragon Soul and the Martial Arts Bureau had always shared a cooperative relationship. If they became enemies, it would be a massive loss for Dragon Soul. On Fang Zhongxin's side, it was much the same. He gritted his teeth, wanting to know what the other party would choose. In the next second, Lei Shuwei made his decision. His eyes widened as he announced loudly, "With him in Huasha we fear no battle. Yi Chen is the chief instructor of Dragon Soul. No one is permitted to touch him." Just like that, he chose confrontation and declared war. When these words came from Lei Shuwei's mouth, everyone except the characteristically calm Yi Chen was deeply shaken. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Fang Zhongxin was fuming with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. He said in a low voice, "Lei Shuwei, you said it. You'd better not regret this." Facing the dozens of men, Fang Zhongxin turned to leave, saying without looking back, "Let's go." However, Yi Chen spoke up, "Did I give you permission to leave?" These words successfully stopped Fang Zhongxin. He turned with a look of high and mighty arrogance and replied, "Kid, without Dragon Soul, you'd already be a corpse. Don't push your luck." Standing in the distance, Yi Chen said, "The Martial Arts Bureau and Dragon Soul are both top-tier forces in Huasha, and I don't wish to see the two sides in opposition." He confidently issued a challenge. 5 days from now we shall have a life-and-death battle at the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Stage. Do you dare accept? This battle has nothing to do with the Martial Arts Bureau or Dragon Soul. It represents only you and me as individuals." Before Fang Zhongxin could speak, the Dragon Soul subordinates were already weak in the knees with fear. Lei Shuwei hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade his leader. "Mr. Yi, please be calm. Fang Zhongxin is no ordinary grandmaster. Dragon Soul is protecting you at all costs, but not so you can go seek your own death." Fang Zhongxin stared into Lei Shuwei's eyes and asked, "Lei Shuwei, how else do you plan to save him now?" This left the man in a dilemma. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Unexpectedly, in an instant, Lei Shuwei's tone shifted. "Fang Zhongxin, you seem to have misunderstood. From the moment I walked through the door, I never once thought about saving Mr. Yi. The one I want to save is you, and the Huasha Martial Arts Bureau behind you." After hearing this explanation, Fang Zhongxin couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He mocked Lei Shuwei. "Save me and Mr. Yi. Lei Shuwei, are you trying to kill me with laughter?" Before leaving, Fang Zhongxin dropped a few harsh words, finalizing the life and death match with Yi Chen. "Since you are bent on seeking death, I shall fulfill your wish. 5 days from now, we shall meet at the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Stage. One last thing. My current rank is 99th on the grandmaster list. Prepare a coffin for yourself." Having finished, he couldn't help but laugh a few more times before departing. Only after Fang Zhongxin's silhouette had completely vanished did Lei Shuwei question loudly, "Reckless, Mr. Yi, you are far too reckless." Yi Chen asked back flatly, "And what if I kill him on the stage?" Lei Shuwei's voice grew even louder. "Then you will have completely offended the Martial Arts Bureau." Lei Shuwei exhausted every effort to express his opposition. "How will you ever establish yourself in the martial arts world again?" Yi Chen, however, appeared exceptionally calm. He spoke calmly. "Who said I wanted to fit into the martial arts world? Besides, from the moment I killed Tang Ao right in front of them, it became impossible for them to let me go." Although Yi Chen's face was grim, his words were insightful and incredibly heartwarming. "Even if you protect me, they will move against me in the shadows. That won't change anything. But I am moved by your actions. In the future, if Dragon Soul faces any difficulties, feel free to find me. I will never stand by and do nothing." These words of Yi Chen were like a panacea, causing the elite troops under Lei Shuwei's command to instantly boil with excitement. "Mr. Yi, you are the chief instructor of Dragon Soul. No matter what happens, we will stand behind you without hesitation. Dragon Soul is your strongest support." At that moment, on the snow-covered, desolate Kunlun Mountains, sunlight spilled into a courtyard. Qin Zhengyang was focusing on his cultivation alone. Qin Kun walked over from a distance, asking his son with concern, "Zhengyang, you've been in seclusion for so long, hasn't the injury from the backlash healed yet?" Sensing his father's arrival, he withdrew from his cultivation state, supporting himself as he stood up and said, "It's improved a bit, but there's still a faint pain." Qin Zhengyang looked toward the silent courtyard gate, asking Qin Kun worriedly, "Dad, how much longer must we wait here? We've been waiting outside for a week and the gate has never opened. Will someone really come out?" Qin Kun couldn't give an accurate answer to this question either, so he could only comfort him. "As long as we are sincere enough, the master will notice. For the Qin family to take a step further, this is the only way. We must wait, no matter how long it takes," he continued. "The top martial arts families of Jiangnan province have never been my Qin family's goal." Qin Kun waved his hand heroically toward the distance and said, "As your father, I want to lead the Qin family to establish a top-tier power. Only Beijing is the true battleground for Washa's martial artists." Hearing this, Qin Zhengying also felt his heart surge, revealing a bright smile. "Fine, then I will continue to wait. But living out in the open here every day, if it truly came down to it, they would wait a year or half a year." Just as Qin Zhengying finished speaking, the courtyard gate slowly opened, and a hearty laugh came from inside. "What a fine year or half a year." A Taoist priest walked out with light steps, his entire being radiating an otherworldly aura. Qin Kun turned in shock, his mouth slightly agape. Lin Moshan finally deigned to show himself. He was draped in a cassock, his steps as if he were walking on clouds, with a small tree branch tucked into his hair bun, looking exceptionally elegant. Upon seeing this man, the Qin father and son immediately bowed respectfully. "I am Qin Kun, greetings to the senior." Qin Zhengyang followed his father, saying, "Greetings, senior." Lin Moshan asked directly, "You have waited outside for many days, what is it you seek?" Qin Kun answered sincerely, "In that case I will state my wish directly. Senior, I would like to invite you to emerge from seclusion and oversee my Qin family." As expected, Lin Moshan closed his eyes and refused composedly. "This old man has long grown accustomed to being free and unfettered. That is why I stay here." Suddenly he opened his eyes and glanced sideways. "I do not wish to be restrained." Qin Kun still cupped his hands and bowed his head, persuading, "Senior, please wait a moment, it won't be too late to reconsider after you have seen this item." With that he raised his hand and summoned a treasure. In an instant that treasure appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in Qin Kun's hand. Once this item appeared, the old Taoist's unfettered demeanor vanished completely. He stared wide-eyed in amazement. He needed no more words, nor did he ask for Qin Kun's opinion. Lin Moshan reached out toward the treasure, using suction to draw it toward him, and the item flew over obediently. Soon, Lin Moshan held the wooden box in his hand. Opening it, a gold key lay quietly inside. "This old man has lost his composure. This is the key to enter Kunlun Shu. Where did you obtain it?" Hearing this, Qin Kun became even more terrified. "Senior, what is Kunlun Shu? I have never heard of it." The old man used his energy to support the key and said, "True, you are merely ancient martial artists of Washa, not cultivators. It is only natural that you do not know of Kunlun Shu. Where did this item come from?" Qin Kun immediately bowed deeply and reported solemnly, "Senior, this is an heirloom treasure of my Qin family. I hope to use this item to beg the senior to take action and oversee the Qin family." Lin Moshan placed the gold key back into the old box as it was and muttered to himself, "Very well, it would indeed be a pity to miss out on this item." He gripped the wooden box and said, "For the sake of this item, I agree to emerge once. But I will oversee your family for a month at most, and I shall leave after that month." Although this condition was a bit excessive, Lin Moshan was the person Qin Kun desperately sought. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This is my family's heirloom treasure, yet it can only trade for 1 month. The price is too high." Seeing Qin Kun's hesitation, Lin Moshan stroked his beard and added unhurriedly, "Of course, within this month I will take a disciple in your Qin family." He painted a dreamlike blueprint. "If he follows me in cultivation, it will be enough to ensure your Qin family's prosperity for a lifetime." This was exactly the promise Qin Kun was waiting for. He looked at his son with a smile and said, "Zhengyang, hurry and pay respects to your master." Qin Zhengyang answered from a distance with cupped hands, "Yes." In an instant, under his father's witness, Qin Zhengyang knelt before Lin Moshan and kowtowed solemnly. "Qin Zhengyang pays respects to the master." The old man Lin Moshan raised an eyebrow and inspected him for a moment, saying, "Your foundation is decent. Take this item as a greeting gift for my disciple." With that, he threw out an object that was as smooth as jade yet resembled a stone. Qin Zhengyang was ecstatic. "Thank you, master, thank you, master." looking at the treasure in his hand that he wished he could swallow. Qin Zhengyang secretly rejoiced. My great fortune has finally arrived. Meanwhile at Cloud Lake Manor in Jiangnan Province, under the eaves of the ancient building, snowflakes fell quietly, and the fresh air carried a hint of chill. Several people sat in the warm interior, each looking somewhat restless. Yi Chen pushed open the door and entered. What's wrong with everyone? Why are you all looking so dejected? Is it not comfortable living here? Upon seeing him, everyone showed joy, respectfully calling him Mr. Yi. Zhou Ya found it incredibly hard to believe that Yi Chen had returned unscathed. He had actually managed to retreat safely after confronting the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau. The youth with the severed hand was so moved that he burst into tears, limping forward and saying, "Brother Chen, you were really too cool just now. In the future, I want to become just like you." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Ya stepped forward and gently draped a cloak over Yi Chen, smiling kindly. "As long as you cultivate diligently, you will naturally become stronger and even be able to protect those around you." Zhou Ya spoke up. "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you are interested in reforging that Pochuan sword?" Yi Chen was somewhat surprised by this proposal. He asked back, "Have you changed your mind?" Zhou Ya said with a feigned air, "For the Pochuan sword to become Mr. Yi's weapon, my Zhou family is naturally very willing." She revealed a meaningful smile. "Anyway, the materials for that sword aren't of much use to my Zhou family. It's better to give them to Mr. Yi as a favor." Yi Chen took a step back warily. "What does your Zhou family want me to pay?" Zhou Ya thought to herself. This is the effect of strength. Whether in Huaxia or Kunlun Shu, it was natural for the weak to rely on the strong and curry favor. She pretended to think and said, "A legendary sword belongs to a hero. Why speak of value? If Mr. Yi has time, why not take a trip to my Zhou family? We will do our best to help you forge the sword." Yi Chen also agreed to Zhou Ya's intent. "Fine, I will pay a visit tomorrow." He had long made his calculations. If the Pochuan sword truly recovered, what would Fang Zhongxin, rank 99th, even matter? Meanwhile at Yi Chen's villa, it was a sunny day, and bursts of laughter came from inside. "Sun Yi, look at this dress is gorgeous, it's perfect for you." Sun Yi was a bit shy, weakly retorting, "It's pretty but it feels a bit too revealing in the back." Sha Ruoshui immediately said, "What are you afraid of having a big butt for? Hurry and try it on." The two of them looked charming and lovely in the provocative clothes, and Sha Ruoshui was thoroughly enjoying herself. Yi Chen sat at the table sipping tea, glancing over without saying much. He thought to himself that the matter with Tang Ao had reached a conclusion for now, so Sun Yi didn't need to hide anymore. Sha Ruoshui had also returned from her grandmother's house, and the house was lively again. He put down his water cup, his mind full of concerns. However, there were still many things to handle. There was still no news of the Long family in Beijing, and his parents' fate remained unknown. Thinking of the mysterious person who held a clue, he grew increasingly anxious. The only lead is Zhang Jianfeng, ranked 9th on the grandmaster list, but I can't find him at all. Yi Chen's face darkened slightly. What exactly was hidden in those deep waters of Cloud Lake Manor back then? Why did they target my tiny Yi family? While he was lost in thought, his sharp senses told him a strange presence had appeared outside the window. He whipped his head around, seeing a blurry black-robed figure flash by at extreme speed. Yi Chen quickly rushed to where the person had appeared, only to find no trace. He muttered to himself in shock. Who was it? Yi Chen stood frozen on the spot, falling into a brief daze. He wondered privately, could it be that my eyes played tricks on me? Impossible. Yi Chen was very anxious. Someone was definitely spying on him just now, but he didn't know who. At that moment, in a spacious courtyard in Beijing, two people were leisurely playing chess. The opponent picked up a black piece and gently placed it down. Zhang Jianfeng praised, "A marvelous move." He immediately asked, "Dad, why did you have time to come see me today?" Old Zhang sat opposite him, his eyes like burning torches as he stared at his son, not rushing to speak. After a moment, the old man picked up a chess piece and said, "Is there a problem with a father coming to see his son?" Zhang Jianfeng smiled. "Dad, look at what you're saying. Of course there's no problem. But I guess you're here to see the results of my cultivation." Hearing this, old Zhang stroked his beard and his expression softened a bit. "During the cultivation process, remember not to be impatient. Among all my children, aside from your eldest brother who entered Kunlun Shu, you are the most talented," Zhang Jianfeng said honestly. "Dad, when we tested our talent back then, Perong wasn't exactly." Before he could finish, old Zhang flew into a rage, slamming his chess piece onto the board so hard that the other pieces leapt up. He roared with wide eyes, "Don't mention her." Zhang Jianfeng was startled and called out, "Father." But the old man stopped playing. Old Zhang stood up, his hands behind his back as he looked toward the distance and said, "I will never acknowledge a woman who refused to follow the family's discipline and married a lowly boy as my daughter. Moreover, she even gave birth to a bastard. It's simply an insult to my Zhang family's bloodline." Just as he was speaking, a guard's urgent shout came from outside. Mr. Zhang, something huge has happened in Jiangnan province, he came running, reporting as he ran. That Yi Chen actually killed Tang Ao. This name was like a thorn stuck in the hearts of the father and son. Old Zhang still asked calmly, "What did you just say?" Seeing old Yang's expression, the guard was scared out of his wits. Master, why are you here too?" The old man ignored him and pressed. "Is it someone with the same name or that bastard I know of?" Zhang Jianfeng answered for him. "Dad, it is exactly that bastard. That kid didn't die, he even stirred up a massive storm today," old Zhang said angrily. "He didn't die, that trash is truly lucky. Tell me, what happened with Tang Ao?" the guard reported tremblingly. Tang Ao was the president of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. He had a grievance with Yi Chen previously and ended up being defeated by him. Zhang Jianfeng still couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Tang Ao was a martial arts president after all, yet he was easily killed by a mere youth, the guard explained. He was killed right in front of the Huasha Martial Arts Bureau. Furthermore, he faced 5 people alone and killed 5 grandmasters in a row. Hearing this, old Zhang fell into deep thought. The old man commented with a bit of playfulness. "Tell me about Yi Chen in detail." The subordinate took the order. "Yes, master." After listening, old Zhang praised, "It seems this kid's martial arts talent is indeed quite good," the subordinate added. Based on the strength he erupted with, he might have even reached the top 100 of the Huasha Grandmaster list. However, he was using a broken spirit sword at the time. Perhaps he relied on the power of the weapon. Zhang Jianfeng glanced at his father and tested. "Dad, do you think I should go see him? It just so happens he's been investigating the Cloud Lake Manor incident from back then through some means, and I'm curious too." "Where exactly did he go during those 5 years he vanished?" old Zhang answered flatly. "There's no need. The strength of a top 100 Grandmaster isn't enough to qualify for someone from my Zhang family to see him." The old man's only remaining eyes stared at his son. "Besides his ability to achieve what he has today, isn't it because my Zhang family's bloodline is powerful?" After speaking, the old man walked away unhurriedly, with his hands behind his back. "If he wants me to value him, he should at least fight his way into the top 10 first. Zhang Jianfeng thought to himself that his father seemed a bit embarrassed and angry. Thinking of Yi Chen, he couldn't help but be worried. Although that kid was still young, his growth speed was extremely fast. He had to admit that Yi Chen had become a threat to the Zhang family. "I just don't know if this threat has been exaggerated." Time flew, and at Minkyui Villa the sun shone brightly and flowers were in full bloom. Yi Chen was leisurely sipping tea, wearing a white t-shirt different from his usual attire. With a hint of impatience on his face, he spoke up. "Lu Hanshuang, do you think I should arrange a room for you here?" The woman remained silent throughout. He continued, "Can't you just knock on the door? You appear like a ghost every time." Only then did Lu Hanshuang respond, "I truly can't believe you really killed Tang Ao and even killed his master." Yi Chen propped his chin up and teased, "So what? Is there anyone else you need me to kill for you?" Lu Hanshuang said, "This matter has already become a huge deal. It's being crazily spread within Bloodplum Hall." She stared at him and continued, "You're the first one who dared to treat the Martial Arts Bureau with such an attitude." Yi Chen didn't take it seriously, mocking that he didn't expect these assassins to love gossip so much. "Did you come find me specifically just to say this?" Lu Hanshuang frowned seriously. "The fact that you killed a Bloodplum Hall expert can't be hidden anymore. Accompany me to Bloodplum Hall tomorrow. Ling Feng, the branch master of Jiangnan province, wants to see you." Yi Chen interrupted arrogantly. "Who does he think he is? I'm not going." Lu Hanshuang was completely speechless. She thought to himself that, as expected, this guy was completely stubborn. Sun Yi's voice came from outside. "Little Chen, I'm back." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Hanshuang vanished without a trace instantly. Yi Chen thought tiredly, slipped away again as soon as the door opened. Sun Yi asked happily, "Did you miss me?" He replied, "Of course I did." Then he asked her with concern, "Are you used to living over there?" Sun Yi said honestly, "Not used to it. I'm almost sick with boredom," she continued. "Little Chen, I've thought about it for a long time these past few days. Although I don't like fighting, if possible, I want to have the ability to protect myself too." He calculated privately. "It's a good thing Sun Yi is willing to cultivate, but I have to carefully consider which method is suitable for her." He replied verbally, "A method to protect yourself, let me think." After deciding in an instant, he raised his water cup and gave a brilliant smile. "Then let's give it a try." At that moment, at the Bloodplum Hall branch in Jiangnan province, the atmosphere was majestic and tense. Ling Feng sat majestically in a large chair, his gaze fixed on Lu Hanshuang before him. In Ling Feng's hand a ball of energy floated, emitting a golden glow like an arrow ready to be fired. He spoke in a deep voice. Ling Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He stared intently at Lu Hanshuang and announced in a low voice he refused. Faced with Ling Feng's overwhelming presence, although Lu Hanshuang flinched a bit, she still tried her best to remain calm as she answered. Ling Feng said, "He happens to have something to do lately and can't get away. He'll come see you whenever he has free time." Just as he finished speaking, Ling Feng suddenly called out her name sternly. "Hanshuang." His majestic voice gave Lu Hanshuang a start, and she answered timidly. "Yes." Ling Feng's face was dark and his tone was full of severity and deterrence. "I am asking you as a father right now. You don't need to answer as you would an official," but his voice then dropped low as he continued to press. "That Yi Chen. Did he really say that?" Hearing this sudden question, Lu Hanshuang couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Her heart filled with fear and unease. She stammered slightly, struggling to organize her words as she said, "Why yes, that's exactly what he said." Her eyes darted around, not daring to look directly at Ling Feng as she gave a truthful account stating that Yi Chen simply didn't care about Bloodplum Hall, and had no interest in meeting anyone. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face did not contort with rage. Instead, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "He's got some nerve, hasn't he? That brat." He furrowed his brows, a flash of displeasure crossing his features, but he suppressed his fury and said, "Then I shall go meet him personally and see just what he's made of." Inside an elegant room at the Zhou estate in Jiangnan province, Yi Chen and Zhou Ya stood facing each other. A playful smile hung on Yi Chen's lips, and his eyes swept across the room with amusement as he teased, "Zhou Ya, I came to the Zhou family to reforge the dragon-slaying sword, yet you brought me to your bedroom. Are you trying to use a beauty trap on me?" Zhou Ya showed no signs of embarrassment, gazing at him with a cool expression as she replied flatly, "Mr. Yi has misunderstood. While this is my private chamber, it is also the most secretive place for sword forging in the Zhou family." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and lightly tapped the wall beside her. Instantly, a mechanism was triggered, and the wall slid open silently to reveal a deep staircase leading underground. It was deep and mysterious. The two of them looked down at the entrance side by side. After walking down for a while, Zhou Ya spoke politely. "This way, Mr. Yi." As she descended the stairs toward the depths of the earth, she explained leisurely, "Items forged by the Zhou family inevitably attract the attention of petty thieves. Those jewelry and trinkets upstairs are merely a facade to divert prying eyes." Hearing this, Yi Chen shot Zhou Ya a sideways glance, his tone piqued with interest. "A facade? Digging a tunnel like this inside a private room? That is quite interesting." They continued deeper, until Zhou Ya suddenly spoke, "We're here." What appeared before Yi Chen's eyes was a magnificent and vast underground space. The area was fully equipped with sword-forging tools from forging tables to furnaces. Countless blades and swords were neatly displayed around the perimeter, radiating a chilling aura. Yi Chen stood for a moment, his gaze scanning everything in this massive underground vault, unable to help but feel amazed. He hadn't expected such a world to be hidden beneath the surface just then. A strange sight surprised Yi Chen even further. A beam of transparent light abruptly appeared, enveloping the broken remnant of the sword and causing it to float in midair. At the same time, the other surrounding weapons were also covered by layers of light. Seeing this, Zhou Ya cried out in shock. 10,000 swords possess spirit. 10,000 swords recognize a sovereign. These weapons are actually all bowing in submission to the Poshuan sword. Yi Chen stood still, his eyes flashing with excitement as he thought to himself, "The dragon-slaying sword is currently just a broken blade, yet it can trigger such an anomaly. If the reforging is completed, what kind of majesty will it possess?" He no longer hesitated, his figure surging forward as he leapt into the air and grabbed the glowing broken sword. Seeing this, Zhou Ya hurriedly warned, "Mr. Yi, the Poshuan sword is currently in a semi-awakened state and has absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy. Reaching out to grab it directly is extremely dangerous." However, Yi Chen had already firmly grasped the hilt, and the eerie light instantly enveloped him, forming a daunting pressure. Yi Chen turned a deaf ear to Zhou Ya's warning, instead laughing heartily. "A fine sword, I didn't expect you to have such skill. You followed me for so long, and today you suddenly want the other weapons to submit?" He raised the broken sword, his gaze like a torch and a wild smile on his face. "Trying to throw a tantrum just as you awaken? Even if you're a broken blade now, I can subdue you. Just wait until I reforge you. Let's see if you still try to defy the heavens." This thought filled him with fighting spirit, but the energy erupting from the sword began to spread frantically. Feeling the pressure, Zhou Ya reminded him anxiously, "Mr. Yi, you must not use that power by force, it's constantly expanding." She screamed, "Stop," but the next moment left her completely stunned. "Mr. Yi, you..." Faced with Zhou Ya's shock, Yi Chen remained perfectly confident, even answering with a hint of mischief, "It's fine, I'm just giving it a small lesson." His nonchalant attitude left Zhou Ya momentarily speechless. She could only marvel privately at how Yi Chen was able to suppress the extraordinary commotion caused by the dragon-slaying sword. Next, Zhou Ya led Yi Chen into a wider stone chamber where the walls were constructed entirely of massive boulders. In the center of the room, a giant transparent crystal radiated a dazzling glow. Zhou Ya introduced it to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this is the primary forging material, the Poshwen stone. It is the core material for reforging your sword. While the crystal wasn't gargantuan, it wasn't small either, with layered overlapping edges that refracted a brilliant rainbow-like light. Who would have thought such a precious treasure was hidden deep in this dark underground? After introducing the material, she urged Yi Chen not to act too hastily, as the stone was extremely difficult to break and should be handled by an experienced veteran master. Zhou Ya said, if Mr. Yi wishes to refine the Poshwen sword, the essence iron must first be separated from this ore. Handling the Poshwen stone is very tricky. Please wait a moment, I've invited a master to assist. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen rejected her decisively. No need, I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Zhou Ya was completely dazed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Clearly the answer of doing it himself caused the young lady to freeze on the spot. Yi Chen had no intention of wasting words, he was already prepared to act. He raised the broken sword and a powerful azure spiritual light instantly condensed on the blade, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Beside him, Zhou Ya was scared out of her wits and hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, Mr. Yi, you aren't planning to? Before the words could leave her mouth, Yi Chen swung the sword, instantly cleaving the indestructible Poshwen stone. Not only did it not shatter into dust, but it split cleanly into several pieces from within the fractured ore. As the ore shattered and fell to the ground, a brilliant glowing crystal core was revealed at its center. Yi Sen held it in his hand to inspect it closely, as if admiring a trophy of war. Having witnessed the entire process, Zhou Ya was so shocked she couldn't even speak coherently, her volume instinctively jumping up an octave. You actually used raw force to cut open the Poshwen stone? No, the Poshwen stone is a family heirloom of my Zhou family, Mr. Yi. Your actions were far too rough. Just as she worried things were taking a turn for the worse, a daunting, angry shout erupted from nowhere. Where did this brat come from? How dare you damage my Poshwen stone? The newcomer's tone was hostile. Though his appearance was slightly comical, his overall aura was anything but ordinary. From head to toe, this man's style of dress was truly hard to grasp. As if he had leapt out of some mysterious dimension, he was a masked man wearing a spiked collar around his neck and carrying a custom-made heavy hammer, his look exuding an indescribable sense of eeriness. He roared at the person in front of him. This is a restricted area of the Zhou family. How did you break in? Seeing an unfamiliar face and not knowing the other's background, Yi Chen immediately assumed a combat stance and barked, What kind of monster is this? Zhou Ya, get back, there's a pervert here. Though Zhou Ya also felt embarrassed, she hurried to explain to prevent a conflict from breaking out. Wait, he's one of us, he's on our side. Looking at his appearance, it was no wonder Yi Chen had made such a mistake. Hearing Zhou Ya say this, Yi Chen froze, looking at her with a complex expression and eyes full of self-doubt. One of your people. He even muttered to himself, has this Miss Zhou's taste truly become this unique? Fearing the misunderstanding would deepen, Zhou Ya quickly explained the situation. This is Master He, a top-tier swordsmith I specially invited from Beijing. He is a close friend of my grandfather. When it comes to the skill of forging swords, if he claims to be second, I'm afraid no one in this world would dare claim to be first. Hearing this, the eccentric man immediately took on a self-satisfied expression, striking several exaggerated poses as he asked, Is this kid the one who wants to forge a sword today? Yi Chen stood frozen on the spot like a statue, watching this grotesque scene, unable to believe that this weirdly behaving man was today's protagonist. To be sure, Yi Chen asked Zhou Ya once more, Miss Zhou, what exactly was he invited here to do? Knowing that Yi Chen was judging by appearances, Zhou Ya explained patiently, One should not judge a book by its cover, his craftsmanship is indeed superlative. Standing to the side, Master He was stunned to hear their conversation. What? Yi Chen didn't care about anyone's pride, his expression indifferent and judgmental as he stated directly, There's no need, my sword will of course be forged by me. Yi Chen's words gave Zhou Ya a massive shock, but she was still uncertain and pressed, Mr. Yi, do you also know how to forge swords? Master He also had a face full of disbelief. But even so, he didn't forget to strike various poses like a fashion model. Feeling that his talent was being looked down upon by this green youth, Master He put his hands on his hips with great displeasure and began to lecture. Brat, do not underestimate the Tao of sword forging. Do you know of the 6 methods and 7 principles? Do you know of heat tempering? What about sovereignty of the blade form? Every one of these requires 10 years of painstaking devotion to even begin to see the path. While these seasoned bits of experience were valid, Yi Chen didn't listen to a single word and didn't care at all. He simply pointed out his discomfort with the hulking man before him. Do you have to finish your poses before you can speak? It's a bit embarrassing to watch, old man. Yi Chen didn't waste much energy on this show-off, wanting to get straight to the point. He turned to ask Zhou Ya, Miss Zhou, are the items I asked you to prepare ready? Zhou Ya replied, Everything is ready, but Mr. Yi, will you really not reconsider having Master He assist you? It wasn't actually that Yi Chen disliked the man. The key was that this sword held extraordinary meaning to him and had to be done personally. Thus, Yi Chen reiterated with a serious face, "This dragon-slaying sword must be forged by my own hands." Since his attitude was so resolute, the two didn't try to dissuade him further. A moment later, the three of them arrived at the core area of the smithy. At this time, Zhou Ya was using tongs to grip the precious core taken from the ore, placing it into the blazing furnace. The fire turned the crystal stone a glowing red, throwing off sparks. Seeing the progress, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Without this furnace of the Zhou family, it would indeed be difficult to smelt this Poshuan stone. Zhou Ya and Master He looked down from above, both stunned by the technique Yi Chen displayed. Zhou Ya's heart was full of doubt. Clearly he had no mentor's guidance, so how can he operate the Zhou family's furnace so skillfully? Master He remained unconvinced, letting out a cold snort while not forgetting to strike a cool pose as he questioned, "So what if he knows how to use a furnace? I'd like to see how he plans to forge the sword next." Who knows what kind of spell Yi Chen had cast on Zhou Ya, but by now she was filled with confidence in him. Perhaps this was the effect of the protagonist aura. Zhou Ya said, "I believe in Mr. Yi. Let us just sit quietly to the side and watch." The most critical moment had arrived. Whether the sword embryo could fuse perfectly depended entirely on this. Yi Chen drew energy from the glowing red Poshuan stone core and joined it with the broken sword, instantly triggering a violent flare of fire. Immediately following, at the final moment, Yi Chen slammed the blade into a massive water barrel. The extreme heat caused water to spray everywhere in an instant, white steam billowing up. His forging process was indeed unique. Afterward, Yi Chen produced several top-grade spiritual stones from his robes that emitted a faint blue glow. He began to feel excited about the upcoming reforging work. Next, it all depends on these spiritual stones. Seeing this from the high platform, Master He had to feel heartfelt admiration for Yi Chen's vast knowledge, but at the same time his heart bled for the extravagant investment. He marveled secretly. The value of these spiritual stones is no less than high-tier pills. The Zhou family has truly spent a fortune this time. Zhou Ya was also a bit pained, but for the sake of the family's reputation she forced herself to say, "As long as the Poshuan sword can be reforged, the Zhou family can afford this small amount." Yi Chen used his skills to make the spiritual stones float around the blade, then changed his hand gestures, chanting under his breath, "North, south, east, west, each position of the main palace, flame palace positioned." He pointed forward with two fingers joined together. Yi Sen pointed to the sky and barked sharply, "Fire, rise." If an ordinary person saw this, they would likely think it was a magic trick. As the command fell, the longsword that was submerged in the water barrel actually stood upright on its own, bringing up a massive spray of water. It seemed to be struggling to climb upward, attempting to devour and fuse with the floating spiritual stones. From above, Zhou Ya watched in a fog of confusion, countless questions rising in her heart. What kind of ignition technique is this? Let alone seeing it, I've never even heard of it. Old man He still didn't believe in these theatrical moves, evaluating them with disdain, nothing but tricks to deceive people. At this time, Yi Chen was focusing all his attention on controlling the longsword, attempting to create a peerless divine weapon. A smile of victory hung on his lips as he chanted truth words incessantly. "The world is chaotic and unstoppable. One branch, one blade. The name of the spirit does not advance. Thrice call the sword's name, the sword spirit shall conclude. Heaven sword, earth sword, kill together." The spiritual sword was enveloped in a faint azure light, spiraling in the air following Yi Chen's rhythm. As the final line of the incantation left his lips, "Thrice call dragon slaying. 10,000 swords obey the order." In an instant, a massive phantom of an azure dragon appeared out of thin air, tightly coiling around the longsword. Could this sword truly become a world-transcending treasure? This scene delivered a massive mental blow to the two middle-aged onlookers. Master He grabbed his head in shock, sighing from the bottom of his heart. What kind of scene is this? He actually triggered the celestial and terrestrial anomalies recorded in ancient texts. Such a spectacle actually exists in this world. Zhou Ya was also completely dazed, her beautiful eyes wide as if trying to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Is this really just forging a sword? Can the art of swordsmithing actually trigger such an anomaly? To answer her confusion, Master He replied in a trembling voice, "Ordinary sword forging is naturally impossible unless he is using the legendary array forging technique." The more he thought, the more master he felt. He was as insignificant as dust before this youth. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, his eyes full of awe. "I have forged swords my whole life and am honored by the world as a master. But only today did I discover that I am nothing more than a mediocre talent." At this point, Master He was completely won over by Yi Chen's talent, and he even instinctively changed how he addressed him. "Yi Chen, Master Yi." The moment the longsword was finished, it landed steadily back into Yi Chen's hand on the blade. Lingering phantoms of the coiling azure dragon were still faintly visible. Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with the finished product. Meanwhile, Master He had already placed him on a pedestal, praising him as Huasha's unique and peerless great grandmaster of sword forging. The scene shifted to a mountain peak shrouded in clouds towering into the heavens. This was the summit of Mount Qingfeng in Beijing. Inside a wide courtyard, 4 top-tier experts of extraordinary presence gathered to discuss important matters. At this time, the man with long black hair looked at the majestic elder and asked tentatively, "Old Zhang, why do you seem so unsettled lately? Is it because you have too much on your mind, or have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation?" The youngest among them also noticed the anomaly. Because the scene looked familiar, he couldn't help but recall, "I saw this expression on old Zhang 5 years ago. It was because of his daughter, Zhang Peirong." Another elder wearing a hat mentioned the name, and couldn't help but show a look of regret, letting out a long sigh. Mentioning that girl Peirong is indeed a pity. With her talent, if she had focused on cultivation, she might have already stepped into Kunlun Shu. Instead, she insisted on marrying a mortal. It led to the man's untimely death. Truly a tragic romance. Old Zhang grew agitated by the talk, abruptly cutting off the discussion of private matters. "Enough, I gathered you all today to discuss the situation in Huasha, not for you to gossip about me." Just as the words left his lips, a dazzling golden stream of light suddenly shot across the azure sky. The light was like a giant star crossing the heavens, brilliant and eye-catching. Witnessing this spectacle with their own eyes, the 4 top-tier experts all showed shock. Old Yang's eyes went wide, for he knew exactly what this meant. He asked in a trembling voice, "This anomaly, could a divine sword have been born?" "Precisely so, old man." Faced with this eerie sight, their attention was completely captivated. One of them instinctively broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "One who defies the heavens is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. For such a pillar of light to startle the heavenly Tao." Immediately following, wisps of frantic green wind began to howl around the 4 sages. Old Zhang stood fixed on the spot, the panic in his heart impossible to suppress. He voiced his guess. Perhaps someone is openly defying the heavenly Tao, or perhaps the heavenly Tao is demonstrating its power to this person. Hearing this, the long-haired elder was terrified, anxious to confirm the guess in his heart. Defying the heavenly Tao. It was a threat from the heavenly Tao. Could a freakish talent be about to emerge in Huasha? The young man in the assembly hall felt equally stunned. He immediately turned to the teacher beside him, attempting to gather information so they could eliminate any future threats as early as possible. "Elder Yan, can you calculate this person's location?" Knowing his current task was of utmost importance, Elder Yan moved swiftly to cast a search spell. "I'll give it a try." With that, he joined his hands and began chanting an incantation. Elder Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. As he cast the spell, a peculiar formation appeared beneath him. Its circular rings shaped like snowflakes, and his entire body radiated a powerful white energy that surged outward. He sat at the center of the formation, continuously channeling his power, transforming it into a black, eye-like shape. The white energy surged outward again on a massive scale, as if searching for the one who dared to defy the heavenly Tao. Elder Yan focused on the search with a grim expression. His eyes rolled back to show only whites. His hands joined in prayer as he muttered an obscure, difficult incantation. The enlightened cycle is complete. The embryo grows without withering. The host of saints protects the gate as one ascends to the upper realm to worship the High Sovereign. As the incantation was recited, bursts of white lightning flickered around him. Elder Yan's entire body levitated, enveloped within the black formation. Another layer of cyan light, resembling flames, covered the formation's perimeter. Even as his body rotated continuously, he recited the divine incantation as clearly as if possessed by a spirit medium. "When merit is fulfilled, one shall surely attain the guidance of the Emperor." Before long, the snowflake-like formation burst with light in the darkness. Just as it lit up and attempted to point the way, surges of black lightning suddenly erupted, trying to block and backfire upon Elder Yan. Struck by the rebound of his own technique, Elder Yan endured a violent impact. He was in such agony that tears streamed down his face, his body racked with uncontrollable pain. His brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes bloodshot, for even he had not expected such a result. He landed steadily on the ground as the barrier dissipated. Elder Yan was seen slumped on the floor, clutching his chest in agony. Seeing this, several people in the hall rushed over in concern. Of all of them, the long-haired man had been the most talkative, jumping to speak at every turn, yet he truly cared for his old friend. He shouted in a panic, "Elder Yan, what happened?" The young man in the hall stroked his chin, equally dumbfounded by the scene. Even the usually composed Elder Zhang showed a look of disbelief. This was proof enough that the current situation was something they had never encountered before. Just how powerful had that person become? At this moment Elder Yan looked wretched. His clothes were tattered, his arm was broken, and he was severely injured all over. After the cyan smoke cleared, his gaunt figure appeared exceptionally tragic, and looking up, the sight was even more harrowing. One side of his face was disfigured, the skin ulcerated as if splashed with strong acid. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, and told the three present that this person's fortune was intolerable to the heavenly Tao, and even the heavens themselves could not control it. Suffering such a backlash was an absolute certainty. The young man stepped forward, watching Elder Yan gasp while clutching his chest. Instead of offering a single word of concern, he focused only on the question he wanted answered. So an individual who defies the heavens truly exists. Does that mean there is really no way to know his location? Accompanied by sweat and heavy breathing, a long trail of blood ran down Elder Yan's right cheek. Hearing the inquiry, he spoke to prove his status was no empty title. This mouthful of blood was not spat in vain. He had calculated the man's location today. In Elder Yan's mind, the place where the heaven-defying person resided surfaced. It was a place surrounded by mountains and steep terrain. He was in Jiangnan. Upon hearing the word Jiangnan, the long-haired Saint Master immediately showed a look of disdain. His words were filled with contempt. Jiangnan? I thought it would be in Beijing. In terms of martial arts, Jiangnan doesn't even rank in Huasha. A few castrated roosters jump onto a roof and truly think they are phoenixes. While the other two cared little for Jiangnan, Elder Zhang was completely different. He felt as if struck by lightning, fearfully supporting his forehead with his hand. He immediately thought of Yi Chen. Jiangnan, could it be that bastard? No, I must be overthinking. If that bastard could inherit Pirong's spiritual meridian talent, that would be one thing. Elder Zhang recalled the scene from years ago when fire destroyed the entire village. The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. But the night the child was born, he had sent men to seize him and test his talent. At that time, Yi Chen was just an infant who hadn't even tasted mother's milk. There was no doubt that the bastard named Yi Chen possessed only mortal roots from head to toe, a lowly commoner. Pirong's talent, which had amazed everyone, was ultimately wasted. Based on these deductions, Elder Zhang lowered his hand and stared intently forward, affirming to himself, "That heaven-defying person is absolutely not that bastard. Who could have predicted tomorrow's events?" The scene shifted to the Zhou family. Yi Chen's hand-forged longsword was now complete. Zhou Ya carefully held the sword in both hands and respectfully presented it to him. "Mr. Yi, please receive the sword." Yi Chen swiftly reached out and took his creation. Although he had used the Zhou family's grounds to forge the blade, he had not asked for a single bit of help during the entire process. Gripping the perfectly forged treasure, Yi Chen drew it, wanting to test its power. The completed dragon-slaying sword's power exceeded his expectations. He swung it lightly to get a feel for it, commenting with joy that with the support of this sword his strength would increase immensely. A divine sword for a hero. His realm naturally required no further words. Suddenly, Master He appeared out of nowhere, kneeling on the ground in worship, wanting to become his disciple. "Before I was blind and offended Master Yi. I hope Master Yi will not cast me aside and will take me as a disciple." Yi Shen ignored Master He completely, neither blaming him nor wanting to take him in, and refused him flatly. "I won't hold your attitude against you, but I have no intention of taking disciples. You may stand." Hearing this, Master He showed a hint of regret, and could only force himself to stand. Watching the talented yet dangerously poised Yi Chen, Zhou Ya also praised him from the bottom of her heart. This boy was truly brilliant. A few casual pointers from him would be enough to last her a lifetime. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a wave of vertigo. He fainted, his body falling uncontrollably toward the floor. With a thud, he fell face first onto the ground. After all, forging a sword was no easy task, and since he had forged such a world-startling divine weapon, the toll on his physical strength was naturally extraordinary. Startled by this scene, Zhou Ya ran over anxiously, shouting his name. "Mr. Yi," lying on the floor. Yi Chen felt his strength draining away rapidly. Not good. The consumption from sword forging was too great. The physical weakness is far beyond imagination. A moment later, the scene shifted to an unfamiliar room, Zhou Ya's private lounge. It was already evening. Yi Chen had slept on Zhou Ya's warm, soft bed for a long time, but he hadn't forgotten to keep that sword by his side. Upon opening his eyes, he woke with a start, startled by the unfamiliar surroundings, and quickly rolled out of bed. Was this a cultivator's instinctive reaction? Yi Chen sat on the bed with his upper body bare, wrapped only in a cloth for modesty. He looked around and found the sword was still there, letting out a slight sigh of relief. "Phew, the dragon-slaying sword is still here. I actually let myself get so exhausted that I was completely defenseless. I really shouldn't have." He reached out and lightly touched his chest, only to realize he was completely naked. He froze for a moment. "Where are my clothes? And this room is Zhou Ya's." His mind began to wander, worried that his purity had been taken by Zhou Ya. That woman couldn't have done something while I was sleeping, could she? Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. It turns out that even someone as strong as Mr. Yi can be so exhausted that they faint. He immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Zhou Ya had changed into a new outfit and walked into the room with elegant steps, charmingly brushing her hair. She said to him, "I thought Mr. Yi would sleep a bit longer. I didn't expect you to wake so soon." Worried she had done something inappropriate while he was unconscious, Yi Chen asked about the doubt in his heart. "Did you take off my clothes?" Fearing he would misunderstand her intentions, Zhou Ya hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Yi. It was because your clothes were completely soaked with sweat at the time." She seemed captivated by his physique. She leaned closer, her face flushing as she explained that sleeping like that would easily lead to a cold, which was why she had done it. Yi Chen didn't mind, his expression calm. Not wanting to snub her kindness, he said, "I don't blame you, no need to be so tense. The effect of the dragon-slaying sword exceeded my expectations." Yi Chen gave a satisfied and friendly smile, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Ya. This time, consider it a favor he owed the Zhou family. If they had any requests, they could come to him. Hearing his heartfelt words, Zhou Ya was so shocked she stammered, Really, but there is one more thing." To protect his secrets, he added another instruction. "Also, I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Can you guarantee that?" It seemed he had chosen to trust the right person. Zhou Ya placed a hand over her heart and promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, Master He and I will absolutely never mention this to anyone. I give you my word on my life." Yi Chen recovered quickly. He dressed and left Zhou Ya's room, heading to another location. There an elder of similar age was practicing. Seeing the figure practicing in the courtyard, Yi Chen spoke first. "You've recovered quite quickly, already able to practice boxing." Hearing the voice, the elder turned, recognized Yi Chen, and immediately stopped his practice, scratching his head as he greeted him. "It's all thanks to Mr. Yi's pills." Yi Chen then handed him a bag of new pills and encouraged him. "Pills alone won't be enough. It seems Wu Xinlin has taken good care of you. Here are 20 pills, but they aren't given for nothing." Not wanting his investment to go to waste, he set a condition and a goal for the man. "Within 2 months, break into the top 150 of the grandmaster list. Can you do it?" Wu Shangming held the bag of pills, falling into tense contemplation. To anyone else, breaking into the top 150 in 2 months would seem like a pipe dream, but Yi Chen had given him a top-tier technique and a large amount of premium pills. With this help, as Yi Chen prepared to leave, he called out to him, "Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. I, Wu Shangming, will surely do it." Yi Chen simply smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." Just then, an object suddenly flew toward Yi Chen at high speed. Though surprised, Yi Chen luckily evaded it, and the item slammed hard into the doorframe behind him. Yi Chen looked back. He had seen many such plucking leaves and flying flowers techniques, but in all of Jiangnan province there were definitely no more than a few who could achieve this. A master had come to his door, though he didn't know if it was the Martial Arts Bureau or another force. Yi Chen looked around and finally spotted the person asking, "Why did you attack me? Who exactly are you?" The man smiled and said, "I am Ling Feng, the one in control of the Jiangnan branch of Bloodplum Hall." Ling Feng continued, "I just wanted to see for myself how much skill the brat who dared to refuse me actually has. Now it seems I'm a bit disappointed." Yi Chen ignored his provocation and asked back, "So are you here for revenge because I killed someone from Bloodplum Hall?" Ling Feng said, "I admit you are strong, but that skill alone won't be enough to deal with Fang Zhongxin. I can give you a chance to live. How about we make a bet?" Yi Chen asked suspiciously. "What do you want to bet?" Ling Feng told him that if he could catch one of his flying darts, your grudge with Bloodplum Hall will be wiped clean. If you can't catch it, how about joining my Bloodplum Hall? Yi Chen said angrily, "A mere assassin organization is worthy of having me join." Ling Feng drew a flying dart, laughing with sheer exasperation. "A mere organization, you say? Even those in the top 10 of the Grandmaster list can do nothing against the people at Bloodplum Hall headquarters." Yi Chen approached him and said, "What the top 10 can't do I won't necessarily fail at. But I am interested in the weapon in your hand, we can bet." He smiled and said, "If you lose, how about giving me that flying dart?" Ling Feng froze, thinking that he only had 2 of these spiritual darts and though precious, if he could win over Yi Chen, the wager would be worth it. He decided to gamble and then launched an attack on Yi Chen. "Then try and catch my dart." Ling Feng leaped high into the air and threw the dart with all his might. The dart flew at high speed as if it could pierce through any obstacle. Yi Chen observed carefully and luckily evaded it. Ling Feng spoke while controlling the dart to attack. "Weren't you the one who wanted my dart? Why are you running?" Yi Chen stopped and said, "Don't use such a one-dimensional attack. I don't need to catch a move like that. If you want to bet, come at me with everything you've got." Ling Feng was quite interested in Yi Chen's provocation. The boy certainly talked big. "Then try my full power strike." With that, Ling Feng threw the dart at Yi Chen with all his strength. This time, Yi Chen no longer dodged but met it head-on. Deploying the Nine Heavens Profound Yang technique, and then using his power to block the attack, Yi Chen used his full strength to blast the dart back. The power of the attack was so great that Ling Feng in the distance couldn't see clearly, as everything around them became blurred. He stood there thinking, "My God, I didn't kill the kid, did I?" Yi Chen then walked out holding the dart he now controlled. "From now on, this thing belongs to me." Ling Feng was speechless with shock, able only to stare wide-eyed with an expression of disbelief. "I used my full strength, yet this kid could still catch it. He's a monster." Yi Chen then turned to leave, saying, "From now on, Bloodplum Hall has nothing to do with me. If you dare come again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Feng was somewhat angry, thinking, "Nothing to do with you. If it were anyone else, that would be one thing, but not you, Yi Chen. After all, what I value most is the killing intent and cold-bloodedness you possess. You are a natural-born killer, born for slaughter and destined to die by it. Time will make you change your mind." Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't stop the excitement in his heart, as if he were planning something. Meanwhile, at Minqiu Villa, Yi Chen was checking his sword. He was a bit worried. If it were the old broken sword, it would be one thing, but the spiritual energy fluctuations now are far too exaggerated. He thought of the scene, worried that carrying the sword onto the street would terrify ordinary people. Just then, the spirit stone suddenly glowed. Yi Chen took it out and asked in confusion, "What's going on? The sword's issue isn't solved yet. Why are you coming out again?" He suddenly realized something. Wait a second. The scene suddenly shifted to another place. Yi Chen was greatly shocked. The Reincarnation Cemetery. A divine dragon appeared in the sky. Why would there be a dragon in the Reincarnation Cemetery? No, looking at the sword in his hand, Yi Chen realized something was wrong. That was an illusion created by the Poshuan sword. It seems this fellow really likes the dense spiritual energy of the Reincarnation Cemetery. Yi Chen happily held the spirit stone. He hadn't expected this stone to be able to house the Poshuan sword. But thinking about it, something that could carry the Reincarnation Cemetery was naturally a top-tier spiritual object, so it was only natural that it also possessed storage space functions. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen answered, "Hello, Yingjing, what's wrong?" On the other end, Yingjing said, "Mr. Yi, the Bushi Society has made a move. This afternoon a Japanese ship entered Washa's East China Sea waters. Our team members discovered there are at least 20 core members of the Bushi Society on board. Dragon Soul suspects they are coming for you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen let out a helpless sigh upon hearing this. What kind of storm could a bunch of Japanese people stir up? Yingjing continued, "They are very sinister. Please be extra careful, Mr. Yi. I will continue to observe from here and report to you whenever anything happens." After hanging up, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "Just a bunch of small fry." He then happily continued to tinker with the stone. The primary task now was to study this black stone. Perhaps he could discover some interesting things. An hour later, Yingjing sent a text. "Target discovered. I will lead the Dragon Soul strike team to intercept and prepare for armed combat. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi." Seeing the text, Yi Chen fell into thought. He didn't have anything to worry about in the first place. "But helping me resolve a small annoyance isn't a bad thing," he mused. Yi Chen sighed, thinking that Yingjing was decent enough. His handling of affairs was thorough, and he'd have to grant the boy a stroke of fortune in the future. Afterward, Yi Chen sat at home, leisurely watching television. Seeing this, Sun Yi sat down beside him and asked in confusion, "Yi Chen, why do you look so out of sorts?" Yi Chen brushed her off with a casual excuse. "It's nothing, I'm just thinking about a few things." Internally he was muttering, "It's been so long. Why hasn't there been any news from Yingjing? Though those small fry from the Bushi Society are beneath mention, there should at least be a report." Just then the phone suddenly rang. Speak of the devil, the report had arrived, but why was it Lei Shuwei calling? Yi Chen picked up the phone and said in a light tone, "Old Lei, how is it? What treasures did you haul in from the raid on the Bushi Society's ship tonight?" However, Lei Shuwei's voice on the other end was heavy. "Mr. Yi, the operation failed. Something happened to Yingjing." Yi Chen stood up in shock, both anxious and annoyed. "Yingjing, I just started thinking you were reliable, and you go and slap me in the face like this." Sun Yi watched from the side, completely bewildered. Yi Chen hurried to meet Lei Shuwei. As soon as they met he asked, "What's the situation now?" Lei Shuwei informed him with deep concern, "Mr. Yi, you know about that Bushi Society ship. Yingjing had taken 10 team members to investigate, but now the life chips within all of them had stopped responding." "It is very likely," Yi Chen interrupted him furiously. "Tell me their last known position," he thought to himself. "I was planning to give Yingjing a stroke of fortune today, and now something's happened? Are you kidding me?" Lei Shuwei took out a tablet and with a worried expression requested the other party to send the file over. "Look at this," a voice suddenly came from the screen. "Yi Chen, the game has begun," Lei Shuwei said anxiously. "It was sent from Yingjing's phone. I'm afraid he's been captured by the enemy." Yi Chen watched for a moment and asked, "Can we trace the location based on this message?" Lei Shuwei replied, "This is network encrypted information. It's very difficult to track the source, but since the message was sent, there's a high probability that Ying Jing is still alive." Suddenly, a call came through to the phone. Yi Chen observed the screen and realized Ying Jing's situation was dire. The person on the other end of the line covered his face with his hand and said, "Moshi Moshi, can you hear me?" The man put on a clown mask and continued, "Yi Chen, we finally meet. You are even younger than I imagined. By the way, I have a gift for you." He then pushed forward Ying Jing, who was tied to a chair, and said, "Your friend just arrived here to play. I wonder when you plan to come over." Yi Chen said furiously, "Release them and I can let bygones be bygones." Yi Chen walked out and sat down to continue the call, threatening, "Release him now, and I guarantee you'll keep your life," the other party said smugly. "Mr. Yi, that isn't exactly the tone of a negotiation. These guests arrived uninvited, so as the host I naturally have to entertain them properly." Ying Jing shouted to Yi Chen in a panic, "Mr. Yi, don't trade with these criminals. These people are utterly shameless. Watch out for their traps. Mr. Yi, don't worry about me. Kill them all. All evil should be punished by the law." Ying Jing tried his best to stop Yi Chen from coming to his rescue. Just then, the kidnapper grabbed Ying Jing's head and slammed it violently against the floor, snarling in rage, "You were caught sneaking onto our ship and you have the nerve to call us shameless? I heard Mr. Yi is their instructor." He spread his hands in mockery. "If you're trash, practice more. Don't play the game before you've even graduated. Things are different now. We've put up with you Dragon Soul people for a long time." He hoisted Ying Jing's head up again and said to Yi Chen through the camera, "I imagine Mr. Yi must be very eager to come and find us right now, yes? Well, before you get here, how about we play a game?" Lei Shuwei roared at him. "Don't you dare!" Yi Chen remained calm and asked him, "What do you want to do?" The man pulled out several flying daggers and plunged them into Ying Jing's shoulders and body without hesitation. Seeing this, Lei Shuwei let out a cry of horror, shouting Ying Jing's name in distress. Old Lei continued furiously, "Let him go. If you have a problem, take it out on me." The man ignored him completely and continued, "From now on I will stab him once every set interval." The man held a knife, smiling sinisterly. "I'm quite curious to see how many stabs he can take before you arrive. The game begins. Have fun." With that, he hung up the phone. Old Lei said anxiously, "The IP address we just tracked was a fake. What do we do now?" Yi Chen gave orders calmly, "It's fine, I can find them. Prepare the fastest boat you have and get me to the harbor." Lei Shuwei took the order. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen dropped a chilling final word. "Wash your necks and wait for me obediently." The scene shifted to a large ship at sea. A man was sharpening a blade on the floor while saying smugly, "How boring. Why hasn't Yi Chen arrived yet?" Even though he was injured, Ying Jing persisted in cursing him. "The day he arrives will be the day you die." The man stood up and walked over to him. "It seems you have a lot of faith in your instructor. Of course, I'm not so careless as to underestimate Yi Chen." Just then, someone ran in to report, "Lord Nakamura, there's a situation. The radar has detected a speedboat approaching us at high speed." Nakamura revealed a look of interest. "Oh, how many people are on board? That's faster than expected, Yi Chen," the subordinate reported. "It's a small boat. There is only Yi Chen." At this moment, Yi Chen was racing across the water, fueled by rage. The subordinate then asked, "Lord Nakamura, what should we do next?" Nakamura told his subordinates to notify everyone to mobilize and prepare to welcome their distinguished guest. The subordinate acknowledged the order and then looked at Ying Jing, asking Nakamura in confusion, "Then how do we handle this guy?" Nakamura replied coldly, "Is that even a question? Kill him. Since the fish is already on the hook, the bait is useless." By now, Yi Chen had closed in on the large ship. He leapt onto the vessel, abandoning the speedboat. He stood heroically at the bow, allowing several guards to observe him through binoculars. Several subordinates began to surround him from different directions. "Go check over there, guard your positions. Don't let him escape." Afterward, they gathered to gossip. "I say, is that Yi Chen really worth such a massive commotion? I heard he's the instructor of the Dragon Soul strike team, but the soldiers he trained only had that much strength. As an instructor, he's probably nothing special. We caused such a stir just to lure him out. I wonder if he'll come to the area we're responsible for. Killing him would be a massive achievement." The man laughed smugly, completely failing to notice that Yi Chen was already standing behind him. Yi Chen said, "In that case, your luck isn't very good, is it?" Before they could react, they were caught off guard by one of Yi Chen's moves. As expected, boys who love to smile don't have bad luck. Several men on the ship then rushed out, armed with guns. "It's Yi Chen, kill him. Enemy attack. Kill Yi Chen." Yi Chen looked at the group with a contemptuous smile, mocking, "You people from Japan are certainly hospitable." He then unleashed the Heavenly Fiend Punch, defeating them all soundly. Every person who charged forward was beaten. Those who hadn't charged yet were scared out of their wits. "I'll go find Lord Nakamura first. You guys hold him off here. Are you kidding?" Is that Yi Chen even human? Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued to sweep through the group, leaving none behind. He walked up to a man attempting to flee and asked, "You're still alive?" The man begged Yi Chen in terror. "Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Yi Chen asked, "Tell me, where is the muscular man with the scar on the left side of his face?" "In the detention room." Another subordinate said to Ying Jing, "I didn't expect the famous Dragon Soul Squad leader to fall into our hands. The Dragon Soul Squad has killed many of our compatriots. I didn't expect to have the honor of personally finishing you today." Ying Jing laughed and asked back meaningfully, "The villain always dies because they talk too much. Didn't you know that?" The man was enraged and drew his blade to stab him. "Then go to hell, Ying Jing." Meanwhile, Yi Chen had hauled out the survivor from earlier and asked, "Speak. Where is Ying Jing?" The man answered tremblingly, "They are in cargo hold 3. Lord Nakamura is there with him." Suddenly, something flew through the air and struck the man's face, killing him on the spot. A voice then came from behind Yi Chen. "Such a loose-lipped fellow. I apologize for the embarrassment, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen tossed aside the corpse and turned around, saying coldly, "I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." Nakamura stood on a deck higher than him and said, "Since Mr. Yi is a guest I invited, it is only right that I personally welcome you." Yi Chen said to him, bringing a bunch of small fry to greet me, "Is this your idea of hospitality? I didn't expect Ying Jing to be captured by someone like you," Nakamura said with great interest. "You really have a sense of humor. These are all members of the Bushi Society. They sacrificed their lives for the great Lord Kitano. This was all to eliminate you on behalf of Lord Kitano. It was all worth it." Yi Chen set him straight. "For trash like you, I can fight you all the way from the main road to the second immortal bridge without breaking a sweat," Nakamura said. "It seems you understand nothing. They didn't die for nothing. These were all living sacrifices prepared for you. Now it's my turn to perform." He then performed a demonic technique, causing the corpses of those Yi Chen had defeated to emit streams of flame like aura. Yi Chen fell into thought. "Soul summoning? No wonder you wanted these scumbags to die first. By utilizing the obsessions of these slain Bushi Society thugs to perform a ritual and increase your own divine sense strength. And Myoto? Interesting." Yi Chen watched the man's theatrical display. Though suspicious, it didn't feel like an ordinary onmyoji. Nakamura then summoned a demonic wraith. He said excitedly, "Come and appreciate the performance I've prepared for you." A cursed object formed from the resentment of the dead, the soul-snatching balloons. Yi Chen was speechless at the sight. "Are you kidding me?" Then countless shadows surged toward him. "Die, Yi Chen." At this point, Yi Chen hadn't made a move yet, merely dodging the attacks. Nakamura mocked that dodging was useless. The members of the Bushi Society he'd killed would never let him go. While dodging, Yi Chen marveled. "To think there's actually such a technique. Truly unexpected," Nakamura said smugly. "It seems someone as conceited as you can't handle me either." Only then did Yi Chen summon his spirit sword, saying happily, "Isn't this resentment the perfect material for my Potian sword?" Nakamura turned pale with shock and hurriedly urged, "Kill him quickly, demonic wraith." Yi Chen stepped forward to stand before the giant dragon, smiling as he raised his sword. "What's the use of being big?" He then swung a violent slash. "Devour it, Potian sword." After sheathing the sword and standing still, Yi Chen held up the longsword. The Potian sword seemed very excited. He then looked at the man and said icily, "Now it's your turn." Nakamura tried to stop him in a panic. "Wait, Yi Chen, let's negotiate. Don't you want to know Ying Jing's location?" Only then did Yi Chen realize he hadn't rescued Ying Jing yet, so he took a step back. He failed to notice that Ying Jing had already quietly appeared behind him. Ying Jing asked, "Mr. Yi, what are you doing here?" Yi Chen asked him, "How did you get out on your own? Are your injuries serious?" Ying Jing replied casually, "I'm fine, I'm holding on through sheer willpower. Before that clown left he sent a small fry to kill me, but I killed him instead." Yi Chen told him to take a pill first and heal properly. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen turned his head toward the shrinking, sinisterly laughing clown and said, "Next, it's our turn to play a game." The clown stopped him in a panic. Wait a minute, we can talk. I can provide you with information on Lord Kitano." Yi Chen rejected him. "No need. Once you've played the game I've prepared for you, you'll confess naturally." Meanwhile, over at Luo Cha's side, someone was reporting to him. Sitting in his chair, he asked furiously, "Has it finally come?" Hearing his subordinate's report, Luo Cha smashed the cup in his hand from a height in rage. "The disaster of destruction? How could it be the disaster of destruction?" he thought angrily. "Has the situation truly become this severe? The Washa Martial Arts Bureau sent a top-tier powerhouse to deal with me. They had signed a non-interference pact years ago. Were they trying to break the treaty? If a top 10 expert from the grandmaster list made a move, he could only wait for death." Luo Cha then reminded himself to stay calm. No matter who the visitor was, he had to be at his best state. Only by fighting with his life would there be a slim chance of survival. Just then, another person came in to report. "Master, something terrible has happened," the person said in a panic. "A young man has fought his way in. He's carrying a sword and has nearly killed everyone in our bushy society." Luo Cha walked down from the hall and asked urgently, "Only one person? Are you sure it's not 10 people or 20 but only one?" The subordinate who had just run out said, "There is truly only one person, and his sword is terrifying." With just a gentle swing, Luo Cha walked out to prepare for battle, his sword already gripped tightly in his hand. Seeing the scene before him, he was struck with horror. All his disciples and subordinates had been killed, he couldn't restrain his fury, and his divine power erupted, affecting even the subordinates accompanying him. Yi Chen was currently marveling at his sword. The reforged dragon-slaying sword was indeed extraordinary. "With its help I can eliminate all powerful enemies," Luo Cha questioned furiously. "Brat, why did you destroy my bushy society?" Yi Chen showed no weakness, pointing at him and saying, "You ignored my warning and sent people to act in Huasha, so I came to find you personally." After hearing this, Luo Cha could no longer refuse and gripped his sword. If that's the case, he then charged toward Yi Chen. "You shall stay here forever." As he rushed at Yi Chen, he thought secretly, "His strength is actually on par with mine. No, this guy's aura has already surpassed mine. It's too late to dodge. I can only go head-to-head with everything I have." Then the two collided, their sword chi clashing and triggering a massive surge of magical energy. Yi Chen flew out of the opponent's encirclement. The integration realm, Luo Cha thought to himself, he hasn't just surpassed me by a few minor stages, but a whole major realm enough to crush me. Seeing Luo Cha's power, Yi Chen also marveled. No wonder the bushy society can stand firm in Japan and Kitano can become the faith of so many, he mused secretly. The integration realm is already far beyond the top-tier experts I encountered in Jiangnan province. According to the grandmaster list, Kitano could rank in the top 30. I am challenging the strongest existence in Japan. Luo Cha approached him and said, "Yi Chen, I have to say you are strong. At your age you can be called a genius. Unfortunately, you offended Kitano. I began practicing Huasha techniques at the age of 30. Though I am not Chinese, I know everything about Huasha like the back of my hand. If a top 10 grandmaster came, I would indeed be powerless. But it just happens to be you." He then suddenly charged at Yi Chen at high speed. "You're simply seeking your own death." Yi Chen luckily evaded his attack, but neither side stopped, continuing the fierce battle and countering each other's moves. The two traded blows for an unknown number of rounds. Just then, Luo Cha felt something wrong with his sword. Cracks had actually appeared on the blade. He angrily used firepower to mask the defect while violently blasting Yi Chen back. After reaching its limit, the longsword finally snapped. Holding the broken half of the blade, Luo Cha said, "Excellent. I didn't expect your sword to be a high-tier spirit tool." Yi Chen struggled to find his footing after that strike. The other party continued, "A brat like you doesn't deserve a precious sword like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Cha charged at Yi Chen again to launch an attack. He leaped up to deliver a fatal blow. "This sword, I Kitano shall take it." Yi Chen wasn't willing to wait for death and threw the flying dart he had obtained earlier, piercing the other man's finger. This enraged Luo Cha even further. Hidden weapons, shameless child, die, Asura killing punch. Luo Cha then delivered a series of heavy punches at Yi Chen, but no matter how many moves he made, they were all blocked and met with a counterattack. Luo Cha realized Yi Chen's punching speed was extremely dense. Phew, is this kid crazy? Knowing that he couldn't win even if he fought with his life, the boy still insisted on a head-on collision. Yi Chen and Kitano engaged in a bloody battle. Their fists collided, blood spraying from their hands. The power was not to be underestimated. But overall, Kitano currently held the initiative with extreme speed. In an instant he used several moves to suppress Yi Chen, the fire from the attacks illuminating the entire area. Yi Chen spent a great deal of effort just to block those few moves. Though pushed into a corner, Yi Chen showed no fear. He returned a series of heavy punches aimed directly at Kitano's face. The heavy blows sent blood flying. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with resolve as his offensive grew increasingly fierce. Deep down he knew this battle was working in his favor. The intermingling of his blood with Kitano's in this brutal clash was a testament to the fact that actual combat was the swiftest path to becoming stronger. Fighting an expert in the integration realm was no easy feat, but as long as he survived, the injuries were a secondary concern. With this thought, Yi Chen charged desperately at Kitano, launching a relentless barrage of heavy punches. He poured every ounce of his strength into this assault, his mind consumed by a single thought. He had to become more powerful. Caught in the strike, Kitano was sent reeling back a significant distance, his footing unstable. Yi Chen's attack left him spitting blood continuously. the crimson fluid surging from his wounds as his eyes turned a deathly shade of white. Kitano gasped for breath, realizing something was wrong with Yi Chen. No, his fist technique had started off somewhat unrefined, but now it was becoming increasingly polished and masterful. Unless realizing Yi Chen's true intention, Kitano erupted in a fit of rage. He gathered every ounce of his strength and roared frantically, "You brat, you actually dare use me as a whetstone to break through such arrogance? I will show you the true gap between us." With that, Kitano stomped the ground violently, propelling himself forward as he growled in a low voice, "Once I move with my full power." Kitano surged toward Yi Chen like a violent gale, and with a single upward strike to the chin he sent Yi Chen flying, blood spraying from his mouth. That raw physical power was not to be underestimated. Kitano's voice dripped with thick mockery. "You are nothing more than an ant." He clamped his hand around Yi Chen's throat, his fingers tightening in a death grip. With a sudden burst of strength in his arm, he slammed Yi Chen violently into the ground. The impact nearly knocked the life out of Yi Chen, and the ground itself shattered and collapsed before that terrifying force. Yi Chen's blood splattered across the floor, his eyes rolling back from the sheer agony. This slam left him coughing blood incessantly, and forced him to recognize the vast disparity between them. A whole major realm difference was in the end a gap too wide to bridge. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to use that. Kitano did not stop there, continuing to rain punches down on Yi Chen. At this moment his face resembled that of a wild beast as he roared frantically, "I, Kitano, have cultivated for 60 years. I am the #1 man in Japan." Faced with an attack aimed directly at his head, Yi Chen instinctively reached out to block, his movements somewhat frantic. Kitano continued to bluster, "Even the Washa Martial Arts Bureau shows me some respect." With a punch carrying terrifying power already before him, he hissed at Yi Chen's face, "What do you, a mere junior, have to fight me with?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the heavy punch landed squarely on Yi Chen's face. Like a madman, Kitano launched a series of continuous strikes, roaring with every blow. "Remember this, in your next life don't provoke me, Kitano." Yi Chen struggled to raise his hand to block the onslaught, but it was to little effect. Blood flowed unchecked from his wounds. Suddenly, Yi Chen clenched his fist and held it high, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Chen Jinking, come forth and see me." As his voice fell, a massive pillar of flame manifested out of thin air. The scorching heat and the sheer power of the fire blasted Kitano away over a great distance. Struck by the fierce flames, Kitano spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Sensing something was wrong, he squinted through the light to observe. A powerhouse had intervened, and a peerless one at that. The flames burned ever brighter, and a searing heat permeated the entire area. Kitano roared in fury, "Who is it? Who the hell is trying to save this brat?" A man's footsteps emerged from within the flames, carrying a sense of supreme majesty. As the man stepped out of the sea of fire, his steady voice rang out, "My name is Chen Jinking." This sentence seemed to be an answer to Kitano's earlier demand. He then continued, "Chen Jinking, the one who incinerates all things with a single hand." Kitano stared at Chen Jinking in a daze, feeling both confused and curious about this stranger. Chen Jinking, who was he? Kitano was intimately familiar with every name in the top 100 of the Washa Grandmaster list, yet he had never heard this name. Kitano felt as if he were pinned to the spot. Before Chen Jinking's killing intent he didn't even dare step forward, only able to speculate secretly. Besides, with such a terrifying presence, is he really someone the Grandmaster list could contain? Chen Jinking didn't seem to pay him much mind, focusing instead on Yi Chen with a gentle flick of his finger. Yi Chen was hoisted up by Chen Jinking's flames and enveloped within them. As the fire passed over the wounds on his arms, it swiftly healed every scar in its path. Yi Chen looked at Chen Jinking and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior, for healing my injuries." Chen Jinking looked back at Yi Chen and replied flatly, "You are the master of the Reincarnation Cemetery. Helping you is my duty." Only then did Chen Jinking shift his attention to the man named Kitano. He looked at the opponent and turned to ask Yi Chen how he wanted to handle this ant. Kitano had personally witnessed Chen Jinking's killing intent and strength. Seeing the man staring at him, Kitano felt a surge of guilt and fear. Knowing he couldn't defeat Chen Jinking, he shamelessly knelt and kowtowed in apology. "This ant begs the Great One for mercy. Please allow me to live a lowly life in this world." As he pleaded, he thought to himself, "This person isn't right. How is he exactly like the immortals in the legends?" Yi Chen was lost in thought, staring at Kitano for a long time without speaking, weighing in his mind whether to let him go. If he could take the man for his own use, it would mean gaining another integration realm powerhouse, which was clearly more beneficial. However, the opponent's realm was too high, making it impossible to forcibly control him with his own essence blood alone. Chen Jinking stepped forward, closing in on Kitano, and asked sternly, "Are you willing to offer your natal essence blood?" Hearing this, Kitano stammered his reply. While he feared Chen Jinking, he also had to consider his own future, hesitating to answer. He speculated privately. Offering my natal essence blood means being completely controlled with no chance of a comeback, but right now there seems to be no better option. Kitano gritted his teeth and accepted Chen Jingkang's demand. He channeled his inner energy and coughed up a purple bead. The smooth purple bead radiated a brilliant glow. Chen Jingking swiftly drew the bead to himself. Enveloped by his flames, the purple bead grew increasingly dazzling. Chen Jingking walked to Yi Chen's side and said, "It is true that with your current cultivation you cannot control him with your own essence blood. However, if you control his natal essence blood, the effect is the same. Now I will transmit this drop of essence blood and a control mantra into your consciousness." He added, "Comprehend it yourself." Yi Chen listened intently to Chen Jingkang's words, accepting the teaching with humility. Once finished, Chen Jingking moved his fingers as if performing a technique, and a wisp of purple light appeared. Yi Chen reached out toward the purple glow. The light swiftly coiled around his arm. Yi Chen calmly and slowly absorbed it. Within his mind he gave a silent command, "Condense." No sooner had the thought occurred than Kitano let out a cry of agony, spitting blood on the spot. He trembled in pain before Chen Jingking and Yi Chen, moaning and pleading for mercy. "Please, master, be gentle. Please show mercy." Seeing that the man no longer possessed his earlier arrogance, Yi Chen felt very satisfied. He spoke, "Very well, from this day forward you are my servant." After thoroughly subduing a powerhouse like Kitano, Yi Chen felt spirited and triumphant. He thought to himself with a smile, "The effect of this mantra is indeed extraordinary. I can feel that Kitano's life is held within a single thought of mine. I can even make him die in an instant." It is truly so. By now Kitano had lost his earlier beast-like posture. Sitting on the ground like a stray dog, Yi Chen immediately gave an order, "Kitano, arrange a secret room at once. I have things to ask the senior in private." Kitano responded immediately, "Yes, master, I will arrange it right away." Though he said this, Kitano was already filled with deep regret. He muttered to himself, "I never expected to provoke such a terrifying existence. I truly regret it beyond measure." The scene shifted to a room where sunlight streamed through the window, adding a touch of warmth to the interior. Yi Chen sat at a luxurious table while Chen Jingking stood to the side and said, "Your strength is far too low, far lower than I imagined." Being disparaged so bluntly to his face, Yi Chen naturally felt a bit embarrassed, but he still tried to maintain his composure and asked, "Senior, I wonder what level your cultivation has reached. Though I appear calm on the outside, my heart is already in turmoil. I know you are much stronger than I am, but those words are a bit hurtful." Chen Jingking glanced at him and replied, "It is better that you do not know, lest it shake your Tao heart. The urgent priority now is to increase your strength. Only when you are strong enough can you touch the secrets behind the Reincarnation Cemetery." Hearing this, Yi Chen's curiosity was instantly piqued. He looked at Chen Jingking eagerly, and pressed for the secrets behind the Reincarnation Cemetery. "I've long been curious about why seniors as powerful as you are trapped within it." He stood up and walked to the luxurious chair, resting his hand on its back. The exquisite carving spoke of the past. Chen Jingking said, "There's no need to mention these things that happened 10,000 years ago. You are still far from that level." He sat in the chair and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "When your strength reaches that point, the powerhouses in the cemetery will naturally tell you everything. Currently, I am not yet qualified to tell you. Remember, the existence of the Reincarnation Cemetery must never be known by outsiders, and it certainly must never be taken by them." His aged face was full of gravity. "Once someone knows this secret, you must kill them, without even giving them the chance to become your slave." Yi Chen replied flatly, "I understand." Chen Jingking closed his eyes, a hint of sorrow showing in his wrinkles. He began to recount the past. "In life I was the sect master of the Blazing Fire sect, with thousands of disciples under my command. Although I wasn't considered a top-tier powerhouse in that era, I still held a certain degree of influence. Cruel scenes of slaughter appeared in his mind, fields covered in corpses and drenched in blood. It is a pity that I did not survive that great decisive battle. Countless sects vanished from the world and the Blazing Fire sect ceased to exist. The battlefield was a mess, with countless Blazing Fire sect disciples having fallen in the slaughter. An image of extreme desolation." Chen Jingking lamented, "I spent my life obsessed with cultivation, only to have it all end in failure. It was truly the tragedy of our era." He looked at Yi Chen with a gaze full of expectation, solemnly proposing, "Yi Chen, let me ask you, are you willing to become my Chen Jingkang's only personal disciple and receive the inheritance of my supreme Tao laws?" His words held a hint of disdain for Yi Chen's strength as he added, "Although your cultivation is garbage, your talent is mediocre, and even your bloodline is nothing in my eyes. You have many flaws and are merely a mortal ant." This made Yi Chen somewhat displeased. He cast a sharp gaze. Back in Kunlun Shu, that old man had clearly said his talent was good. What was Chen Jingking compared to the powerhouses of Kunlun Shu? Chen Jingking continued to disparage Yi Chen's strength, using it as a provocation to get him to agree to the proposal. But you control the Reincarnation Cemetery, with 100 ancient powerhouses standing behind you. Your life is destined to crush all living beings, and even the heavenly Tao can do nothing to you. Are you willing to acknowledge me, Chen Jingking, as your second master? Chen Jingking's gaze swept over, waiting resolutely. Sure enough, Yi Chen then slammed his hand onto the table and stood up. He had made his decision, giving a firm and affirmative answer with sharp eyes. I am willing. Chen Jingking immediately waved his hand to perform a technique, his tone joyful. Good, good. He stood up excitedly, pointing a finger toward the sky. Enveloped in a brilliant light, as he said, with your current cultivation, you can only master a portion of my inheritance. As your cultivation level increases, the subsequent parts of the inheritance will gradually open. A massive palm reached out. Along with the fluctuations of magical power, rings of fire appeared. When the inheritance was fully opened, that large hand gently touched his head. Chen Jingking seemed to be patting him in encouragement, and Yi Chen looked forward with passionate resolve. Chen Jingking said, I hope you are already qualified to touch the story behind the Reincarnation Cemetery. The space was shrouded in black, with Chen Jingking surrounded by red flames. Opposite him, Yi Chen was enveloped in blue fires of inheritance. Feeling his own transformation with astonishment, Yi Chen clenched his fist against his chest. The gesture was both a vow and a form of self-assurance. The Reincarnation Cemetery was indeed heaven-defying. But why do the masters always disappear so quickly every time I see them? I'm not stone-hearted. I want to repay them. Is this what is meant by the pain of reincarnation? Chen Jingkang's gaze was deep. As the red flames flickered out, his silhouette gradually faded with them, leaving behind a final declaration. Yi Chen, you are the key to me turning the tide of the universe, and you are the only hope for us 100 powerhouses. He was left alone in the space, stunned, still unable to understand what was meant by the key to turning the tide and the only hope for 100 people. He pondered his master's words repeatedly, clenching his fists tight. He thought to himself, are you kidding me? Whether it's Luo Yushin or Chen Jingking, they are existences standing at the pinnacle of the world. I am merely a cultivator in the Qi dynamic realm. On what basis can I become their hope? He withdrew from the consciousness space, standing under the sunlight as he stared at his clenched fists with a solemn expression. Forget it, overthinking is useless. Right now, the breath within my body is restless, better to break through first. Before a quaint wooden mansion, the black tiles were set against blue sky and white clouds. Yi Chen sat quietly in cultivation. In the center of the room, the aura he emitted shook the entire interior. He breathed steadily, his eyes half closed. After a night of focused cultivation, he had once again broken through to the 5th level of the Qi dynamic realm. This speed was simply heaven-defying. He opened his eyes, his face somewhat pale as cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. Every time he invoked a great powerhouse of the cemetery, his cultivation would break through several levels, a sort of unexpected windfall. He worked to calm his state of mind as a whirlwind of powerful, baleful aura was released. Whether in battle techniques or magic, Chen Jingking was clearly stronger than Luo Yushin. Following this logic, he wondered how terrifying the 3rd powerhouse would be. Unfortunately, there had been no movement from that tombstone yet. He raised one leg for support and pushed himself up to stand, wanting to rise and stop thinking about those things for now, as there was more important work to do. Today was the day of the scheduled duel with Fang Zhongyan at the martial arts stage. Yi Chen glanced toward the door, silently watching a man. The middle-aged man carried a sword and wore a martial artist's attire. It was Kitano, his hair grizzled and his face marked with ugly scars. He revealed a faint, calm smile and spoke softly, Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised, wondering secretly, why don't I see that senior? Is he truly an immortal who can traverse heaven and earth? Facing Kitano, he gave a commanding order. Arrange a plane for me. I want to head to Jiangnan province immediately, and you will come with me. Kitano showed not the slightest resistance. This lowly one understands. Yi Chen spoke bluntly and coldly. Furthermore, I do not like the name Kitano. From now on you shall change your name to Luo Cha. Do you understand? He immediately obeyed submissively, bowing even lower than Yi Chen. Yes, master. As Luo Cha went to arrange the plane, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. The scene shifted to the same clear sky. Buildings were lined up in neat rows. This was the Jiangnan provincial martial arts stage. Dust blew in the wind across the empty arena, where countless spectators had long been waiting to watch the battle. Lei Shuwei's voice was somewhat hoarse. How are your injuries? Ying Jing scratched his head, answering somewhat awkwardly and perfunctorily. Mr. Yi's medical skills are heaven-defying. I can move completely freely now. He chuckled and touched the back of his neck, not forgetting to express his gratitude. I will never forget this kindness as long as I live. Just then, the footsteps of an early arrival were heard. The person had been waiting for a long time. He arrived as if riding the wind, asking arrogantly, "Lei Shuwei, look what time it is. Why hasn't Yi Chen arrived yet?" Fang Zhongyan stood composed and calm, his face full of mystery as he provoked. If he doesn't dare show his face in the end, and he'll have to taste the flavor of a martial arts blacklist order. The crowd gathered around the stands, masked and whispering incessantly, in an uproar because Yi Chen had not yet appeared. What, a martial arts blacklist order? That means the chief instructor's citizenship will be frozen. He won't be able to set foot in Huasha for the rest of his life, and all traces of him will be erased. Lei Shuwei turned back and asked Ying Jing helplessly, "Do you know where he went?" As a subordinate, he was actually unaware of Yi Chen's whereabouts. He tried to avoid Lei Shuwei's gaze, explaining vaguely, "Mr. Yi said when he left that he was going to uproot the problem at its source. Early this morning, the Bushi Society announced it was closing indefinitely. I'm afraid he really did charge into Japan that day to settle scores with Kitano at the Bushi Society." Fang Zhongyan looked at the two men before him, making no effort to hide his mockery as he spat out crude insults. A shrinking turtle who doesn't even dare to step onto the stage actually had the nerve to go to the Bushi Society to find Kitano? Utterly farce. It's enough to make me die of laughter that Dragon Soul actually hired someone like this as an instructor. Lei Shuwei could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. He pointed directly at Fang Zhongyan's nose and barked, "Fang Zhongyan, it's one thing to insult Dragon Soul, but isn't your mockery of Mr. Yi going too far?" Fang Zhongyan remained completely unmoved, his playfulness turning even more sadistic. With a gaze that flickered with a shadowy, half-human, half-boastly killing intent, he said coldly, "It seems you two are in quite a hurry. Regardless, there are only 30 seconds left. You'd better pray that coward of an instructor actually shows his face." Ha ha ha! A sudden thunderous sound echoed from the tightly closed gates of the martial arts stage. The double doors slowly groaned open, sending dust swirling into the air and sweeping across the grass of the arena. A set of steady footsteps approached as a tall, arrogant figure emerged into the sunlight. "Are you truly in such a hurry to find death?" Yi Chen's allies and Ying Jing erupted into cheers of excitement at the sight of him. "He's here, the instructor is here, the instructor never retreats. No one can defeat him." Accompanied by the powerful auras of Luo Cha, Yi Chen made his appearance, openly provoking his opponent. He stared firmly at Fang Zhongyan, rotating his wrists as he warmed up. "Since you insist on seeking death, I shall fulfill your wish." On the sidelines, Lei Shuwei noticed something unusual and turned to ask Ying Jing, "Who is that man Yi Chen brought back? Have you seen him before?" Ying Jing shook his head, replying dazed, "I've never seen him. Probably a friend of Mr. Yi." Yi Chen strode toward Fang Zhongyan, radiating the battle-hardened killing intent of real combat, and commanded Luo Cha behind him. "Luo Cha, watch from below. If anyone breaks the rules of the stage, kill them without mercy." Luo Cha bowed respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Fang Zhongyan, having not yet tasted bitterness, continued to wag his finger in a provocative gesture. "Why haven't you come over to die yet?" Under Fang Zhongyan's gaze, Yi Chen clenched his fists and replied with a cold sneer, "Hey, there's no need for more nonsense." A desire for battle ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as a ball of azure spirit fire gathered in his palm. "I'll make sure to take good care of you." Under the blue sky and white clouds, Yi Chen stood on the field opposite a man with slick-back long hair wearing a traditional martial arts uniform. The atmosphere was thick with tension as both men silently gauged their opponent. Just then, a pair of powerful legs clad in training shoes and black socks leaped down from a height, clearly a seasoned martial artist. Following them, not one but 3 elders leapt down simultaneously. Though they had entered their twilight years, with flowing long beards, white hair, and some with slightly balding crowns, the martial aura emanating from them was exceptionally formidable. The 3 elders walked between Yi Chen and Fang Zhongyan. The one with a long gray beard and high-piled hair announced solemnly, "The 3 of us are the referees for this martial arts stage duel. I shall now announce the rules. First of all," Yi Chen interrupted the long-haired elder, his brow furrowed with a look of absolute seriousness, "there's no need to read the rules. I only want to ask the 3 of you one question. Where exactly did you come from?" The long-bearded elder and the balding elder exchanged a glance before looking back at Yi Chen. The long-bearded elder spoke with a steady tone, followed by the gray-bearded elder who added, "The Jiangnan Province martial arts stage challenges have been managed by the Martial Arts Bureau for 30 years. Although we are fellow sect members with Fang Zhongyan, we will absolutely uphold the fairness of this stage. You have nothing to worry about." Hearing the answer he expected, Yi Chen burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" His expression shifted from serious to exhilarated, a wicked smile curling at his lips. He shouted, "In that case, stop wasting breath and let's just start." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "They're all Fang Zhongyan's people. Can such referees truly be fair? I'm afraid this is just another Yuan Jingfu situation. But no matter, I came prepared today. Seeing Yi Chen's arrogant attitude, the long-haired elder couldn't help but scowl and roar in anger. He turned his head and barked, "Kid, what kind of attitude is that?" Seeing the long-haired elder provoked, Fang Zhongyan stepped forward, bowing with his hands joined. His tone was flat but carried a hint of provocation. Seeking to appease the elder's rage, Fang Zhongyan said, "Senior, there is no need for anger. I'm afraid this will be the last time he ever sees this world anyway. Everyone just needed to wait and see what happened." The long-haired elder let out a cold snort. The three referees retreated to the rear, leaving Fang Zhongyan standing before Yi Chen with a look of extreme posturing. Filled with confidence, he put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly to Yi Chen, "Kid, if you hadn't shown up today, you might have lived a few days longer. But since you're here, you will forever." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yi Chen blurred past like a violent gale. He swung a clenched fist, aiming directly for Fang Zhongyan's rambling mouth. This heavy punch came out of nowhere with staggering force, hitting Fang Zhongyan so hard he sprayed a mouthful of blood like ketchup. It was a complete disregard for martial ethics. The blow was so heavy it sent Fang Zhongyan flying, causing him to slam violently onto the ground. A mocking smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. "It seems the one who will stay here forever is you." Despite being sent flying, Fang Zhongyan remained stubborn, struggling to his feet and wiping away the blood. "Kid, you only gained a small advantage through a sneak attack." He straightened up once more, clenching his fists as a ball of spiritual fire ignited on his arms. Rage flickered in his golden pupils as he lunged at Yi Chen, stumbling slightly. "Do not be so presumptuous." But before he could even close the distance, Yi Chen had already spun in midair, delivering a savage kick to Fang Zhongyan's face that gave him no time to react. Fang Zhongyan collapsed to the ground again, his blood staining the arena. Yi Chen wore a twisted smile as he stepped onto Fang Zhongyan's head. When Fang Zhongyan tried to roll over, he was stomped back down by Yi Chen, howling in pain as he clutched his face. Yi Chen, his feet wreathed in spiritual energy, levitated slightly in the air with his hands in his pockets. His tone was thick with threat. "Do you know what this means in my dictionary?" The long-haired man pinned beneath his foot let out a shrill scream, waving his hands hopelessly. "Aha!" Mad violent cloud clearing palm. Yi Chen withdrew his hands, condensing a ball of orange spiritual energy in his palms before thrusting them forward violently. A pillar of blue light slammed heavily into the long-haired man, completely crushing him. Standing on the sidelines, Lei Shuwei and Ying Jing were dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Ying Jing turned to Lei Shuwei, his voice trembling as he cried out, Is that a martial technique? It doesn't look like one." Lei Shuwei suppressed his shock to reply. But his face was still etched with deep thought. Indeed, this had clearly moved beyond the scope of mere martial arts. Just then, the three referees transformed into aftermages and rushed forward shouting for Yi Chen to stop. "Bold, how dare you commit such an act? Kid, stop at once." Yi Chen stood calmly in place, watching the ball of spiritual fire slowly dissipate in the air to reveal a charred, terrified corpse. Yi Chen scanned the surrounding crowd, his foot still resting on the charred body. He mocked, "You're too slow, he's already been burned to ashes from the inside out. Originally, Fang Zhongyan was 2 minor realms higher than me, and I intended to use the dragon-slaying sword to deal with him. I didn't expect that my realm now completely crushes him. What is he even worth?" On the perimeter, the fully armed soldiers also gaped in shock. Is it over? Too fast. It didn't even take a minute. All I know is that this instructor seems even more powerful than we imagined. Lei Shuwei's face grew solemn. "This is bad." Yi Chen went for a killing blow, showing absolutely no face to the Martial Arts Bureau. "They won't let this go." The three referees surrounded him, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Yi Chen, Fang Zhongyan had a special status. "Did you consider the consequences of killing him? You no longer have the chance to regret this." Just then, a voice drifted from the distance, drawing the attention of the three from the Martial Arts Bureau. "Such audacity! Who dares touch him?" A man wearing sunglasses with a scar on his face stepped forward, one hand tucked into his trench coat pocket. Luo Cha said coldly, "The Lord has commanded, those who break the rules shall be killed without mercy. If you dare take another step forward, you will bear the consequences." Ying Jing and Lei Shuwei also felt indignant, speaking up in support. "The martial arts stage is a place of life and death duels. What crime is there in Yi Chen killing someone here? Your martial arts bureau is far too lawless. Do you really think we don't dare report this?" The atmosphere plunged to freezing point, and the entire venue fell silent. Cold sweat poured down the elder's forehead as he thought to himself, "This indeed doesn't follow the rules, but the superiors ordered before we left that if Fang Zhongyan loses, we must not let Yi Chen leave, no matter the means." Thinking of this, he stomped his foot violently. The elder from the Martial Arts Bureau lunged forward. "Report it as you wish. Since Yi Chen has slaughtered the innocent and violated the supreme martial arts law, then he must pay with his life." Several purple sword glows flashed in a cross pattern, carrying terrifying spiritual energy as they shot forth. The elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. He collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with one hand while clutching his chest with the other, struggling to breathe. How did it turn into this? A palm wreathed in purple spiritual energy slowly withdrew as the scarred man in sunglasses stood in place, his expression grim and his tone flat as he said, "I said kill without mercy, why won't you listen?" The surrounding soldiers were struck with shock once more, whispering among themselves, "Heavens, those are 3 great grandmasters from the Martial Arts Bureau, definitely top 100 on the grandmaster list, and they were one-shotted. How is this possible?" Lei Shuwei also struggled to hide his shock, but he did his best to stay composed, he thought to himself. More importantly, this person is extremely respectful to Yi Chen and obeys his every command. Standing to the side, Ying Jing's mouth was hanging open in shock. Crazy, truly crazy. Has the world gone mad? The two of them observed the mysterious man in sunglasses, exchanging opinions in low voices. "Chief, look at his movements just now. Doesn't he seem a bit like Kitano?" "I thought so too. But how could an existence like that be an attendant to Yi Chen? We must have mistaken him." Lei Shuwei picked up his phone with a heavy expression. Things had reached this point. Yi Chen had completely offended the Martial Arts Bureau, and retaliation was likely inevitable. Lei Shuwei stared at his phone and made a resolution. "I must call the Chief Number 1 tonight. Only he can protect Yi Chen now." Meanwhile, amidst the cloud-shrouded towering mountain ranges, the sky remained brilliantly blue. On the Kunlun Mountains, a group of people in azure martial arts uniforms stood solemnly, led by the Qin family head, Qin Kun, who was draped in fur. They stood before the estate of Martial Master Lin Moshan. 2 servants beside Qin Kun looked somewhat restless, whispering reports as they stayed close to Qin Kun, who stood staring at the gates like a statue. Although this senior had agreed to anchor the Qin family and even took Qin Zhengyang as a disciple, he hadn't appeared immediately. Instead, he had taken the young master into a room, seemingly to provide personal instruction. Qin Kun stared at the closed doors, his worry tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Zhengyang has been breaking through like crazy these past few days. His aura is incredibly strong. Trading the heirloom treasure for this level of cultivation, it was worth it. The red lacquered wooden doors of the Lin estate creaked open, and a youth with short orange hair walked out. Following closely behind were the elderly, long-haired martial master Lin Moshan and Qin Zhengyang. A powerful orange-gold spiritual light erupted from Qin Zhengyang's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing his son appear, the old Qin family head broke into a wide smile, his worries vanishing instantly. Qin Kun shouted loudly, "Zhengyang!" Qin Zhengyang approached, radiating killing intent, and Qin Kun was ecstatic. "Son, you've succeeded." Qin Zhengyang boasted to his father about the cultivation and aura Lin Moshan had bestowed upon him. "Father, thanks to Master's instruction, I've realized those ancient martial arts I practiced since childhood are nothing but crap." Qin Zhengyang gave his father a confident thumbs up, orange spiritual light still coiling around him. "During this time my cultivation has been breaking through constantly. Now, even if I face a top 100 expert on the grandmaster list, I have no fear." Qin Kun was even more delighted upon hearing this, laughing loudly. "Ha, good, good, my Qin family is finally going to rise. Ha ha ha." Watching the jubilant Qin father and son, Lin Moshan fell into deep thought, his gaze sharp. "Must I finally descend the mountain?" Lin Moshan held his phone, his tone serious. Qin Kun bowed to the martial master. "Please arrange the plane for the day after tomorrow. I want to take Zhengyang somewhere today and tomorrow. I must confirm if there are any issues with that heirloom." "Yes, my lord." Qin Kun sneered in his heart. "From now on, who in Jiangnan province can compete with my Qin family?" Meanwhile, at the Minqiui villa, Yi Chen stood before the door with the man known as Luo Cha. Yi Chen said flatly, "Luo Cha, you'll live here from now on." "Yes, my lord." Recalling the past, Yi Chen was somewhat displeased. Originally there were other residents near this villa, but Yi Lingtian had sent people to clear them all out. In the blink of an eye, much time had passed. Yi Chen walked from outside into the spacious house, sunlight slanting through the window. "I'm home." Suddenly, he felt something and his eyes widened. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached as a pair of slender, beautiful legs ran toward him. Sha Ruoshui rushed over and pulled Yi Chen into a hug, catching him somewhat off guard. "Yi Chen, did you miss me?" Ruoshui looked at him with a beaming smile, her cheeks slightly flushed as she rested her hands on his shoulders. "Ruoshui, you're back a bit later than planned. Something happened at my grandmother's house, so I was delayed. I heard from my dad that you've done quite a lot of big things lately." Hearing this, Yi Chen only gave a flat response. He intentionally changed the subject, making Sha Ruoshui feel a bit disappointed. "It's nothing, just some trivial matters. How is your grandmother? Nothing serious with her health, I hope." Mentioning her grandmother, she became happy again, while Yi Chen made a confident joke. "Grandmother was nagging about you in my ear every day. I've almost grown calluses. That just shows I have a good character." Sha Ruoshui replied playfully, "HMPH, you just love flattering yourself. I'm going to take a shower." Before leaving, she playfully teased Yi Chen, but he had long been used to such jokes and refused decisively. "If you want, we can go together. Forget it, the bathtub won't fit both of us. Watching her leave, Yi Chen felt a bit awkward. This girl's courage was getting bolder and bolder. She had actually started learning these moves from Sun Yi. Afterward, he went into his room and picked up the blue stone that radiated spiritual energy. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed preparing to begin his cultivation. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious gray villa, the Beijing management office of the Huasha Martial Arts Bureau, a strong youth with green hair and an eccentric style was also cultivating. He was enveloped in orange aura. Curse that Yi Chen, he's got me all worked up. Not just Fang Zhongyan, but even the 3 referees we sent out died miserably. Mentioning this, the green-haired youth's face turned even more unsightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Zheng Renju, ranked 7th on the Huasha Grandmaster list. Where did that kid crawl out from? How could he have this kind of strength? Just then, a masked attendant with talismans stuck to him stepped forward, bowing to report news that gave Zheng Renju a massive shock. Grandmaster Zheng, the one who killed the referees, was not Yi Chen but a powerhouse named Luo Cha. According to observations, this person's strength is enough to rank in the top 50 of the Grandmaster list. What did you say? The attendant then drew a secret photo of Luo Cha from his sleeve. This is his photo. Zheng Renju scrutinized the photo, his voice low and his face full of suspicion. I know almost everyone in the top 50 of the Grandmaster list. This man likely isn't on it, but no matter. Since they dared to strike such a heavy hand, I want them dead. Hearing this, the subordinate's face filled with worry, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Grandmaster Zheng, on the martial arts stage, life and death are determined by fate, and victory or defeat are beyond dispute. Those are the rules. Besides, that kid has the entire dragon soul backing him. Zheng Renju flew into a violent rage upon hearing this, roaring sternly as he crushed the photo into powder. I want results, not arguments. Assemble the experts of the Martial Arts Bureau. I want that Yi Chen and Luo Cha kneeling before me. Meanwhile, the shocking news of Yi Chen's deeds had also reached other ears. Inside Zhang Jianfang's estate, a subordinate was reporting Yi Chen's battle results, his voice trembling slightly with fear. Mr. Zhang, that bastard won on the martial arts stage. Not only did he win, but he also killed Fang Zhongyan and every single referee from the Martial Arts Bureau. Upon hearing the report, Zhang Jianfang turned pale with shock, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape as he gripped the shoulders of the mushroom-haired subordinate with a death grip. Impossible, it's ridiculous enough that he killed Fang Zhongyan, but he killed the referees too? How is that possible? Please let me finish. The referees were killed by a godlike man named Luo Cha. The subordinate's face grew increasingly solemn as he spoke, cold sweat soaking his face. That Luo Cha's strength is unfathomable. He is definitely above me. If he erupted with full power, I believe he could break into the top 30 of the Grandmaster list. Most importantly, Luo Cha is extremely respectful to that bastard. He treats him almost like a slave. Zhang Jianfeng listened with a look of utter bewilderment, unable to believe his ears. Top 30 of the Grandmaster list. Serving as a slave? You've got to be joking. After a moment of thought, Zhang Jianfeng urgently commanded his subordinate. Prepare a plane for Jiangnan province. I want to see for myself exactly what kind of figure this bastard of my Zhang family has become. The subordinate was struck with shock, finding it hard to believe. Mr. Zhang, didn't the old master say to sever all ties with him? It might be inappropriate for you to go see him. Zhang Jianfeng pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze and said coldly, Who said I'm going there to reconcile? I'm simply curious to see what a bastard born from Zhang Perong and a mere ant looks like. If the kid can satisfy me, then all is well. If not, I'll simply kill him with a flick of my hand. Back with the protagonist. After a period of closed-door cultivation with the blue spirit stone, Yi Chen's body was suspended in midair. Orange spiritual energy filled the silent room. Yi Chen chanted under his breath with eyes closed, the aura within his body surging like a tide and raging like a fierce fire. Condensing chi into fire, the flame of the burning heavens, spiritual energy spiraled around him. Gradually, the spiritual energy enveloped the blue stone block, creating a dreamlike scene. At that moment, Yi Chen snapped his eyes open, two powerful beams of spiritual force shooting forth as if he had awakened a new martial technique. Yi Chen cupped his fingers and thrust them forward, spiritual power coiling around them. Simultaneously, a terrifying phantom of a giant palm radiating spiritual energy loomed behind him. Inside the secret room, Yi Chen had comprehended a new technique and tested it against the wall. Burning heaven palm. Following the strike, dust and lingering spiritual energy intertwined into a hazy curtain before slowly dissipating. A massive palm print was carved into the wall. With the trial complete, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath. Phew, he scrutinized the palm he had just used, thoroughly impressed by the power. To think a casual strike has such power, I wonder how strong it would be if used with full force. It truly lives up to the inheritance of Senior Chen Jinking. Hearing the massive commotion, Sha Ruoshui rushed into the room, horrified by the giant palm print on the wall. Yi Chen, however, looked up at her with perfect composure. What happened? You're here. Sha Ruoshui stood there with lingering fear, her white dress making her look exceptionally pure and innocent. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to tear the house down? It's a good thing Sun Yi isn't home, or she would have been scared half to death by you. Yi Chen laughed awkwardly. I accidentally used a bit too much force. I'll find someone to fix it later to save us the embarrassment. Yi Chen looked over her white dress and gave a thumbs up in praise, which only made Sha Ruoshui more flustered. Besides, he didn't know when she had bought that set of pajamas, but they did look quite nice. Being too shy, Sha Ruoshui could only turn and leave. Yi Chen laughed brightly behind her, flashing an okay sign. Without looking back, Sha Ruoshui warned, "Ignore me and don't make such a big noise again, it's terrifying." No problem. Looking at the massive palm-shaped hole in the wall, Yi Chen wore a helpless expression. It seemed he'd have to get Yi Lingtian to send someone to fix it. He just hoped it wasn't a load-bearing wall. He gripped the blue crystal floating in the air, which was radiating powerful spiritual energy, and thought to himself, the 3 tombstones in the Reincarnation Cemetery still haven't shown any movement. Looking at the crystal, a deep smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. He didn't know what kind of opponents he would encounter in the future, so he had to find a way to activate this ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, Sha Ruoshui had returned to her room. Sunlight streamed into the small space. She leaned against the door, her face slightly flushed as she crossed her arms in thought. In her haste earlier, she had forgotten that her current attire wasn't suitable for a man to see. Then her thoughts drifted to Yi Chen, the man who had just shattered an entire wall with one move, even charring such a thick surface. It seemed all those rumors about Yi Chen were true. Images of Yi Chen's decisive slaughter and disregard for his opponents' backgrounds kept flashing through her mind. That guy must think I don't know anything. Yi Chen killed Tang Ao, and even the people from the Martial Arts Bureau were no match for him. He's truly incredible. Sha Ruozu's heart raced with a mix of excitement and worry. But I am about to face the Qin family. The reason it's been quiet for so long is likely because they went to the Kunlun Mountains to invite some reclusive master. I really hope they fail. Just then her phone rang. It wasn't a stranger. It was a call from Qin Zhengyang. The eldest young master of the Qin family was calling. Beep beep, Sha Ruoshui answered. Qin Zhengyang's voice came through. Ruoshui, I know it's you. Up on the Kunlun Mountains, Qin Zhengyang spoke with absolute confidence. I have some good news for you. Our Qin family is about to make a powerful return. I hope you'll be in your best state to welcome us. And of course there's my master. From now on the Qin family shall be the heavens over Jiangnan province. Ha ha ha. Sha Ruoshui looked at her phone, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Over this period that guy had indeed come knocking after all. In the blink of an eye the next day arrived. Yi Chen was bored flipping through channels and watching 2 old men spar on a martial arts stage. He took a listless sip of water, his eyes fixed on the screen. Have TV shows become this boring lately? Just then, Sha Ruozu's familiar voice drifted from nearby. Yi Chen shifted his gaze to the approaching Sha Ruoshui. She asked, Yi Chen, are you free now? Sha Ruoshui walked over, wearing a deep blue off-the-shoulder polka dot dress. Still watching TV? I brought back something good for you this time. She produced a paper talisman from behind her back and handed it excitedly to Yi Chen. He looked at the useless charm with a look of helplessness, asking flatly and with some confusion, What is this? This is a protective amulet I specifically sought for you. It will surely keep you safe for a lifetime. With my strength, do I really need a protective amulet? Suddenly, Sha Ruozu's eyes widened, her green pupils constricting abruptly as a cloud of skeleton-shaped dark red death chi spiraled around her. The death chi clung to her shoulders. Sha Ruoshui was still staring blankly at Yi Chen while he, looking at her, already had his answer. His voice was laced with worry as he said, This is death chi, an omen of bloodshed. What's wrong? Yi Chen's gaze became sharp. Ruozu's omen of bloodshed has flared up again. And in just these few short days, Yi Chen stood up with deep concern, his hand hovering near Sha Ruozu's arm. Ruoshui, are you hiding something from me? Her eyes flickered, her tone hesitating as if the secret she held was difficult to voice. No, nothing. Seeing her expression, Yi Chen pulled her by the shoulder and rested a hand on her head, making her heart skip a beat. Yi Chen spoke with firm resolve. Speak. No matter what it is, I am here. Even if the heavens fall, I will hold them up for you. Sha Ruoshui held Yi Chen's clenched hand with both of hers, staring at him with a steady gaze and a hint of worry on her face. Yi Chen, can you tell me exactly how strong you are right now? Yi Chen's expression gradually shifted into one of confusion and surprise. After collecting his emotions, he looked at Sha Ruoshui calmly and answered flatly, You should have heard of the grandmaster list, the ranking of the strongest martial artists in Huaxia. In truth, I killed Fang Zhangyan, so my rank should be around 90-something, but I'm not sure of the exact number. Hearing Yi Chen say this, a smile of relief appeared on Sha Ruozu's face. Is that so? You really are amazing. I was just a bit curious, don't overthink it. Afterward, a shy Sha Ruoshui found an excuse to leave. Yi Chen watched her back, his suspicion growing. I need to go back to the Sha house to pick up some things, so I'm leaving first. As soon as Sha Ruoshui left the house, Yi Chen immediately called Luo Cha, his tone extremely stern. Luo Cha, protect Sha Ruoshui. Even if you die, you must not let even the slightest harm come to her. Yes, my lord. After hanging up, Yi Chen fell into deep thought again. The old man sent me to Zhangcheng specifically to resolve Ruozu's omen of bloodshed, and he explicitly stated that I am the only one who can break the deadlock. But right now, I don't know what this deadlock actually refers to. With Luo Cha's protection for now, it shouldn't be an issue. Yi Chen looked at the text message he had just received, somewhat confused. Lei Shuwei, why is he looking for me now? The tone of Lei Shuwei's message was solemn, and the content gave Yi Chen a shock. Lei Shuwei wrote, Mr. Yi, Huasha No. 1 wishes to see you. Do you have time to come to Beijing? The No. 1 special envoy will be there to pick you up shortly. Huasha No. 1? Yi Chen pondered over this mysterious supreme ruler of Huasha. That was a figure standing at the very pinnacle of power. He hadn't expected this man, who managed 10,000 affairs daily, to want to see him today. Inside a vast, empty military camp, within a hidden meeting room, Lei Shuwei and Yi Chen stood before a giant screen. Lei Shuwei stood with his hands behind his back, his expression tense, while Yi Chen stood with his hands in his pockets looking very composed. I truly don't know what you're thinking. Could there be anything more important than meeting the chief? Sorry, I have matters to attend to in Jiangnan province lately and cannot leave. Lei Shuwei stared at Yi Chen, terrified he would say the wrong thing. In contrast, Yi Chen remained perfectly indifferent. The encrypted signal was about to connect. Mr. Yi, please be sure to restrain your temper. Understood. The giant screen lit up, revealing a man with silver hair brushed back. He gazed at the screen, his fingers steepled. We finally meet, Yi Chen. A slight smile curled at the corner of the chief's mouth. You are a dangerous yet interesting young man. I am glad you are on Dragon Soul's side. Yi Chen's smile also became playful as he stared at the screen and said, I imagine you didn't seek me out just to say these useless things. Seeing he had been seen through, the chief got straight to the point. Yi Chen's expression also turned serious. The incident with the Bushi Society in Japan was it your doing? Is Luo Cha actually Kitano? Standing to the side, Lei Shuwei froze upon hearing this question. He broke into a frantic cold sweat. Worried Yi Chen would say something shocking. It had been asked. Someone had finally asked. How would Yi Chen answer? Would he reveal the truth? Compared to Lei Shuwei's unease, Yi Chen was completely fearless. He admitted candidly, yes. Hearing this unhesitating answer, Lei Shuwei felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, overcome with horror. At the mention of Kitano, everyone's mind conjured the image of that fierce-looking, peerless powerhouse. The most formidable thing about Kitano wasn't just his martial power, but his influence. In the hearts of some citizens, his status was even higher than that of the Japanese leaders. This meant Kitano could play a massive role in the diplomatic sphere. After hearing Yi Chen's confident answer, Huasha No. 1 laughed, and then asked, Good, very good. It seems Kitano is now working for you. Yi Chen wasn't suppressed by the other's identity at all, responding confidently. If I tell him to die, he must die. Faced with Yi Chen's fearless spirit, even Huasha No. 1 made a concession. He said to Yi Chen, in that case, I hope you can have Kitano cooperate with us. Yi Chen wasn't a petty person. He readily agreed to the request, but also raised several conditions. He said, That's no problem, but I hope you can answer one of my questions. The image of the mysterious stranger he had seen as a child appeared in his mind, and he asked, I want to know the truth about Cloud Lake Manor back then, and I also want to know exactly where that Long family is. After hearing Yi Chen's questions and demands, Huasha No. 1 sighed and didn't answer immediately. Only after a long time did he speak. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I cannot, because this matter involves too much. It even touches upon the 3 most elite families in Huasha. None of them are families the current you can shake. Even I must show them some deference. Yi Chen and Lei Shuwei stood there, listening intently. Huasha No. 1 continued to solemnly analyze the power of these 3 families for them. These families represented the strongest forces in Huasha. If they were enraged, Huasha would face a massive earthquake. Even the Martial Arts Bureau wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect to them. You must understand that once Huasha is shaken, those affected will ultimately be the common people. Having said this, Huasha No. 1 looked Yi Chen directly in the eye, gazing at him solemnly once more. Yi Chen, although I cannot tell you everything, I can tell you one even more important piece of news. Your parents are still alive. Hearing this, Yi Chen, who had remained expressionless, reacted instantly. Learning that his parents were still in this world, Yi Chen shouted in excitement, Where are they? However, Huasha No. 1 wasn't willing to explain immediately. Leaving him in suspense as he said, You'll know soon enough because someone has already gone to Jiangnan to find you. Today's call ends here. I have to rush to the United States. Someone will contact you regarding Kitano. A final piece of advice, watch out for the Martial Arts Bureau. Before your wings are fully grown, do not collide with those three families." With that, Washa number 1 hung up, leaving Yi Chen alone in his frustration. He gritted his teeth in rage. Beside him, Lei Shuwei felt his fury and called out softly, "Yi Chen." But Yi Chen didn't respond. Thinking of the chief's words, he grew angrier the more he thought, muttering through gritted teeth, Washa shaking, "What the hell does that have to do with me?" The scene shifted outdoors. Yi Chen was on his way home listening to a subordinate's report. The voice on the phone said, "Sorry, Hallmaster, we've done our best to investigate, but we can't find any information regarding those three families." He hung up irritably. Staring at his phone screen, he muttered to himself, "So they really can't be found?" As he walked while looking at his phone, he muttered again, "Among those three families, I suspect one of them is the Zhang family behind my mother. It seems Zhang Jianfeng is the only lead." No sooner had the words left his lips than a large truck suddenly lunged at him from the side. The truck braked hard, nearly hitting Yi Chen. A man named Liang Jia jumped down from the vehicle. He was from the Martial Arts Bureau. The guy had a fierce face and looked at Yi Chen as if he were prey, shouting excitedly, "Finally found you, Yi Chen. Let me send you to the other world." Yi Chen saw at a glance that he was up to no good. He quickly assumed a stance. Yi Chen twisted his waist and crouched, driving his feet into the ground for leverage. As he clenched his fist and channeled his inner energy, he threw a heavy, powerful side punch, instantly crushing the front of the truck. The force of the punch was so immense that it sent shattered stones flying everywhere. The guy named Liang Jia was blasted right off the truck. Under Yi Chen's gaze, the vehicle burst into flames from the heavy impact. He stood proudly in the middle of the road, completely fearless. Sensing he was being watched, he shouted loudly, "Everyone hiding, get the hell out here, I have things to do, so make it quick." As his voice fell, three figures flashed out and lunged directly at Yi Chen. They formed a circle, trapping Yi Chen in the center, clearly intending to prevent any chance of escape. Yi Chen calmly surveyed his surroundings and spoke flatly, "If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Martial Arts Bureau, aren't you?" Hearing this, Yuan Shang, one of the three, let out a cold snort. "HMPH, I intended to give you a quick death. It's just a pity that useless waste Liang Jia was so incompetent that he ended up killed by you instead." Yi Chen stared at Yuan Shang, privately assessing him. Qi Dynamic Realm. 7 points. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Saji chimed in smugly from the side. "Since you figured it out, you might as well take your time experiencing true despair." Yi Chen turned to look at Saji. The score he gave him wasn't much higher than Yuan Shang's, also 7 points. Finally, his gaze fell upon the last man, Yu Kun, 10 points. This man indeed seemed more authoritative and powerful than the other two. Seeing Yi Chen sizing them up, Yu Kun let out a cold laugh. "Kid, are you grading us? The fact that you can see my extraordinariness shows your eyes aren't half bad." Facing Yu Kun's conceit, Yi Chen shot back sarcastically, "My eyes are indeed good, but on a 100-point scale, the three of you are nothing more than trash." These words thoroughly enraged Yu Kun. The veins on his forehead bulged as he barked, "What did you say?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan Shang and Saji lunged at Yi Chen with furious roars. "Bastard, die!" Faced with their pincer attack, Yi Chen remained perfectly composed. He didn't even bother to take their assault seriously, a contemptuous smile curling at his lips. "I might as well use you to test my new move." He condensed his inner energy into his palm, instantly manifesting a ball of ethereal blue flame. With a violent wave of his hand, the flames exploded and surged upward. Where the azure wave of fire passed, Yuan Shang and Saji didn't even have time to scream before they were incinerated into charred husks in a matter of seconds. Standing on the periphery, Yu Kun was struck dumb with horror, cold sweat pouring down his face. What kind of move is this? It doesn't look like a martial technique of an ancient warrior at all." In less than a minute, Yi Chen had finished them both. He looked at the two charred corpses on the road, revealing a slight smile of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yu Kun, having witnessed everything, was now completely consumed by terror. "Are you kidding me? Didn't they say this kid relies entirely on Luo Cha for support? With the power of just this one palm, does he even need to rely on anyone?" Yuan Shang and Saji had been burned beyond recognition by Yi Chen, their limbs reduced to blackened charcoal by the scorching flames. Even Yi Chen himself was amazed by the power of this move. He scrutinized the flickering embers at his fingertips, thinking to himself, "The power of a full-scale burning heaven palm is even more overbearing than I anticipated." Though the power was staggering, Yi Chen also keenly sensed the side effects. He furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of intense discomfort, and noted that the force of the backlash was equally heavy. Yi Chen pressed a hand to his chest. The rapid consumption of his true qi left him feeling a wave of weakness. It seemed the drain from this single palm was not something his current cultivation could control at will. With this thought, Yi Chen quickly produced a qi-replenishing pill and swallowed it. While keeping his eyes fixed on Yu Kun, he gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile. I'm afraid there's still a hard battle ahead. I need to recover my true chi immediately. But before Yi Chen could take any action, Yu Gun, who had been so overbearing just moments ago, suddenly turned tail and bolted without warning. His movement was so swift that Yi Chen froze in place, the pill in his mouth not yet chewed. Yu Kun was currently drenched in sweat, his earlier arrogance completely vanished, his heart filled only with panic. Something's wrong, that palm strike just now must be reported to the Martial Arts Bureau immediately. This kid is freakishly strong. Yi Chen stood dazed for a moment, watching the retreating back, and thought speechlessly, I thought this guy had some real skill. It seems 10 points was still giving him too much credit. After slightly replenishing his true chi, Yi Chen immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye he had flickered ahead to block Yu Kun's path, asking from a height, trying to leave? Have you asked for my opinion? Seeing this, Yu Gun was scared out of his wits, beads of sweat rolling densely down his forehead, but his martial artist pride kept him from kneeling to beg for mercy. Yu Gun tremblingly drew his long whip, staring intently at Yi Chen as he roared, What exactly do you want? Do you really intend to slaughter us all? With that, he swung the whip like a madman toward Yi Chen, hissing, Don't look down on people too much. Yi Chen leapt up, nimbly evading the attack. Seeing the strike miss, Yu Gun actually felt a surge of courage, simply because he had a weapon in his hand. Yi Chen, today we shall fight to the death. Witness my Wuchang immortal art. As the words left his lips, his body spun rapidly, and the long whip coiled like a spirit snake toward Yi Chen. He barked, Surrender to me. Yi Chen did not dodge, allowing the long whip to lock him tight. Seeing this, Yu Gun was overjoyed. I've got you. Haha. I knew that palm strike from earlier exhausted your true chi. My flight just now was merely out of caution. He looked at the immobilized Yi Chen and mocked him to the extreme. Now that you're locked by my Wuchang whip, let's see how you escape. Faced with the threat, Yi Chen showed no panic at all, asking instead with an air of indifference, Oh, so this thing is called the Wuchang whip? It does seem to have some merit. Hearing Yi Chen's resigned praise, Yu Kun's arrogance reached its peak. He gave a sinister laugh. This Wuchang whip is a family heirloom treasure. Once locked, even an immortal cannot escape. It's your own fault for being a fool and exhausting your true chi just to act cool. Before Yu Gun could laugh for long, Yi Chen violently drew his long sword. Under his opponent's look of disbelief, he instantly shattered the proud family heirloom into pieces. A playful smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he mocked, The texture of this whip isn't bad. It'll make for good scrap material to repair my dragon-slaying sword. Witnessing his beloved treasure destroyed in an instant, Yu Gun felt more terror than heartbreak. He stammered, How is this possible? My Wuchang whip was actually... Yu Gun stared in horror at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. He was completely bewildered as to where this kid had produced such a long sword from. And more importantly, the blade seemed to be frantically absorbing the residual spiritual energy of the Wuchang whip. Having lost his weapon, Yu Gun collapsed completely before Yi Chen, asking in a trembling voice, Could it be that what you hold is the legendary spirit sword? Seeing Yi Chen nod, Yu Gun felt as if struck by lightning. A chilling, killing intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he revealed a cruel smile. Not only did you see through my true chi consumption, but you also recognize a spirit sword. Your eyes aren't bad. Seeing this, Yu Gun hurriedly begged for mercy. Wait a second, Yi Chen, I'm willing to. Yi Chen didn't give him another chance for nonsense. Raising his sword for a throat-sealing strike that ended Yu Kun's life, he gave a satisfied smile. I'll give you 37 points this time. After handling the mess on the ground, Yi Chen looked at his palm and muttered to himself, I didn't expect the consumption of the full-power burning heaven palm to be so terrifying. I'll have to save it as my ultimate trump card from now on. Meanwhile, inside a towering white mansion of the Martial Arts General Bureau in Beijing, the phone on the desk rang urgently. Zheng Renju picked up the phone, a confident smile playing on his lips. Calculating the time, Yu Kun should have already dealt with that kid over there. It turned out Zheng Renju was indeed the mastermind behind this. He spoke calmly into the phone. Hello, Ah Kun, you were quite fast. Is the body cleaned up? If Dragon's Soul gets a lead on this, it'll be a bit troublesome to handle. To his surprise, Yi Chen's cold voice came from the other end. Don't worry about it, I've already handled it for you. Yi Chen added, however, 2 of the guys were burned to a crisp, so it took quite a bit of effort to clean the floor. Zheng Renju froze instantly, his eyes wide as he recognized it was Yi Chen's voice. Yi Chen continued to speak composedly. By the way, these 3 pieces of trash were your subordinates, weren't they? I happen to have something to notify you about. Across the phone, Yi Chen threatened with a chilling gaze. This young master happens to be busy lately, so I'll put this on the tab for now. If the Martial Arts Bureau dares to bother me again, I will personally come to your door and twist your head off. Without waiting for a response, Yi Chen arrogantly hung up the phone. Zheng Renju trembled with rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. His eyes were nearly split with anger as he violently crushed the receiver in his hand, roaring, Yi Chen, you little beast, you actually dare to threaten me. As an existence ranked 7th on the grandmaster list, he had never suffered such humiliation. He swore he would make that arrogant brat pay the price. The scene shifted back to Yi Chen. After successfully provoking Zheng Renju, he looked triumphantly at the spirit stone in his hand, which emitted a faint blue glow. He declared loudly, "So what if it's the Martial Arts Bureau? So what if it's the 3 great families of Huasha?" Following his words, he was surrounded by several powerful streaks of azure spiritual light. He said with heroic spirit, "Since I hold the Reincarnation Cemetery, if the truth of Cloud Lake Manor back then really involves those 3 families, then I'll simply fight my way into Beijing. Every single person involved in this matter shall die." Under the powerful spiritual pressure, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with excitement as he said happily, "Unknowingly, I've actually become able to condense a killing shadow, and my killing shadow's form is actually a blood dragon." As the words left his lips, a giant phantom of an azure dragon roared forth from behind Yi Chen. This dragon, condensed from his will and power, radiated a heart-stopping majesty. He thought reflectively, "That senior once said my Tao was never any traditional righteous path from the start but the killing Tao. While the killing Tao can break all laws, it can also easily destroy one's Tao heart. I was worried I'd condense some kind of demon or monster, which would leave no path for return. Looking at it now, this blood dragon killing shadow is quite good." The scene changed. Night fell, and the air carried a chilling frost. Yi Chen was currently in a desolate place that looked like an ancient graveyard. Countless broken swords were thrust into the ground all around, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. A giant stone monument abruptly manifested. Yi Chen revealed a look of joy. "The 3rd tombstone has finally appeared. It seems it was triggered by my killing shadow." This stone monument, which Yi Chen called a tomb tablet, was covered in blood-red characters, the content of which was chilling. "I attain eternal life within death. On the day I return, all treacherous subjects shall perish in slaughter." After reading the inscription, Yi Chen's expression grew exceptionally solemn. He recalled what Luo Yushin had once said. There were only 2 ways to trigger a tombstone's resonance. Either one's cultivation was sufficient, or one performed an action that the master of the tombstone acknowledged. Yi Chen studied it for a long time and found that only a small portion of the tombstone was currently awakened, and it could not yet be fully activated. He gave a playful smile as the killing intent around him grew even more intense. Perhaps just as the inscription says, "I need to create more slaughter." The frame shifted. Yi Chen and Sha Ruoshui were standing before a cinema. Sha Ruoshui was as excited as a child visiting the city for the first time, exclaiming, "Wow, in all my life this is my first time coming to a movie theater. I didn't expect there to be so many people." Yi Chen put his hands in his pockets and responded helplessly, "A crowded place like this doesn't seem to suit you at all. What exactly do you want to do today? Can you tell me now?" Sha Ruoshui suddenly took his arm. Facing Yi Chen's confused expression, she blushed and revealed her heart. "Yi Chen, would you believe it? In truth, from the moment I was born, my life was set in stone by the family. Which school I attended, what major I studied, who I befriended, even who I would marry in the future, was all within the family's plan. That's why I came to Zhangcheng in a fit of rage. I wanted to carve out a world through my own efforts. I wanted to tell the Sha family that even without them I could succeed." At this point, a trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head, her tone filled with helplessness. "And you've seen the result. In the end, I still can't escape the Sha family's control. In my life, knowing you and Sun Yi was a complete accident, and one of the very few things I decided for myself." After listening, Yi Chen comforted her. "By the same token, the Sha family gave you a life of luxury, which is what countless people dream of." Sha Ruoshui gave a bitter laugh. "Yes, I understand, which is why I've never hated the family." Then she looked up at Yi Chen with a look of expectation, making a bold confession. "Even if it's only for today, I want to cast aside all my burdens and just be an ordinary girl. Can you promise to be my boyfriend for one day?" Time seemed to stand still as the two fell into silence. Finally, Yi Chen broke the deadlock, saying, "I promise you." Having received an affirmative answer, Sha Ruoshui stood on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the lips under Yi Chen's shocked gaze. This kiss left Yi Chen somewhat at a loss as good-natured cheering and applause broke out around them. Sha Ruozu's face was crimson as she turned away with her hands behind her back to hide her inner shyness and joy, while Yi Chen stood in place, caught in a moment of awkwardness and embarrassment. She then said playfully that since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, such intimacy was only natural. Hearing this, Yi Chen could only feign composure as he agreed. Then Sha Ruoshui excitedly took Yi Chen's hand and shouted joyfully, "Let's go, dear. Our date has officially begun." Inside the theater, the two sat with their heads close together wearing 3D glasses while munching on popcorn. Sha Ruoshui constantly commented on the plot, while Yi Chen accompanied her quietly by her side. Immediately following, the two arrived at a quiet stretch of sea. sitting on a small wooden boat as they drifted with the tide under the moonlight. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and took her hand, asking, "Ruoshui, want to experience something exciting?" Sha Ruoshui was somewhat puzzled. What could be exciting about rowing a boat? Before she could react, Yi Chen had already scooped her up by the waist and leapt into the sea. Sha Ruoshui screamed incessantly, clutching Yi Chen's neck tightly. "Ah, we're going to fall into the water." Yi Chen only gave a faint smile. At the moment they hit the water, Yi Chen's toes lightly touched the surface, and he stood steadily upon the ocean waves. The previously eyes-shut Sha Ruoshui opened her eyes in astonishment. She screamed with excitement, "Walking on water, my God, you can actually do it, this is so thrilling." Yi Chen looked at the excited girl in his arms and said, "The even more exciting part is yet to come." As soon as the words left his lips, he actually tossed Sha Ruoshui out gently. Sha Ruozu's mind went blank for a moment, thinking she was certainly dead. However, when her feet touched the surface of the sea, there was no sensation of falling into the water as she had expected. Yi Chen stood not far away with his hands in his pockets, watching her with a calm expression, overcome with joy. Sha Ruoshui clenched her small fists and shouted with excitement, "This feels like dancing on ice. Yi Chen, how on earth did you do it?" Infected by her happiness, Yi Chen responded with a smile, "Just a little trick. But you have to remember, this is water, not ice." With that, he playfully kicked up a spray of water toward Sha Ruoshui. Sha Ruoshui giggled and raised her hands to block it. The two of them played and frolicked on the surface of the sea, while splashing water. Yi Chen teased, "So this kind of thing is also only natural, right?" The two smiled at each other, and Sha Ruoshui, not to be outdone, struck a defensive stance for a counterattack. "Fine, you dare sneak attack me, take this." On the shore, Yi Lingtian in his suit and Luo Cha, who stood with his arms crossed in a long trench coat, were watching silently. Luo Cha lamented, "That hunter who once slew Tang Ao and Fang Zhongyan in succession on the martial arts stage is now actually wasting his cultivation to play with water." Looking at the pair playing in the distance, Yi Lingtian said with relief, "While the Lord's combat power is heaven-defying, we seem to have forgotten one thing. Given the Lord's age, this is simply how he should be at his age." Night fell, and moonlight slanted through the window lattice. Yi Chen sat alone on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Ruozu's reaction lately has been very unusual. Could it really be because of the Sha family? But I asked Yi Lingtian, and there's been no unusual movement from the Sha family. Could it be the Qin family's doing? The Qin family people haven't returned from the Kunlun Mountains yet. I've already had Dragon Soul keep a close eye on all the main transportation routes in Jiangnan province. Once they appear, I will know immediately. Thinking of this, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief and fell back onto the bed with his hands behind his head, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I won't think about it, let's rest first." Sha Ruozu's blood-red omen would manifest within the next few days. He simply needed to stay by her side and ensure not a single detail escaped his notice. He ceased his pondering and lay back comfortably on the bed. A soft click sounded from the door. A pair of fair, slender legs, still glistening with water droplets, stepped inside, leaving faint wet footprints on the floor. Sha Ruoshui held a bath towel wrapped around her body, her skin not yet fully dry and her hair cascading down her shoulders. She said shyly, "Since we're lovers, it should be natural for me to come in like this, right?" Her cheeks were flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yi Chen maintained a calm facade, though his eyes darted away to look elsewhere as he replied, "It's perfectly natural." Sha Ruoshui walked over and sat at his feet. "Since I was a child, my family has made almost every decision for me. But today is different. I am just an ordinary girl, and neither the Sha nor the Qin families can control me." She reached out and touched his reddening cheek. Then she rested her hands on the bed and shyly crawled onto him, stating firmly, "Tonight you are mine, and I am yours. This is my own decision." The night sky was filled with twinkling stars, illuminating the entire room. The next morning, near a street where the subway ran, crowds of pedestrians bustled back and forth. Jilin stood with her hands on her hips, holding a piece of paper, her tone somewhat disappointed. "Is this what the world outside the Kunlun Mountains looks like? It's so chaotic you can't even make sense of it." She glanced at the hurried crowds around the station, commenting on how weak the people outside Kunlun seemed. They hadn't even undergone body tempering. She wondered where that fellow was now. The old man had said he was already in Zhangcheng, yet she couldn't sense even a trace of his aura. As she spoke, she held up the item in her hand, a photo of Yi Chen's back when he was shirtless, and complained, "What the hell, searching for you has wasted my precious cultivation time." She propped her chin in her hand, frowning at the photo. Where on earth was she supposed to find him? A brown-haired woman suddenly approached Jilin and asked, "Little girl, you've been looking around for a while. Are you lost?" Although her full face wasn't visible, her tight, dark-colored, long-sleeved sweater and knee-length skirt perfectly showcased the woman's flawless figure. She continued in a gentle, friendly tone, "Do you need me to help you find your family?" Jilin didn't answer. She simply held up the photo and asked the woman, "You've come at just the right time. I have something to ask you. Have you seen the person in this photo? The brown-haired woman seemed a bit awkward, covering her mouth with her hand as she replied, I've just arrived from out of town myself. Maybe you should find a local to ask. Ji Lin immediately shot back. How am I supposed to tell who's a local? Suddenly she seemed to sense something and let out a small gasp of surprise. Then she spoke, Found him. A flash of purple spiritual energy erupted, and the brown-haired woman's mouth fell open in shock. By the time she focused her eyes, Ji Lin had vanished from the station, leaving behind only the bewildered woman and the lingering traces of purple energy. Where did she go? Was I hallucinating? The scene shifted to Yi Chen's villa. He was still lying in bed with the blankets pulled to his waist. A fragrance drifted in. He rose and followed the scent, marveling, after such a fierce battle, that girl actually got up earlier than me. Her physical constitution is quite something. But Ruoshui was far too unusual last night. I have to get a clear answer today. In the kitchen, Sun Yi appeared wearing business attire, placing a steaming, aromatic dish on the dining table. You're awake? Come and have breakfast while it's still hot. Yi Shen sat down at the table across from Sha Ruoshui and asked, Sun Yi, what time did you get back? Sun Yi, standing not far behind him, answered, Around 5 a.m. Things at the group have been so busy lately that I haven't had time to sleep. She turned and added, There's an important press conference today, so I have to head to the company now. Both of them watched Sun Yi as she walked away. She headed toward the door. Take your time eating, everyone. I'm leaving. She walked out and pulled the door shut behind her. Several dishes were laid out on the table. Yi Chen and Sha Ruoshui both kept their heads down, eating in silence without saying a word. He held a spoon to his lips but paused, unable to stop himself from asking, What exactly is going on? You are my woman now, I must know. Sha Ruoshui sat there with her hands clenched beneath the table, remaining silent. Just then, Yi Chen's phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up and focused on the screen, appearing surprised by the content. It was a message from Ying Jing. Mr. Yi, I've just received news that the Qin family is already on their way back to Jiangnan. Yi Chen looked away from the text and, still holding his phone, looked at Sha Ruoshui and said, So that's it. You knew the Qin family was coming back and were worried about your engagement to Qin Zhengyang, so you wanted to give everything to me at the last moment, right? Sha Ruoshui maintained a calm expression, feigning coldness as she told him, Yi Chen, thank you for everything you did for me last night. I don't regret it. But do not interfere in the Qin family's affairs. It's not just them. Even a reclusive master from the Kunlun Mountains has come. Yi Chen appeared somewhat surprised as 4 words flashed through his mind. Kunlun Shu. He frowned in deep thought. The upcoming trouble was immense. That expert from Kunlun might be like him, or perhaps even an outcast from Kunlun Shu. He seemed to make a decision in his heart, reaching forward. But so what? He took Sha Ruoshui by the shoulders and pulled her close, staring directly into her eyes as he stated firmly, Since you are already my woman, no one in this world can touch you. The day the Qin family returns will be the day of their extermination. Yi Chen smiled and asked her, Are you willing to trust me? Sha Ruoshui was deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. She replied with a sob, I am. The two embraced tightly. Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her waist and buried his face in the crook of her neck, whispering a soft instruction, Stay in the villa for the next 2 days. Leave the rest to me. Sha Ruoshui didn't speak. She simply held him tight with a look of pure happiness. Yi Chen picked up his phone and made a call. Somewhere inside a Japanese-style building, Luo Cha was kneeling on the floor as he answered Yi Chen's call. 4 other men sat kneeling opposite him. Yi Chen's stern command came through the phone, Luo Cha, guard the villa 24 hours a day. If any unauthorized person tries to force their way in, kill without mercy. Luo Cha, his long robe spread across the floor, immediately accepted the order with his hand on the phone. Yes, Lord Yi Chen. Afterward, Yi Chen made another call. He asked into the phone, Yi Lingtian, the Qin family is returning. Are you in the dark hall ready? With a solemn expression and the phone pressed to his ear, Yi Lingtian replied, Rest assured, Hallmaster, wherever your blade points, there the dark hall shall find its battlefield. Yi Chen sat on the living room sofa, lost in thought. The third call, forget it, I might not need it for now. Besides, I don't even know if that person is still alive. He tossed his phone onto the table. When he had first left Kunlun Shu, the old man told him to call this number if he ever faced a life or death crisis. He rested his chin on his crossed hands. If the call doesn't go through, it means he's dead and we were never destined to meet. He continued his deep contemplation with a furrowed brow. Furthermore, this call can only be made once. There's no point in trying more than that. The scene shifted to a graveyard filled with tombstones of various sizes. The Reincarnation Cemetery. Although the light of the third tombstone was growing stronger, it hadn't yet reached the point where it could be activated. Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand, and a small wisp of azure spiritual energy began to gather. He stood up and held his right arm high. By now the azure energy had spread outward, and a white longsword manifested out of thin air. Yi Chen gripped the hilt tightly, staring at it with thin lips and radiating power. A single thought in his mind, The Kunlun expert is coming, I hope you don't disappoint me. In the bustling airport arrival hall, a black-haired man whose face was obscured stood with his hands on his hips, seemingly waiting for someone, with 2 people following behind him. Footsteps approached and 2 figures appeared. Lin Moshan walked at the front, still draped in his cassock with his long beard fluttering, exuding a sage-like aura. His disciple followed behind. Qin Zhengyang's face carried a hint of arrogance. Lin Moshan spoke. Disciple, it seems your Qin family holds quite a bit of prestige in Jiangnan province. I didn't expect so many people to come and greet me, and many of them have decent strength. Qin Zhengyang smiled and explained flatteringly, Master, you misunderstand. They are the elders or heads of various major families. The Qin family alone wouldn't be enough to make them so subservient. These people have come specifically to witness your magnificent presence. Lin Moshan turned his head, asking back with a confused tone, to witness my presence? I have never been to Jiangnan before, how would they know me? Do not joke, disciple. Qin Zhengyang kept his head lowered, the smile still on his face. Whether I am joking or not, you will know shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a crowd began to surround them, packing the area so tightly that not even water could seep through. They desperately sought his attention, competing to flatter and curry favor. A grandmaster has graced Jiangnan province. This is a small token of my regard. A banquet has been prepared at the Dingyuan Hotel to welcome the grandmaster and the Qin family. We hope you will graciously accept. The grandmaster has an extraordinary aura. The Shu family has long admired your name and specially offers a blue cloud pill. On the surface, Lin Moshan maintained a smile and laughed heartily, but internally he was mocking them. So they want to find a backer for protection. The weak are always thus. Seeing this, Qin Zhengyang hurried closer to flatter him. Master, in truth, they don't just want to curry favor. They hope you can restore the prestige of the Jiangnan martial arts world. Hearing this, Lin Moshan asked in confusion, Oh, how so? Qin Zhengyang's expression turned solemn. You may not know, but a murderous demon has recently appeared in Jiangnan province. Despite his youth, he has wiped out 2 major martial arts families in succession. His methods are extremely cruel, causing the Jiangnan martial arts world to seethe with grievances. Someone in the crowd immediately stood up to echo him. That's right, we all live under that demon's shadow every day, terrified that our younger generation might accidentally offend him one day, and have our entire families exterminated. Now that demon has become the #1 person in Jiangnan province. Lin Moshan showed a look of skepticism upon hearing this, exterminating families at the drop of a hat. To think such things occur. Such arrogant and conceited people usually don't live long. Qin Zhengyang continued, Worse still, that kid has already set his sights on our Qin family. Lin Moshan strode forward, his face full of arrogance. HMPH, rest assured, disciple, with me here, if he dares to step through the Qin family gates, I will ensure he is turned into a pool of blood. As his voice fell, the surrounding atmosphere instantly livened up. Qin Zhengyang replied with a laugh, Haha, I'm relieved to hear those words from Master. Come, come, the Qin family has prepared a banquet. Everyone, this way please. The crowd that had just gathered was gradually dispersing when Jilin happened to pass by, followed by a man. She suddenly stopped and excitedly rolled up her sleeves, looking ready for a fight and startling her companion. Heh, I finally found someone to relieve my boredom. Xiao Meng, you wait here while I go meet that old man. Xiao Meng reached out to pull Jilin back, pleading, My little lady, I beg you, stop looking for trouble. You said I have Master Yi's aura on me, so I must have had contact with him. I'll take you to find him right now. How can you run off to fight when we're only halfway to finding him? The main task is what matters. Jilin turned back and had no choice but to compromise, crossing her arms and pouting as she replied, True, forget it. Finding Yi Chen is more important. Lead the way, quickly. If I don't see Yi Chen today, there will be hell to pay. The scene shifted to Yi Chen's villa. He was currently sitting on the sofa focusing his energy. In the living room, Sha Ruoshui sat in another chair near Yi Chen with a book in her hand. She was reading intently. Yi Chen remained silent. In his eyes there was a mark on Sha Ruozu's forehead, as if it had been pressed by a finger, surrounded by a blood-red aura. Yi Chen closed his eyes to rest his mind. He thought to himself, Ruozu's death energy and blood-red omen are growing more intense. I must stay by her side and ensure no accidents happen. I have to stay in my best state to deal with any battle that might occur at any moment. Suddenly, Sha Ruozu's phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. She looked away from her book and turned her head, preparing to answer. Yi Chen gestured, and the phone flew into his hand. He said to Sha Ruoshui, I'll take this. As soon as he answered, a loathsome voice came from the other end. Sha Ruoshui, our agreement was that the day Qin Zhengyang returns would be the wedding day. I don't want, before he could finish. Yi Chen interrupted him provocatively. Qin Zhengyang, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Ruoshui is my woman now. A furious voice erupted from the phone in another location. Qin Zhengyang was so enraged he crushed his phone, cursing incessantly. Damn it, that slut Sha Ruoshui really thinks she can hide from me just by relying on that Yi Chen. It's pure delusion. His face was dark, his words growing increasingly foul. This time I'm not just going to marry you. I'm going to humiliate you in front of everyone. Nearby, Lin Moshan looked at the trembling Qin Zhengyang and asked, Disciple, what has made you so irate? Qin Zhengyang immediately calmed himself, answering on the surface, It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of that Yi Chen and felt annoyed. In reality, he was thinking about hiding the fact that he'd been cuckolded. He couldn't tell his master. They arrived before a room guarded by several subordinates. He changed his expression and gestured toward the room with a smile, saying, Master, please go in first while I go make some arrangements. Lin Moshan replied with his hand behind his back, Very well. Qin Zhengyang turned and gave an order to two subordinates. Sha Ruoshui is likely in that kid's villa right now. Go scout it out. If the kid isn't there, bring Sha Ruoshui back immediately. If he is there, then go test his depth. Rumors aren't necessarily true. Seeing is believing. The two subordinates immediately accepted the order. Yes, young Master Qin. They hid in a corner and looked ahead. One of them said, Is that Yi Chen's villa? Let's observe first and see exactly how many people are inside. Yi Chen dared to offend the Qin family. He won't live much longer. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned back in alarm, as if sensing something. At some unknown moment, Luo Cha had appeared behind them, holding a longsword. His voice was like a whisper from hell, settling the matter with a single sentence. The Lord has commanded, if a martial artist approaches the villa, kill without mercy. From behind his lenses, Luo Cha's cold, ruthless gaze was revealed. A moment later, behind Luo Cha, those two Qin family subordinates were lying on the ground in a pool of blood. One was still alive, kneeling and begging for mercy. Please don't kill me. Just then a voice rang out. Luo Cha, leave a survivor. Luo Cha and the subordinate both looked over. Yi Chen approached leisurely with his arms crossed. He's still useful. The other subordinate was hoisted up by the neck by Luo Cha, his breathing extremely difficult. He stammered a plea for mercy. Don't kill me, Yi Chen stopped him. Luo Cha, leave him his dog life. Luo Cha immediately obeyed, tossing him onto the ground. Yes, Lord. The subordinate's face was deathly pale. He thought to himself, to think such a terrifying person is merely his subordinate. What exactly is the background of the hunter Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at this coward and produced a round candy with a skull drawn on it, holding it out to him as he commanded, Eat it. You can choose to go back alive and report to Qin Zhengyang, or you can choose to die. The choice is yours. The man immediately knelt, grabbing at it like a lifeline. I don't want to die. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Yi Chen turned to leave, saying as he walked, Tell Qin Zhengyang to enjoy these last few hours. I'll personally head to the Qin residence this evening to take their dog lives. After saying this, he told the man to scram. Terrified, the man fled in a panic. Just then, someone called his name. Yi Chen, we're here. It was Ling Feng and his daughter Lu Hanchuang. Ling Feng said, All of Jiangnan is buzzing about you and the Qin family. I assume you're short on hands right now. Yi Chen looked confused. Short on hands? What are you thinking? Against those mediocre fools of the Qin family, I am more than enough on my own. Ling Feng chuckled upon hearing this. But Lu Hanchuang was perplexed. How could he say that? The Qin family had invited a master from the Kunlun Mountains. He is definitely no match alone. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, Qin Zhengyang sat quietly in a room waiting. Though he looked calm on the surface, he was sitting on pins and needles. Just then, the subordinate whom Yi Chen had spared ran back, bleeding from his eyes and nose, and hurriedly reported to Qin Zhengyang, Young master, something terrible has happened. Qin Zhengyang lunged forward. Why are you the only one back? Where are the others? The subordinate collapsed to the floor. There's a master by Yi Chen's side. Everyone else was wiped out in a single move. He said he'd personally come to the Qin residence to take our lives in a few hours. Suddenly a tremor erupted within his body, causing a violent contraction in his heart. The subordinate's face instantly became contorted. Qin Zhengyang asked anxiously, Hey, are you all right? No sooner had the words left his lips than the subordinate abruptly burst like an overinflated balloon. Qin Zhengyang fell back in terror, stammering. He exploded. He gritted his teeth, his fury burning like a wildfire. Qin Zhengyang roared at the sky, Yi Chen, we are irreconcilable. It's either you die or I do. Arg. The scene shifted to Minkyui Villa, where Yi Chen returned to see Sha Ruoshui. Yi Chen made a call to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian, how are the preparations? He reported that they had arrived at the perimeter of the Qin family estate and were only waiting for the hallmaster's order. Yi Chen felt relieved. Good. After hanging up, he reached out and ruffled Sha Ruozu's hair to comfort her, saying, I'm heading out for a while. Luo Cha will protect you. Don't worry, everything will be over soon. Though she was still a bit uneasy, Sha Ruoshui felt slightly more at peace. Okay, just then, her phone suddenly vibrated, startling her. "Oh, it's a call from your mother," Sha Ruoshui answered. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong?" But the voice on the other end wasn't her mother's. Sha Ruoshui. It was Qin Zhengyang's voice. He despicably ordered her to get herself to the Qin residence within an hour. Otherwise, prepare to collect your parents' corpses. "Ha ha ha," Sha Ruoshui shouted indignantly. "Qin Zhengyang, you shameless scoundrel," Qin Zhengyang sneered. "Does this even count as shameless? Remember to tell Yi Chen that there will be a banquet later to entertain my master. If he dares to come to the Qin house, he is more than welcome." Sha Ruoshui hurriedly grabbed Yi Chen's hand and pleaded, "Yi Chen, can you take me with you to the Qin house, my parents?" Yi Chen immediately agreed. "All right, we'll go together." Yi Chen also made a silent calculation. With the Dark Hall and Luo Cha present, protecting Ruozu's safety shouldn't be an issue. Meanwhile, over with Zhang Jianfeng, a house servant was reporting on Yi Chen's situation. Zhang Jianfeng nodded. "So you're saying that bastard is as good as dead?" The servant bowed and replied, "Mr. Zhang, the Qin family itself is nothing to fear, but a master from the Kunlun Mountains is indeed no simple matter." Zhang Jianfeng was somewhat skeptical. "I recall you saying something similar before, yet he's still alive and well. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" The servant grew flustered. "I went to the airport to check today. The opponent's aura is incredibly powerful. This time Yi Chen is certain to die." Zhang Jianfeng didn't see it that way. It was hard to say. "You should head to the Qin house as well. If he dies young, then it was simply his fate. If he survives, then bring him to see me personally." The servant took the order. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Jianfeng was filled with anticipation. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, just how did a mortal-rooted waste like you manage to reach this point today?" Meanwhile, the Qin residence was bustling with activity, with many people gathered to enjoy themselves and watch the show. Qin Zhengyang had brought back the senior from the Kunlun Mountains, and was waiting with absolute confidence to see if Yi Chen would dare to show up. The surrounding crowd discussed the situation with great curiosity and expectation. One person asked, "If that murderous demon Yi Chen really comes, what do you think his chances of winning are?" Another replied, "About 10%. The Qin family alone might not be enough, but with that senior from Kunlun, it's a different story." Another person echoed, "Exactly, that senior gives me an extremely dangerous feeling, far more terrifying than Tang Hao." Ling Feng and his daughter were also present. Lu Hanshuang looked around and complained, "Dad, what did you bring me here for? I have missions today." Ling Feng said, "For Bloodplum Hall, the most critical mission is this very event. I want to see if that Yi Chen can leave the Qin house alive. This seems quite interesting." Lu Hanshuang felt helpless. Sigh. "Anyway, I still owe Yi Chen a favor. He saved my life. If he really is in danger," Ling Feng comforted his daughter, "don't think about it. We won't even have a chance to intervene. That Kunlun master's strength is immense. From my observations, he's at least in the top 20 of the grandmaster list, perhaps even close to the top 10. Just then, Lu Hanshuang froze, and the crowd began to stir as well. "Look over there, he's here, that murderous demon has come. He's got some nerve." Yi Chen appeared with Luo Cha and Sha Ruoshui, sparking a flurry of whispers among the crowd, everyone wondering if this guy really had no fear of death. Just how strong was he? Sha Ruoshui felt a bit uneasy. So many people, they're all ancient martial artists. Yi Chen didn't let her feel uneasy for even a second, pulling her closer by the waist as he said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." This display forced the gathered martial artist to swallow a massive dose of dog food. Embracing his fiancée right in front of young Master Qin was a blatant slap in his face. No, a slap in the face of the entire Qin family. At this moment, Qin Zhengyang's face was as red as a monkey's butt, his eyes burning with rage. The master from the Kunlun Mountains asked Qin Zhengyang, "That young man is the murderous demon, and the one in his arms is your fiancée?" Qin Zhengyang gritted his teeth and replied, "It is him." To his surprise, the master named Lin Moshan showed a look of disappointment. "As my disciple, you can't even keep a woman?" Sigh. "Truly disappointing." Qin Zhengyang felt a wave of inferiority. "Master, I should also." Lin Moshan glanced at him. "I intended to kill this brat for you, but now it seems you should do it yourself. Otherwise, even if I kill him, I won't be able to heal your damaged Dao heart. You must do it yourself." He reached out and produced a round glowing red pill that radiated heat. "During this time you've cultivated with me, I've taught you many martial techniques. Now it's time to see the results." He handed the pill to Qin Zhengyang. "This pill can temporarily boost your strength. I hope you won't disappoint your master." Qin Zhengyang treated it like a treasure, quickly taking it. "Thank you, master." He tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Instantly, Qin Zhengyang felt his entire body fill with power. He shouted excitedly, "Power, it feels like my entire body is overflowing with power. Don't worry, master. I'm going to go take his head right now." Qin Zhengyang strode aggressively toward Yi Chen. He pointed at Yi Chen's face, striking a cool pose. "You trash, you adulterous couple, today I'll make you understand how insignificant you are." Yi Chen couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. turning instead to instruct Sha Ruoshui, "Wait here for me for a moment." Qin Zhengying even made a grand show of generosity, saying to them, "I suggest you say whatever last words you have. I can give you a little time." While he was still bragging, Yi Chen had already used his momentum to lunge forward. "Dai Yi." Before the words could finish, Yi Chen's lightning-fast kick had already slammed into his face. Qin Zhengyang was completely dazed. So fast, when did he? Qin Zhengyang was knocked to the ground as Yi Chen looked down with cold contempt. "Is this all you've got?" Qin Zhengyang sat on the ground in a pathetic state, clutching his face. "Bastard, don't underestimate me. If you hadn't used a sneak attack without regard for martial ethics, how could you have knocked me down?" Yi Chen feigned surprise. "Oh, then bring out whatever moves you have," Lin Moshan reminded him. "Disciple, quickly bring out the treasure I gave you." Following his master's order, Qin Zhengyang produced a long spear and gripped it in his hand. "Brat, witness a true ultimate technique compared to my spear technique. All your martial arts are the lowest of the low." Qin Zhengyang leapt up. "Give me your life." Yi Chen merely extended 2 fingers, meeting the long spear with his bare fingers. In an instant, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen directly severed half of Qin Zhengyang's arm. Qin Zhengyang hadn't even reacted to what had happened. "What?" Yi Chen, still expressionless, turned back and asked. "What's wrong?" he continued. "Is this all there is to it?" The hand Qin Zhengyang used to grip the spear was severed at the shoulder by Yi Chen, falling to the ground. Qin Zhengyang collapsed to his knees, unable to believe his hand was gone. "How is this possible? My hand?" Qin Zhengyang burst into tears of agony. Yi Chen stood behind him with a slight smile. "I told you I would personally send you on your way." He had already raised his hand, prepared to finish him. "Die." Just as he was about to act, Lin Moshan roared sternly, "How dare you touch a descendant of Lin Moshan?" His piercing shout instantly made everyone's eardrums ache and they scrambled to cover their ears. Luo Cha stepped forward to protect her. "Miss Sha, please hide behind me." "I'm fine, but Yi Chen." Luo Cha couldn't help but frown. It seemed things had become tricky. Yi Chen watched as Lin Moshan slowly walked toward him and sneered. "So you finally deigned to make a move, you old ghost." Lin Moshan looked at him with contempt. "Arrogant little mongrel, did you really think you were the god of Jiangnan province?" Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, deploying the Azure Dragon Phantom movement, finding it quite interesting. "I'm also very curious to see just how strong you are." Yi Chen blurred like a flash of lightning to get behind Lin Moshan. He swung his fist to unleash a killing punch, but to his surprise, Lin Moshan actually blocked it. "Nice movement technique, kid." Yi Chen's eyes widened in utter shock. "What?" He was spun around by the opponent's momentum. Not only was his movement technique broken, but even his killing punch was easily neutralized. Seeing Yi Chen's face full of shock, Lin Moshan reminded him, "Where are you looking, kid?" He manifested behind Yi Chen, his palm about to strike Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen was forced to turn back. This was his only option. Yi Chen met Lin Moshan's move head-on with a burning heaven palm, the power erupting from the collision making every martial artist present look pained. Such a powerful surge of energy. Is this a battle between immortals? My god? Qin Zhengyang was terrified. To think that a direct strike from his master could emit such air pressure. How is it possible? What kind of monster is this? Yi Chen, Ling Feng and his daughter also watched tensely, their eyes fixed on the scene. A master from the Kunlun Mountains was actually pushed back. Yi Chen was really this strong. At this moment, Yi Chen was already somewhat exhausted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched one side of his chest and thought, "Damn it, this old fellow's strength isn't just far beyond mine, he's even stronger than Luo Cha. The third tombstone still can't be triggered, and even the burning heaven palm couldn't defeat this old man. It seems if I want to win I have to fight to the death and find an opportunity to break the formation." Seeing Yi Chen laugh, Lin Moshan also burst into a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, the burning heaven palm, that's a top-tier martial technique of Kunlun Shu. I didn't expect you to have such a stroke of luck," Lin Moshan said to Yi Chen. "But it's meaningless now. That palm strike just now exhausted the true chi in your dantian. You no longer have the strength to resist me." He condensed a vortex of energy and said coldly, "Die." Just then a sentence rang in his ear. "The one who should die is you, you old thing." Luo Cha had launched a sneak attack from the side. "Another master." Lin Moshan turned and caught Luo Cha's attack. Lin Moshan sized up Luo Cha. "I didn't expect such a powerhouse to be by Yi Chen's side. Pity you are still no match for me." With that he sent Luo Cha flying with a kick. "Back off." Immediately following, Lin Moshan followed up with a heavy punch that sent Luo Cha coughing up a large amount of blood. HMPH, Luo Cha was defeated. But had even Luo Cha lost, Lin Moshan drew a short blade and walked toward Yi Chen. "Kid, I have to admit you are a genius enough to make me wary. Perhaps in the eyes of others you are a hunter, but in my eyes you are merely prey." Lin Moshan sent Yi Chen flying with a single strike. Yi Chen struggled immensely to steady his footing. Lu Hanshuang turned to Ling Feng with a face full of concern. "Dad, Yi Chen has lost the ability to resist. Is there no way to save him?" Ling Feng was equally anxious. "As if I don't want to save him, but the problem is I can't. Even if I searched all of Jiangnan, I'm afraid no one could stop Lin Moshan." Lin Moshan walked closer with slow steps. Yi Chen, if you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy and cripple your own martial arts, I might let you live for a few more minutes. Yi Chen leaned on his sword to support himself, sneering, me kneel in your dreams. You don't have the qualification. With that, he charged at Lin Moshan once more. Lin Moshan met the attack. Too slow, the two collided violently, their blades clashing with an ear-splitting screech. Lin Moshan sensed something was wrong. Such exquisite swordplay, combined with that incredibly powerful spirit sword, I actually can't dodge for a moment, but his dantian should be empty. How does he still have the energy to deal with me? Tisk. Lin Moshan discovered that his own sword had actually developed cracks. HMPH. Yi Chen swung down with immense force, shattering the opponent's sword. Lin Moshan retreated several steps. Ah, I see, silver needles. This kid's medical skills actually far exceed his martial cultivation. He was actually using silver needles to forcibly extract the potential from his dantian. This brat has many tricks up his sleeve. It seems I'll have to pay a bit of a price too. Taking this opportunity, he suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's face and slammed his head violently onto the ground. Blood trickled from Yi Chen's forehead. Lin Moshan said, to be able to injure me, you can die with no regrets. He threw Yi Chen out with a sudden burst of force. Yi Chen flew 10 meters through the air and slammed into a wall, passing right by Sha Ruoshui. Sha Ruoshui turned her head in horror. Yi Chen, she hurried to his side. Are you all right, Yi Chen? She knelt to support him. You're too heavily injured. I'll take you away right now. Lin Moshan revealed a sinister smile. Trying to run? Stop dreaming, you're dead. Seeing Lin Moshan closing in, Sha Ruoshui stood up resolutely and blocked his path to protect Yi Chen. Don't you dare come any closer. If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Tears of agony welled in Sha Ruozu's eyes while Yi Chen lay on the ground, cursed powerlessly. Damn it, could the blood-red omen the old man calculated for Ruoshui be right now? If Sha Ruoshui dies for any reason other than natural ones, it's all because of my weakness. Yi Chen would never allow such a thing to happen. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to crawl up. Don't be ridiculous. I won't allow it, never. Lin Moshan stepped forward. Don't worry, the two of you will die together. Yi Chen promised, I will never let anything happen to you. Before Lin Moshan could launch his attack, Yi Chen let out a loud shout, third tombstone come forth. In an instant, a figure flashed past and delivered a direct kick to Lin Moshan's head, sending him flying a great distance as he skidded across the ground for a long time. Yi Chen looked up at the figure who had landed. Fighting without calling me, how boring. It is I, the beautiful Jilin. The martial artists present were instantly electrified. Holy crap, a master from the Kunlun Mountains was actually kicked away. Where did this little girl crawl out from? So strong. Lin Moshan staggered as he climbed to his feet, one side of his face already swollen high. You dare run wild here. Who the hell are you? Why are you stopping me? Jilin immediately insulted his appearance. You old man, you're so bald your head looks like a runway. Do you know what mistake you've made? Do you know Yi Chen is my sister's little brother? Since my sister is protecting him, that makes him my little brother too. Daring to lay a hand on my little brother. It seems you're tired of living, you stinky old man. Lin Moshan didn't know Jilin's true depth and continued to bluster. Little girl, stop your empty talk. He lunged forward immediately, unleashing the mountain-toppling palm at Yi Chen. Jilin clenched her fist, drawing back to build momentum before slamming a punch directly into Lin Moshan's chest. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Lin Moshan. Standing before him with a look of utter disdain, Jilin sneered. The mountain-toppling palm, was it? She mercilessly ground her foot into his head, her face like frost as she mocked him. An old fossil like you actually thought he could topple anything? Jilin proceeded to sit astride Lin Moshan, treating him like a punching bag as she rained blows down with both hands. Thud, thud, thud. She cursed while she struck. So what if you're from the Kunlun Mountains? A piece of trash like you has the nerve to stay on that mountain? Go on, topple something. Show this lady how you topple a pile of crap. The crowd watching this scene felt their jaws nearly hit the floor. My God, what on earth is happening? This was a martial arts senior from the Kunlun Mountains, yet he was being sat upon and beaten by a little girl, called trash all the while. They had thought Yi Chen was monstrous enough, but now another even more terrifying monster had appeared. If even Lin Moshan was considered trash, what did that make the rest of them? A deathly silence fell over the venue. Lin Moshan was beaten black and blue, dragged along by Jilin with one hand like a dead dog, completely powerless to resist. Jilin tossed him aside like a discarded toy, curling her lip. What a useless old man. He broke after just a little bit of fun. How boring. She then dashed excitedly over to Yi Chen, her face full of expectation as she begged for a compliment. Well, was I cool or what? Hurry up, praise me, praise me. Yi Chen merely shot her a cold, sidelong glance. Get lost. The surrounding ancient martial artists were instantly petrified. They thought, holy crap, that's savage. Facing such a terrifying little monster, instead of being grateful for your life, you actually told her to get lost? Isn't Yi Chen being a bit too arrogant and conceited? Isn't he afraid she'll just slap him to death? That's a ruthless person who just crippled Lin Moshan. Killing you would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. However, to everyone's surprise, Jilin only pouted aggrievedly, muttering a complaint about Yi Chen bullying her again. The crowd felt another wave of shock. What is this? Not only is she not angry, she's acting like a victim. Where is the justice in this world? It seemed that from this day forward the sky over Jiangnan province would be named Yi. Jilin was about to bring up her purpose. Yi Chen, the reason I came to find you is because, before she could finish, Yi Chen swept past her, leaving behind a brief sentence. We'll talk later, I have things to handle. Jilin sighed. HMPH fine. She then ran off to find some other fun to kill time. I'll find my own amusement and wait for the show. Jilin brazenly approached Sha Ruoshui and asked without any filter, Sister, what are your measurements? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already caught up with the one-armed Qin Zhengyang, who was desperately trying to flee. Looking at Yi Chen approaching like the god of death, Qin Zhengyang was scared out of his wits, pleading, No please, I beg you, don't kill me. I promise I'll never cause trouble for you or Sha Ruoshui again. Yi Chen remained unmoved. Reaching out to seize him by the throat like swatting a fly, silencing him, he said coldly, Don't worry, I won't just kill you, the entire Qin family will be buried with you. Qin Zhengyang's face was deathly pale as his hands clawed frantically at Yi Chen's arm, able only to emit painful strangled gasps. Just then a furious roar came from the distance. You're seeking death. The remaining Qin family subordinates rushed forward in a mad attempt at rescue. All Qin family members heed the order. Today either Yi Chen dies or the Qin family falls. The boy is a spent force. Everyone together. Kill him. The blood-crazed subordinates swarmed toward Yi Chen. Though heavily injured, a playful smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Jilin, watching from the side, asked if he needed help. Yi Chen let out a contemptuous laugh. No need. If you think you can kill me through sheer numbers, then you've underestimated me. Ants like you can't achieve that. No sooner had he spoken than a group of mysterious figures wearing white masks arrived with incredible speed. The leader barked an order. Dark Hall heed the command, protect the Hall Master. Leave no survivors of the Qin family. Kill. With that, the Dark Hall members formed a protective circle around Yi Chen, initiating a bloody slaughter against the Qin subordinates. In a flash of movement, the Qin family forces were completely annihilated. Yi Chen walked up to a shivering wounded man slumped on the ground and handed him a pill. Take this to calm your mind. Your injuries will heal within a day. The man was moved to tears. Thank you, my lord. True to his word, not a single Qin family member remained. The masked assassins of the Dark Hall knelt in unison before Yi Chen, cupping their hands in salute. Hallmaster, there are no survivors left in the Qin family, including the patriarch Qin Kun. Please instruct us on the next move. Yi Chen ordered. The Qin family is still holding Ruozu's parents captive. Rescue them immediately, and then you may withdraw. The Dark Hall members blurred, turning into several afterimages. By your command we go at once. With the trivial matters handled, Yi Chen reached out to Sha Ruoshui. Come, let's go home. Sha Ruoshui wept with joy, nodding heavily. Yes, the martial artists left behind sighed as they watched the two depart. No one had expected that the Qin family, once a dominant power, would be the one to fall. And that organization called the Dark Hall, its terrifying strength was staggering, yet it had never been heard of before. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, from now on, Jiangnan province belonged to Yi Chen. Seeing them leave, Jilin suddenly remembered her mission and hurriedly shouted as she chased after them. Hey, you're just leaving like that? Yi Chen, wait for me, I haven't said my important business yet. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard, sunlight spilled over the eaves. Yi Chen sat in silent meditation, his mind racing. He hadn't expected the world to contain powerhouses on the level of Lin Moshan. It seemed he had indeed oversimplified the Wuxia martial arts world. The waters here ran deep, and reclusive experts like Lin Moshan were surely not few in number. The so-called grandmaster list couldn't represent the true combat power of the martial arts world at all. He furrowed his brows slightly, then settled his mind. Although the third tombstone had fully manifested and could be communicated with at any time, the hard improvement of his own strength was the only path. He should focus on cultivation first. With this thought, he lowered his eyes, as a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted around him. A deep cyan spirit stone manifested within that intent, slowly circling above his head. These spirit stones were formed by the condensed killing intent surrounding Yi Chen. Simultaneously, in another eerie fog-shrouded cemetery, the earth of a lonely grave suddenly loosened, as if something were trying to break through from below. Then a hand thrust violently out of the ground. Behind that tombstone, a wisp of pale cyan smoke, the same color as the arm, rose into the air. A defiant voice rang out, "Haha, slaughter, the scent of slaughter, it seems it's finally my turn. I didn't expect this generation's tomb master to walk the path of slaughter. In that case, only I can make him stronger." An evil spirit stepped out from the third tombstone, laughing loudly. "Among all the paths of the heavens, only slaughter reigns supreme. I am the strongest. Initially his form was illusory and distorted, but it gradually grew taller and more robust. He cursed with deep resentment. After all these years, those arrogant bastards think they control everything. Do they really think I don't exist? They would never imagine that even at a tragic cost we would leave this wisp of divine sense within the Reincarnation Cemetery. In all the heavens and realms, only the master of the Reincarnation Cemetery can rule everything. The scene shifted to the hotel where Zhang Jianfeng was staying. As soon as his subordinate entered, he asked urgently, "Where is that bastard? Why didn't you bring him back? Did he die at the Qin house?" The subordinate, wearing a look of terror, replied tremblingly, "Our report, my lord, he is not dead. Instead, the Qin family of Zhongnan was completely wiped out by him." Zhang Jianfeng's brow twitched at the news, and he grabbed the subordinate by the collar in a rage. The subordinate spoke rapidly in fear. Even the powerhouse from Kunlun, Lin Moshan, was beaten into a cripple. Zhang Jianfeng's fury burned even hotter. "What did you say? With that bastard's strength, how could he possibly defeat an expert in the top 20 of the grandmaster list?" The subordinate, his face pale, explained stutteringly, "Mr. Zhang, Lin Moshan was defeated by a mysterious little girl of unknown origin. The situation was like this." After listening to the report, Zhang Jianfeng fell into deep thought, a massive wave of shock hitting his heart. He hadn't expected that in just a few short months that bastard would become the king of Zhongnan. If this continued, wouldn't even he have to look up to him? He looked up and asked coldly, "Was that girl a reinforcement he invited?" The subordinate replied quickly, "It didn't look like it." He seemed quite surprised by her appearance too. "Furthermore, I've used every intelligence network available, and I can't find any background on that girl." At this, sweat broke out on the subordinate's forehead, and he lowered his voice to warn, "Mr. Zhang, to be perfectly honest, if that girl really wanted to move against us, I'm afraid even the family head would be no match for her. That's why I didn't dare bring Yi Chen here by force." Zhang Jianfeng narrowed his eyes, not having expected this bastard to find such a powerful backer. He pondered for a moment before saying, "I will go see him personally. Tell him, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at West Lake Park, I, Zhang Jianfeng, wish to meet him." The scene returned to Yi Chen's villa, where Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui were watching a little girl scarf down food in astonishment. The two of them marveled. "My God, that's an 800 yuan KFC family bucket, and she finished it by herself and still wants more? Is her stomach a bottomless pit?" On the other side, the golden-haired girl was still noisily shouting for more. "Not enough, I'm not full at all, I want more." Yi Chen helplessly patted Sun Yi on the shoulder and sighed, "Eating this much isn't good for the stomach. Sun Yi, order another 1,000 yuan worth of takeout. Since she's here, she won't stop until she's had her fill." Jilin turned back with a look of satisfaction. "Yi Chen, you really know how to treat a lady. I heard back on the mountain that the food in the outside world was delicious, and it seems it's true. If I didn't have to go back to the mountain in a few days, I'd really hate to leave." Yi Chen wore an expression of sheer disgust. "No, please, go back as soon as possible. I'm afraid you'll eat me into poverty," he thought to himself. "This girl is named Jilin, and she's quite famous in Kunlun Shu. Even the old man is a bit wary of her. If it weren't for some special reasons, she wouldn't be this obedient." Jilin gave a sinister smile. "What, don't like me being here? If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by that old man." "Dummy," Yi Chen, standing in the distance, could only glare in frustration. Jilin continued, "If you hadn't made a move, I really would have killed every single one of them." Yi Chen fell into thought. He had originally planned to use the power of the third tombstone, but Jilin had unexpectedly saved the day. He turned to Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui. "You two go wander the night market. I have business to discuss with Jilin." The two exchanged a glance and replied, "All right." As they walked away, they whispered to each other. "A man and a girl alone together. She's quite pretty. Yi Chen wouldn't have any bad intentions, would he?" "Surely not, she's so young." Yi Chen watched them leave and shook his head helplessly. He sat back on the sofa and got straight to the point. "Jilin, what exactly do you want with me? Speak quickly before the takeout arrives." So the business talk began. Jilin finally remembered the important matter, saying with a serious face, "Oh, I almost forgot." With that, she drew a token from her robe and handed it to Yi Chen. "This is something my sister worked very hard to get for you. She knows you need this to prove yourself, otherwise I wouldn't have come down the mountain." Yi Chen took the token, looking completely lost. Jilin continued, "I really don't understand why my sister and that old man value you so much. With your current strength, I bet you'll be eliminated in the first round." Yi Chen closed his eyes, faintly sensing a giant phantom manifest behind him. His heart jolted, and he opened his eyes to ask Jilin, "What level has her strength reached now?" Jilin crossed her arms arrogantly. "Stop dreaming, my sister was a top 10 genius in Kunlun Shu back then, and her current status is far beyond your reach. You'll only ever be able to look up to her in this lifetime." Just then, the doorbell interrupted the conversation. A loud shout came from outside. "Takeout, my takeout must be here." Ji Lin excitedly ran to open the door. "I want to eat meat." Yi Chen stood up to get the delivery, but upon opening the door he saw a man standing there. It was Zhang Jianfeng's subordinate. Seeing Ji Lin, the man was startled, and Ji Lin was stunned too. Seeing the man wasn't holding food, a flash of killing intent appeared in Ji Lin's eyes. "Where's my delicious food? Did a bastard like you steal it?" Facing Ji Lin's murderous look, Zhang Jianfeng's subordinate turned pale and trembled all over. He looked at the dark-faced Ji Lin in pure terror. Ji Lin stared at him sinisterly. "Where's the takeout? Did you eat my food?" The man frantically waved his hands in explanation. "No, I wouldn't dare, even with 100 times the courage. I wouldn't dare steal your food, my lady. I'm here for Yi Chen," he wailed in his heart. "My God, why did I run into this female demon as soon as the door opened?" Yi Chen stepped out and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The man stared at Yi Chen, nearly letting the word bastard slip out. He suppressed his rage, saying with a complex expression, Yi Chen, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Westlake Park, someone wishes to see you." Facing this rude demand, Yi Chen replied coldly, "What is he if he wants to see me? Tell him to crawl over here himself." The man let out a cold snort, his gaze dark. "And if the person who wants to see you is Zhang Jianfeng, do you not want to know the whereabouts of your parents?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression shifted instantly. He lunged forward and seized the man by the throat, roaring, "Say that again. You're sure Zhang Jianfeng wants to see me? He really knows where my parents are?" The man struggled to breathe but didn't dare resist, forcing out the words, "Believe it or not. Anyway, I've delivered the message. If you have questions, go ask him." Yi Chen let out a cold snort and slammed him hard onto the ground, saying coldly, "Fine, I will be there on time. If you dare play me, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." The man scrambled away, turning back with a look of pure malice. "Vile thing, if it weren't for that girl protecting you, what would you even be?" The scene returned to the house. Ji Lin sat opposite Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, I heard from that old man that you came out of Kunlun Shu to find the enemies who harmed your parents." She then gave a brilliant smile, patting her chest as she promised, "Have you found them? Want me to help? You've seen my strength. I can flatten all your troubles. You'd better take the chance while I can still play outside for a few days." Yi Chen sat in silent meditation for a moment. "I haven't found the exact location of the enemies yet. I only know they might be in Beijing. Specific leads are still being investigated." Ji Lin slammed the table and stood up, placing her hands on her hips with absolute confidence. "Beijing, right? That's enough. It just so happens I'm going to Beijing to play for a few days." Hearing this, Yi Chen was speechless. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts General Bureau in Beijing, Zheng Renju roared in fury, "You're saying that brat named Yi Chen is still alive? There were so many of you present, and not a single one dared to make a move?" The subordinate knelt on the floor, answering while trembling all over, "Lord, with that girl there, moving against him would be no different from seeking death. I think we should stop. The Martial Arts Bureau has already suffered too many casualties. That kid is freakish." Zheng Renju kicked the subordinate aside in a rage. He cursed loudly. "Bullshit. A little girl who still reeks of her mother's milk has scared you witless. You think I'll believe that crap? Because of that special individual's existence, I can't move against him openly. Now I tell you to kill someone in secret and you can't even do that. What use do I have for a waste like you?" The subordinate scrambled to steady himself, saying in a trembling voice, "Lord, calm your anger. I've thought of a great plan. I have a close relationship with a certain high-level executive at the Bloodplum Hall headquarters in Beijing. I can invite the #1 top-tier assassin of Bloodplum Hall to act. Killing that kid would be as easy as crushing an ant." Zheng Renju's expression softened a bit, and he gestured for him to continue. "But I've heard that assassin's strength is not only terrifying, but his price is extremely high. Ordinary money can't move him. Anyone else would surely fail to invite him, but with my connection, it will definitely be no problem. Just wait for my good news, Lord." Hearing this, Zheng Renju finally revealed a smile. He sat beside the subordinate and promised in a gentle tone, "Good, once the task is done, I guarantee your status will rise another level." The subordinate was overjoyed. "Thank you for your cultivation, Lord." The frame shifted back to Yi Chen's house. Yi Chen saw a note on the table and picked it up. It was from Ji Lin. "Yi Chen, I'm going to Beijing to play for a few days. I'll settle your enemies while I'm at it. No need to thank me. If I run out of time, I'll head back to Kunlun Shu first. I hope you're strong enough by the time you return so you don't let my sister down. You have no idea how much she went through to secure that spot for you. By the way, since you don't seem to care for snacks, I've taken the liberty of bringing the ones in your suitcase with me. Don't mention it." Reading the letter Ji Lin had left behind, Yi Chen was left speechless. He thought helplessly to himself, "I don't eat them much, but those snacks belong to Sun Yi and Ruoshui. I'll just have to buy them replacements later." Yi Chen fell into deep thought. 5 years ago, when that old man brought me to Kunlun Shu, I was regarded as a mortal-rooted ant enduring endless mockery. In those days, only 3 people offered me a shred of warmth. One was my mentor, who bestowed upon me supreme techniques and taught me the art of medicine. Another was Ji Lin of the Lingxing Holy Land, and the last was that pride of heaven who helped me countless times despite all obstacles, Ji Siqing. If it hadn't been for the peerless pills she gave him and her desperate interventions whenever he was cornered, he likely would have died in Kunlun Shu long ago. He had only helped her with a trivial matter, yet she had repaid him so profoundly. At this thought he felt a surge of motivation. Yi Chen mused, "Siqing, I will prove that all your efforts were worth it. When I return, the name Yi Chen shall echo throughout all of Kunlun Shu." At 8 o'clock in the morning at West Lake Park, Yi Chen arrived to find Zhang Jianfeng staring pensively at the lake. Seeming to sense Yi Chen's arrival, Zhang stood with his hands behind his back and spoke, "You are exactly 3 minutes late. If it were anyone else, they might already be a corpse." Yi Chen completely ignored the comment, asking directly, "Where are my parents?" Instead of answering, Zhang Jianfeng sneered mockingly, "That temper of yours is exactly like your mother's. You love getting straight to the point. I'm curious, what exactly turned a coward like you into what you are now?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen barked in a furious sharp tone, "Stop wasting my time. You were the one who took my parents. Tell me where they are, or I don't mind turning you into a corpse right now." Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared fixedly at Zhang Jianfeng, thinking to himself, "The third tombstone can be triggered at any moment." Zhang Jianfeng shot him a sidelong glance and said, "What if I tell you? They are in Beijing. But I loathe your tone. By seniority I am your uncle, your elder. Or perhaps I misremembered. The Zhang family has never actually acknowledged you. Everyone regards you as a bastard. Years ago, after you were tested and found to be a lowly mortal root, if your mother hadn't knelt and begged bitterly, you would have been trampled to death on the spot." Hearing this, an image surfaced in Yi Chen's mind of his mother kneeling and pleading to save him, filling his heart with both agony and resentment. Spiritual energy erupted around Yi Chen, triggering the power of the Reincarnation Cemetery. He roared in grief and rage, "The Zhang family! The Zhang family again! What exactly did I do wrong? Just because of my birth, my mother had to kneel and plead? By what right? What right do you have to make my mother kneel?" Seeing Yi Chen channel his spiritual energy, Zhang Jianfeng was greatly shocked. She had only wanted her child to live. At this moment, Yi Chen was surrounded by a purple dragon radiating terrifying spiritual energy. Seeing this, Zhang Jianfeng was struck with horror, thinking in shock, "The blood fiend wind. How is it possible for this brat to trigger such a terrifying anomaly?" Zhang Jianfeng furrowed his brows, staring intently at Yi Chen while musing, "Isn't he a mortal root? Doesn't he lack cultivation talent? Why does his blood fiend dragon evoke such intense fear within my heart?" Yi Chen's face was a mask of rage and displeasure. He immediately unleashed another move, summoning dense purple spiritual energy to envelop himself. Yi Chen roared, "Zhang Jianfeng, what exactly happened back then? Tell me." The fierce energy around him transformed into a giant dragon's head as if ready to tear Zhang Jianfeng apart. Hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng finally spoke. "This matter begins several decades ago. Your mother Zhang Peirong awakened a rare spiritual root at a young age. A spiritual root represents a person's natural talent and determines the ceiling of their strength. The rare root Peirong awakened was enough to label her a favored daughter of heaven with limitless prospects. Overnight, she became the center of attention, and the Zhang family flourished because of her. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. Though gifted, Peirong did not have a heart for ancient martial arts cultivation. In fact, she utterly detested it. To escape training, she spent her days dreaming of leaving the Zhang family. Because everyone doted on her, they let her have her way. Perhaps it was because of that indulgence that your mother became completely reckless. At a ball, she fell in love with Yi Tianzheng. By the time the Zhang family found out, it was too late to stop it. Your mother was pregnant and had even secretly pledged her life to your father. The patriarch was livid when he found out. Initially, when the family realized your mother had no heart for cultivation, they had arranged an engagement for her. The other party possessed a precious spiritual root, and if the two had married, their child would have surely been a top-tier genius. Alas, your mother chose your father, even severing ties with the Zhang family to protect him. We thought the family might still have expectations for you, but the spiritual root detected at your birth was merely a trash-tier mortal root. For the Zhang family, that was an absolute humiliation. There's no need to glare at me like that. I'm merely stating facts." After listening, Yi Chen followed up with another question. "What happened at Cloud Lake Manor back then? What exactly is the background of that long family?" Yi Chen stared at Zhang Jianfeng and said, "Tell me. You surely know their location." Zhang Jianfeng responded, "The matter of Cloud Lake Manor is far more complex than you imagine. It's better if you don't know. Though I did look down on you before, I've changed my mind now. because I want to see you charge into Beijing and break that endgame that has already spiraled out of control. Yi Chen stepped forward, each step perfectly steady, he asked. And if I insist on knowing, Zhang Jianfeng replied. Threatening me is useless. Though that blood fiend dragon is dangerous, killing me won't be that easy. Besides, the matter of Cloud Lake Manor is still under investigation. The truth hasn't fully surfaced yet. Hearing this, Yi Chen said, Put that matter aside for now. Where exactly are my parents in Beijing? Take me to see them. Yi Chen mused to himself. It seems the Zhang family still doesn't know about the Black Stone and the Reincarnation Cemetery. Zhang Jianfeng still answered calmly, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Not only can you not see them, but even I cannot. Zhang Jianfeng added solemnly, because they are being held in Washa's ghost soul prison. Suddenly the sound of a phone ringing erupted, beep beep beep, as the phone in Zhang Jianfeng's pocket went off. He reached in, took the phone and answered. His face changed drastically at whatever news he heard. Zhang Jianfeng furrowed his brows and barked into the phone, What did you say? Damn it, I'm coming back immediately. Having just hung up, Zhang Jianfeng turned to leave, his phone still gripped tightly in his hand. Zhang Jianfeng said to Yi Chen, Regarding the ghost soul prison, I'll tell you more when there's a chance. Something huge has happened in the Beijing martial arts world, and the Zhang family is likely in trouble. I must rush back. Yi Chen watched Zhang Jianfeng's retreating back, falling into deep thought. The conflict back then, my mother's bitter pleading, yet the Zhang family viewed me as a bastard. I have noted this debt. For now I must dig for information regarding the ghost soul prison. After Zhang Jianfeng left, Yi Chen pondered privately. Neither Yi Lingtian nor Lei Shuwei has ever heard of the ghost soul prison. Does it truly exist? He turned to leave, reflecting as he walked. Zhang Jianfeng had no reason to lie to him, so it seemed he would have to find someone else to ask. Meanwhile, at the Zhang estate in Beijing, a family member was instructing others. Every clansman must act with caution. We must not be targeted by that rumored little monster. Quickly activate the family's grand array. Just then, Bao Xin walked in from outside. Hearing those words, he thought in a panic, Who would dare provoke her? Who exactly is the sinner of my Bao family? Bao Xin walked toward the shouting youth and asked, What happened? Why is everyone in such a panic? Upon seeing Bao Xin, the people in the estate hurried forward and said, Young Master Bao, you've been in seclusion these past 2 days, so you might not know yet. A monster of a girl wearing a mask suddenly appeared in Beijing. In just half a day, she heavily injured the top powerhouses of dozens of families. One family patriarch was even so humiliated by the beating that he died of sheer rage. Hearing this, Bao Xin asked in shock, Such a thing actually happened? The people in the estate hurried to add, Exactly. What's more infuriating is that she's completely unreasonable. She starts fighting at the slightest disagreement. Those families have racked their brains but can't figure out where they offended this little auntie. Hearing this, Bao Xin turned and instructed, Holy crap, that's fierce. Quickly notify the clansmen. No one is to leave the house lately to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves. I'm going back to my room to prepare for any potential battle. As soon as Bao Xin returned to his room, he slammed the door shut, his face turning pale as he thought, Thankfully my Bao family has always kept a low profile and never bullied others using our power. I shouldn't be targeted, right? Bao Xin pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly widened as he thought in terror, What if I am targeted? At this thought he shook with fear, closing his eyes tight and gasping for breath. When he opened his eyes again, his entire body froze. Sitting before him was a girl. She was dressed lightly, with silver hair, a well-proportioned figure, and a very cute face, currently seated in the chair in his room. The girl was holding a bag of snacks and let out a sigh of relief as she looked at him. Seeing the girl in his room, Bao Xin quickly lowered his head and said in a humble tone, This junior Bao Xin greets senior. May I ask what brings senior to my humble abode? The girl remained seated comfortably, slowly and deliberately eating snacks in front of Bao Xin. On the surface, Bao Xin feigned composure, but internally he was lamenting, I didn't even sense her approach. This girl's strength is far beyond my imagination. She must be that little monster. The girl sat broadly in the chair, saying with some disdain as she ate, You're the Bao Xin ranked 10th on the grandmaster list, too weak. I heard you're the strongest person in Beijing right now and wanted to play with you, but I didn't expect you to be a weakling too. Is there really no one in this city who can fight? Hearing this, Bao Xin scratched his head and gave an embarrassed, placating smile. As far as I know, those ranked higher than me on the grandmaster list have either gone abroad or deep into the mountains seeking opportunities. Of course, the grandmaster list doesn't represent everything. Many reclusive masters focus solely on cultivation and don't care for empty titles like rankings. Hearing Bao Xin say this, the girl's interest was piqued. She asked with a smile, Oh, where are those people? Tell me quickly. Seeing that the girl wanted to challenge powerhouses, Bao Xin looked troubled and replied awkwardly, If I knew, they wouldn't be called reclusive masters. Those top-tier ancient martial experts cared for nothing but family interests. It was very difficult to get information on them. Hearing this, the girl pouted in annoyance. Immediately following, the girl instantaneously moved before Bao Xin, seizing him by the throat and lifting him up. She snarled, "If you don't know, why are you talking so much? Are you playing with me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Feeling the threat of death, Bao Xin struggled desperately, pleading, "I wouldn't dare, I absolutely wouldn't dare," he wailed in his heart. "You were the one who asked, and I answered." Just as she planned to teach Bao Xin a lesson as revenge, the jade pendant on the girl's chest suddenly lit up. The girl looked down, thought for a moment, and suddenly lost her interest in fighting. Tossing Bao Xin back to the ground, the girl walked away and unfastened the collar around her neck. The jade stone on it was flashing with light. The light continued to flash. The girl held the collar up to study it, remembering her sister's instruction. If the jade pendant glowed, she had to return to Kunlun Shu immediately, or face the consequences. The girl stood in place thinking. They had clearly said she could stay for 10 days, yet now they were rushing her so urgently. Bao Xin sat slumped on the floor. Seeing the girl's troubled look, he called out tentatively, "Senior." His heart was pounding. "This little monster's face looks bad. She wouldn't be planning to silence me, would she?" Bao Xin knelt on the floor, his body trembling from extreme terror. He looked up at the girl, not daring to even breathe loudly. Terrified of being killed, Bao Xin asked in a trembling voice, "Senior?" The little monster seemed very irritable and dissatisfied. She rested her chin in her hand and pondered for a long time before finally responding with a grunt. The little monster walked up to Bao Xin and stood straight, her expression serious as she forced out a drop of essence blood. She spoke in a threatening tone. "Bao Xin, right? Do you want to live?" Seeing her approach, Bao Xin was scared witless. Hearing the threat, he quickly nodded repeatedly. "I do, of course I do." With that, the girl pointed her finger downward, and a round drop of essence blood condensed. "Listen well," the girl said. "I'm giving you 2 tasks that must be executed unconditionally. Otherwise, this drop of essence blood will cripple your cultivation and turn you into a useless person for the rest of your life." Having said that, the girl struck the drop of essence blood into Bao Xin's body. Bao Xin wanted to dodge but didn't dare, only able to respond in terror. Please speak." Seeing him agree, the little monster's mood improved slightly. She touched her face as if craving sweets and continued, "First, help me prepare some snacks, not too many, just enough to fill 2 suitcases. On the 3rd of every month, deliver the suitcases full of snacks to Kunlun Mountain. Someone will contact you then." Who would have thought this eccentric little monster was such a complete foodie? After hearing the request, Bao Xin looked up in surprise, completely unable to understand why she would make such a simple demand. He even suspected she was playing him. Bao Xin responded with a wooden expression. "Huh?" Bao Xin furrowed his brows, unable to believe his ears. He thought to himself, "Using essence blood to control me just for this trivial matter?" Seeing his reluctant expression, the girl leaned down and asked, "What? You can't do it?" Bao Xin snapped out of it and quickly nodded frantically. "I'm willing, I'm very willing. From now on, my Bao family will deliver food on time every month." Afterward, the girl turned and produced a photo. The person in the photo was none other than Yi Chen. The girl said to Bao Xin, "The second thing, I want you to keep an eye on a person named Yi Chen." With that, she handed the photo to Bao Xin to look at and instructed, "If he encounters trouble in Beijing, you must help him at all costs. Even if you die, you cannot let him suffer the slightest injury. Understand?" Bao Xin broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the orders. He took the photo with trembling hands, glanced at it, and nodded with a bitter smile. "Understood, understood." Having given her requirements, the girl crossed her arms and stared at him, barking irritably. "If you understand, why aren't you going to prepare the snacks? Do you want me to give you a hand?" Hearing this, Bao Xin scrambled to his feet and ran, shouting as he went, No, I'm going to prepare them right now." The scene shifted to Yi Chen's house. Inside the bedroom, Yi Chen was sitting in silent cultivation, terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from him. Yi Chen was levitating cross-legged in midair when suddenly the black stone appeared and changed color, releasing bursts of spiritual energy. Currently in a state of cultivation, Yi Chen had to stop. He opened his eyes, curious about what was happening. He ceased his technique and picked up the stone to observe it closely, thinking, "I should go into the cemetery to take a look first." He appeared once more in the Reincarnation Hall, surrounded by tombstones and a vast emptiness that felt exceptionally desolate. Suddenly he heard a strange noise nearby and looked around alertly. A tombstone abruptly exploded, and a pillar of spiritual energy shot up from the ground. A man wearing strange clothing with a large eye pattern on his chest emerged from the tombstone. Having broken free, he stared at Yi Chen and said, "Master of the Reincarnation Hall, we finally meet. I have waited for this day for more years than I can count." Seeing this mage who had walked out of a tombstone, Yi Chen wondered privately, "What kind of situation is this now? I didn't even guide the tombstone. How did this guy get out? I was planning to save him as a trump card. Why is he appearing now?" Yi Chen pondered for a long time before looking up to ask him, How long can you remain? He considered that he still didn't know at what realm he could guide the fourth tombstone, and since he hadn't encountered a crisis yet, this appearance seemed premature. The old mage, seemingly unable to wait, replied, "A day, perhaps a month, or even longer." Floating over from the tombstone, the old mage walked behind him and said, "I will not simply hand things to you like the previous two did. Your current cultivation is too low. You couldn't withstand what I have to give." The old mage approached Yi Chen and reached out his hand. "I shall teach you the Tao that suits you best." Hearing this, Yi Chen looked up and asked, "The Tao that suits me best?" The old mage burst into a loud laugh, spiritual energy radiating from his entire body. He told Yi Chen, "That is the path of slaughter." With that, the elder poured spiritual energy into Yi Chen's body and continued, "Although you have experienced slaughter over these years, in my eyes, those instances are not even worth mentioning. I shall lead you into the true path of slaughter." Swift, no sooner had he spoken than the elder instantly used his spiritual energy to slash at Yi Chen's throat. Yi Chen watched the elder's every movement intently. Blood trickled from his neck, but it wasn't red, it was a poisonous-looking purple-black. The elder demonstrated his attacks on Yi Chen with a hideous expression, as if he truly intended to kill him. He laughed loudly, saying just like this. Yi Chen was beaten like a test subject, suffering in agony until blood even flowed from the corners of his eyes. Yi Chen turned to stare at him, thinking, what does this old man mean? He truly has killing intent toward me. Then the old mage approached, reaching out to firmly seize Yi Chen's head. He laughed maniacally. "Today I shall teach you a move called the blood-sucking slash. Experience the sensation of death." With that, the old mage drained all the spiritual energy from Yi Chen's body. He gripped his head, rendering him unable to resist. Yi Chen let out a pained wail, immediately following countless sharp spikes of spiritual energy thrust toward Yi Chen. He emitted a scream even more tragic than before as the spikes pierced through his body from multiple directions. Yi Chen was defeated, slumping to the ground as the purple mist gradually dissipated. The old mage stopped and flew back, asking, "How was it? The taste of death?" Since Yi Chen could not die within the cemetery space, his condition remained somewhat stable. He slowly sat up and said, "It felt terrible, but I suppose one gets used to dying after enough times." Hearing this, the old mage began to fade away, saying, "It seems your body has already memorized this blood-sucking slash. Go back, it's time for me to rest as well." Attaining the Reincarnation Cemetery is like possessing the qualification to contend with the heavens, but it is not a shackle. Your destiny is now linked with ours. Only if you stand tall is there hope for us. If you die, we shall truly dissipate from heaven and earth." Yi Chen returned to his room and sat on the bed in deep thought, feeling that this experience was completely different from his time with Luo Yushin or Chen Jinking. He could feel the strangeness within his body. Looking at his hands, he thought, "This is the first time a powerhouse has taught me hand to hand. The blood-sucking slash feels as if it has merged into my body, becoming a part of me." Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the girl before him, asking, "When did you get here?" The girl with brown hair, a stunning figure, and purple eyes replied, "You were just cultivating with your eyes closed. Of course you didn't know I arrived." She followed up with a question, "Where is that terrifying little senior? Is she not with you?" Yi Chen replied, "She left long ago. If you have something to say it quickly." The girl spoke leisurely to Yi Chen. "The situation is looking grim. Bloodplum Hall headquarters has dispatched their top-tier assassin to kill you, and the opponent has already arrived in Jiangnan province. Without her, what do you plan to do?" Hearing this, he turned and said coldly, "I can handle it alone." The girl was left speechless and could only remain silent. Faced with Yi Chen's icy and arrogant attitude, she left quietly. As she walked, she thought with annoyance, "Why is it that every time I act out of kindness, I'm given the cold shoulder?" Early morning at Yi Chen's house, sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Chen had just finished showering. He walked out of the bathroom with a towel draped around his neck. Yi Chen took a deep breath to welcome the new day. Suddenly, Sha Ruoshui poked her head in from outside the door and said, "Yi Chen, you're here. What a coincidence. I heard a new place opened at the Olympic Sports Plaza, and the food is supposedly excellent." Yi Chen looked over at the sound of her voice. Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi entered the room without waiting for permission. Both said in unison, "We're going to have a big feast. Do you, the busy man, want to come along?" Yi Chen turned around and replied, "I happen to have nothing to do today." "It's not out of the question." Sha Ruoshui reached out somewhat shyly, smiling as she whispered softly, "Haha, I finally managed to ask you out. Let's go to the restaurant." After agreeing to eat together, the three of them, Yi Chen, Sun Yi, and Sha Ruoshui, headed to the city center. The morning city was bustling with people, everyone busy with their own affairs. On the road today, all the men were looking in the same direction, thinking, "Wow, top-tier beauties, I'm jealous to death. Who is that kid? He's actually got one on each arm." It turned out Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi each held one of Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen felt quite embarrassed and said to the two, "The passers-by are all staring at you." Sha Ruoshui replied, "So what? Seeing that the two of them made no effort to hide their affection, Yi Chen could only say, "Walk a bit slower." Sha Ruoshui happily pointed in a certain direction. "That's the restaurant." High-rise buildings stood tall there amidst the flow of people. The newly built structure looked grand and luxurious. A group of hostesses were lined up neatly, bowing in welcome. A waitress stepped forward and Sun Yi said, "Hello, we booked table number 47. Understood, please follow me." Just then, a man walked out of the building and said, "Distinguished guests, please stay a moment. I am the owner here. Table 47 is too small. Surely you two beauties won't be comfortable sitting there." The young man was full of smiles, greeting Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi enthusiastically. "I'll make the call today. I'll upgrade you to the largest table, all for free." Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui didn't speak upon hearing this. The young man stared fixedly at them, thinking these two women were absolute perfection and that he must not let them get away. He sneered in his heart. "Ha ha ha, I've played countless women with this trick. Today surely won't be an exception." Seeing the young man's attitude, Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi's expressions immediately changed. They pointed at him and said, "Who asked for your treat? Do we look like we're short on cash? We won't be eating at this place. Let's go." The young man was startled by this attitude, breaking into a sweat as he thought, Yi Chen and the others turned to leave. The owner reached out and shouted, "Wait a moment, don't leave. I can even give you a membership card." Suddenly, someone rushed out of the restaurant and slammed the head of the youth claiming to be the owner. The young man turned back and cursed. "Damn it, who dares touch me? Are you blind?" Upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately cowered and whispered, Lord Ching, why are you here?" Lord Ching grabbed his head and threw him to the ground. The man cried out in pain. "Ah," he asked in confusion. "Lord Ching, why did you hit me?" Lord Ching gripped his scepter tightly and asked sternly, "Did you offend that man?" Lord Ching leaned down in disgust and asked, "Speak quickly, did you?" Hearing this, the man replied, "Offend whom? You mean that pretty boy with the two beauties." Lord Ching roared, "Pretty boy your ass, do you want to bring death to my entire clan?" Lord Ching swung his scepter directly at the youth lying on the floor. "The Wu family, the Tang family, the Qin family, every family that offended Yi Chen has been wiped out. Who in all of Jiangnan dares move against him?" Lord Ching drew his sword and said, "Since you blind animal, dared to offend him, I can only hack you into 10,000 pieces and leave you without a corpse." With that, Lord Ching's subordinates swarmed around, and only then did the youth realize he had caused a catastrophic disaster. He wailed, "No please, what is going on? Lord Ching, have mercy." However, his screams could not stop them. 2 bodyguards moved immediately. At another shop in the city, exquisite desserts were displayed in the window. Sha Ruoshui looked at the cakes with great excitement. She happily remarked while holding the cake she had bought that for some reason everything she bought along the way was free. Yi Chen sensed something was wrong and grew suspicious. Passers-by whispered upon seeing Yi Chen, saying his name now echoed through every great family in Jiangnan, and that he was the center of attention wherever he went. They feared someone might offend him and get their clan exterminated. Sun Yi stretched and said, "I thought it sounded a bit exaggerated before, but now it seems to be true." Yi Chen looked around and thought, "Am I really that terrifying?" Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. "Kid, you're being followed." Yi Chen realized this was the powerhouse from the 3rd tombstone. He asked back, "Where? I don't feel a thing." The person in the cemetery said, "That person is skilled in concealment and is staying far enough away. Even someone 2 levels higher than you would find him difficult to detect. Furthermore, his killing intent is very heavy. He's likely here to kill you." Hearing this, Yi Chen stood in place, deep in thought. The person in the tombstone continued, "A fellow like this is prime nourishment for you. If it were me, I'd go kill him right now and use his blood to temper the blood-sucking slash." After a moment of thought, Yi Chen turned to the 2 women and said, "You two head back first, I have something to handle." The 2 obediently went home. At a high vantage point, a man stared at Yi Chen and said, "That kid is the top figure recently risen in Jiangnan, the slaughterer Yi Chen." The man on the tall building stood up and continued, "He doesn't look like much." Suddenly, an object plummeted toward him from above at extreme speed. Sensing the anomaly, he immediately looked up and instantly deployed a shield. He stared at Yi Chen's attack, thinking, "How can there be a Bloodplum dart from the Bloodplum Hall?" In the next instant, his defense was pulverized by Yi Chen. Yi Chen flickered past him, saying, "It seems you are the top-tier assassin from Bloodplum Hall." Yi Chen looked directly at him and said contemptuously, "I actually had some expectations for you, but now it seems you are nothing special." Seeing Yi Chen appear before him, the assassin was somewhat surprised. Yi Chen gripped his dragon-slaying sword and sneered, "It seems you were looking for me." The assassin laughed triumphantly. "Did you just exhaust your full strength trying to kill me? You really think that's all I've got? Interesting. Next, I'll give you a taste of the real thing. I just killed the man ranked 3rd on the Washa grandmaster list." With that, the assassin leapt into the air and launched a fierce downward assault. Yi Chen also leapt up confidently. "How will you dodge my dragon-slaying sword in midair?" but in the next second Yi Chen's eyes flickered with shock because the assassin had instantaneously moved right in front of him. The assassin's hands were wrapped in blade-like energy as he reached for Yi Chen's head. At the critical moment Yi Chen leaned back to evade the fatal strike. He took the opportunity to kick toward the assassin's face, but the move was blocked. After the collision, both retreated into defensive stances. The assassin revealed a smile of approval. "Yi Chen, your strength isn't bad." On the other side, Yi Chen cautiously assessed. "I didn't expect you to be able to suddenly accelerate in midair." The assassin condensed a longsword of spiritual energy in his hand and boasted, "I've already seen through your intention to use that sword to attack me. I simply used a little trick to speed up my movements. Now your hands and feet cannot harm me. Your only hope is that sword." Yi Chen grew suspicious. Condensing a sword from spiritual energy? What kind of trick is this? Won't it just vanish the moment it touches my dragon-slaying sword? He felt he held the advantage. Yi Chen raised his sword and charged at the tall assassin, thrusting out with extreme speed. The assassin sidestepped to evade, mocking him. "Your attack is too simple." Simultaneously, he swung a massive spiritual energy blade at Yi Chen. Yi Chen die? Facing the attack, Yi Chen swung his sword to meet it. If the dragon-slaying sword hit that spiritual energy, the energy sword should dissipate. Sure enough, at the moment of impact, the dragon-slaying sword sliced through the opponent's blade. Just as Yi Chen triumphantly prepared to counterattack, the assassin had already closed in, slamming a foot down violently. Yi Chen couldn't withstand the blow and was smashed into the ground, causing the floor to shatter. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with extreme panic. "If he adds just a bit more force, my head will be crushed." The assassin leisurely lifted his foot and stepped toward Yi Chen again. He mocked, "Kid, how long do you plan to stay down? If I want you dead, you must die. Remember, my name is Scarlet of the Bloodplum Hall." At this point, Yi Chen calmed down and leapt backward. Scarlet stared at him fiercely. "You cannot compete with me in speed or power. Even if you hit me, it would only be a superficial wound. Your only choice is to use the sword. And all I have to do is wait for the moment you strike to utterly destroy you." At the moment of crisis, the voice of the powerhouse rang out. "Put down the sword. It is not your reliance. Your 5 fingers are your weapons. To kill him, you only need those bloodlusting fingers. You possess the blood dragon phantom. That is your supreme weapon. Do not fear and do not rely on external objects." Yi Chen had an epiphany. He spread his fingers and the spiritual energy within his body erupted like a famished blood dragon. On the other side, Scarlet grew confused seeing Yi Chen remain still, only to realize Yi Chen's aura had suddenly intensified. Scarlet waited no longer, once again condensing a spiritual energy longsword and charging at Yi Chen, intending to strike first. Facing the oncoming enemy, Yi Chen showed no fear. His fingers formed a claw, the blood dragon coiling around his arm. He spoke coldly. "You are too late," Scarlet continued to shout provocatively. "Late? No one can survive this move of mine, no matter how many trump cards you have." Yi Chen struck out with a palm, shattering Scarlet's sword. Seeing that blood dragon phantom, Scarlet turned pale with shock, unable to believe his eyes. He watched in terror as the blood dragon roared and lunged toward him, wondering what kind of monster he was actually fighting. Struck by the blood-sucking 5-finger slash, Scarlet let out a shrill scream and was sent flying, slamming heavily into the distance. By now, one of his arms had been completely destroyed by Yi Chen, and his entire body lacked the slightest strength to resist. He knelt on the ground, murmuring in despair, Why has my way of slaughter and my power vanished? Why can you take everything from me?" Yi Chen walked slowly toward Scarlet, his gaze cold as iron, and said indifferently, "Why? It's simple. Because your way of slaughter is beneath mention before me." As the words fell, Yi Chen flicked his hand, cleanly and decisively ending his life. After the battle, Yi Chen felt a wave of exhaustion. After all, the blood-sucking slash placed a massive burden on his current cultivation. Forcing it when his power was insufficient put immense pressure on his Dantian. The urgent priority now was to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Fortunately, through this battle, Yi Chen's understanding of the way of slaughter had deepened. He was now certain that the way of slaughter was the most suitable path for his cultivation. Just then, the phantom of the powerhouse from the 3rd tombstone in the Reincarnation Cemetery slowly manifested before Yi Chen, his voice echoing in his consciousness. "While the blood-sucking slash and the burning heaven palm were not top-tier techniques, they are enough for you to run wild in Huasha. You've gained quite an understanding from this battle, haven't you?" Yi Chen nodded slowly. "Indeed, I feel my cultivation has improved significantly. If I go into seclusion now, I believe I can break through shortly." The powerhouse pointed to the circling blood dragon phantom and said, "I'm not asking about your cultivation, but about this blood dragon phantom. You likely obtained some stroke of fortune by chance years ago, and this blood dragon phantom has long since subtly become your internal way of slaughter. Now, the stronger your killing intent or the greater your rage, the more terrifying this blood dragon phantom becomes. As it grows, you grow. The stronger it is, the stronger you are. If not for this blood dragon phantom saving your life today, you couldn't have killed your opponent with your current strength. Remember, against powerful enemies in the future, this blood dragon is more useful than the sword in your hand. It is your greatest reliance." With that, the senior's phantom gradually dissipated, though his warning continued to echo in Yi Chen's heart. After a moment, Yi Chen left the rooftop. Walking down the street, Yi Chen mused that Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui should be home by now, so he'd better call a taxi. Just as he was about to hail one, a brand new red car pulled up beside him. While Yi Chen was feeling surprised, the window rolled down to reveal the beautiful Zhou Ya. She gave Yi Chen a faint smile. "Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, may I give you a lift?" Although somewhat surprised, Yi Chen got into the car, curious as to why Zhou Ya had appeared here. Zhou Ya lightly pressed the accelerator, a smile on her lips as she said, "Every power in Jiangnan is currently watching Mr. Yi's every move, and our Zhou family is naturally no exception. After these several major battles, the landscape of Jiangnan province has been completely upended. Now that the world has turned its heart toward you, Mr. Yi has become the veritable #1 person in Jiangnan province. As long as those old fogies hidden within Jiangnan do not act, Mr. Yi is the undisputed focus." Hearing this, Yi Chen was very curious and pressed, "Who exactly are these old fogies hidden in Jiangnan you speak of?" Zhou Ya's expression turned serious as she explained, "Our Zhou family has cast swords for generations, so we naturally know more secrets than the average person. Beneath the calm of Jiangnan province lurks an extremely terrifying force. They do not like conflict, but once provoked, Jiangnan will surely face a storm of blood." Hearing Zhou Ya's words, Yi Chen suddenly remembered what Zhang Jianfeng had mentioned. He looked at Zhou Ya with a glimmer of hope and asked, "Zhou Ya, do you know of a place in Huasha called the Ghost Soul Prison?" At this question, Zhou Ya instinctively slammed on the brakes and the car screeched to a halt at the roadside. A look of shock flashed in her eyes as she stared at Yi Chen and asked, "Mr. Yi, how do you know that place exists?" Yi Chen's emotions were somewhat agitated. He reached out and grabbed Zhou Ya's arm, saying urgently, "Zhou Ya, the Ghost Soul Prison is of vital importance to me. If you know anything, please tell me." This was the first time Yi Chen had spoken in a tone bordering on a plea. Seeing this, Zhou Ya recounted all the secrets she knew. It was the most advanced, high-security and mysterious prison in Huasha, holding the nation's most powerful figures. Among them were high-profile criminals, individuals the top leadership could not control, and anomalies that posed an extreme threat to society. As he knew, a powerful martial artist who lost self-discipline would be a catastrophe for ordinary people. For example, 5 years ago, a peaceful small town was slaughtered overnight by a single martial artist, with thousands of people losing their lives. The entire town was practically razed to the ground. In recent years, similar tragedies have occurred occasionally, but most were handled secretly and suppressed. Ordinary people have no way of knowing, and most of the responsible martial artists were thrown into the Ghost Soul Prison. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "According to this, those held within are all heinous villains, yet my parents were clearly victims, yet they were cast into prison, while the true culprits, the Long family, remain at large." Yi Chen gripped Zhou Ya's shoulders and pressed excitedly, "Zhou Ya, do you know where that prison is?" Zhou Ya sighed helplessly. "The reason it's called Ghost Soul is because no one knows its exact location. I even suspect it is a mobile prison. However, based on some fragmented information currently available, it is very likely hidden beneath the ground of Beijing." Yi Chen fell into deep thought. "Beneath Beijing? That area is too vast. I need a more precise location. If you have any more relevant intel, please tell me." Zhou Ya pondered for a moment and added, "I truly do not know the specific location of the Ghost Soul Prison, but I know someone who has been there. If he can be persuaded, there might still be hope." With that, Zhou Ya took an invitation from her bag and handed it to Yi Chen. "This person is named Shang Chengdong from the Huasha Medicine Alliance." Yi Chen took the card and scanned it, seeing his own name clearly written on the guest list. It seemed he was also one of the invited guests. Zhou Ya continued, "I came to find you today for this very reason. The day after tomorrow, the chairman of the Medicine Alliance, Shang Chengdong, will arrive in Jiangnan and hold a grand feast at Blazing Sun Valley to witness the emergence of a divine medicine. Surprisingly, they not only invited me but specifically named you to attend. As I mentioned, there are some terrifying reclusive forces in Huasha, and the Medicine Alliance is one of them. Mr. Yi should know that pills are currently scarce in Huasha, and alchemists are even rarer. The Medicine Alliance stands firm due to its control over herbs and pills. They are currently tackling ancient alchemy techniques, attempting to refine a third-grade pill. This move has startled all of Huasha. Previously in Jiangnan province, no one had ever been able to refine a third-grade pill. This means once the divine pill is completed, the Medicine Alliance will become the focus of every power. Shang Chengdong will surely be watched by countless top-tier powerhouses." Yi Chen sneered in his heart. A mere third-grade pill causes such a commotion. If they knew I could refine fourth-grade pills, what would the scene be like? Although he knew Huasha was short on pills, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. Yi Chen asked in confusion, "What is the connection between the Medicine Alliance and the Ghost Soul Prison?" Zhou Ya explained. Shang Chengdong is not just the chairman of the Medicine Alliance, but a master of medical skills beyond compare. Whenever a high-profile prisoner in the Ghost Soul Prison faces a life-threatening situation, he must personally go to treat them. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. "I understand. I will go with you to the banquet the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhou Ya was overjoyed, thinking to herself, "As long as our Zhou family can walk with a top-tier powerhouse like Yi Chen, the future will surely be bright." While Zhou Ya and Yi Chen were discussing the Medicine Alliance, a conversation in Beijing was equally tense. Old Zhang slammed the table in fury. "Although the turmoil in Beijing has settled, my heart still harbors lingering fear. That monster girl suddenly appeared, and her strength was enough to break into the top 10 of the grandmaster list. This has dealt a heavy blow to the Beijing martial arts world. I thought the Zhang family was fully prepared to deal with it, but that girl suddenly vanished into thin air. I don't know what this means. Is it a warning or retaliation?" Having said this, old Zhang instructed Zhang Jianfeng with concern, "You've been at the 9th position on the grandmaster list for too long. Don't forget your goal is to compete for the first spot. Our Zhang family must sit in that position, do you understand?" Zhang Jianfeng felt a surge of pressure and spoke up. "Didn't my eldest brother already take the first spot on the grandmaster list years ago and gain the qualification to enter Kunlun? The whole of Huasha knows this. Isn't that enough?" Old Zhang shook his head. "Kunlun Shu is like another world entirely, isolated from everything. Once you enter the depths of Kunlun, it is hard to return. I fear I may never see him again in this lifetime. By now, his martial arts attainment has likely reached a transcendent state, and the gap between us is only growing. That person has held that position for too long. If he doesn't leave, our Zhang family will always be suppressed by other families. This is something I cannot accept, so this heavy responsibility can only be handed to you." Zhang Jianfeng muttered to himself, "Old man, you've been a father for far too long." Zhang Jianfeng said with some worry, "Father, I've observed something lately. The changes in that kid Yi Chen are quite startling. No matter what, we and Zhang Perong are still family after all." Hearing this, old Zhang flew into a violent rage and roared, "Don't mention Zhang Perong in front of me. Her giving birth to that bastard Yi Chen was the greatest insult to our Zhang family." Zhang Jianfeng looked helpless. Now that kid has become the #1 person in Jiangnan province. His potential is indeed terrifying. If left to develop, breaking into the top 10 of the grandmaster list will be no difficult feat. Old Zhang let out a cold snort and slammed the table again. "What is Jiangnan province compared to Beijing? The true pinnacle of martial arts is here in Beijing. If he wants to be a big fish in that small pond, let him. Even if he's a leader there, he's still just the bottom of the barrel in Beijing." Old Zhang stood up and dropped a final harsh word before leaving. "No matter what achievements that bastard reaches, it doesn't change his mediocre mortal root nature. I will never acknowledge him as a member of the Zhang family, unless he can slay the #1 person on the grandmaster list and come back to kneel and beg me. Otherwise, he can dream of ever setting foot in the Zhang family for the rest of his life." Zhang Jianfeng shook his head and lamented, "Old man, your plan is truly something, demanding he kill the top of the list and also kneel. You really are my father." After returning to the villa, Yi Sen sat in the living room wondering if he should take Luo Cha to the Medicine Alliance banquet. Although no one in Jiangnan dared move against him now for safety's sake, it was better to have Luo Cha stay home to protect Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui. While he was pondering, a voice rang out, "Yi Chen, the two of us have words for you." No sooner had the voice fallen than the two beauties sat down on either side of Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought to himself, "Are these two trying to find an excuse to go 100 rounds with me?" Before he could speak, Sha Ruoshui said seriously, "Sun Yi and I have discussed this for a long time. We want to learn martial arts, at least to have the ability to protect ourselves." Sun Yi chimed in, "Didn't you promise to help me find a suitable technique last time? We don't want to always be a burden to you." Seeing it wasn't about that business, Yi Chen simply closed his eyes and ignored their persistent nagging. It wasn't that he was angry, but rather that he had other plans. At this moment, Yi Chen was already silently asking the powerhouse in the Reincarnation Cemetery if there were any techniques suitable for girls, ideally ones that could improve their constitution and speed so they could escape quickly in danger. The powerhouse pondered, "You really intend to let them cultivate? Well, it makes sense. Them having self-protection will indeed be of great benefit to you." At this, a hint of pride and tenderness flashed in the senior's eyes. "Though I was obsessed with cultivation, I am a man of sentiment. I was once married to a woman, and the technique she practiced was perfectly compatible with mine. Today I shall pass her techniques to you." These two techniques were the Phoenix Heart Sutra and the Clear Wind technique, supplemented by a set of Qigong movement techniques. If they can master them, I guarantee no one in Huasha can harm them. Although these techniques are of an extremely high grade with their constitutions, breaking into the integration realm within a month will be no difficult task. After receiving the treasures, Yi Chen opened his eyes and tapped the center of the two women's brows with a mantra, transmitting the techniques into their minds. Yi Chen explained, "These two strength-building techniques are called the Phoenix Heart Sutra and the Clear Wind technique, plus a set of Qigong. Used together, they will make you as light as a bird. Next, I will guide you into the basics. As for what height you reach, that depends on yourselves." Simultaneously, atop the peak of Kunlun Shu, a woman in red was leaning against a railing, gazing into the distance. This stunning woman was none other than Ji Xiqing. She looked at Ji Lin beside her and asked, "Did you see Yi Chen during this trip down the mountain?" Ji Lin curled her lip in mockery while stuffing snacks into her mouth. "Sister, I really don't understand you. What's so good about that Yi Chen? His strength is garbage. He's a mortal root with no talent. He doesn't stand out in any way. You ignore the countless geniuses in Kunlun Shu, so why do you favor him? Could it be you've actually fallen for him?" Ji Xiqing only gave her a faint glance, ignoring the teasing. Ji Xiqing pressed, "How is he doing now? Did you find the killers of his parents?" Ji Lin shook her head, still mumbling, "Haven't cleared it up yet, but his business is indeed not simple. I only found a few clues after squashing a few ants. It seems the death of his parents involves some top-tier elite family in Huasha. I was planning to wipe out those families while I was at it, but then you called me back." Ji Xiqing continued to ask about Yi Chen's current status. "What realm is he at now? Is he still lingering in the opening meridian realm?" Ji Lin scratched her head, saying with some confusion, "After leaving Kunlun Shu, that guy's progress has indeed been freakishly fast. By my feeling, he should be at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi dynamic realm now. I estimate it won't be long before he steps into the 6th level." Hearing this, Ji Xiqing's heart also stirred with ripples. The spiritual energy in Huasha was far thinner than in Kunlun Shu. Cultivation speed should theoretically slow down, so why was he able to break through against the odds instead? Then, Ji Lin's next words made Ji Xiqing's heart tighten. Ji Lin evaluated, "Although Yi Chen's strength can't compare to mine, when I'm near him, I can actually sense a dangerous aura." Ji Lin felt that even if she erupted with full power, she might be counter-killed by Yi Chen. Ji Xiqing withdrew her shocked gaze and murmured softly, "Could it be what that person said is true, that Yi Chen's power truly can reach the heavens?" Ji Lin didn't hear clearly, and asked her sister what she was saying. Ji Xiqing shook her head. "Nothing, keep eating." In her heart, it didn't matter if Yi Chen was a peerless powerhouse or a mediocre person, as long as he could live out this life in peace. After a sleepless night, Yi Chen opened his eyes in a bit of a daze, finding that he had actually broken through to the 6th level. It seemed real combat was indeed the shortcut to becoming stronger. If not for the battle with that assassin, he likely wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Yi Chen came to the living room and casually asked Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui how their cultivation was going. At this moment, the two women were sitting cross-legged, practicing in quiet focus. Yi Chen took one look and was stunned. In just 2 short days, the two had already broken through the body tempering stage, and were about to step into the 1st level of the opening meridian realm. Are you kidding? He was only at the 5th level of the opening meridian realm when he first returned to Zhangcheng. At this rate, they would soon catch up to him. At this moment, Yi Chen was a bit frantic, thinking, could my two wives actually be once in a 10,000 years martial arts geniuses? Yi Chen always felt something was off. In his view, their aptitudes were ordinary and didn't seem suitable for cultivation outside the Reincarnation Cemetery. The senior in the tomb spoke, "What's so strange about that, you silly boy? Haven't you noticed your own cultivation speed is accelerating too? If I'm not mistaken, before you engaged in affairs of the heart, your martial arts talent was always suppressed by some force. If others call you a mortal, do you really believe yourself to be one? How could the Reincarnation Cemetery choose a mediocre person as its master?" Hearing the senior in the tomb say his cultivation speed had increased because of his hard work in the fields, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. It truly seemed as the senior said, after that night with Sun Yi his cultivation speed had indeed increased by a large margin. Initially he thought it was the credit of the Reincarnation Cemetery, but now it seemed it was the stimulation of his own potential. The senior in the tomb mocked, "Are you young people truly stupid or just pretending not even the heavens can control your destiny? So how could the trashy detection methods of Huasha and Kunlun Shu see through your essence? This shows your bloodline was extraordinary to begin with, you just hadn't discovered it before." The expert continued, "If you would use your brain for a moment, you'd realize your mother possesses a peerless spirit root. No matter how much of a trash you might be, it is absolutely impossible for you to have a mortal root." Yi Chen pondered this and asked, Then Senior, can you see what my talent actually is? The expert replied. Even I cannot see your full depth. How high do you think that makes it? Those two girls, however, are indeed genuine mortals. It is only through their union with you that they were transformed into cultivation geniuses. Hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up Yi Chen's eyes. Now he had to prepare for his trip with Zhou Ya. A moment later, Zhou Ya arrived in her car to pick up Yi Chen. On the way, she spoke up to remind him. Mr. Yi, the Medicine Alliance and the Huasha Martial Arts Bureau are currently in a cooperative relationship. Leaders from the Martial Arts Bureau will certainly be in attendance, so I ask that you try to avoid trouble as much as possible during this trip. Yi Chen remained steadfast in his long-standing principle of survival. As long as they do not provoke me, all will remain peaceful. However, if they don't know their place, they shouldn't blame me for being unkind. Hearing this answer, a sense of foreboding surged in Zhou Ya's heart. She lightly pressed the accelerator and said, Mr. Yi, we'll be there in a few minutes. I'll drive a bit slower. Yi Chen indicated he was fine with that. Safety came first. But at that moment the roar of an engine erupted from behind, and in the blink of an eye a racing car overtook Zhou Ya's vehicle. To make matters worse, that car aggressively cut them off to seize the lane, forcing Zhou Ya to struggle with the steering wheel to stabilize the car. Breathless and shaken, Zhou Ya brought the car to a stop, her hands and feet turning cold. That was too dangerous. I never imagined someone would be street racing in a place like this. Fortunately, I was driving slowly enough to maintain control. Otherwise, both of us might have lost our lives. Beside her, Yi Chen spoke. Zhou Ya switched places. As Zhou Ya looked at him, she saw that Yi Chen's eyes had turned ice cold, radiating intense fury. Yi Chen continued, I'll drive the rest of the way. Zhou Ya had a bad feeling and said, anyone who drives like that must have martial artists on board. Furthermore, that license plate belongs to the Luo family of Beijing, a prominent martial arts clan. We absolutely cannot afford to offend them. Yi Chen repeated coldly, their actions just now directly threatened our lives. This matter absolutely cannot be overlooked. Switch places now, I'm driving. Seeing no other choice, Zhou Ya allowed Yi Chen to take the wheel. Yi Chen slammed his foot on the accelerator, saying angrily, it's no good, even at maximum speed this car can't catch them. Zhou Ya tried her best to soothe him from the passenger seat. This is just an ordinary city car, how can it compare to a sports car? Mr. Yi, let's just let it go. Yi Chen let out a cold snort. Let it go? Absolutely impossible. He said, I'll buy you a new car when we return. With that, Yi Chen channeled his spiritual energy to envelop the entire vehicle, pushing the car to a terrifyingly high speed. Sitting in the car, Zhou Ya was terrified. Meanwhile, in the sports car ahead, the driver said leisurely, Young master, we're almost there. The handsome youth beside him looked at the scenery and remarked, Finally made it. Suddenly, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes as if he had detected something. At that moment, Yi Chen was using his spiritual energy to control the vehicle as it sped down the road. Zhou Ya's terrified scream rang out just before the impact. Yi Chen's car slammed directly into the black sports car, sending the other vehicle hurtling into the air. In that moment of peril, the youth in the black sports car leapt out. It seemed this fellow's strength was not low. As for the black sports car, it was sent flying and ended up stuck firmly in a tree, wheels spinning in the air. As soon as the car stopped, Zhou Ya exhaled in shock. Oh, that was terrifying, simply terrifying. You almost scared me to death just now. Yi Chen had already stepped out of the car, and standing before him were the two men from the sports car. Zhou Ya crawled out of the vehicle, her face pale with fright. Upon recognizing the youth's face, a look of shock flashed in her eyes. He was Zheng Zishao, the young master of the Zheng family in Beijing. He was an unprincipled playboy who cared for nothing but pleasure, yet the power behind him was immense. Offending him would surely bring endless trouble. The driver was incandescent with rage, cursing furiously. Didn't your mother teach you how to drive? Do you have any idea that you almost killed me just now? Believe it or not, as long as I wish it, I can make your entire family die a miserable death. I can even make you die without ever knowing how it happened. No sooner had the driver spoken than Yi Chen appeared before him. Surrounded by surging energy, he said coldly, You want me to die a miserable death? Next, I'll show you how to write the word miserable. Before Yi Chen's speed, the driver had nowhere to run. He only had time to take a terrified step back before one of Yi Chen's heavy, energy-laden punches slammed into his chest. His eyes rolled back in agony. He never expected Yi Chen to be a martial artist, let alone an exceptionally powerful one. Seeing his driver sent flying, Zheng Zishao was struck with shock. The driver slammed heavily onto the ground, only able to plea intermittently, Young master, save me, quickly save me, before falling silent. Seeing his subordinate beaten so badly, Zheng Zishao was surprised but quickly regained his composure. After all, his own strength far exceeded that of his subordinate. Zishao channeled energy into his hands, looking at Zhou Ya's license plate with a look of disdain. Judging by your plate, you must be from some backwater like Cha Rong. Are you some minor lackey? If you kneel right now, kowtow and apologize. Beijing martial artists are not people you can afford to offend. Opposite him, Yi Chen replied indifferently. And what if I insist on offending you? Even if the price of that offense is life? Zheng Zishao slammed his palms into the ground, sending a wave of energy sweeping toward Yi Chen. Just as the energy was about to reach him, Yi Chen vanished, leaving only an afterimage. A second later, to Zheng Zishao's utter bewilderment, Yi Chen appeared directly in front of him. Yi Chen spoke softly, too slow, too weak. As the words fell, another heavy punch struck his chest, and Zheng Zishao's agonized scream echoed throughout the area. He curled into a ball on the ground, trembling in pain. He then struggled to support his body and sit up, spitting blood as he said with great effort, "Fine, you've got guts. My father is the director of the Martial Arts Bureau and a powerhouse ranked 7th on the grandmaster list. No one dares touch me." Yi Chen slowly crouched down and said, "My name is Yi Chen. If I recall correctly, I've already offended the Martial Arts Bureau once or twice. You really have a knack for picking targets. You actually tried to use the Martial Arts Bureau to scare me." As he spoke, Yi Chen seized Zheng Zishao and slammed him violently onto the ground again. Zheng Zishao coughed up more blood, his heart filled with pure terror. He was Yi Chen, the very madman his father had explicitly warned him never to provoke after arriving here. Yi Chen stepped brutally onto Zishao. Zishao felt his chest was about to split open in terror. "Does this guy really intend to kill me?" Zishao screamed in panic. "Someone help, save me!" Just then a voice came from behind Yi Chen. "Grandmaster Yi, today is a day of celebration for the Medicine Alliance. If blood is spilled, Master Shang of Blazing Sun Valley might be displeased." Hearing another threat, Yi Chen turned back in anger. The elder continued, "Could you please spare them? If word of this gets out, it will also bring shame to our Huasha Medicine Alliance." Zhou Ya, standing to the side, also stepped in to persuade him. "Yi Chen, this is Blazing Sun Valley, and you still have matters to discuss with Master Shang, if possible." Yi Chen thought to himself, "Shang Chengdong is the only one who knows the location of the Ghost Soul Prison. I must give him this face. The lives of these two despicable cowards are not worth more than information on the Ghost Soul Prison." Yi Chen withdrew his foot and said slowly, "I'll spare your life this once. If you ever dare do anything else that displeases me, even if your father is present, he won't be able to save you." With that, Yi Chen and Zhou Ya departed together. Once Yi Chen was far away, Zheng Zishao turned and unleashed a torrent of abuse at the elder. "Damn it, my father hired you to protect me. Is this your idea of protection? If you had been one step later, you'd be collecting my corpse," the elder said in a low voice. "Young Master Zheng, please wait for another day and another place to settle your grudge with Yi Chen. At the very least, do not let it affect Blazing Sun Valley. Many big shots have come this time, including some foreign powerhouses. Many of them are friends of Master Shang. If you start a fight and displease him, the consequences will be very troublesome." Zheng Zishao barked in rage. "Get lost. Does my business need a dog like you to teach me? Remember, I only came here to give the Medicine Alliance face." The elder glanced at Zishao, lamenting in his heart that although both were young men, Zishao's temperament was far inferior to Yi Chen's. The scene shifted to Blazing Sun Valley, where the architecture was steeped in an ancient primitive atmosphere. As they walked, Zhou Ya explained that the Medicine Alliance held immense influence in Huasha, standing among the top-tier martial arts powers. No matter how strong one was, they had to show some respect to the Alliance. After all, when injured or in need of pill assistance, the Medicine Alliance was the only choice. The physicians here possessed godly medical skills, and even pills that could bridge the gap between realms. In short, many powerhouses had to operate according to the Medicine Alliance's whims. Seeing Yi Chen's lack of reaction, Zhou Ya continued enthusiastically, "We'll look for an opportunity to meet him later, but he might not necessarily be willing to see us. Therefore you must maintain a good attitude. After all, this is our only chance." At that moment, the two arrived at a plaza where a group of people was installing a strange machine. Zhou Ya asked in confusion, "Is that a pill refining furnace?" "It's likely a new refining technology developed by the Medicine Alliance, combining science with alchemy to minimize the error rate and avoid producing low-quality pills." Yi Chen looked at the furnace and said, "The fire and the furnace are merely external objects. Alchemy depends to a great extent on the alchemist's mental state and power. These are things technology cannot replace. This method can only produce inferior pills. Using those precious herbs is simply a massive waste." At that moment, a man overheard Yi Chen's words. He asked arrogantly, "According to you, the products our Medicine Alliance develops are all trash, and all our research staff are useless as well?" After Yi Chen mocked the Medicine Alliance's refining method as only capable of producing scrap, someone nearby asked in a displeased tone, "Are you saying the people of the Medicine Alliance are all useless?" Hearing this, Zhou Ya and Yi Chen were stunned to see a man walking toward them. With a look of displeasure on his face, he blurted out, "What an arrogant young man." After her initial surprise, a flash of excitement appeared in Zhou Ya's eyes. In contrast to Yi Chen's fearless, destroy anyone who stands in the way personality, Zhou Ya was meticulous. She naturally knew this man's background. He was Zhao Lintao, one of the pillars of the Medicine Alliance. Knowing that Yi Chen's blunt words had just caused trouble, Zhou Ya hurried to apologize to Zhao Lintao. But Zhao Lintao's eyes remained fixed on Yi Chen. Seeing the awkwardness of the scene, Zhou Ya began to introduce him to Yi Chen. "This is Master Zhao, a leading figure in the current world of alchemy." At that point, Lintao also spoke. "I recognize you. You are the young lady of the Zhou family, the #1 sword-casting clan in Huasha. You came here with your father a few years ago." Having said that, Zhao Lintao shot a displeased glance at Yi Chen and said with a threatening undertone, "Young man, you are still too green and lack experience. I can overlook your words this time, but if I hear you talking nonsense again, don't blame me for being unkind." Zhao Lintao then walked toward the refining machine, still very displeased. "Combining technology with alchemy is the result of my years of hard work. How can I allow a junior to belittle it?" Zhao Lintao urged the engineers, "Hurry up, we must have results today." At that moment, Yi Chen's defiant streak flared up again, and he said, "Unfortunately, no matter how much you prepare today, you won't be able to refine any pills." Hearing those words, Zhao Lintao's expression turned incredibly unsightly. Behind him, Yi Chen continued, "Alchemy is an extremely dangerous task. While machines are precise, they are cold and heartless." Hearing this, Zhao Lintao could no longer contain his rage. He rushed up to Yi Chen and shouted, "Is a brat like you specifically here to find trouble? This machine is the fruit of my many years of painstaking research. Do you even know how to refine pills? Everyone here is a top-tier expert in the world of alchemy." Yi Chen replied calmly, "I'm merely reminding you. Perhaps you've successfully refined pills indoors using this method. I'm certain you've done so at home, but outdoors, alchemy is affected by numerous factors. I can see that you are currently restless and agitated, completely unable to calm your mind. Even with a machine controlling the fire, you won't be able to form a pill." Hearing this, Zhao Lintao broke into a sweat. He waved his hand in anger and walked away, saying as he went, "I have my own experience. It's not for a junior like you to lecture me." After Lintao left, Zhou Ya said worriedly, "What you just said was indeed a bit too much. Master Zhao has a very high reputation in the Medicine Alliance as a pioneer in the field of technological alchemy. Those words you just said were practically a slap in his face in public." At this moment, the usual arrogance was absent from Yi Chen's eyes. He spoke softly, "I just wanted to give him a hand because he truly is someone who focuses on researching alchemy. As for whether he listens or not, that's up to him." Zhou Ya found it very interesting and teased, "All of Huasha looks to the Medicine Alliance to save lives, yet here you are, wanting to turn around and save the Medicine Alliance." Before long, the refining machine was installed and the surrounding guests gathered. Everyone began to exchange greetings and social pleasantries filled the air. "Hello there. I didn't expect to see you here. You're here too, didn't you follow Xiao Ji?" Zhou Ya and Yi Chen remained seated in a quiet corner waiting. Yi Chen had "I'm just waiting to see the consequences of you not listening to advice" attitude, while Zhou Ya looked around, seemingly searching for someone. Zhou Ya then whispered to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, Shang Chengdong is here." Yi Chen glanced over and saw a relatively young man approaching. The people around him all greeted him very politely. As he walked, Shang Chengdong said graciously, "Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. If there is any lack of hospitality, please forgive us." Yi Chen discovered that the man possessed an extremely strong martial aura. For someone to reach such heights in both medicine and martial arts cultivation, his talent must indeed be exceptionally high. Shang Chengdong stood before the refining machine and said courteously, "Although I am the chairman of the Medicine Alliance, in truth, I haven't made much contribution to the martial arts world over the years beyond saving lives. As you all know, our Medicine Alliance is full of talent. This time, I'd like to introduce a genius alchemist to everyone. He is the one. He is Zhao Lintao, a senior veteran of the Medicine Alliance. His pioneering work in combining technology with alchemy has astounded me. He is absolutely a pioneer in this field in Huasha. Next, he will refine a third-grade pill in front of everyone. If successful, he will be recorded in the annals of Huasha's history." Shang Chengdong added, "I will join you all in witnessing this historic moment." As Shang Chengdong finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, followed by a flurry of discussion. The Shang family truly has unwavering faith in Master Zhao. He invited so many people to attend. If he fails to refine it, it would be quite embarrassing, especially for Master Shang. If it really succeeds, the Medicine Alliance officially moves toward a new height. At that moment, someone spoke up. Chairman Shang, I have no doubts about Master Zhao's alchemy attainments. However, just now I heard a young man scoffing at Master Zhao's research results, even saying this method could only refine trashy, defective products. The onlookers whispered among themselves. If even a top-tier alchemist like Master Zhao can't refine a good pill, then who can? Where did this kid crawl out from? How can his tone be so arrogant? Is he here to disrupt the stage? At this, a look of displeasure appeared in Shang Chengdong's eyes. I have an impression of you. You seem to be from the Martial Arts Bureau. Who is the youth you mentioned? How dare he insult my Medicine Alliance's Master Zhao? The man pointed at Yi Chen, who was sitting to the side, and said, It's him, this person added smugly. I spoke up because I couldn't stand his arrogant face. On what basis should the experts of the Medicine Alliance be belittled by a mere brat? Zhou Ya was anxious, thinking to herself, this guy is trying to borrow a knife to kill. He was clearly targeting Yi Chen intentionally, yet he struck a pose of righteous indignation to incite the crowd to attack Yi Chen. In the crowd, young Master Zheng smiled triumphantly. Yi Chen, the Medicine Alliance is an existence that cannot be profaned in Huasha. Today let's see how you die. Shang Chengdong looked at Yi Chen and asked, Young man, did you really say those words? Zhou Ya whispered a reminder from the side. Mr. Yi, as long as you don't admit it, they can't do anything to you. Yi Chen felt there was no need for that. Yi Chen stepped forward to state his viewpoint. I believe Master Zhao's refining method is not up to standard. Not only can the refining time not be precisely controlled, but it lacks the power of the unity of heaven, earth and man. I suggest he adjust his mindset first and start in 3 hours. Otherwise, within 48 seconds after the pill begins to condense, this refining furnace will definitely explode. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into fits of laughter, mocking him to the extreme. That's hilarious, this guy really dares to speak. Does he even understand alchemy? This is the Medicine Alliance, the place with the highest level of medicine in Huasha. This kid must be insane. Is he some kind of fortune teller? Shang Chengdong's expression was exceptionally grim. Young man, you must be responsible for your words. If Master Zhao succeeds, you will have to kneel and worship him for 3 days and nights. Yi Chen only replied indifferently. If this pill furnace explodes, I truly don't know who will be left alive to apologize to me. Seeing Yi Chen still joking, Shang Chengdong said to Zhao Lintao, Did you hear that? Once the pill is refined, I want to watch this fellow kneeling here for 3 days and nights. Zhao Lintao waved a hand. No need, watching someone kneel for 3 days is quite boring. Now let us witness a miracle. Zhao Lintao began the refining procedure. He skillfully added various rare medicines into the furnace. The onlookers were full of praise. It was the first time they had seen such a fusion of technology and alchemy. A master truly lived up to his name, his movements fluid and seamless. Zhou Ya spoke with lingering worry. Yi Chen, don't be impulsive. Once the pill is formed, apologize to Master Zhao, and perhaps they won't hold it against you. Yi Chen laughed. There's no need for that. Internally, Yi Chen was secretly pleased. If he didn't make a scene to grab Shang Chengdong's attention, it would be difficult to extract information from him. After adding all the raw materials into the furnace, Zhao Lintao began using spiritual energy for the refinement. Simultaneously, he ordered various departments to prepare mechanical assistants to create a miracle. Just then, an engineer below suddenly shouted, Master Zhao, the pressure gauge is abnormal. Another nearby also cried out, Master Zhao, the temperature is unstable. Should we continue increasing the air pressure? By now, beads of sweat had covered Zhao Lintao's forehead, but he feigned composure to reassure his subordinates, Don't panic, everything is under control. Everyone stay at your posts. At that moment, the high-tech refining furnace began to vibrate violently as steam started leaking out. The engineers screamed, No, Master Zhao, the furnace can't hold, the machine can't be stabilized, it's going to blow. Master, we have to run. Zhao Lintao watched his life's work on the verge of destruction, dazed and murmuring to himself. My refining furnace, his subordinates desperately urged him to escape beside him. Shang Chengdong was also stunned, but luckily, a moment before the furnace exploded, he lunged forward to save Zhao Lintao. With a thunderous roar, the explosion occurred. Zhao Lintao wailed, My furnace, how could it have exploded? The crowd whispered in terror amidst the chaos. How did the furnace explode? It was so precise, exactly 48 seconds. That kid actually called it. Shang Chengdong now turned a profound gaze toward Yi Chen. Does this young man understand alchemy? Perhaps he is a hidden master. He even calculated the time of the explosion to the second. With this thought, Shang Chengdong approached Yi Chen with extreme politeness. Mr. Yi, Shang Chengdong offers his apologies for the offense just now. Please forgive me, if possible. Could you tell me how you accurately determined the timing of the furnace's explosion? Facing the inquiry, Yi Chen didn't want to waste breath. Knowing that information must be exchanged for equivalent chips, Yi Chen simply said flatly, Since things have reached this point, there is nothing left to say. Shang Chengdong's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself that anyone who could calculate down to the second was certainly not simple, yet he seemed unwilling to reveal his strength. What a pity. Shang Chengdong spoke respectfully again. Since it is inconvenient for Mr. Yi to speak plainly, then I shall not press further. Yi Chen knew exactly what Shang Chengdong was thinking. With so many factions present, his talent for alchemy could not be easily exposed. Yi Chen frowned and said, "Actually, there's no harm in telling you. The technique I practice leans toward the fire element, giving me a strong sensitivity to flames, allowing me to sense the changes within the furnace. As for the accurate calculation, perhaps it was just luck." Shang Chengdong caught his drift and said, "I see, it is an honor to receive Mr. Yi's guidance. Coincidentally, I practice a similar technique. I wonder if I might invite Mr. Yi for some private instruction later?" Hearing this, Yi Chen was secretly pleased and replied, "It would be my honor to discuss this with you, Master Shang." Hearing their conversation, the crowd erupted into an uproar again. It was unbelievable. He had actually received a private invitation from Mr. Shang. That was a massive honor, by the way. Why did the name Yi Chen sound so familiar? Young Master Zheng's face was dark as he cursed incessantly. Damn it, what exactly is Yi Chen's background that makes him so mysterious?" Zhou Ya looked at Yi Chen helplessly. It seemed her worries were superfluous. This man always managed to do things beyond her imagination. A moment later, Shang Chengdong led Yi Chen and Zhou Ya into a vibrant, vast garden. It was filled with countless rare flowers and herbs, and even Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel that they were all treasures. Zhou Ya teased upon hearing this. "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so fond of flowers and plants." Knowing Zhou Ya didn't understand his meaning, Yi Chen explained that these were all extremely precious medicinal herbs. If sold, they would fetch a fortune. Walking ahead, Shang Chengdong laughed. "Haha, Mr. Yi truly has a keen eye. Since it is only us now, there is no need for Mr. Yi to hide it. If I'm not mistaken, you are also an alchemist. May I ask what grade of pills you can refine?" Yi Chen stroked his chin in thought for a moment before saying, "Usually 4th grade. If the time, place and people are right, 5th grade is not out of the question." At this answer, Shang Chengdong's expression became distorted with extreme shock. Yi Chen couldn't help but say, "What's wrong? Why such an exaggerated expression?" Shang Chengdong lowered his voice and said, "Are you joking? 4th or 5th grade?" Shang Chengdong thought to himself, pills are divided into 9 grades, each with 9 veins. The top alchemists in the Medicine Alliance could only refine 4th grade 5-vein pills. Was this Mr. Yi even more powerful? Seeing Shang Chengdong's doubts, Yi Chen said, "If you want to know the truth, just let me try, but I have 2 conditions. First, I want the herbs here. Second, I want to ask you about something." Shang Chengdong pondered for a moment and quickly replied, "As long as Mr. Yi can refine a pill of 4th grade and 5 veins or higher, you may take whatever herbs you wish from the Medicine Alliance. As for the matter you wish to inquire about, as long as I know of it, I will tell you the truth." Shang Chengdong was secretly overjoyed. If he could win over an alchemy master like Yi Chen to join the alliance, they would surely reach new heights. Zhou Ya laughed. "Go on and do your business. I'll stay here and admire the flowers." She understood well that it was best not to hear things she wasn't meant to. A moment later, the two arrived at the alchemy room. Looking at the furnace before him, Shang Chengdong asked proudly, "Mr. Yi, is this furnace to your satisfaction?" Yi Chen waved it off. "It'll do." Shang Chengdong said respectfully, "It's good as long as you find it acceptable." Yi Chen wasted no time, demonstrating his techniques as he began to control the fire to refine the pill. Shang Chengdong was profoundly shocked by Yi Chen's methods and power. This was the fire control technique, an alchemy art from the ancient era. He could actually condense true qi to envelop the cauldron, using it to assist in fire control. Before long, a thick medicinal fragrance permeated the air. Yi Chen put away the pill and said proudly, "Chairman Shang, please have a look." Yi Chen handed the pill to Shang Chengdong. Shang Chengdong sensed it with a look of bewilderment. The fragrance was indeed genuine. He had refined the pill so effortlessly, and it was a 4th grade 8-vein pill. Shang Chengdong took the pill, feeling ecstatic. Such quality from a casual refinement. If the Medicine Alliance could secure this person, they would become the #1 power in Huaxia within a few years. Opposite him, Yi Chen spoke flatly, "Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise." Shang Chengdong hurried to say, "With Mr. Yi's talent, let alone herbs, you deserve any reward." At this moment, Shang Chengdong was determined to win Yi Chen over at any cost. However, Yi Chen simply said coldly, "Don't think about tempting me with herbs. My primary purpose for coming here is to ask where exactly the Ghost Soul Prison is located." Hearing Yi Chen ask about the Ghost Soul Prison, a flash of excitement appeared in Shang Chengdong's eyes, followed by a look of difficulty. "Mr. Yi, I can tell you anything except matters regarding the Ghost Soul Prison." Seeing him refuse, Yi Chen glared at him and struck the pill furnace behind him with his power. The furnace instantly exploded into pieces. "Shang Chengdong, this is what you promised me. I hate unreliable people most of all." Seeing Yi Chen's anger, Shang Chengdong hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yi, you don't understand. The people behind the Ghost Soul Prison are not those we can afford to provoke. I was placed under a seal when I entered the Ghost Soul Prison. Once I reveal the address, my body will explode." Yi Chen didn't believe him, and immediately stepped forward to seize Shang Chengdong by the throat. Shang Chengdong didn't seem to intend to resist, but when Yi Chen's energy touched him, a golden mark appeared on his forehead, and a beam of golden light shot out, knocking Yi Chen back. Only then did Yi Chen believe that Shang Chengdong was indeed under a restriction, and a very powerful one at that. This didn't seem to come from Huasha, but from Kunlun Shu. Yi Chen closed his eyes to communicate with the expert in the Reincarnation Cemetery. "Senior, do you have a way to break this kind of technique?" the expert said arrogantly. "I can naturally break such trash techniques, but it will consume some of my power. Furthermore, once I break the restriction, the caster will immediately notice." Yi Chen didn't want to alert the enemy, and hesitantly asked if there were other ways. The expert spoke solemnly. "There is a way, of course. According to my deduction, there must be many people controlled by this technique. I can cast the 10,000-mile derivation technique to break everyone's restrictions at once. This way, even if the caster wants to investigate, they won't find the specific source. However, once this method is cast, my power will be exhausted or even vanish. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Yi Chen said resolutely. "Please help me, Senior. As for your loss, I will surely find a way to compensate you in the future, even if I have to go through hell and high water. Let's solve the problem at hand first." With that, the expert began to cast the technique, and a surge of majestic power was instantly released. The Yi Chen in the outside world also underwent a change. Shang Chengdong was struck with shock. Before he could react, Yi Chen had already flashed before him, pointing a finger at the mark on his forehead. An anomaly suddenly erupted in the sky, accompanied by thunder. The people of the Medicine Alliance looked up and discussed, "Heavens, that direction seems to be the Alchemy room. What exactly is happening? How can there be such a terrifying aura? I've never seen such an anomaly. Something big must have happened. I must record this and take it back to the bureau for study." Just as that person took out his phone to take a photo, a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly shattering the phone and scaring everyone witless. At that moment a voice echoed in the air. "Foolish mortals, the heavens take pity and allow you to witness a celestial anomaly, yet you dare try to record it. This is a profanation of heavenly majesty. Before a peerless powerhouse capable of triggering such an anomaly, you are all but ants." Immediately following, a bolt of lightning struck the alchemy room. Inside the room, spiritual energy erupted around Yi Chen as Shang Chengdong before him was filled with terror. Yi Chen said in a low voice, "I am helping you break the restriction. This won't harm your body. Why are you screaming like a ghost?" Shang Chengdong looked at Yi Chen and said tremblingly, "But I'm very scared," he thought to himself. Who wouldn't be afraid after suddenly being struck by lightning? Looking at the terrifying power swirling around Yi Chen, Shang Chengdong marveled at how strong he was. Before this young man, the Medicine Alliance was completely insignificant. With such means, it would likely be easy for him to kill anyone in Huasha. While Shang Chengdong was dazed, Yi Chen appeared before him, placing a hand on his forehead. Yi Chen gave a loud shout. Break. In an instant, the restriction was shattered, and the golden mark vanished without a trace, simultaneously at a secret location in Beijing, which seemed to be the Ghost Soul Prison Yi Chen was desperately searching for. An old man sat before a man and a woman, his tone dark. "Yi Tianzheng Zhang Perong, it's been so long and you still refuse to speak. Do you really intend to stay here for the rest of your lives?" Yi Tianzheng replied, "What do you want me to say? I don't even know why I'm imprisoned here. All these years we've lived like walking corpses. Do as you please with us." The old man looked at Zhang Perong and said, "Miss Zhang, you were once a person of high status, yet you've suffered much here. As long as you are willing to talk, I can grant any request you have." Zhang Perong said coldly, "As long as I can be by his side, I am willing to endure any pain. Besides, our hearts have long been free of burdens. What difference does life or death make?" The man laughed. "Do you even care about your son, Yi Chen?" Zhang Perong's gaze flickered with a trace of sorrow. "Yi Chen passed away many years ago. It's useless to say such things." Zhang Perong thought to herself, "I was the one who pushed him into the lake with my own hands. He was so small back then he couldn't have survived. But that was better than falling into that man's hands." However, the old man said, "What if I told you your son is still alive?" At these words, Yi Tianzheng and Zhang Perong's expressions shifted instantly. At that moment, just before Yi Chen broke the restriction for Shang Chengdong, hearing the old man say their son Yi Chen was still alive, Yi Tianzheng and Zhang Perong stared at him with disbelief, pressing, "What are you saying? Yi Chen is still alive?" Seizing this weakness, the old man laughed triumphantly. "As long as you tell me the secret, if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I can bring your son here for a visit." Yi Tianzheng cursed angrily. "Stop dreaming. If Yi Chen is truly alive, I believe he will definitely come looking for us personally." The old man's face darkened as energy gathered in his hand. "Since you're so stubborn, I'll let you eat some more bitterness." With that, he suddenly lunged at the two of them. Facing the impending new round of torture, the couple looked resolute, though a flicker of fear remained in their eyes. But before the old man could reach them, his face suddenly became distorted, his eyes wide as his body began to twitch unnaturally. Countless bursts of energy shot out from within him, causing extreme pain. Seeing the old man's inhuman state, Zhang Peirong asked Yi Tianzheng what had happened. Yi Tianzheng replied casually that he likely had an epileptic fit. The two watched as the old man howled in pain before them. The old man roared in his heart in terror. "Damn it, someone broke my restriction, and they did it from 10,000 miles away. The most terrifying thing is that I was completely powerless to resist, entirely at their mercy. I was like a plaything in his palm. Just who is the opponent? This is bad. If this continues, I'll lose my life," the old man screamed frantically. "Someone, quickly, someone!" Watching this, Yi Chen's parents were bewildered, wondering if this was divine retribution. After a while, the old man was carried away, leaving only the two of them in the cell. Zhang Peirong said sorrowfully, "That man just said Yi Chen is still alive. Although I can't be sure if it's true, I have a feeling of a blood connection. As a mother, I feel our child did not die." Yi Tianzheng let out a sigh. "It's enough if he's alive." Now he had no more extravagant hopes, wishing only to live out his days peacefully in this place and hoping Yi Chen wouldn't get involved in these conflicts. Thinking of the past, Yi Tianzheng was filled with guilt. "Years ago I promised to take you back to the Zhang family in glory, but now you're trapped here with me. I truly have no face to see Chener." Zhang Peirong laughed. "What does a prison matter? What does the Zhang family matter? Wherever you are is home." The scene shifted to the old man who was injured by the backlash of Yi Chen's restriction breaking. He was currently kneeling amidst a group of black-robed figures, the fear still visible on his face. "Thank you, my lords, for your rescue." A person draped in a black cloak asked in a low voice, "What exactly happened? How could you be so heavily injured within the Ghost Soul prison?" The old man replied in extreme terror, "Reporting to my lords, the root of the technique I planted has been completely destroyed. Everyone who has entered or left the Ghost Soul prison is now out of control. My cultivation has plummeted, and my injuries are severe." Hearing this, the black-robed figures became agitated. "Long-distance destruction of restrictions? There is such an extraordinary person in the world? Since he destroyed your restrictions, he must be covering up some truth. He is very likely investigating our Ghost Soul prison. Compile a list of all personnel who have entered or exited the prison over the past 5 years, then launch a thorough investigation into each one. We are bound to find a trail." The old man immediately accepted the order. The scene shifted back to Yi Chen. In Jiangnan province, Shang Chengdong was currently marveling at Yi Chen with profound awe. Mr. Yi's methods were truly enough to make ghosts and gods weep. Yi Chen furrowed his brows and said, "Restrain yourself and tell me everything you know about the Ghost Soul prison. The technique on your body has been neutralized by me. You won't suffer any more harm." Shang Chengdong nodded frantically. "I will tell you everything I know, but I also ask for Mr. Yi's understanding. The Ghost Soul prison only opens once a month at the beginning of the month, and the entrance is different every time. The first time I entered, the entrance was near Beijing Park. The second time was at Shihongmen, and the last time was at Wanglegu. Every time it opens, there are men in black to receive you. Without them, it's impossible to get in. A few days ago, someone from the Ghost Soul prison contacted me and requested I go there next month. This time he told me to find a hotel near Beijing Normal University, so I suspect the next entrance will open in that vicinity." Yi Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed he should finish handling everything in Jiangnan province as quickly as possible and then rush to Beijing. Seeing Yi Chen in deep thought, Shang Chengdong hurried to add an explanation. "Mr. Yi, to be honest, I really don't want to go to the Ghost Soul prison, but I have no choice in the matter. The experts in that prison are incredibly powerful. Their level is far beyond ours. I know you are very strong, but you must be careful." Yi Chen waved a hand. "You don't need to worry about those things. Just notify me when it's time to leave for Beijing. Now I'm going to pick some medicinal herbs." As Yi Chen was about to leave, Shang Chengdong said urgently, Mr. Yi, as you've seen, I admire you greatly. I have a slightly presumptuous request and hope you will consider it." Yi Chen looked at him and said, "Let me guess, you want me to join the Medicine Alliance, right?" Shang Chengdong said awkwardly, "How did you know?" "Indeed, I had that intention initially. But after witnessing your divine powers, I know our Medicine Alliance is too small to contain you. I only hope you can serve as our chief consultant and occasionally look out for the Alliance." Yi Chen replied, "You are indeed an interesting fellow, but I don't like being bound by ties." Seeing Yi Chen's intent to refuse, Shang Chengdong hurried to say, "There will be absolutely no restrictions. As long as Mr. Yi occasionally visits the Medicine Alliance when free, there are no other requirements. Shang Chengdong thought to himself, this person is clearly a world-shaking top-tier expert. He's only hidden his identity for some reason. If the Medicine Alliance can cling to his coattails, a bright future awaits us. Yi Chen weighed the options in his heart. My alchemy requires a large amount of medicinal herbs. It wouldn't be bad to establish a relationship with the Medicine Alliance. With this thought, Yi Chen spoke, fine, I agree, but let's be clear. Consultant is just a title, and I can leave at any time. Let's go. As agreed, I'm going to take some herbs. Behind him, Shang Chengdong said happily, please Mr. Yi, take as much as you wish. After leaving the alchemy room, Yi Chen headed straight for the herb garden. Here he fully revealed his bandit nature. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen darted around frantically, harvesting herbs. Yi Chen thought to himself, since I'm now the chief consultant of the Medicine Alliance, there's no need to be polite about taking medicine. Zhou Ya was also shocked to see Yi Chen reveal his true nature. She hadn't expected his techniques to be so formidable even in the field of herb gathering. Every move of Yi Chen's was watched by the members of the Medicine Alliance, who whispered in terror, Mr. Yi is stripping away everything, leaves and all. This stalk originally had 4 stems, and now there's only 1 left. The ghost-severing grass was also taken. Look, he even found the blue moon ginseng. Damn it, that's a treasure our Medicine Alliance has cultivated for hundreds of years. Someone finally found the scene of plunder unbearable. He ran to ask Shang Chengdong for instructions. Shang Chengdong waved a hand and said with great presence, as long as Mr. Yi likes it, let him take it. While Shang Chengdong laughed triumphantly, the crowd behind him could only sigh helplessly. There was nothing to be done. Their chairman had made this man the senior consultant of the alliance. The scene shifted to some time later. Zhou Ya had sent Yi Chen back to Minqiui Villa. She looked at him and said, Mr. Yi, it seems you are very satisfied with this trip and have even developed a favorable impression of me. Now that matters are concluded, I should head back. Just as Yi Chen stepped into the house, Zhou Ya's phone rang. An excited look appeared in her eyes as she answered. Meanwhile, Yi Chen entered the house only to find it empty. There wasn't a soul around, and the rooms were in disarray, as if everyone had left in a great hurry. A look of worry appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. What happened, with Luo Cha guarding this place? What could have gone wrong? As Yi Chen was pondering, Zhou Ya rushed in frantically shouting, Mr. Yi, this is bad. A major medical accident has occurred at Tianjin Group. Consumers have been hospitalized one after another after using the products, and 2 have even died. The situation for the remaining victims is not optimistic. The Quality Supervision Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau are launching an investigation. Currently, hundreds of protesters are gathered at the entrance of Tianjin Group's Jiangnan branch. The offices have also been vandalized. Sun Yi and Ruo Shui are currently holding an emergency press conference. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. Take me to the Tianjin Group conference site. I personally formulated the prescription. There is absolutely no possibility of a problem. Someone must have tampered with it. At this moment, before the gates of Tianjin Group, the crowd of protesters was a dense black mass, and the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. Sun Yi held a microphone trying to pacify the crowd. Our products have been on the market for more than a day or 2. We have never cut corners in our production process. Please trust the quality of our products. There must be another reason for this. Despite Sun Yi's explanations, the crowd below continued to hurl insults. Stop your quibbling. My parents are still in the ICU because they used your products. You are making blood money, profiting from human lives. You're a pack of animals, bastards. Someone in the crowd grew even more agitated and threw eggs toward the stage, one of which happened to hit Sun Yi in the face. She hurriedly wiped it off, her eyes filled with helplessness. At this moment, Sun Yi and Ruo Shui were anxious beyond measure. Although they controlled the powerful Xia and Qin families in Jiangnan province, they could not suppress this crowd of protesters, which proved a massive conspiracy was lurking behind the scenes. Just as the 2 were at their wits' end, a sudden gust of wind erupted from behind the rioting crowd. Countless people were blasted away. The one who had acted was none other than Yi Chen. He scanned the crowd, also sensing that something was fishy. Currently, no one in Jiangnan dared to provoke him. This group was clearly here to cause trouble intentionally. With this thought, Yi Chen showed no mercy, blasting everyone away in a single move. Yi Chen reached out and made a grasping motion toward the air, shouting, "You, come here?" In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hand, sucking a young man toward him. Immediately, Yi Chen's large hand brutally locked onto the young man's throat. The others watched in terror, whispering, "Damn it, he can suck a person over just by reaching out. What's going on? Am I seeing things?" Yi Chen stared at the man in his hand and said, "You didn't show the slightest surprise at my methods, and given your physical constitution it seems you are a martial artist. Speak, who sent you?" Although the young man was being choked by Yi Chen, he didn't seem afraid. People behind him shouted and screamed, "He's hitting people! He's hitting people! I recognize this man! He's Yi Chen, the person in charge of Tianjung Group." "Look everyone, not only does Tianjung Group sell fake medicine, but the boss also beats people. This is to stop everyone from defending their rights." The crowd continued to launch verbal attacks at Yi Chen. "Is there no law anymore? Beating people in broad daylight. Damn it, is this how Tianjung Group treats consumers? Quickly expose the truth. Ruin this dog's reputation." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, staring at the man in his hand. "I'm very angry right now. You, a martial artist, actually blended into the crowd to defend your rights. I'll ask you one more time, who sent you?" the young man shrieked. "I don't understand what you're talking about. My parents had an accident after using your medicine. I'm just here to seek justice. Your medicine has problems, and you won't let people speak? Are you playing with human lives?" Before the words could finish, Yi Chen had already slammed him brutally onto the ground. The floor cracked, and the intense pain caused the young man to faint instantly. Yi Chen said coldly, "This strike was to vent my girlfriend's anger. Of course, this is only the beginning." As Yi Chen spoke, he slowly pressed a finger to the young man's forehead. Spiritual energy spiraled at his fingertip as he threatened in a cold voice, "Next I will make you regret ever coming into this world." After he finished speaking, the young man's body jerked violently, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The ancient warrior who had snuck into the crowd to cause trouble emitted a long, tragic wail. Arg! The remaining people were completely terrified by Yi Chen's dominance. He channeled his inner energy and revealed a threatening smile. "Quite the tough bone. It seems I'll have to let you taste some real pain." The ancient warrior was now suffering under a terrifying torment. Clutching his head in agony, he struggled to sit up with what little strength he had left, pleading, "Don't, I'll speak, I'll speak. It's Zheng." Before the words were out, a sharp swoosh rang in Yi Chen's ear as a dart tore through the air toward them. He understood instantly. This was an attempt to silence the witness. "I want him to live. No one is qualified to take his life." Yi Chen waved his hand, controlling the dart and sending it back along its original path. The dart seemed to have a motor attached, its speed 10 times faster than before as it instantly pierced the left chest of a man in a black hood in the distance. The man sprayed blood on the spot and met his end. Having escaped death, the ancient warrior confessed everything. "It's young Master Zheng. It was all arranged by young Master Zheng. Please don't torture me anymore." Yi Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After quickly processing the information in his mind, he asked back with a cold laugh, "Young Master Zheng? You mean Zheng Yi, the son of the Martial Arts General Bureau's chief, right? Hey, I originally intended to spare your life, but you insisted on seeking death." The reporters present, witnessing Yi Chen's series of dominant actions, fell into a deathly silence. One reporter thought, "Tianjung Group openly uses violence and even kills with darts. This is explosive news that must be published." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Ying Jing had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, announcing, "You are suspected of leaking state secrets and must come with me for interrogation. The innocent shall be released. Those with malicious intent are another story." He pointed at the remaining reporters and ordered them all to be taken away, scaring them out of their wits. A group of fully armed special personnel immediately rushed in. One reporter was pinned to the ground, protesting loudly. "Don't grab me, you have no right to arrest me." Another cursed, "Damn it, who exactly are you? I'm calling the police." Yi Chen and Ying Jing silently watched the reporters being led away. Yi Chen looked at the man behind him, and Ying Jing spoke understandingly, "Mr. Yi, the matter has been handled," he continued. "Chief Lei asked me to remind you that while there are traces of the Martial Arts Bureau's involvement in this matter, it was by no means authorized by the high-level leadership. The one using such despicable methods is likely a junior currently. Zheng Yi, son of the Martial Arts General Bureau's chief, Zheng Renju, is the prime suspect, but we have no evidence." Yi Chen interrupted. "I don't need evidence, it's him," he announced domineeringly. "Today I shall take his life." Ying Jing was startled by this and broke into a cold sweat, saying, "Mr. Yi, please reconsider. Zheng Yi has a special status. You can teach him a lesson, but you absolutely cannot kill him. Otherwise Zheng Renju will go mad." Yi Chen ignored him entirely, walking away with the swagger of a heartbreaker as he tossed back a single line, "Then let him go mad." Ying Jing instantly felt a wave of powerlessness. Yi Chen walked up to Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi, gently brushing away the rank egg residue from Sun Yi's hair. Sun Yi's face turned crimson, her heart filled with guilt. He comforted her softly. "Sorry, I didn't consider things thoroughly enough." Sun Yi shyly tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and replied, "It's okay, these are small matters. Don't worry about it, it's dirty. I can do it myself." Yi Chen teased her. "You didn't say you minded the mess when you were pestering me to wash your hair for you." From the side, Sha Ruoshui quickly added a jab. Exactly, at that time a certain someone had a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Sun Yi said coquettishly, "Oh, stop making fun of me. The group is a mess right now, and the patients in the hospital haven't been dealt with yet." Yi Chen asked. Have those critically ill patients been examined? Have the doctors confirmed it was caused by our products? Xiao Ruoshui replied, not entirely. The main issue is that everyone who's had problems lately has used our products. The doctors say the condition isn't directly caused by the medicine, but the patient's state is very strange. There seems to be a force slowing down their blood circulation and increasing respiratory resistance, leading to major physical issues. Hearing this, Yi Chen understood everything instantly. He thought to himself, as expected, it's likely the ancient warriors of the Martial Arts Bureau used true qi or some kind of technique. Yi Chen handed Xiao Ruoshui a pile of pills and instructed, send someone to deliver these to the hospital for the patients to take, 1 per person. It will restore them to health. Xiao Ruoshui stared blankly at the pills in her hand, thinking that money really was no object for him given how many he handed over at once. Yi Chen waved a hand and said, I have some matters to attend to, I'll be going now. He then turned and left. At the Huasha Martial Arts General Bureau in Beijing, a subordinate had just reported the situation of Tianzheng Group to Zheng Renju. Zheng Renju crushed the water glass in his hand in a rage. He cursed bastard 3 times in a row, feeling he had lost all face, and roared, I never expected he'd use such underhanded tactics against someone even the Bloodplum Hall couldn't kill. It's a total disgrace to my name. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, wait, is Xiao Yi still in Jiangnan province? The subordinate replied, he should still be near the King of Medicine Valley, likely preparing to head back. Zheng Renju cried out, oh no, and immediately grabbed the phone while waiting anxiously for the connection. He thought, with Yi Chen's methods he'll definitely guess the mastermind. Xiao Yi is in danger. The call went through. Hello? Hearing his son's voice, he launched into a tirade. You animal, get your ass back here. Return to Beijing immediately, now. His profligate son, currently sitting between 2 beauties, answered with a look of indifference. Dad, what are you talking about? The signal is bad here. I can't hear you clearly. I'll call you back later. Zhang Yi then gave his father no face at all and hung up directly, leaving only a long dial tone in the receiver. Zheng Renju was so angry he almost crushed the phone, cursing his son. Bastard, death is at your door and you're still playing tricks. He urgently ordered his subordinate, quickly, notify the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau to drop everything they're doing and prioritize protecting Xiao Yi. I will also send experts for support. The subordinate took the order. Yes, sir. Afterward he dialed another number. Once connected, Zheng Renju said in a cold voice, Hello, Lei Shuwei. Dragon Soul and the Martial Arts Bureau have always stayed out of each other's way. You warn Yi Chen if he dares to touch my son I will make him wish he were dead. From the other end of the phone came a sigh from Lei Shuwei, who said, Sigh Zheng Renju, regarding this matter my attitude is the same as yours. I've also advised him. But Mr. Yi's temperament is not something my dragon soul can stop. Tell your son to pray for himself. At that moment that phone also met a disastrous end. With a crack the phone was crushed to pieces by its master, accompanied by a furious roar. A black luxury car slowly came to a stop with a neat row of bodyguards lined up on both sides. As a person stepped out of the car, they shouted in unison, Young Master Zheng. Zheng Yi got out of the car, cursing, Damn it, because of that dog Yi Chen I have to rush back to Beijing, he announced with confidence. Just you wait. Once you, Yi Chen, dare to set foot in Beijing, I will play you to death along with everyone around you. Experience tells us speak of the devil and he shall appear. Yi Chen's voice rang out, Unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Hearing those words, Zheng Yi froze instantly. Standing not far away was a hooded figure, appearing like death incarnate. The subordinates stammered in fear. Yi Chen, a bald bodyguard asked. This kid is Yi Chen? Yi Chen walked slowly toward Zheng Yi and the others. The group of bodyguards, oblivious to the danger, shouted provocatively. He doesn't look like much. We can handle this kid ourselves. No sooner had the words left their lips than Yi Chen swept through them like a gale. The nearest bodyguard took a heavy kick directly to the head. He only had time to let out a sharp cry before his neck snapped and his body slumped to the ground. Witnessing this horrific scene, the other bodyguards screamed in unison, Arg no. To bolster their courage, they let out a collective roar. One shouted, If anything happens to young Master Zheng, we're dead anyway. Everyone get him together. Another followed suit, Kill the brat. Yi Chen raised his right hand, bringing it down like a heavy hammer on one of the bodyguards. The man sprayed blood as he was sent flying 8 feet away. Next, Yi Chen threw a heavy punch, striking another charging bodyguard so hard he vomited blood. While that man clutched his mouth in agony, Yi Chen had already locked onto his next target, slamming a knee strike into his abdomen. Under Yi Chen's one-sided slaughter, the bodyguards lay scattered across the ground. Suddenly, one bodyguard launched a sneak attack from the side, convinced he had the winning move. He roared manically, Yi Chen, give me your life. Yi Chen spared him a cold sidelong glance, thinking the man truly had a death wish. In a flash, Yi Chen sidestepped and the bodyguard's heavy strike hit nothing but air. Yi Chen remarked flatly, Compared to those jumping clowns you have a modicum of skill, but only a modicum. With that he swung his sword and energy surged through the air. Yi Chen raised the longsword high with both hands, unleashing a world-shattering slash with movements so fast they blurred the vision. A longsword spun through the air, flying into the distance before shattering into fragments upon impact. As for its owner, his throat had already been sealed by Yi Chen's blade. The man collapsed, blood blossoming on the ground like a flower. The bald bodyguard stammered, trembling. Elder Zunshin was one-shotted. How is this possible? Yi Chen pointed the tip of his sword toward the ground, threatening arrogantly. Don't be in such a hurry, you'll be joining him shortly. Zhang Yi watched in horror as his bodyguards were picked off one by one, his legs giving way as he shrieked, "No, no, you can't kill me." Wearing white sneakers, Yi Chen approached with cold determination, the distance between them closing steadily. Yi Chen reminded him in a frigid tone, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." He gestured forward. Didn't he think it was a bit late to beg for mercy now? Zhang Yi felt an invisible force pulling him forward. His face was a mask of terror, his previous arrogance long since vanished. Yi Chen seized him by the throat like a chicken and lifted him up, saying coldly, "So what if your father is Zheng Renju?" Watching Zhang Yi blubbering and gasping for air like a fish out of water, Yi Chen continued, "If he dares to offend me, his end will be the same." Zhang Yi was so terrified he nearly lost control of his bladder. Yi Chen mocked him, "I haven't even used much force and you've already lost control. You're truly a disgrace to your father, Zheng Renju." Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, his phone rang. Yi Chen glanced at the screen, noting it was actually a call from the chief. To think even he was alarmed just to kill someone like Zhang Yi. A solemn-looking man wearing glasses appeared on the screen. He spoke, "Yi Chen, listen to me. Let Zhang Yi go." Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought he had found a lifeline and screamed, "I won't do it again. Don't kill me. Arg, please don't kill me. I'll do anything," the chief said worriedly over the phone. "Zhang Yi is the apple of Zheng Renju's eye. If he dies, Zheng Renju will stop at nothing to seek revenge," he patiently advised Yi Chen. "At that point, it won't just be a war between the two of you, but a disaster for all of Huaxia." Yi Chen replied indifferently, "If that happens, I will personally kill him. I guarantee I won't implicate you." The man on the other end fell into silence, his expression showing extreme struggle and helplessness. He let out a long sigh. "Sigh, release Zhang Yi. In exchange, I will tell you who the true culprit was that slaughtered the Yi family at Cloud Lake Manor all those years ago." Upon hearing these words, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck Yi Chen's ears. Hearing the truth regarding the Cloud Lake Manor massacre, Yi Chen fell into a deathly silence. Though his grip on Zhang Yi's throat did not loosen, the chief repeated, "Release Zhang Yi and I will tell you exactly who murdered the Yi family." Yi Chen was about to respond. He looked at the blubbering mess of snot and tears that was Zhang Yi and weighed the situation. Zhang Yi's dog of a life was worth nothing compared to the Long family in Beijing who had destroyed his own. A piece of trash like this could be killed anytime. With this thought, Yi Chen violently slammed Zhang Yi onto the pavement, revealing a sinister smile. "It's no matter to spare your life." He raised his hand, a surge of wild energy condensing in his palm as he added, "However," Yi Chen suddenly clenched his fist, and the suppressed energy instantly enveloped Zhang Yi. "I shall destroy your cultivation." Zhang Yi let out a piteous scream. "Ah, my cultivation, I'm a cripple now." Yi Chen pointed at his face and warned, "So what if I spare your family's dog life?" A strange vortex appeared in Yi Chen's eyes as if he were casting a hypnotic spell. He continued, "Even alive, you are nothing but a piece of rotting meat." Those words lingered in Zhang Yi's ears like a curse. He felt the world constantly repeating Yi Chen's phrase, "nothing but rotting meat." He laughed manically one moment and wept piteously the next, clutching his head and wailing, "I'm a cripple, I'm rotting meat." Yi Chen ignored the now insane Zhang Yi and spoke to the screen, "I've released him. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." The chief let out a soft sigh. He replied, "Crippling him like that? What's the difference between that and killing him? What will Zheng Renju think when he sees this?" Yi Chen said coldly, "I don't give a damn what he thinks, I only care about the answer." The chief told him with a grave expression, "In the Huaxia martial arts world, Lin Julong is the highest-ranking member of the Lin family. And looking at all of Huaxia, the Lin family is the undisputed strongest family without exception," he continued. "I know you want revenge, but with your current strength you can't touch him at all." Hearing that the Zhang family couldn't even hold their heads up before the Lin family, Yi Chen's face filled with killing intent. The chief finally said, "Suit yourself." Yi Chen gritted his teeth and whispered, "Lin Julong." The Lin family. The man who had been standing there like a statue suddenly let out a burst of idiotic giggling. Someone nearby called out, "Young Master Zheng." Zhang Yi didn't respond, only muttering to himself, "Hee, who's rotting meat? I'm rotting meat, you're rotting meat too. He. Yi Chen warned the newcomers coldly, "Take him and scram. I'm sparing your lives." The middle-aged man replied, "You must be Yi Chen. I advise you to stay far away from Beijing or the Martial Arts Bureau will make you wish you were dead." Yi Chen felt extremely displeased upon hearing this, and retorted overbearingly, "Oh, in that case I'll personally visit the bureau in a few days to experience exactly what that wishing I were dead feels like." The elder's heart trembled. He thought to himself, "I originally had the confidence to kill this kid, but for some reason I sense a lethal threat from him. For now, the priority is to get young Master Zheng back." He hoisted Zheng Yi onto his back and left quickly, throwing back a final word, "I'll let you off this time. Young man, watch yourself." Yi Chen cursed irritably, "We'll see who lives and who dies, you old geezer." After Zheng Yi was brought home, a doctor was checking his pulse. Zheng Yi continued to giggle subconsciously. After finishing the examination, the doctor looked behind him with a face full of worry. Zheng Renju, with his bulging muscles and hip-hop hairstyle, roared impatiently, "Hey doctor, how exactly are my son's injuries?" The doctor knelt in terror, stammering, "Young Master Zheng's injuries are very tricky. While I can heal his physical wounds aside from his body." Before he could finish, he was hoisted up by Zheng Renju like a chicken. Zheng Renju interrogated him, "What do you mean aside from his body? What happened to him? Can he be saved?" The doctor replied, "Young Master Zheng must have witnessed something extremely terrifying. His soul has been severely traumatized, leading to madness. This kind of spiritual damage is exceptionally difficult to treat." Zheng Renju flew into a violent rage. "Are you saying my son has become an idiot? That's impossible. If you can't cure him, I'll take your life." A spark of inspiration hit the doctor, and he shouted hurriedly, "Wait, there's still the soul-gathering grass." "Yes, the soul-gathering grass?" Zheng Renju repeated the name in confusion. The kneeling doctor quickly explained, "The soul-gathering grass has the effect of mending the soul and calming the mind. In all of Huasha, only the Medicine Alliance possesses a stock. If we can get it." Zheng Renju felt a glimmer of hope. He pulled out his phone and said, "Luckily, I have a connection with Shang Chengdong, the chairman of the Medicine Alliance. He might give me this face." But the facts were not as he hoped. Soon his furious voice rang out, "How can this be?" This time, Zheng Renju truly went berserk, because that unique stock of soul-gathering grass was actually taken by Yi Chen. "He crippled my son and then cut off his only hope. Damn him," Zheng Renju declared with a distorted face. "I am placing a massive bounty across the entire Huasha martial arts world. Whoever brings me the soul-gathering grass, the Martial Arts Bureau will regard them as a lifelong guest and fulfill any wish they have." Meanwhile, in Yi Chen's villa, he was deep in thought when the voice of the slaughtered Taoist rang in his ear. "Do you still remember what you promised me?" Yi Chen replied, "I have never forgotten, but for an ancient powerhouse like you to seek my help, do I truly have the ability?" The slaughtered Taoist explained, "I have been observing the stars these past few days, and I've discovered the 5-star alignment will occur tonight. The heavenly dog devouring the moon anomaly will manifest then. Without doubt, a rare treasure will appear. You must retrieve it. This item is of vital importance." Yi Chen was puzzled. Even his own dragon-slaying sword was like grass in the other's eyes, so he wondered what grade this treasure would be. He pressed, "Senior, what is the specific location?" The elder closed his palms, concentrating his spirit to sense the direction. Then the slaughtered Taoist said to Yi Chen, "Mount Tianyu in Anhui Province. It's right there. Set out now." Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, then guaranteed firmly, "Rest assured, Senior," on the plane to Anhui Province. A pair of slender, beautiful legs was resting casually on a passenger seat. Their owner, Zhou Ya, smiled shyly at Yi Chen. He, I didn't expect to travel with Mr. Yi. How lucky." Sitting opposite her, Yi Chen looked completely reluctant, thinking he had originally intended to call Xiao Deng to be the driver, never expecting Zhou Ya to show up just as he was leaving for Anhui. He spoke, "To be able to grasp news of an anomaly in Anhui so instantly. The Zhou family's intelligence network is truly impressive." Zhou Ya countered that Mr. Yi must be joking. How could ordinary people know about such things? She propped her chin in her hand and added happily, "I just happen to have a good friend in Anhui. Her family holds quite a bit of power locally, and they notified me immediately." Yi Chen asked, "So you came to find me?" Miss Zhou explained, "I guessed Mr. Yi would be interested. After all, it's a natural anomaly. There's no telling how many martial arts masters are currently rushing there." Yi Chen thought to himself that he didn't actually mind, but the senior was very concerned. The slaughtered Taoist's reminder rang in his ear again. "Remember, you must seize this item at all costs on this trip." Yi Chen's consciousness was summoned into the Reincarnation Cemetery, where the slaughtered Taoist stood on a high point and explained, "This item concerns not only me but the entire Reincarnation Cemetery." "My time is running out," he continued. "I don't mind telling you one more thing. That item's power can simultaneously activate 2 tombstones in the Reincarnation Cemetery. This is indeed enticing news." Yi Chen asked back in disbelief, What the hell too? The further along the tombstones were, the harder they were to trigger, and the powerhouses within became increasingly terrifying. Currently the remaining 4 tombstones showed no movement. He didn't expect this item could open 2 at once. This trip was mandatory. Yi Chen looked up at the slaughtered Taoist and replied, "Thank you for the warning, senior. I, Yi Chen, shall not make this trip in vain." Shortly after, they landed at the Anhui province airport. A pair of white sneakers stepped steadily onto the ground. The figures of Yi Chen and Zhou Ya appeared in a corner of the airport. They watched the crowds pouring out of the exit. Yi Chen wondered why so many people were wearing ancient costumes. Were they filming a movie? Zhou Ya explained patiently. These should be the first batch of out-of-town martial artists to arrive, including many reclusive powerhouses. "Mr. Yi, you must not reveal your identity." Suddenly, a crisp voice called out, "Xiao Ya!" The two looked toward the source of the sound. A beautiful girl walked over quickly to greet them. "Xiao Ya, you finally arrived," the girl said happily. "I haven't seen you for a year. I almost forgot what you looked like. Good to see you haven't changed." "My Xiao Ya is still as beautiful as ever." Zhou Ya replied, "You're always talking nonsense. Didn't we video chat last night? You're such a drama queen." With that, Miss Zhou pointed at the girl and introduced her to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, this is Ruiying, a longtime friend of mine." She also introduced Yi Chen to Ruiying. "This is Mr. Yi Chen. The purpose of my trip is to accompany him." And Ruiying waved happily to Yi Chen. "Hello," then, and Ruiying's gaze fell upon Yi Chen. She assessed him privately. Zhou Ya actually seems so cautious in front of him. Is he a master? She pulled Zhou Ya aside and whispered, "Xiao Ya, didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? Why did you bring an outsider? The matter at Mount Tianyu is no small thing. It's not something just anyone can participate in." Fearing Ruiying would enter angry mode, Zhou Ya quickly bowed and explained, "Ruiying, you've misunderstood. Mr. Yi knew about this even earlier than I did. Since we were going the same way, we came together." And Ruiying looked at her friend suspiciously and replied, "That lie is a bit too far-fetched. I called you the moment the Mount Tianyu anomaly appeared. How could he have known earlier than me?" And Ruiying leaned close to Zhou Ya and whispered in horror, "Forget it, let's not dwell on that. The family elders said the item will only appear at night. We're just here to watch the excitement. In any case, too many top-tier masters have come today. It won't be our turn to intervene." Seeing her friend's grave expression, Zhou Ya also responded nervously. At the Tianyu mountain range, which pierced the clouds, rolling black clouds were surging forth. The trio of Yi Chen and the others were climbing the stairs. They all sensed the anomaly of the pressing black clouds, and the feeling was growing increasingly heavy. Yi Chen thought to himself that he could sense many ancient warriors' auras around them, with many powerhouses among them. It seemed seizing the treasure would be no easy feat. Finally, they reached the last step. Yi Chen was exceptionally surprised. Over 100 ancient warriors had already gathered before him. This group was standing in front of a temple. Yi Chen wondered what kind of background this temple had that no one dared to approach. And Ruiying explained kindly, "You're from out of town, so it's natural you don't know. This is Jingfo Temple, one of the 3 great ancient temples of Anhui province," she continued. "The abbot inside is no ordinary person. His Dharma name is Master Jingdao. 10 years ago, he was already ranked in the top 10 of the grandmaster list. No one knows what level his strength has reached now. Because of Master Jingdao's presence, this place has become a forbidden zone. If it weren't for the anomaly, those martial artists would never dare to come here and disturb the peace." Yi Chen realized, so that's how it is. Suddenly, his gaze swept sharply in one direction, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, sensing killing intent. Looking in the direction of his gaze, an old man could be seen chatting and laughing. Yi Chen immediately recognized this old acquaintance. He thought to himself, "I remember that guy. He's the old geezer who rescued Zheng Yi." At this moment the elder seemed to have noticed Yi Chen as well, and he entered mockery mode. "Yi Chen, because you crippled young Master Zheng, Director Zheng is already livid. It's only a matter of time before you are eliminated, yet you still dare to come and covet this treasure. You truly have a death wish." Yi Chen replied calmly after hearing this, "Wait until I go to Beijing. It's not yet certain who will destroy whom." Yi Chen's retort struck the old man as incredibly arrogant, and he threatened that he would definitely make the boy pay today. Yi Chen shot back, "Just with you lot?" Suddenly, purple clouds swarmed across the sky as thunder roared, and the brilliance of lightning obscured the entire firmament. Seeing this anomaly, Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder what was happening. The slaughtered Taoist hurriedly reminded him, "Yi Chen, put aside these petty grudges for a moment. That item is about to be born." The slaughtered Taoist pointed in a direction, urging him toward the southeast. "Go quickly." Yi Chen immediately deployed his movement technique, flying toward the indicated direction like a gale. Seeing his opponent flee, the old man's mood soured instantly. He roared at the top of his lungs, trying to run after him. The group of subordinates standing by his side immediately rushed toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen stepped forward, announcing to them, "Get the hell out of my way, I have no time for you right now." The old man ordered his men, "Brothers, move aside, let me handle this, witness my power." Before they could even clash, bolts of golden lightning struck directly into the center of the crowd as the golden thunder rained down everywhere. The subordinates scrambled to flee, barely managing to evade the strikes. The entire group lay scattered across the ground like they had been given a free charge, with someone screaming, "Arg!" One person wondered in confusion, "Why is lightning striking down?" while another cursed, "Damn it." Seeing this, the old man guessed the cause, and thought worriedly that the item was about to be born. He had to seize it no matter what. Young Master Zheng's incident had already enraged the director. If they failed this time, they would surely be dead. He stared blankly at the sky, struggling with the fact that he definitely had to take the item. But how could he determine its location? The current range of the anomaly was too vast. He needed a more specific location. Suddenly, a purple meteorite fell from the sky, just as the slaughtered Taoist had warned Yi Chen, heading straight for the southeast. The meteorite's impact triggered a world-shaking explosion, causing the martial artists to talk amongst themselves, marveling at the terror of the anomaly. One clear-headed person realized that the spot was exactly in the southeast. A group of people in strange costumes, there was even a Pikachu, excitedly urged each other on. "Go, let's take a look, move it." The old man from before also shifted into racing mode, cursing as he ran. The direction Yi Chen was heading was precisely the southeast. This was too much of a coincidence. Could he actually predict the future? Yi Chen arrived first and found that the meteorite's crash site was already surrounded by a sea of bright red flames. He had an ill premonition, thinking that while the item had arrived, the temperature and the flames were frantically displaying their power. As Yi Chen marveled at the ferocity of the anomaly, the slaughtered Taoist manifested immediately, encouraging him that it was almost over and to hold on. At this moment, it would be a huge loss if Yi Chen backed down. Sensing that the timing was ripe, the Taoist ordered, "Now is the time, go." Yi Chen exerted his full strength and rushed forward, asking in confusion, "Senior, how did you know this was the final crash site?" The slaughtered Taoist replied that it was simple. It was because of everything in the surroundings. He recalled an ancient array diagram where the center was a circle surrounded by an 8-pointed star, explaining that every tree, every road, and even the distant Jingfo temple meant that the entire Mount Tianyu was actually just the crash site of a massive slaughter array from the west. It was easy to be drawn toward the eye of the array. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was scared out of his wits. He pressed further. "An ancient slaughter array," the slaughtered Taoist reassured him. "Don't worry, this array was worn away by the river of time long ago and cannot be activated again. Its only purpose is to attract extraterrestrial spirit stones." A round golden glowing spirit stone caught Yi Chen's eye. The slaughtered Taoist continued, "That extraterrestrial spirit stone is precisely our target." The round spirit stone was pulled toward Yi Chen's palm by a force. He gripped the spirit stone tightly, muttering in a low voice, "To think even a powerhouse would want this item. I wonder what grade of treasure it is." Yi Chen's expression darkened as he discovered a rat wandering nearby. Yi Chen immediately took flight. He barked a warning, "You've been hiding for so long, isn't it time you came out to meet everyone?" A burst of applause rang out in response. Zhang Biwing revealed himself, uttering a string of praises. "Yi Chen, the #1 man in Jiangnan province, you truly live up to your reputation." Yi Chen couldn't stand listening and interrupted, saying that not only did he know the name, he also knew his relationship with the Zhang family. "Who are you?" Internally, he sensed that this person was extremely strong. The youth replied hypocritically, "It matters not. I am merely a guest elder of the Zhang family. Though you are a remnant, the blood of the Zhang family flows through your veins nonetheless. Drop that extraterrestrial spirit stone. I will allow you to live for the time being." Without wasting breath, Yi Chen replied proudly with sword in hand, "Then let's see if you are qualified to take it." The one-eyed Zhang Biwing clenched his fist in rage, blue veins bulging on the back of his hand. He struck a contemptible pose and threatened his opponent, "In that case, I shall take your life." Does he actually think he's the protagonist? Zhang Biwing showed immense disdain toward Yi Chen. He stepped forward to attack while belittling him. "In the eyes of the Zhang family, you are nothing but a grain of dust, let me tell you. The one who kills you is named Zhang Biwing." His powerful might forced Yi Chen to retreat to alleviate the pressure. Zhang Biwing seized the opportunity to charge straight ahead. With a thought, Yi Chen decided this was a good opportunity for a counterattack. His gaze was sharp as he carefully observed every fiber of his opponent's movements. For some reason, this Zhang Biwing struck a very comical pose while attacking. Although he was unleashing moves, his face was smiling like a clown covered in bulging veins. The punch he swung at Yi Chen was the vigorous tiger flattening the mountain strike. That heavy, powerful iron fist flew toward Yi Chen with extreme speed. Relying on his agile movement, Yi Chen drew his dragon-slaying sword and blocked the strike just in time. The fist left a mark as it collided with the blade, but Zhang Biwing quickly retracted his fist and launched a new round of attacks with even greater speed. This was clearly a feint intended to distract the enemy. That heavy punch was about to land on Yi Chen's handsome face, causing him a momentary internal shock. This guy is too fast. However, relying on his rich combat experience, Yi Chen still managed to block that momentum-filled punch by holding his sword horizontally just in time. Yet things were not as simple as a mere block. While blocking, Yi Chen seemed to sense an anomaly, his eyes widening in horror. Oh no, Zhang Biwing didn't exert his power directly through the punch, but rather exploded with his full might the instant he touched his opponent. A massive impact force sent Yi Chen flying backward. Not only was he knocked back repeatedly, but even the ground behind him began to crack inch by inch under the force of the countershock. After being knocked back a dozen meters, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and held his ground. He looked at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, momentarily at a loss. To stop his sliding momentum, he had a flash of inspiration and stabbed the sword into the ground. The blade tore through the earth, leaving a long scratch. It wasn't until he combined this with the friction of his feet that Yi Chen truly stabilized his stance. Energy like cyan flames swirled around his body. Zhang Biwing found Yi Chen interesting and wanted to get to know him more deeply. At that moment he truly began to give his all. Zhang Biwing utilized his left arm, a hand covered in armor and burning with red energy. He was filled with anticipation for the coming battle. Ha 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 ha, what a wonderful surge of energy! Zhang Biwing extended his left hand, immersed in a long-lost pleasure, and provoked Yi Chen. Give me more of this sensation I've never felt before. In his excitement, massive red flames inadvertently ignited around his body. Staring at the iron arm Zhang Biwing had revealed, Yi Chen began to worry about the formidable enemy before him. This guy could actually absorb true qi to strengthen himself. What was the origin of that crazy glove? Just then, the phantom of an old man appeared behind Yi Chen, drifting in the purple mist. He rummaged through his vast treasury, explaining the characteristics of Zhang Biwing's glove to Yi Chen. The material of the glove was mixed with fragments of evil spiritual tools, and only through a certain incomplete special technique he had acquired from somewhere could he achieve this effect. The old man grew more excited as he explained, dancing in front of Yi Chen, thrilled by these secrets. Ultimately, it's because this old man gave you a good foundation. Otherwise, how could you be troubled by such a trivial trick? Having explained its essence, the old man opened his sharp claws, signaling for a joint battle. Don't just use true qi, use blood fiend qi to drive it. I will inject some energy to neutralize him, which will be enough to sweep him away completely. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression was solemn. One couldn't tell what he was thinking or what he was preparing to do. As energy was injected into his body, a determined light ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he stared fixedly at Zhang Biwing opposite him. Before Yi Chen could recover, the opponent had already leapt up to launch a fierce attack, the ground beneath his feet shattering from the pressure. At this moment, Yi Chen appeared unusually calm, feeling no pressure at all. He lightly raised his precious sword and muttered to himself, "Take a little rest, dragon-slaying sword. Are you planning to engage in hand-to-hand combat with this robot?" Seeing him put away his sword, Zhang Biwing thought he was afraid and mocked him triumphantly. "What, put away your sword and accepted your fate?" This fellow was probably born with a face like a bitter gourd, or perhaps he'd been listening to Queen Don't Cry on repeat. Why was he always covered in wrinkles and bulging veins? Zhang Biwing unleashed a flurry of palm shadows intending to suppress Yi Chen. Facing such a dense offensive, Yi Chen seemed like cornered prey, yet he didn't dodge every palm, knowing he couldn't avoid them all. Thus he had no choice but to cross his hands to take the hits head-on. The dense palm strikes pushed Yi Chen back step by step. Seeing his opponent suppressed, Zhang Biwing was overjoyed. Witnessing Yi Chen's apparent helplessness, Zhang Biwing couldn't help but shout arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha, don't overexert yourself, just defending must be a struggle, right? Now die." Although he had been pushed back, Yi Chen was uninjured. He smiled excitedly and looked up, his fists clenched in a combat stance, as his signature cyan energy swirled around him. Hearing the demand for his surrender, Yi Chen found it incredibly comical and asked back, "Oh, defending, don't you know?" Suddenly, Yi Chen threw a heavy punch toward Zhang Biwing. The opponent didn't understand why his entire body had frozen in that instant, unable to move. As Yi Chen finally spoke, "One must always charge up before a big move." Zhang Biwing turned pale with shock, exerting every ounce of his strength to resist. "What?" Fists collided, and Yi Chen's power completely overwhelmed Zhang Biwing. With just this single magic-infused heavy punch, the opponent's iron-armored palm shattered inch by inch, and his spell collapsed. Not only was his palm damaged, but Zhang Biwing himself was overturned behind his own red flames, and those red flames were instantly and completely swallowed by Yi Chen's cyan flames. Deep within the sea of fire he let out a piteous, unwilling scream. How is this possible? How can this be? He was then submerged in the flames and turned to ash. Queen Don't Cry vanished just like that. After dealing with that bitter-faced robot, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, this guy's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Without the strategist's guidance, the battle would likely have continued. After the fierce fight, his face was covered in sweat. Once Zhang Biwing was eliminated, it seemed he had left behind a precious treasure radiating a fiery light. Looking at the spoils of war, Yi Chen felt his hard work hadn't been in vain, even though the losses had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected such a master to be hidden here. He had to grab the item and leave quickly. Yi Chen wanted to depart peacefully, but fate had other plans. Though the treasure was in hand, he wasn't allowed to enjoy it in peace. Just then, a large crowd of villagers swarmed from behind Yi Chen, chasing him relentlessly. The noisy footsteps forced Yi Chen to turn back and look. Did these villagers just come from a costume party? Some were playing Iron Man, some were acting as zombies, some were dressed as fairies, and there was even someone dressed as the Bull Demon King. They blocked his path, refusing to let Yi Chen take the treasure. Damn it, where did you hide the treasure? Hand it over. Yi Chen was as cold as frost, completely unbothered. First come, first served. The treasure has already been taken by me. On what basis are you demanding it from me? Although his tone was a bit arrogant, as the protagonist he had the confidence for it. One couldn't take a treasure just by shouting and being unreasonable. Thus the leader, Un Sushan, stepped forward and threatened Yi Chen to hand over the treasure. The anomaly originated in Anhui province, so it rightfully belongs to Anhui and should be kept by the local martial arts world. An outsider like you is not worthy. Hand it over now and I will give you a sliver of hope for survival. What absurd logic. If I were Yi Chen, I would have given each of them a massive slap across the face already. The owner of this greedy face was none other than Ru Ying's father. He threatened in a low voice, otherwise don't even dream of leaving Mount Tianyu alive. I'm so scared, I'd better hide it even more securely. Zhou Ya had been waiting for a long time, observing in the shadows from a distance. Seeing Yi Chen surrounded, she recognized the opponent's identity. Isn't that the head of the Yin family, and Sushan? She turned to look at her purple-haired friend beside her, who was also Ru Ying's father. This situation was indeed awkward. Zhou Ya looked at Ru Ying, feeling worried for her. Seeing her father leading the crowd to bully Yi Chen, and Ru Ying was also at a bit of a loss. Father is here too. To resolve this complex situation as quickly as possible, Zhou Ya asked tentatively, Ru Ying, that's your father, right? And Ru Ying didn't deny it, asking back in confusion, yes, what's wrong? Because she was worried about Yi Chen, Zhou Ya hurriedly asked Ru Ying to go and persuade her father. Mr. Yi is quite blunt, if they start fighting later it won't be good. Even though he was her biological father, and Ru Ying was still very afraid, her face full of timidity. Seeing his precious daughter approach, and Sushan advised her to go back. Ru Ying, what are you doing here? This place isn't for you. Go back quickly. The little girl was flustered after hearing this, not daring to say much, only whispering timidly to her father, Dad, that person is Xiao Ya's friend. Could you? And Sushan didn't take the matter to heart at all. Hearing his daughter's words, he only gave a disdainful cold laugh, secretly warning Ru Ying, oh, there's that connection? Having just dealt with that robot, he now had to prepare to clear a roadblock. This time Yi Chen would likely have to exert quite a bit of effort. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Morning light shone on the peaks of Mount Tianyu in Anhui province. At the foot of the mountain, a few tiny figures were arguing over an important village treasure. The leader, Un Sushan, was scolding his daughter. Hearing his daughter trying to protect the person who had taken the treasure, he was very displeased. So he's your friend, it's fine if he wants to leave, he calmly stated his condition. It's actually very simple. If that kid hands over the item, he lives. Otherwise, death is certain. Since you know him, it's just the right time to advise him to cherish his life. Do you think you're some overbearing martial arts master, daring to threaten people so grandly? Having clearly heard the conversation between the father and daughter of the Yin family, Zhou Ya stepped forward to argue with Un Sushan. Uncle Un, the treasure was originally ownerless. It has always been first come, first served. Mr. Yi found it first, so on what basis should he hand it over? These words made him furrow his brows. Though he knew the rules were as stated, the old fellow was unwilling to let the treasure fall into someone else's hands, so he retorted. Based on the rule of the martial arts world, the law of the jungle, this is Anhui, not Jiangnan. That kid doesn't have the strength to keep the treasure, so naturally he has no right to possess it. This absurd idea made Miss Zhou very dissatisfied, and she argued loudly and angrily with Un Sushan. What's the difference between this and a robber? In truth, there was none. And Sushan didn't care at all. perhaps he was used to exploiting others like this. He put on a show of friendliness and said to Zhou Ya, "The martial arts world has always been this cruel, but since he is your friend I can give you a hand." He strode steadily toward Yi Chen and announced loudly, "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be friends with my daughter's acquaintances. They're all pleading for you, I can promise you this. As long as you hand that item over to me for safekeeping, I will guarantee your safety." Only a fool would believe such sweet talk. But Yi Chen was no fool. The martial artists among the villagers didn't agree with Sushan's proposal either. They were all birds of a feather and understood his nature perfectly. Tisk, the old fox in Sushan, clearly wanted to take the treasure for himself. Safekeeping, once handed over, it would belong to him. As long as the kid wasn't an idiot, he would see through it. Yi Chen had long since realized the old man from the Yin family harbored ill intentions. Before Sushan could continue his charade, Yi Chen issued a warning, "Sushan, for the sake of my friend, leave now and I won't hold your greed against you." The three martial masters who had just been mocking Sushan's greed burst into laughter again, ridiculing him. "Ha ha ha, Olden, it seems your face is completely useless. This kid is a total fool, facing death, and he still dares to offend the Yin family." Others nearby joined in the jeering. The Yin family was a top-tier clan in Anhui. While some felt pity for Yi Chen, they also mocked him for overestimating himself. And Sushan had intended for Yi Chen to offer the treasure voluntarily. But not only did the boy refuse, he actually threatened him in return. And Sushan said resentfully, "Kid, it seems you haven't grasped the situation yet." His face wrinkled like a monkey's butt. He threatened with the authority of a local leader. "There are currently 8 major families, 21 sects, and various forces here in Anhui province. What do you have to fight us with?" Of course, Yi Chen intended to take them all on alone. A mere group of small fry trying to compare themselves to a whale, Yi Chen remained fearless, with no intention of surrendering the treasure. Feeling slighted, Sushan immediately unleashed a powerful spell and strode toward Yi Chen, intending to teach him a lesson about the law of the jungle. An aura as hot as a raging fire erupted around him. Just as he prepared to strike, another heavyweight figure appeared behind him. Furthermore, people from the Martial Arts Bureau had arrived. Hearing the voice, Sushan turned in confusion to check. An elder was walking toward them from the distance, accompanied only by 2 disciples. His composed gait surprised everyone present. The Martial Arts Bureau, damn, I didn't expect them to get involved. The 3 mediocre martial artists who enjoyed judging everyone saw the situation shift and whispered to each other, "This is big trouble. I really don't understand what this Anhui treasure is for, drawing so many masters into a struggle," and even Yi Chen refuses to back down. The disciple on the elder's left saluted the crowd on his master's behalf and assured them, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. This kid has killed many of our martial arts bureau people. His crimes are heinous. If it weren't for someone in Jiangnan protecting him, he'd be dead already." The leading elder used this as an excuse to declare war on Yi Chen. "Compared to the outworld treasure, we want his life more." The surrounding villagers whispered amongst themselves, "What the hell? He actually dared to kill people from the Martial Arts Bureau? Unpardonable." Yi Chen felt a bit annoyed. It was clearly those people who had provoked him first, and Ruiying was also struck with shock upon hearing this. Panic and disbelief washed over her face as she turned to blame Zhou Ya. "There are actually people in this world who aren't afraid of death? A lunatic. This kid is an absolute lunatic. Xiao Ya, this Mr. Yi you brought is too arrogant, daring to offend all these forces in the Martial Arts Bureau at the same time. How could he possibly leave Mount Tianyu alive?" Zhou Ya didn't know how to defend him under the blame, and could only smile awkwardly. Even now, she chose to believe in the man before her. "I believe in Mr. Yi," she calculated in her heart. According to her understanding, Mr. Yi would never give up. She could only choose to trust him. She was truly beyond help. Hearing that the Martial Arts Bureau wanted him dead, Sushan immediately changed his tune to avoid trouble, while also wanting to coordinate with them to teach Yi Chen a lesson. "Everyone, I take back what I just said. This kid has nothing to do with the Yin family. By the way, I'd like to set a rule: whoever touches the item first gets it. That way we avoid hurting our harmony. Fine words for someone who plans to cheat if he can't win." Hearing this heavyweight of Anhui province speak, every family began to covet the precious treasure. They all surged forward bravely like hungry tigers pouncing on prey to snatch it from Yi Chen's hands. "Ha ha ha. In that case, my Li family is willing to be the vanguard." The onlookers were surprised again to see the struggle reignite. 2 masters from the Li family were incredibly fast. The first to charge out, they sped in from a distance, reaching Yi Chen's side in the blink of an eye, quickly observing and analyzing the opponent's every move. Yi Chen was fearless, silently observing. The one in the lead struck first, launching a kick at Yi Chen. The other looked even more dangerous, wielding a heavy weapon, a sharp longsword. Swinging it down to cleave Yi Chen, that same group of gossipers continued their non-stop chatter. Damn, against a junior, the Li family is actually using numbers to bully the few. The bald man nearby also looked on with disdain. He was merely making excuses for the Li family. This was a treasure after all. Who cared about shame? It truly brings disgrace to our great families. If you've got the guts, why don't you go up? Yi Chen took one glance and knew what kind of moves these were, killing strikes from the start. HMPH. Without much effort, Yi Chen simply stepped aside to easily dodge the heavy cleave. His body even made a sound as he moved, intentionally using it to irritate his opponent. He clenched his fist, officially beginning his counterattack. Were these two even qualified for a fierce battle with him? A powerful punch blasted toward his opponent, surrounded by the cyan flames representing his cultivation technique. The fellow trying to kick him was blocked by this punch. This wasn't just defense but a counterattack, directly deforming the man's leg bone. An expression of extreme agony appeared on his face. Having been pushed into a disadvantage by an unknown weakling, tears welled in his eyes as he screamed, "How? How is this possible?" Despite his intense pain, Yi Chen casually added another punch, directly blasting him dozens of meters away. Before defeating his opponent, Yi Chen let out a shout to mark his victory. However, there was still a swordsman to deal with. Yi Chen's gaze swept toward him, preparing to send him to join his comrade. He spun on his toes, a small whirlwind rising beneath his feet. This was the attack meant for that fellow, just as the man, filled with hatred, swung his cursed longsword toward him, screaming, "You go die too." He was met with a heavy kick from Yi Chen before he could finish. The power of this kick was immense, like a Cristiano Ronaldo strike, directly making him spit blood. After dealing with the two Li family masters, Yi Chen landed steadily, looking magnificent. The people behind him were also enlightened by the sight. As the dust settled and Yi Chen's figure was revealed, the crowd grew restless again. Those two weren't ordinary clansmen but top masters of the Li family, yet they were killed in an instant. I heard earlier that a slaughterer had emerged in Jiangnan, with extraordinary strength and countless kills. Could it be this kid? That's right, it's him, sister. Although En Sushan had seen the previous fight, he still looked down on Yi Chen and prepared to act personally. I admit he has some skill, but no matter how strong he is, he's just one person, relying on his vast influence. En Sushan stepped forward aggressively and proposed a grand-sounding tactic. Which one of us here isn't a top existence from our respective forces? Those two from the Li family died because they underestimated the enemy. If we all attack together, can he really turn the heavens upside down? A good script, unfortunately. This uncle isn't the protagonist. Thus old Sushan strode forward majestically, ready for battle, passing through the various sects and leaving them in deep thought. But in the end, everyone charged forward with En Sushan. They charged like moths to a flame with only one goal: to seize the treasure. As long as I get this outworld treasure, it'll be enough to make my family glorious for 100 years. Kill him. The sheer numbers made Yi Chen waver slightly. Looking at this group of greedy people, he silently judged the human heart. As expected, greed can drive people mad. It was time to use his precious sword. He cast a spell to summon it, and in an instant the sword manifested in midair. Yi Chen grabbed the longsword, furrowing his brows as he warned the greedy mob, "Since you insist on seeking death, I will kill you all today." He didn't wait for the enemies to attack but struck first. A burly man in the crowd swung a massive spiked mace, wanting to crush him into meat paste. He lunged upward, trying to pin Yi Chen to the ground. Die! The mace slammed toward Yi Chen but failed to cause him any harm. He easily blocked it with his fist, immediately counterattacking with a killing punch. Several streaks of cyan killing intent spiraled around the mace. Instantly, the mace shattered into countless tiny fragments. The sound of cracking echoed across the ground. The owner of the mace fared no better, coughing blood from the heavy internal injuries caused by the countershock. Like the others before him, he only realized the truth when death was imminent. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Chen followed up with a series of sharp slashes. The sword chi landed on the burly man, defeating him completely. No sooner had he finished the first one than others surged forward like a tide. His eyes were sharp and his body fast as he suddenly turned to meet the challenge. Before the two behind him could even touch Yi Chen, they were cut down by his sword. While launching his attacks, he performed a graceful dance like an exquisite swordsman. Those who hadn't joined the fray yet were stunned. They hid below with terrified faces. "Arg, what kind of swordplay is this? It's terrifying." Blood splattered everywhere. Fearing they would be the next to die, people began piteously begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I won't do it again." But it was far too late. He was like a sharp blade, slaying everything in his path. Those watching from the rear didn't dare charge forward because they were scared witless by Yi Chen's strength. Those who had charged were all famous masters, yet none could take even a single move from him. They didn't even leave behind intact corpses. Was Yi Chen truly too brutal? One by one, whether they charged or knelt to beg for mercy, they were all slashed beyond recognition. Onlookers whispered to each other tremblingly, turned directly into blood mist. From now on, let's call Yi Chen the Jiangnan meat grinder. Amidst the thick smoke, two strange figures were locked in battle, their dialogue echoing, "Please, please don't kill me, die." Then came a piteous scream. Those outside the mist were horrified by the sight. Too terrifying. All those participating were local top powerhouses, yet they were being wiped out by that kid. If this continued, everyone would be slaughtered. Yi Chen burst out of the thick fog, his inner energy surging out to disperse the heavy mist. With his speed, he drew closer and closer to Zhou Ya. Yi Chen ran over and grabbed Zhou Ya's hand to lead her away. This sudden movement startled Zhou Ya, making her look back. Alas, someone wants to leave, but someone else wants them to stay. Voices came from Sushan's group. Want to leave? Have you asked Mayan family? My Ling family also disagrees. Today you must die. Two people from the An and Ling families swept in at high speed. Seeing this, Yi Chen released Zhou Ya's hand and turned to face the Ling family member. As expected, it wasn't that simple. The two from the An and Ling families delivered a heavy blow, cutting the connection between Yi Chen and Zhou Ya and separating the two young people. Get lost, various family heads shouted one after another as they unleashed their moves. Mountain-splitting slash, vast energy, tidal fist. The cacophony of noise irritated Yi Chen. Relying on their numbers, they swarmed together to besiege Yi Chen, seemingly all wanting to send him to meet the king of hell. Yi Chen's face was filled with rage as he swung his precious sword to resist the siege of the An and Ling families. But 3 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yi Chen was sent flying by the force of the combined strike. The massive power made him lose his balance, and his body slammed heavily into a boulder behind him, cracking the stone. The violent impact combined with the opponent's attacks made Yi Chen spit a mouthful of blood, his face full of pain. Seeing this scene of the many bullying the few, An Ruiying couldn't help but shout in anger. You are all dignified family heads, yet you use numbers to bully the few and launch a joint sneak attack. This is too much, despicable. Suddenly a hand rested on An Ruiying's hand. He knocked her unconscious. Before An Ruiying could react, she slumped onto a clansman's shoulder, her voice growing weaker and weaker. That clansman carefully supported her. Miss, please forgive my rudeness. His gaze was sharp and cold as he continued. There are some things you shouldn't see. Please rest. By now, Yi Chen was heavily surrounded by the various family heads. One of them laughed triumphantly. Haha, you're actually still alive after taking that hit. You really aren't simple, but it doesn't change anything. Prepare to go meet your ancestors. They closed in step by step as Yi Chen struggled to stand steady against the boulder. Damn it, trying to deal with them alone is still too difficult. He made a request in his heart. Please help me, Senior. Yi Chen's consciousness shifted to the tombstone area, calling out incessantly, Senior, Senior. But the only response was the silence of the tombstones. Yi Chen was worried. How can this be? The senior wasn't in the tomb hall. Could he be hiding? Meanwhile, the despicable members of the great families were ready to eliminate Yi Chen. Auras erupted around them. An elder of the An family approached sinisterly. If we strike together, his face was full of the joy of impending victory. He stared maliciously at Yi Chen. I wonder if you'll be able to leave an intact corpse. Those in the rear were prepared to launch the fatal blow. Some held blades, others cast fire spells, all charging at Yi Chen simultaneously. Yi Chen stared at them with hawk-like eyes, gripping his longsword tightly. Though his body was still trembling, he furrowed his brows and let out a cold snort. Intact corpse, intact my ass. After steadying himself, Yi Chen held his longsword high toward the sky. Boundless power erupted from the blade, forming rings of light that spiraled around him. Yi Chen roared. The old man from the Ling family, seeing this power, said in surprise, what kind of power is that? And Sushan sensed something was wrong and was struck with terror. Yi Chen's gaze was piercing as he gave a thunderous shout, blood-sucking slash. He then swung the sword down with a power that could topple mountains and drain seas. The brilliance of this single strike illuminated the entire area. A terrifying power swept through, directly overturning that group of people who didn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Aha, they were blown away like dust. The destructive force of this move was immense, plowing a deep, long trench into the ground with a massive energy sphere at the end. The sphere exploded, slamming those people hard onto the ground. Members of the An and Ling families were wounded one after another. The Ling family elder, his face covered in injuries, struggled to crawl back up. The aftermath of the attack stirred up a cloud of dust that blanketed the sky. Yi Chen leaned heavily on his sword, which was thrust into the ground, looking utterly spent. Having just exerted an immense amount of power, he drew deep, ragged breaths. Zhou Ya ran over from the side, asking anxiously, Mr. Yi, are you all right? Don't scare me. Facing the beauty's concern, Yi Chen continued to pant heavily as he stared at his hands. No, I'm fine, he replied. But that was a strike using the full power of the Reincarnation Cemetery. The drain was too great. Right now I can't even manage a simple movement like reaching for a pill. Meanwhile, the elders of the An and Ling families, despite being heavily wounded, were still struggling to stand. The Ling family elder remained as malicious as ever, his intent to kill Yi Chen unchanged. "That kid has no strength left to fight back. His head is mine, the extraterrestrial items are yours." And Sushan was also in a state of extreme fury, wanting to settle Yi Chen once and for all. Seeing that those people still had no intention of letting Yi Chen go, Zhou Ya shielded the weakened Yi Chen and shouted, "As high-level martial arts experts, you've joined forces to deal with a single junior. Have you no shame? If you want to touch Mr. Yi, you'll have to kill me first." Upon hearing this, and Sushan strode directly toward Zhou Ya and delivered a vicious slap to her right cheek, the force sending her spinning to the ground. The scene was chaotic and incredibly humiliating. Fuming with rage, and Sushan spat out a curse. "Damn it, you bitch, I nearly 9 at his hands and you're talking to me about honor compared to one's life. Honor isn't worth a damn." The Ling family elder pointed his sword directly at Yi Chen. "Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, you've killed so many of our martial arts bureau people, and even dared to cripple young Master Zheng. Today I shall take your head back to Beijing." With that he raised his long sword and charged straight at Yi Chen. Pouring all his remaining strength into this final strike, he laughed maniacally as he sprinted, intending to vent the director's fury. "Ha ha ha, go meet the king of hell." Just then, upon the roof tiles of the ancient buildings, a burly, neatly dressed man with a shaved head appeared like a monk. He shouted in a voice as resonant as a great bell, "I am protecting this man, does anyone have an objection?" Over by Yi Chen the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense as the four people remained in a standoff. Although the Ling elder was still determined to kill Yi Chen, his body was trembling slightly from exhaustion. Suddenly, however, his movements froze. A look of extreme shock flickered in his eyes, and a commotion broke out among everyone present, faces filled with alarm and worry. They all turned in unison toward the same direction. A series of mysterious footsteps slowly approached. The strong silhouette of the mysterious man gradually became clear to the crowd, and then, in a flash, he vanished into thin air. The Ling family elder was struck with bewilderment. He still attempted to attack Yi Chen, but the mysterious man's figure had already quietly appeared behind him. The onlookers, witnessing such godlike teleportation, were all left speechless with astonishment. Everyone was speculating on the mysterious man's next move. Would he join the slaughter of Yi Chen, or would he save him from the siege of the great families? Until the Ling elder's eyes suddenly widened, it all remained a mystery. The elder was about to deliver a fatal blow, but the mysterious bald man simply extended a finger, blocking the elder's long blade. He glanced at the sword with an indifferent expression and gave it a light flick. The Ling elder, who was in the middle of his downward swing, felt a surge of immense force. The sword instantly flew out of his hand, catching him completely off guard. The mysterious bald man continued to move his palm, and a golden ring manifested, directly blasting the Ling elder away. The elder flipped through the air and slammed heavily onto the cold ground. It had to be said that this mysterious master's power was terrifying. With just a simple flick of a finger, he had left that scheming old man unable to get back up. The mysterious master coldly scanned the crowd before him and spoke, "I am taking him with me. You have no objections, do you?" The crowd, having witnessed the previous scene, replied in unison out of fear, "No objections, no objections. After all, who would throw away their life just to start a fight?" They were each cautious and timid, fearing that a single wrong step would lead them to follow in the Ling elder's footsteps. Although their hearts were filled with countless doubts, they only dared to complain internally. Aren't the masters in the temple supposed to be compassionate? Do they only know how to say this humble monk this and that all day? This Master Jingdao had injured someone the moment he acted. He was completely different from a typical monk. The mysterious master carefully helped Yi Chen up and turned to ask Zhou Ya, "Female benefactor, if you don't mind, you may accompany him to the temple to rest for the night." Zhou Ya, maintaining her position, reached out to cover her face and replied, "No, I don't mind, thank you, master." Subsequently, the three of them quickly left that troubled place. Watching their retreating backs, those left behind only stared in silence. Not a single person spoke. The next morning the sun shone brightly in a certain room within the temple. The master and Zhou Ya were keeping watch by the bed, looking after Yi Chen. The master approached Yi Chen and handed him a pill. "Take it, this pill is good for you, don't resist." Yi Chen lay on the bed, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you." The master then placed the pill into his mouth, his careful attention like that of a mother toward her son. Yi Chen swallowed the pill and closed his eyes to continue recovering. The master looked at Yi Chen and thought to himself, although the quality of this healing pill isn't high considering the scarcity of pills in Huasha, it should be very precious to him. He then leaned on his staff and turned to walk out, not forgetting to instruct, "You look after him tonight. I'm going to get some medicine, his injuries are severe." Zhou Ya nodded softly and turned to see the master off. "All right." Sensing that the master was about to leave, Yi Chen opened his eyes and asked, "Why did you save me?" His question caused an awkward silence to fall over the room. The mysterious master replied calmly without looking back, "If I told you now, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I'll tell you tomorrow instead." Yi Chen looked a bit confused but remained silent and said no more. Once the master left the room, Zhou Ya lowered her head with a look of sorrow. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it was clearly me who was brought here by you. Yet I couldn't help you at all." Seeing Zhou Ya's pitiful state, Yi Chen reached out to gently caress her cheek and asked tenderly, "Does it still hurt?" This sudden movement from Yi Chen made Zhou Ya blush with shyness as she whispered, "It doesn't hurt." Yi Chen looked at Zhou Ya, his tone turning serious. "That slap was taken on my behalf. Once my injuries are healed, Su Shan will die a miserable death." Hearing that Yi Chen was going to stand up for her again, Zhou Ya was both moved and panicked. "No, it's not necessary. It was just a slap, it's no big deal." At this moment, Yi Chen lay comfortably on the bed with his eyes closed, saying in an overbearing tone, "I shall decide how this is handled." The scene shifted to the cemetery at night. Yi Chen was currently communicating with the powerhouse in the cemetery. That senior asked, "Kid, are you blaming me for not stepping in to save you back then?" In midair, a blood dragon spirit circled around the senior. Yi Chen responded politely, "Things have been too smooth for me all along. This ordeal was actually a good thing. Furthermore, this blood dragon has become even stronger because of this slaughter. I even feel like I'm about to break through." Hearing Yi Chen say this, the senior produced a massive shining spirit stone. "You haven't mentioned the greatest gain yet, this extraterrestrial spirit stone." Subsequently, the senior tossed the spirit stone into the air. It instantly illuminated the entire night sky, emitting a brilliant purple light. The surrounding tombstones began to vibrate violently and shattered after a few moments. Yi Chen spread his arms and looked up at the sky, sensing a rich spiritual energy that even Kunlun Shu couldn't match. The senior smiled, lowered his head, and said, "The benefits don't stop there." Yi Chen looked at the senior in surprise, only to see him point toward the spirit stone. Whoosh, brilliant beams of light erupted from the radiant stone, which then shattered. A vortex of flames formed within, giving birth to a new treasure. Against the dim background, a powerful hand held a bead emitting a profound light. The glow from the bead created an eerie sense of beauty. This bead was called the Domain Heart Bead, containing extraterrestrial spiritual energy that only fluctuated once every 1,000 years. Upon a massive stone platform, Chen Jinking looked down at Yi Chen below. Yi Chen stood there with a resolute gaze, ignoring the pressure from the other's cold stare. The cracked stones around the platform seemed to record a fierce battle that had occurred long ago. The last time this bead appeared in the world, it triggered an ancient war where nearly all the warriors perished. Chen Jinking had a grim expression, his eyes revealing supreme authority. He straightened his body, his gaze deep as he scrutinized the world before him. "You should be glad that the spiritual energy in modern Huaxia is thin, and cultivators are far inferior to those of the past, having even regressed into ancient martial artists." Yi Chen stood to the side with a cold gaze, his face filled with confidence and wild pride. The cyan light behind him contrasted with his short black hair and resolute features. Although his clothing was simple, he radiated the aura of a master who would not easily admit defeat. Chen Jinking stood at the pinnacle of the high platform, his presence magnificent and full of pressure. He spoke. "Otherwise, seizing this bead would have been as difficult as ascending to heaven." The surrounding collapsed stone piles bore witness to the terrifying power once displayed below. Yi Chen faced this powerhouse with a composed expression. Chen Jinking said, "I was originally supposed to dissipate in 3 days, but given the current situation, I can probably last for 10. Within these 10 days, you need to find a quiet place for seclusion. I will then help you comprehend the way of slaughter." Yi Chen stood in the center of the vast space, his eyes confident yet sincere. He relaxed his body and spread his hands in a gesture of respect, saying loudly, "Senior, though you won't let me call you master," Yi Chen continued in a clear, resonant voice, "I, Yi Chen, shall always regard you as my mentor." Chen Jinking manifested majestically, his long hair tied back, his profile etched with a deep and sharp gaze. "Kid, the further you go, the stronger you will become, and you will touch upon deeper things." He stood steadily atop a giant rock, his form towering. His hands hung at his sides, yet he radiated an overwhelming aura. The faint light reflected his mysterious and dignified silhouette. He continued, "One day you will discover that we are utilizing you. The burden on your shoulders is too heavy. Escaping this bizarre and unpredictable situation will be extremely difficult." Chen Jinking lowered his head slightly, a hint of seriousness and depth in his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly in pensive thought. "From the moment the Reincarnation Cemetery opened, you have been the salvation for hundreds of us, and our hope." Yi Chen remained expressionless, but his lips were tightly pressed as if weighing a major decision. Chen Jinking continued, "Sooner or later you will see the true darkness. Some people use the power over life and death to reshape the world as they please. The enemies you will face are 100 times stronger than you are now." Chen Jingkang's expression grew even grimmer. Even worse, he didn't know how much longer the matter regarding that place could be kept hidden. Yi Chen pressed his lips together, listening carefully to his every word. Once those people detect your existence, they won't even need to act personally to crush you. They simply want you to be their antithesis to hinder your growth. Yi Chen's brow furrowed, his face turning dark. Senior, what kind of power is this group you mentioned above the clouds? What exactly happened back then? Why are they trapped in the Reincarnation Cemetery? Chen Jingking closed his eyes and replied, with your current strength, knowing these things is not only useless but will only add to your troubles. Someone will tell you sooner or later. Just wait for them to speak. In the dark and mysterious space, the light converged on Chen Jingking, who held the glowing bead. Most of this bead's energy has been absorbed by us. If you use it now, it will be of great benefit to both your cultivation and your constitution. He held up a small dark blue fireball in his hand. The fireball emitted a faint cyan light, surrounded by shimmering starlight. Use it well and strive to break through 2 minor realms. Yi Chen reached out to catch the small fireball. Chen Jingking instructed, remember, once you've handled matters here, return to Jiangnan immediately for seclusion. My time is running out, you must go all out in this seclusion. The dark blue flame had settled steadily in his palm. Inside the room, soft glimmers of light spilled through the wooden window frames, creating a warm and quiet atmosphere. Yi Chen, wearing tight-fitting clothes that revealed his well-defined muscles, sensed something. Seeing that Zhou Ya had fallen asleep, he thought to himself, Zhou Ya is asleep? Subsequently, he gently picked her up, his palm supporting her slender waist as he carried her across the room. Yi Chen placed her gently on the bed and tenderly tucked her in, wanting her to have a good night's sleep. At this moment his expression was solemn and pensive. He took out the previous cyan flame and whispered to himself, let's begin. Without hesitation he sent the flame into his mouth and swallowed it. The dark blue energy began to spread through his body, circling his arms and enveloping his entire form. His simple white clothes stood in sharp contrast to the erupting energy. His eyes underwent a transformation, and the veins on his face bulged. He let out a loud shout within his sea of consciousness. Break? Still in that warm wooden room, Zhou Ya was sleeping peacefully alone. She suddenly opened her eyes, struck directly in the face by a beam of dazzling light. She looked around, her heart full of confusion. How did I end up in bed? Suddenly she turned her head in alarm. At this moment Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged, his entire body shrouded in a fantastical cyan light. Zhou Ya called out softly, Mr. Yi. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I don't know how I ended up sleeping in the bed. You're clearly the one who was injured. You should have been the one sleeping here. At this point Yi Chen stood up and said as he walked, a cultivator takes heaven and earth as their bed. It's the same wherever I sleep. It's still early. Go back to sleep for a while. The two sat side by side facing each other. Yi Chen thought to himself, after a night of tempering with the domain heart bead, not only have my injuries completely healed, but I've even advanced 2 minor realms. At this rate I'll soon reach the integration realm, and then I'll be qualified to save my parents. He then spoke, you continue resting, I have some matters to handle. Zhou Ya nodded upon hearing this, and silently watched him depart. The next morning he went to pay his respects to Master Jingdao. The master looked a bit unnatural as he greeted him. Yi Chen, why are you up so early? Master Jingdao gave a forced smile and continued, go back and lie down, the medicine I prepared for you hasn't finished brewing yet. However, when he saw Yi Chen clearly, he was instantly struck with shock. Wait, your injuries are completely healed, and your aura has grown stronger. Did you break through? Yi Chen replied with a smile. Thank you, Master Jingdao, for your rescue. There are some things we should talk about inside. Walking into the Zen room hung with ancient paintings, Yi Chen first sat down at the table. Master Jingdao approached, leaning on his staff, saying as he walked, Yi Chen, there's no need for thanks. I saw everything that happened yesterday. He pulled out a chair and continued, although you were in a perilous situation at the time, I could faintly sense that even if I hadn't acted, you would have been able to escape. Once seated, he continued, I already sent word out last night claiming that the extraterrestrial items you obtained were taken by me. This should save you quite a bit of trouble. After listening, Yi Chen responded, Master Jingdao, we are strangers, neither kin nor kith. Why did you help me? Master Jingdao narrowed his eyes and replied, I knew you would ask that. I might as well tell you everything. He took out a jade pendant and handed it to Yi Chen, asking, Yi Chen, do you recognize this? Yi Chen stared at the pendant, shocked. This is my mother's. I've seen her wear it before. How did it end up in your hands? Master Jingdao set the pendant down and added, Yi Chen, you probably didn't know, but I have known your mother for over 30 years. Yi Chen's eyes widened, completely blindsided by this revelation. Squinting as he reminisced, Master Jingdao said, back then, I hadn't yet entered the grandmaster list. Memories flooded back to him. At that time he was merely an insignificant weak martial artist who had inadvertently offended a powerful force in Beijing. The young Jingdao had been driven to a dead end. staring in terror at the sharp blades pointed at him. My situation then was even more wretched than yours. I was on the verge of being killed. He had squeezed his eyes shut, accepting his impending death. However, after a long silence, he opened his eyes to see the back of a woman with orange hair. It was Yi Chen's mother, who had intervened at the critical moment to block those blades for him. It was your mother who saved me. She was the jewel of the Zhang family. Few in Beijing dared to offend her. Returning to the present, Master Jingdao continued, "You may not know this, but your mother actually had no love for cultivation. Nevertheless, the Zhang family provided her with a massive amount of resources. After saving me, she hid the truth from her family and gave all those resources to me. That is how I became who I am today." Master Jingdao pushed the jade pendant toward Yi Chen. "Helping you now is merely to repay the debt of gratitude from all those years ago." Thinking of Yi Chen's mother, he lamented that she was an exceptionally kind-hearted person. Closing his eyes, he sighed. 8 years ago, your parents came to Jingfo Temple to visit me. By then, I was already somewhat famous in the Central Plains. They entrusted this jade to me, saying that if the Yi family ever met with disaster and I happened to survive, they hoped I could ensure you a peaceful life. After hearing this, Yi Chen thought to himself, "My parents chose to have me live and seek help from Master Jingdao rather than having him go directly to the Yi family to rescue them." Staring at the pendant, he mused, "They must have realized the enemy was so powerful that Master Jingdao wouldn't be able to contend with them. Asking him to go would have been a meaningless death sentence." As he spoke, Master Jingdao shed tears of emotion. "After the incident with the Yi family, I immediately went to Dongqin Lake to find you, but unfortunately I failed. I wanted to avenge your parents and investigate the mastermind, but I discovered that compared to them, I was as tiny as an ant. I could only go into silent seclusion to make myself stronger." Hearing this, Yi Chen thought, "No wonder Master Jingdao stepped in. It turns out my parents had prepared a path of retreat for me long ago." Master Jingdao folded his hands and closed his eyes. "Now that I have grown much stronger, I can say with certainty that no one in Huasha is better suited to be your master than I am. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I will pass down everything I have learned throughout my life without reservation." However, Yi Chen refused. "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a master and a sect." Hearing the refusal, Master Jingdao's body trembled slightly, but he had no choice but to accept it. "Fine, since that's the case I won't force you, but rest assured from now on no matter what happens I will act whenever you need me." Yi Chen suddenly changed the subject. "Senior, I have only one question now." His face turned solemn. "Do you know where Lin Julong is?" At the mention of that name, Master Jingdao froze. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to have already investigated this far. Master Jingdao calmed himself and thought, the current gap between him and Lin Julong is too vast. Telling him will only lead to his doom. After a moment's consideration, he advised, "Yi Chen, I know you want revenge, but the Lin family controls half of the Beijing martial arts world. You cannot contend with them. Until you reach the top 10 of the grandmaster list, absolutely do not go to Beijing. Do not go under any circumstances." Yi Chen glanced at him. It seemed the master wouldn't speak. Having not received the answer he wanted, Yi Chen stood up to take his leave. "All right, I almost forgot, I brought something with me." He took an item from his robe. "This is a gift to thank you for saving my life, Senior. Please do not be polite." It was a neatly trimmed rectangular box. Master Jingdao kept his eyes closed as he said, "I accept the gift. I hope you will heed my advice and never go to Beijing. The waters there are far too deep, too many powerhouses have already perished there." Yi Chen decided to head back. Before leaving, he turned and said, "We shall meet again." It was getting late. He had to quickly take Zhou Ya to settle the affairs in Anhui and then return to Jiangnan for seclusion. After Yi Chen left, the master opened the box. "I hope he can listen to reason." He wondered what the boy had gifted. Was it ginseng or something similar? However, the gift before him made him snap his eyes open, his face filled with astonishment. This medicinal fragrance, the box actually contained 6 shimmering pills. They were 6 grade 6 non-questioning pills. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, back at the Yin family estate in Anhui province, a meeting seemed to be in progress, and Ruiying spoke up, asking everyone to discuss the matter concerning Yi Chen. An Sushan said gloomily, "The biggest problem right now is Master Jingdao. With him protecting that kid, we have no way to deal with him." A long-bearded elder seated below spoke, "Olden, there's actually no need to worry. That kid was heavily injured. Whether he can even survive is still in question. He's not worth fretting over." Another elder with slanted eyebrows countered with a sinister look, "We still need to deploy experts to monitor the foot of the mountain. Master Jingdao cannot protect him forever. The moment he descends the mountain, kill him without mercy," and Ruiying pleaded. "Father, we actually only need to apologize to Mr. Yi. Given my relationship with Zhou Ya," she said loudly, Mr. Yi might show some leniency. Old An frowned and barked. I told you to stand to the side and listen. Not to speak, us apologizing. Absolutely impossible. Old An slammed the table and stood up, roaring, this boy must not be allowed to live. I will contact the people from Bloodplum Hall to act. No matter the cost, Yi Chen must die on Mount Tianyu. Nearby, a man with a large mouth and bulging eyes asked, Patriarchan, what about the woman with him? I've checked. She is the young lady of the Zhou family from Jiangnan. She has a deep relationship with Yi Chen. Letting her go back will only cause trouble. Old An gave a cold sidelong glance, his tone chilling. To pull up weeds, one must remove the roots. Are we supposed to leave a source of calamity behind and wait for her to seek revenge? And Ruiying said anxiously, Father, Zhou Ya is my close friend. She and Yi Chen have only just met. There's no need to involve her. These words completely enraged Olden. He violently waved his hand and cursed. Stupid, and Ruiying grit her teeth and endured, her eyes filled with grievance. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Her eyes widened in shock. A man in green was blasted in from outside, slamming into the wall and losing consciousness. Olden froze in place, his face masked with horror. A familiar figure appeared outside the door. Stop struggling. None of you will leave here alive today. It was none other than Yi Chen and Zhou Ya. Olden exclaimed, It's you. You're completely healed after just one night? Dust swirled in the room. Yi Chen and Zhou Ya manifested within the haze. Yi Chen was currently clutching a person in purple by the throat, shouting fiercely, Not a single one of you will survive this day. Although Olden was terrified, he still grit his teeth and ordered his men to surround and kill them. Olden ordered, Kill him, or none of us will have a way to live. His subordinates swarmed forward with weapons, surrounding Yi Chen. A murderous glint erupted in Yi Chen's eyes. Blue light condensed in his hand, flickering like lightning and containing terrifying energy. With a loud boom, the charging subordinates were instantly blasted away by this move, their piteous screams echoing through the room. Everyone went on high alert, terrified by his power. Old An's men tightened the circle around him. Damn it, he's even stronger than yesterday. How can this be? Yi Chen remained expressionless as he watched these fools make another move. He struck out once, and the stone floor tiles shattered and flew through the air. The subordinates who had just been shouting were overturned by this surge of energy. After clearing the obstacles, he stepped in front of Old An and placed a hand on his shoulder. Looking at his wailing subordinates scattered across the floor, Old An froze, staring in terror at the hand on his shoulder. Yi Chen frowned and said, The only reason you're still alive is because you owe my friend a slap. He turned to look at Zhou Ya. Now it's time to pay it back. Zhou Ya hurried to decline. No need. It hasn't come to this. She was flustered. After all, she was being asked to hit her best friend's father. Yi Chen said coldly, Zhou Ya, you heard what they said just now. They never intended to let you go. He glanced at her and added, His previous injuries haven't healed, and now he is scared witless. He won't resist, he thought to himself. If she doesn't even have this much decisiveness, I should stay far away from her in the future. Zhou Ya understood instantly. Mr. Yi was teaching her that being soft-hearted would only invite trouble. Zhou Ya thought to herself that she wasn't like Sun Yi or Sha Ruoshui. Mr. Yi had no romantic feelings for her. If she disappointed him again, she bit her lip and walked toward Old An. Her heart struggled between friendship and following Yi Chen, but finally she swung her hand violently. She didn't want to leave him. Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Zhou Ya slapped Old An hard. The force was so great that he stumbled, half his face swelling up like a pig's. Old An flew into a violent rage. You bitch, you dare hit me? I will definitely. Before he could finish, he took another slap on the other side of his face. Zhou Ya showed no mercy with her backhand strike, shouting angrily, That slap was for me, this slap is for Mr. Yi. You tried to harm him for your own selfish desires, which makes you my enemy. Old An's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, nearly driving him insane. Damn it, I'll kill you. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared. Yi Chen closed the distance instantly, slamming a heavy punch into Old An's face and making him spray blood. This punch left Old An slumped on the ground incapacitated. Yi Chen said coldly, Death is imminent, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. He looked down at him. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path in the beginning, I might have looked out for your own family. At this moment, Old An's head hung low. Knowing he had no power to fight back against Yi Chen's absolute strength, Yi Chen continued, Unfortunately, there is only the path to death left for you now. And Ruiying stepped forward to stop Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, she knelt on the ground and pleaded, I'm sorry, please, I beg you to spare my father. I am willing to slave away for you. I beg of you. She wept uncontrollably. Yi Chen extended his index finger, energy swirling at the tip. If I spare in Sushan today, who will spare me Yi Chen tomorrow? Old An's pupils shrank. The energy from the fingertip instantly pierced through his chest, clean and decisive. Witnessing her father's tragic death with her own eyes, and Ruiying completely broke down. Yi Chen turned to leave, leaving behind the dead and Sushan, whose eyes remained wide in shock. To pull up weeds, one must remove the roots. Sparing your life is already the limit of my mercy. If you want revenge, feel free to come find me. I, Yi Chen, shall be waiting. Zhou Ya walked up to Ruiying and said, Ruiying, you are still my good sister. If you face difficulties, come to Jiangnan to find me. I will ensure you a lifetime of wealth. Zhou Ya hid the sorrow in her eyes and whispered an apology. Afterward, the two of them left the Yin family estate. Walking along the road, Zhou Ya asked, Mr. Yi, where to next? He looked back and replied, naturally, to settle the remaining debts. From that day on, a storm of blood swept through the Anhui martial arts world. Every family that had acted the day before saw their top masters wiped out. The entire Anhui martial arts scene underwent a massive restructuring. No one knew who had done it because everyone who had seen that person act was dead. A golden light flashed. Simultaneously, another major event occurred in Anhui province. The anomaly of the extraterrestrial treasure on Mount Tianyu appeared, drawing countless powerhouses into a struggle, but it ultimately fell into the hands of Master Jingdao. Inside a moving black car, Yi Chen was answering a phone call. Old friend, the business in Anhui was my doing, no one else's. Since it's you, I can rest easy. I was worried another monster of your caliber had emerged in Anhui. The voice on the other end continued, Dragon's soul will find a way to suppress the news. Lei Shuwei added over the phone, by the way, something major happened at the Martial Arts Bureau. Some important materials were stolen and they're currently busy searching for them. Yi Chen replied, good, I understand. He mused that this was indeed good news. The Martial Arts Bureau wouldn't come looking for trouble in the short term. He hung up the phone. He exactly needed 10 days of peace. Yi Chen got out of the car and the driver said, Mr. Yi, call me if you need anything. I'm heading back first. Yi Chen nodded and watched him leave. He pushed the door open and entered. I'm back. The sight that met his eyes left him stunned. Inside the house, Sha Ruoshui was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, her energy filling the entire room. Sun Yi was also nearby, eyes closed in rhythmic breathing. He was secretly shocked. These two have broken through again, compared to them. His own years of bitter cultivation felt like a joke. Once the two finished their practice, Yi Chen praised, the results of your cultivation are indeed quite good. Sha Ruoshui showed off to Yi Chen proudly. Yi Chen, you have no idea, we tried yesterday, and we can actually jump 2 meters high. Sun Yi also said excitedly, tell me, if I keep practicing like this, will I be able to fly? Facing this naive question, Yi Chen was at a loss for words. He considered his response and said, as long as you keep improving, there will come a day when you can fly. Then he added a disheartening line. Anyway, even I can't do that yet. He turned and headed upstairs, instructing, for the next 10 days I will be in seclusion in the room on the 3rd floor. He gave the two beauties careful instructions. During this time, people from Luo Cha and the Dark Hall will be protecting everyone. If something important happens, you can come find me, and I will force myself out of seclusion. Sun Yi smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, we'll do our best to handle our work over these 10 days. Sha Ruoshui also promised, unless there's a life-threatening emergency, we definitely won't disturb you. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Sun Yi hurriedly called out to him. By the way, after the recent scandal with Tianzheng Group, we actually gained a massive amount of traffic as a blessing in disguise. Sales are skyrocketing. We feel it's time to restructure for the national and even international markets. But Yi Chen didn't care much, simply replying flatly, you two decide on that. Money doesn't mean much to me right now. I only want my father's Tianzheng Group to regain its former glory. Just as he lifted his foot to head upstairs, another person came to stop him. The man shouted, Hallmaster. This uninvited guest looked very familiar. Yi Chen recognized him instantly and thought with some surprise, Yi Lingtian. His eyes showed confusion as to why this man would appear here. Yi Lingtian ran in, panting heavily, to see Yi Chen and hurriedly reported the latest news. The person from the Long family in Beijing is indeed Lin Zhulong. Finally, there's news. Yi Lingtian continued to relay the information obtained from his subordinates. He appeared at the Beijing airport half an hour ago, but it's unknown where he returned from. Sha Ruoshui stood to the side and tactfully left with Sun Yi. She said softly, let's head out first. Holding the photo Yi Lingtian had just handed him, Yi Chen immediately recognized his archenemy. The sight of Lin Zhulong made him grit his teeth in hatred. With a furrowed brow and a gaze full of resentment, he stared at the photo, silently recalling old grudges. The culprit who harmed my father and destroyed my Yi family. Lin Zhulong, I finally have news of you. But Yi Chen was not blinded by hatred and quickly deduced the situation. Lin Zhulong has a transcendent status in Huasha and is one of the top powerhouses. It was purely a stroke of luck that a photo was taken, or the person who took it has already been discovered. Yi Lingtian thumped his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, Hallmaster. He knows how formidable Lin Zhulong is and acted with extreme caution. This photo was taken while hiding over 100 meters away. Nothing should have gone wrong. Just then, Yi Lingtian's phone rang. A familiar number flashed across the screen. He smiled confidently and said, look, Hallmaster, he's calling again. It seemed new information had arrived. Yi Lingtian then handed the phone to Yi Chen and said, "You should take this one, Hallmaster. It's easier to communicate directly." He took the phone and asked in a deep voice, "Hello." Responding to Yi Chen was the threatening voice of an arrogant old man. "I hate being followed by ants more than anything. Whoever you are, if you're looking for death, I welcome it at any time." With that, the other end hung up. Beep, beep, beep. It was only then that Yi Lingtian realized he had been too naive. He said with lingering fear, "The Hallmaster was right. That was likely Lin Julong's voice. The Dark Hall experts following him, probably." The rest of the words didn't need to be said. Yi Chen turned to leave. He waved his hand and ordered, "As of today, cease all surveillance of Lin Julong. Sending more people is just seeking death. It's pointless." Yi Lingtian wanted to persist. After all, this involved the Hallmaster's hatred. Before he could finish, Yi Chen declared with wide eyes, "In 10 days I will go to Beijing to find him personally." Within the Reincarnation Cemetery, Yi Chen stood quietly as if waiting for someone. A puff of purple smoke suddenly appeared in the air, followed by the manifestation of the slaughtered Taoist. He stood proudly, looking down with a cold greeting. "You've come?" Yi Chen looked up and replied, "I'm here. We can start anytime." Knowing he was ready, the slaughtered Taoist immediately announced, "From now on you only need to do one thing. Kill me." The purple smoke around him manifested hideous Yasha-like faces, all staring at Yi Chen with wicked smiles. The slaughtered Taoist's grin stretched from ear to ear as he excitedly announced, "I will let you feel what hell is truly like." Meanwhile, in an ancient mansion in Beijing, Lin Julong sat in a large chair with his legs crossed, asking in a deep voice, "How is the investigation going?" His subordinate, hand over his chest, replied respectfully, "Mr. Lin, there are results regarding what you asked me to investigate. The followers today all came from Jiangnan province. Their specific origins are unknown and their backgrounds are a complete blank." Lin Julong snorted coldly. "In all these years, no one has dared to follow me, Lin Julong. Does that group of trash in Jiangnan have a death wish?" He then ordered a continued investigation. Once the culprit was identified, all related forces were to be wiped out. The subordinate answered simply, "Yes, he should have withdrawn then, but perhaps seeking a meeting with the King of Hell." He added one more question. "Mr. Lin, haven't you been at that place for many years? Why did you suddenly return to Beijing this time?" Swoosh, blood splattered abruptly. Before he could even blink, a deep wound appeared on the reckless subordinate's left shoulder. The intense pain made him stumble to the ground, terrified. The subordinate hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I spoke out of turn." Lin Julong threatened, "If you waste any more breath, I'll take your life." Although he appeared arrogant on the surface, his heart was actually in turmoil. "Master, oh master, I truly cannot imagine who in all of Huasha is qualified to threaten my life." Lin Julong recalled his master's startling prophecy. "Julong, I have cast a hex for you, and found that your destiny shall reach its end in Beijing. If this hidden danger isn't eliminated early, the consequences will be unimaginable." His master's words clearly carried weight, yet he remained full of self-confidence, replying, "Beijing? Could that threat really be a Huashan? That's too laughable. How could the ants there threaten me? Who exactly is the opponent?" His master, exasperated by his lack of diligence, pointed a finger and scolded, "Don't let your guard down just because you think you're invincible. You must handle this with caution." Back at that familiar spot, the Reincarnation Cemetery, the tombstones stood in orderly rows. Yi Chen chanted as he swung his sword, his every move extremely practiced. He was silently calculating in his mind. 5 days had passed. Seeing that Yi Chen still couldn't do anything to him, the slaughtered Taoist mocked him arrogantly. "What, is this all you've got?" Yi Chen looked back on these 5 days. He had used every killing move he knew. Seeing his sleep-deprived and exhausted face, one could tell how bedraggled Yi Chen was. He thought somewhat helplessly, "In the end, every time it's me who almost gets killed." Seeing Yi Chen distracted, the slaughtered Taoist landed a heavy blow on his head and shouted, "Don't daze off, kid." Yi Chen fell backward as his longsword went flying. He lay there exhausted, panting like a dog. Dissatisfied with his laziness, the slaughtered Taoist stepped forward to urge him, "Get up, it's not over yet." Yi Chen struggled to sit up, his face full of defiance as he said, "Senior, you are an ancient powerhouse. I've only been practicing for a little over 5 years. The gap in strength is too massive. This isn't fair at all." No sooner had he spoken than the slaughtered Taoist flicked his finger into the air, sending a surge of energy straight at Yi Chen. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged. The energy slammed into the ground, sending earth and stone flying. The slaughtered Taoist frowned and asked with displeasure, "Yi Chen, I've already suppressed my strength to the true element realm. Are you still not satisfied?" He spoke up in dissatisfaction, "I'm only in the Qi dynamic realm. After that is the integration realm before reaching the true element realm. How am I supposed to fight across 2 major realms?" Hearing this, the slaughtered Taoist erupted in a furious roar. "Stupid!" The pressure of his voice shook Yi Chen back several steps. He raised his hands to condense energy while instructing, "In my eyes, the true element realm is like an ant that can be killed in an instant. Why don't you think about why I am using the level of the true element realm against you? Then the slaughtered Taoist continued his analysis. The path of slaughter emphasizes getting stronger when facing stronger foes. The closer you are to death, the easier it is to break through your limits and kill powerful enemies. Also, you must understand that the path of cultivation is inherently cruel. How many people will fight you fairly at the same realm? Yi Chen listened intently. The slaughtered Taoist threw out a series of difficult questions. What will you do when you encounter an enemy 10 or 100 times stronger than you? The two surges of energy from before had been merged by him into one. Forming a powerful energy orb, the slaughtered Taoist repeated his question. What will you do when you encounter an enemy 10 or 100 times stronger than you? Then he provided the answer. Only by digging out your potential will you have a chance at survival. With that, the slaughtered Taoist released the energy orb, creating a massive vortex that swept Yi Chen inside. Once he was completely shrouded in purple energy, the slaughtered Taoist revealed a hideous face and said, Now I shall crush your physical body, erase your soul, and utterly slay you. Then the slaughtered Taoist asked with a deep, meaningful smile, So what are you going to do? Yi Chen instantly erupted with vitality, drawing his sword to counter the surrounding energy. Immediately after, he charged forward with his sword, a strong cyan aura radiating from his entire body. Yi Chen replied with burning ambition, I'm going to kill you, of course. Arg, seeing the performance he was satisfied with, the slaughtered Taoist revealed a gratified smile. Excellent, I'm growing more and more fond of you. The two sparred like this day and night, until the final day, when streaks of red light suddenly appeared in the void. They gradually converged, forming a majestic, massive dragon. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. Ha ha ha, he evaluated himself with satisfaction. Over these 10 days, whether it's martial techniques, reactions, or power, I've experienced explosive growth. It's incomparable to how I was at the start. The slaughtered Taoist sat grandly on a rock. Observing as he spoke, he said, Not bad. It seems you've had an epiphany. He then explained his intention. To make one be reborn from a desperate situation and lead you onto a path of blood, it's not about relying on that broken sword of yours, but about letting you condense that blood dragon. The blood dragon grew increasingly massive, coiling around Yi Chen like a loyal guardian. The slaughtered Taoist continued incessantly. Whenever you are heavily injured and enter a desperate strait, the blood dragon will grow even more powerful along with your killing intent. As you grow stronger, so does it. As it grows stronger, so do you. Finally, he laughed loudly and announced, Congratulations on stepping into the path of slaughter. Sensing something, Yi Chen thought that he too was about to leave him, just like Luo Yushin and Chen Jinking. He looked directly at the slaughtered Taoist and said with a choked voice, Senior, although you don't wish to take me as a disciple, I still regard you as my master. The slaughtered Taoist curled his lip and smiled. Yi Chen, the reason I haven't let you call me master was because you weren't qualified. But now it's different. He walked over to Yi Chen and continued, I have taught you everything I know, and you have fully absorbed it. You are indeed worthy of calling me master. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately cupped his hands and bowed, shouting to the slaughtered Taoist, Master. The old man felt a bit embarrassed and said, Don't make it so sentimental. We might not necessarily be without a chance to meet again. The slaughtered Taoist explained, This is the Reincarnation Cemetery. But what is reincarnation? He then made a promise. Once you penetrate the secrets here, we might meet again. Suddenly, a sword chi appeared in the slaughtered Taoist's palm. He continued in a deep voice, I am about to dissipate. In these final 20 seconds I shall teach you 3 sword strikes. As the sword chi grew, more and more purple smoke emerged around him. He instructed Yi Chen, This technique is called the heaven-shattering sword intent. Watch closely. The slaughtered Taoist recited the mantra while performing the moves. All things in heaven and earth, 3,000 great Taos, countless minor paths. I prove my Tao through slaughter and seek my Tao through sword intent. The heaven-shattering sword intent consists of 3 strikes. Each strike integrates the path of slaughter. Once mastered and supported by sufficient strength, 3 strikes are enough to shatter the heavens. He swung the sword and shouted the name of the move. First strike, Hidden Dragon Slash. In an instant the surrounding earth and stone were sliced to pieces, and the ground trembled. Witnessing the power of this move, Yi Chen marveled inwardly, Is this the supreme technique of an ancient powerhouse? It's terrifyingly strong. And it wasn't over yet. The slaughtered Taoist condensed an even more massive sword chi, the surrounding energy swirling wildly. He announced the move. A single sword strike to change the color of mountains and rivers, to shatter heaven and earth and sweep through the 8 directions. Second strike. Falling star. With a boom, the sword chi erupted, exploding across the sky. Without resting for even a second, the slaughtered Taoist struck again. The final strike was the essence of the heaven-shattering sword intent and the most difficult move to cultivate. With a furrowed brow he roared out the name of the last move with all his might. Third strike, 8 desolation / Before Yi Chen's eyes were countless swirling, coiling wisps of spiritual energy, accompanied by that sky-piercing slash. Heaven and earth flipped, the spectacle magnificent and grand. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. This is the heaven-shattering sword intent. If I can master these 3 strikes, no one in all of Huaxia will be able to stop me. After demonstrating the 3 sword techniques, the slaughtered Taoist knew his time was up. He called Yi Chen over and instructed, "Yi Chen, the spiritual energy of the domain heart bead has already broken open 2 tombstones. As long as you slightly guide your inner energy, those 2 powerhouses will manifest. Those are your trump cards, do not use them unless absolutely necessary." He listened seriously and replied respectfully, "Your disciple understands." The silhouette of the slaughtered Taoist gradually faded. He left behind his final words, "I am the slaughtered Taoist. I proved my Tao through slaughter and threw the world into chaos through slaughter. The people of the world all say I am fearsome. Since you are the disciple of the slaughtered Taoist and my incarnation, no one shall look down upon you. I hope we can meet again before long." Early the next morning at Yi Chen's home, currently in the living room, with his hands folded, he seriously questioned the 2 men kneeling before him. "Has anything happened during my 10 days of seclusion?" This was followed by a deathly silence. Luo Cha was the first to speak. "Nothing happened at the villa," Yi Lingtian followed. "But over these past 2 days many powerhouses have poured into Jiangnan province. Their motives are currently unclear. I suspect they are heading to Beijing, likely to counter Lin Julong." Hearing this, he comforted them seriously. "No matter, tomorrow I shall set out for Beijing. You also arrange for the Dark Hall to go to Beijing. Being just the underground force of Jiangnan is far from enough." Yi Lingdian suddenly clenched his fist, appearing somewhat unwilling, then quickly stated his stance. "Hallmaster, although I know Jiangnan cannot compare to Beijing, I will certainly seize power for you." No sooner had he spoken than someone suddenly pushed the door open, causing the 3 men and Yi Chen to look over. Lei Shuwei scratched his head while smiling as he explained the reason for this sudden visit. "Sorry for the intrusion, Mr. Yi. We came by several times over the past few days, but Miss Xia said you were in seclusion. Today, Ying Jing and I waited here, considering it a congratulation on your emergence from seclusion." Yi Chen suddenly closed his eyes and asked with chagrin, "An unsolicited show of hospitality surely means you want something. Speak, what do you want me to do?" While handing over a bag, he smiled and said, "The martial arts world has been in turmoil recently, with frequent conflicts on Huaxia's borders. Dragon Souls missions have also increased significantly. The pills were also exhausted earlier, and several soldiers sacrificed their lives before they could recover, so we wanted to buy some from you." Looking at the bulging money bag before him, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then casually tossed a bag of medicine to the other party and said, "Buy them, I'm giving them to you. There are 200 pills inside, which should be enough." He mused to himself that while these low-grade pills were of no use to him, they represented 200 lives to these men. Ying Jing hurriedly clutched the bag, unable to close his mouth from smiling. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi." Lei Shuwei also chimed in happily. "Such a generous gift cannot be accepted for nothing. Mr. Yi, please name a price." Hearing this, Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds before proposing seriously, "Let's do this. Money is meaningless to me now. It just so happens that I plan to go to Beijing tomorrow. Help me arrange a private jet." Ying Jing and Lei Shuwei were both greatly shocked by this. Lei Shuwei asked urgently, "Going to Beijing at this critical juncture, do you really intend to find Lin Julong? I've heard that Lin Julong has been closely monitoring ancient powerhouses entering and leaving Beijing lately. Obviously, going now is not appropriate." Yi Chen simply turned and walked into the house, emphasizing with a firm tone, "My mind is made up. If you can't do it, I'll find my own way." Ying Jing and Lei Shuwei exchanged a glance and said in unison, "This very well." After a moment of thought, Lei Shuwei spoke up. "Fine, I will assign a flight for you and arrange all the necessary identification to avoid their inspections." Ying Jing added, "However, it might be a bit inconvenient for Mr. Yi as a private jet is too easy a target." Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Fine, I'll leave it to you." After a while, Sun Yi rested a hand on a chair and said, "Little Chen Ruoshui and I discussed it on the way back. We'll be going to Beijing shortly after you leave, so remember to arrange a place for us and book the rooms. Who knows, we might just show up at your door one day." Xia Ruoshui closed her eyes slightly and added with a smile, "Shen Haihua has already bought the land and started construction for Tianzheng Group in Beijing. By then, the Beijing branch will serve as the base for our new journey." Yi Chen beamed upon hearing this and said, "I suddenly feel like we're moving the whole house to Beijing. But that's fine. After all, Jiangnan province is indeed too small. Just as he finished speaking, a hand slowly reached out, catching him completely by surprise. Then Sun Yi stroked his leg, her hand moving to his chest as she said, "Yi Chen, I have something to ask you." Yi Chen's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in panic as he asked, "Sun Yi, what are you doing?" Ruoshui was still watching. Sun Yi shot a sidelong glance at Sha Ruoshui, then smiled calmly. "Do you take me for a fool? I've known about you and Ruoshui for a long time, but I have one question," she then asked. "In this regard, which of us do you prefer?" Yi Chen broke into a cold sweat and whispered, "Well, as for that," Sha Ruoshui giggled upon hearing this. "He, don't be in such a hurry to answer, words can lie." Sun Yi added with a smile, "You can show us directly through action, though I don't know if you can handle it." Looking at the two delicate beauties before him, Yi Chen thought to himself, "Holy cow, both at once?" Sun Yi hadn't expected Ruoshui to be so bold, but since they were about to part, they might as well be reckless for once. Just as Yi Chen finished the thought, his cheeks turned red involuntarily, and he immediately pinned Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi down, responding loudly, "Fine, then let's see who can't handle it tonight." The next day, on the flight to Beijing, Yi Chen was propping up his chin in deep thought, his gaze fixed out the window. He was completely unaware that the short-haired girl sitting next to him was secretly sizing him up, thinking to herself, Dragon Soul had arranged everything. All that remained was to arrive in Beijing. Ghost Soul Prison. This man hadn't brought any luggage, hadn't said a word since boarding, and just sat there motionless. He looked mysterious and quite handsome. So she asked, "Hello, are you from Jiangnan?" After asking, she mused to herself that since she was bored sitting there anyway, why not try to strike up a conversation? Seeing that the other party completely ignored her question, she was startled, then quickly removed her mask and gave a brilliant smile. "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, so I was wearing a mask. It is a bit rude to speak like this. My name is Du Yunyan, let's get to know each other." She couldn't help but think confidently. "Ignoring me, let's see you try that now that I've removed this beauty-sealing mask. I don't believe you won't notice me." Seeing that Yi Chen not only didn't spare her a glance but actually closed his eyes, she grew very annoyed and asked loudly, "Hey, I'm talking to you." The woman in glasses beside her quickly pressed down on her shoulder and scolded, "Yunyan, don't disturb his rest. School is about to start, show some restraint. Don't be so loud once you're back at the normal university." Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and asked seriously, "Normal university? Are you talking about Beijing Normal University?" Hearing this, Yunyan put her hands on her hips and giggled, "Hee, now you know how great I am. My score was way above the cutoff for the normal university. I'm a total straight A student." The woman in glasses smiled awkwardly through a cold sweat, explaining, "I'm very sorry, my daughter is a bit blunt." Yi Chen gave a slight smile and continued, "It's fine, it just so happens I'm going to the normal university too. I'll ask around while I'm at it." He then mused to himself, "I'll need a guide once I'm in Beijing. Someone from the school would be better. At the very least, they might notice any anomalies when the Ghost Soul Prison is first activated." Yunyan couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "As if I'd believe you. The normal university is in a very remote location. There are no residential areas around it at all. Where would you stay?" After speaking, she thought to herself that he was being too fake. She thought with disdain, "If you want to hit on me, at least be plausible. This level is just too poor. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken off my mask." Yi Chen quickly pulled down his hat, thinking to himself, "Seems I slipped up. Oh well, I'll figure out another way once we get there." Suddenly, Yunyan let out a scream that startled him, and he quickly opened his eyes to look. He saw her frantically rummaging through her bag, saying in a dazed panic, "How can this be? I'm sure it was here this morning. Why can't I find it now? I'm certain I brought it. Could it have fallen out at the hotel?" After speaking, she immediately turned to the woman in glasses beside her, only to find the woman seemed to be having an episode. She gently shook her mother, crying out, Mom, someone help my mom, I can't find her medicine." Woo Yunyan shouted loudly, "Flight attendant, help my mom quickly." Afterward, she sobbed to her mother, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sure I brought the medicine. It might have fallen somewhere at the tavern." A white-haired man stepped forward to inquire, "I'm a doctor. What illness does your mother have?" Yunyan stated frantically, "It's Hutu asymptomatic syndrome. She's been on medication to manage it, but now I can't find it. Please save my mom." After hearing this, the doctor scolded Yunyan angrily, "You dared to bring her on a plane with that condition? And you even lost the medicine? Think quickly. Where did it fall? If we don't hurry, it'll be too late." Yunyan replied in a panic, I'll go look for it right now." Just then, Yi Chen spoke up, "There's no need for an emergency landing, I can help." He condensed his essence, preparing to act, and said with certainty, "It'll only take 5 seconds." Yi Chen walked over to Yunyan's mother and pressed his hand to her forehead. He then began to pour essence into her body. Seeing his strange behavior, the doctor scolded him anxiously, "Kid, what are you doing? Don't you know the patient is in critical condition? If you waste time, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." The passengers on the plane also chimed in irritably. Exactly, didn't you hear the doctor? Get out of the way, I've lived a long time but this is the first time I've seen such a crackpot. 2 flight attendants also entered the cabin to stop Yi Chen. I'm sorry sir, but do you have any credentials? A life is at stake. If you obstruct the rescue you will face legal consequences. Yi Chen pulled out his passport and held it up to the captain's face, asking, Do you recognize this? The captain took it and looked, his face instantly turning pale with shock. He gasped inwardly, It's the chief. For the chief to appear here it must be a secret mission. I must remain silent. Realizing he had been rude to a superior, his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn, and he respectfully handed the passport back to Yi Chen with both hands, saying, Mr. Yi, I am very sorry, please forgive my earlier offense. Yi Chen left the crowd and instructed Yunyan, She's fine now, go prepare a cup of warm water for her. Yunyan leaned in to check. Her mother could breathe again and said hoarsely, Yunyan, get me some water. Yunyan hugged her mother, overjoyed. Mom, you're awake, thank goodness. The doctor also scratched his head in guilt. Heavens, this is truly wonderful, to be thirsty right after waking up, how strange. It was exactly 5 seconds, he's practically a god. The captain approached cautiously. Seeing this, Yi Chen said, As for that doctor who was shouting at me just now, spare him this once, don't let it happen again. The captain sighed in relief and replied, Understood. The doctor stared at them, stunned for a long time. My God, what kind of miracle did I just witness? After the plane landed and they left the airport, Yunyan and her mother found Yi Chen and expressed their gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, sir. If not for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it. Yi Chen replied flatly, It was just a small matter, an emergency landing would have delayed me. That's all. Yunyan's mother replied, Whatever the reason, it is a fact that you saved me. She asked him, Where are you heading next? I'm a local. My car is parked right there in the lot and I can give you a lift. Yi Chen answered coldly, Very well, then take me to a hotel near Beijing Normal University. He mused that since this was his first time in Beijing and he was unfamiliar with the place, having a local guide would be more convenient. Yunyan's mother said happily, The hotels near the school are just average. It just so happens there's a small villa near my home. You can stay there for the night, and tomorrow I'll help you find a better place. Yi Chen replied, Thank you. And so Yi Chen went with the mother and daughter in their car to their villa. Yunyan's mother led Yi Chen inside, introducing him warmly, Please, come in. As they entered the living room, a middle-aged man was sitting there reading a newspaper. Seeing the unfamiliar face, he was about to ask when Yunyan's mother introduced him. This is Mr. Yi. I met him on the plane. Yunyan forgot the medicine and luckily Mr. Yi helped cure me. Knowing he was heading to the normal university, I invited him over. We have spare rooms anyway. He looked at the two of them with a look of displeasure, thinking with disdain, What nonsense are you talking about? I've been in the pharmaceutical business for years. Don't I know my wife's illness? It's incurable. Truly a woman's perspective. She's definitely been scammed by this kid. He stood up and rummaged through his wallet for a moment. Yunyan's father handed money to Yi Chen, saying with an unfriendly look, We have guests tonight, there are no rooms. I'll have to ask you to go to a hotel to rest. Here is 50,000 yuan as a thank you gift. I won't see you out. Seeing her father being so exclusionary, Yunyan shouted angrily, Dad, how can you speak like that? Mr. Yi is our benefactor. If there are no rooms, let those guests leave. He scolded irritably. Have you forgotten who the master of this house is? He hated Yi Chen even more now, his heart filled with disgust. Trying to eye my fortune by getting close to my daughter. This kid is dangerous. Yi Chen looked at him and gave a simple, oh. Dropping the money on the ground, Yi Chen walked away directly, much to the father's bewilderment. Money is just a number to me, farewell. Yunyan's mother called out urgently, Wait, Mr. Yi, but he was already far away. She looked at Yunyan's father in a rage and said, Du Zhengguo, is this how you treat my lifesaver? I truly misjudged you. Setting aside the life-saving favor, Mr. Yi is clearly no ordinary person, don't you know? Mr. Du roared back in fury. What you saw was a thug. I've been in business for so many years, do you think my judgment isn't as sharp as yours? Yunyan came in dejectedly to report. Mom, Mr. Yi is gone, I couldn't catch up. Dad, you've really misjudged him, Yunyan said to the two. I didn't have time to say it earlier, and Mom didn't know either. On the plane, when the air security blocked him, Mr. Yi only pulled out a piece of paper and their attitude changed instantly. I saw the words Major General written on it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Du Zhengguo stared at Yunyan with wide eyes. Mr. Du froze for a moment, then leaned back and laughed loudly. Ha ha, a Major General, a Wash and Major General, how ridiculous. He looked at the mother and daughter with disdain and said, People of that rank don't fly on the same plane as you, it was definitely a fake. Who do you take me for? I actually have acquaintances in the military district, and I've never heard of such a young Major General. Forging credentials is a major crime. If that kid hadn't run so fast, I would have called the police to arrest him. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance. Yunyin's mother said hesitantly. This, Yunyin looked at her father in disappointment. Was it really fake? Was I just scammed? Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside, stopping right at their door. Mr. Du went out to greet them. 2 soldiers had arrived at their home. A young soldier said, "Hello, we are here to pick up the chief. Chief Lei told us to meet him at the airport, but we didn't expect Mr. Yi to be taken away by someone else. It was very rude of us." After hearing this, Mr. Du stammered back. Chief? Your chief's name is Yi?" the soldier replied in confusion. "That's correct." Du Zhengguo collapsed to the ground and the others rushed to support him. He looked at the ceiling in despair, thinking, "It's over. If my attitude had been better, I could have had a major backer. But I threw the opportunity away with my own hands and even offended him." After leaving the Du family, Yi Chen headed straight for the normal university. He secretly felt fortunate that Du Yunyin's home wasn't far and he could walk there quickly. Looking at the fresh and bright surroundings, he felt a bit skeptical. This is the entrance to the Ghost Soul Prison. It doesn't look like it at all. There were no special auras or fluctuations. After walking a circle, he discovered that the school's renovation and layout were a bit special. It seemed to be a kind of concealment, with the entrance likely located at the formation eye. A sensation swept through Yi Chen's body, making him turn his head. It was a garden leading to a lake, and a female student was sitting there enjoying the breeze. Yi Chen thought in surprise. There's actually the aura of an ancient warrior here. Yi Chen charged over like a lightning bolt. Hearing the movement, the girl turned her head and screamed, "Who are you? Why did you pop out like a ghost?" Seeing Yi Chen closing in step by step, the girl instinctively retreated and asked in terror, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Chen replied with extreme seriousness, "I'm looking for a prison." Yi Chen scanned the female student. She was just an ordinary person. That aura must have been left behind by another ancient warrior. The girl sighed in relief. It wouldn't happen to be some ghost soul prison or something, would it? "Why are you all so annoying? Some middle-aged guy just asked me about the ghost soul prison earlier. How would I know what that is?" Yi Chen grabbed her shoulders excitedly and asked, "How long ago did the man who asked you leave?" The girl answered fearfully. I'm not sure. He went that way, wearing a long robe. "Take it easy, you're hurting me." Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately sprinted away. After running for a while, Yi Chen saw a figure flash through the bushes ahead and immediately gave chase. It was a middle-aged man. He turned and threw a dart. Yi Chen shattered it instantly, scolding the other for seeking death. Seeing Yi Chen's extraordinary skills, the man immediately fled, only to be shocked when Yi Chen vanished before him. Just as he was still shaken, Yi Chen landed in front of him. He marveled in his heart, so fast. Yi Chen blocked his path and asked, "Where do you think you're going? What is your purpose in inquiring about the Ghost Soul Prison?" At the mention of those 3 words, the man's brow twitched violently. He stared fixedly at Yi Chen, then flicked 4 darts from his sleeve with a backhand motion, warning, "You know too much about the Ghost Soul Prison." Yi Chen merely uttered a few flat words, "Paltry tricks." "Ha!" A wave of sound erupted from Yi Chen's mouth, sending the man flying backward. He struggled in agony on the ground for a long time before coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsing. Looking at his own blood and then up at Yi Chen, he cried out in despair, So strong. I am like a mere ant before him." He knelt there, propping himself up with his hands, his entire body trembling. "Please have mercy. I only heard that the Ghost Soul Prison would be activated here, and wanted to come see for myself." A cluster of energy remained condensed in Yi Chen's hand. He waved it, severing the man's right arm. The man fell to the ground, letting out a desperate moan. "Arg!" Yi Chen condensed his spiritual energy once more, threatening with a sinister smile. "When a person lies, their heartbeat changes. I have no interest in your fabricated stories. Tell the truth." The man, enduring the excruciating pain, scrambled to answer. I'll tell you everything. It was Grandmaster Lin who ordered me to guard this place. He said to report to him immediately if there was any movement regarding the Ghost Soul Prison, and to kill anyone who asks about it without mercy." Yi Chen asked, "Does the Grandmaster Lin you mentioned refer to Lin Julong?" No. Someone of my status isn't qualified to know Lin Julong personally. That's another member of the Lin family in Beijing. Likely one of Lin Julong's servants," he added humbly. "Oh right, I once heard that servant mention that the key to the Ghost Soul Prison is held by a girl. That's why I approached that female student just now. I thought it was her, but I grabbed the wrong person." Knowing he could squeeze no more information out of the man, Yi Chen spoke, "One last thing. Where is Lin Julong now?" The man remained silent, offering no answer. Eventually he spoke slowly. "The estates of the top families in Beijing are hidden extremely deep and protected by arrays. Ordinary people can't find them at all. I don't even know the location of the Lin family's residence, let alone Lin Julong's whereabouts." "I understand." Yi Chen turned to leave. Watching Yi Chen's receding back, the elder began to calculate in his heart. This kid is not only interested in the Ghost Soul Prison, but has also targeted Lin Julong. If I find a way to leak news of him to the Lin family, perhaps I can trade it for a stroke of fortune." Before he could grow too smug, Yi Chen casually flicked a stone. The pebble instantly pierced through his skull, killing him on the spot. Yi Chen exhaled in disgust and said, "It is a fight to the death between me and Lin Julong. Even a dog he keeps cannot be left alive." He took out his phone and dialed a number. The members of the Dark Hall hadn't completed their handovers yet. He still needed Ying Jing's help to handle the corpse. A black sedan drove up and lowered its window, revealing Zhang Jianfeng. He looked up and said, "I didn't expect you to actually come to Beijing. Get in." Yi Chen looked at the elder in the car with confusion. Once settled, Zhang Jianfeng warned, "You shouldn't have come to Beijing. You really shouldn't have. Since you're lingering near the normal university, it seems you already know about the Ghost Soul prison." Yi Chen appeared somewhat impatient. "I am under no obligation to report my actions to you," he continued. "But since you're here, give me a lift to a nearby hotel. Also, I want to know where Lin Julong is." Hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng couldn't help but show a look of disdain. "Do you actually want to kill Lin Julong? That is the height of stupidity." In his view, the standards of Jiangnan province couldn't even begin to compare to ancient warriors. Lin Julong was already the second-ranked expert on the grandmaster list 5 years ago. Zhang Jianfeng added, "He wasn't ranked first not because of a lack of strength, but because he suddenly vanished and only returned recently. In terms of strength, I'm afraid even the current number 1 on the grandmaster list might not be his match," Zhang Jianfeng continued. "Setting Lin Julong aside, Zheng Renju of the Martial Arts Bureau has been itching to kill you. He likely already knows your whereabouts." Zhang Jianfeng said softly, "You must survive first, otherwise everything is just empty talk. We're at the hotel." As Yi Chen stepped out of the car, Zhang Jianfeng gave a final instruction. "I have to prepare for a challenge against a formidable enemy on the grandmaster list these next few days and won't have the energy to look after you. Watch yourself," Zhang Jianfeng didn't forget to remind him. "Remember, whatever you do, do not provoke Lin Julong." Yi Chen calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked away coldly, murmuring to himself, "HMPH, simply provoking him isn't enough. Once I rescue my parents, I will personally take his head." Meanwhile, at the Huasha Martial Arts Bureau, Zheng Renju arrived brimming with killing intent. Because of Dragon Soul's presence, it was indeed difficult to touch Yi Chen in Jiangnan. But Beijing was the Martial Arts Bureau's home turf. It was time to host him properly. Zheng Renju ordered a verification of all information regarding Yi Chen. "I want to know where he is and who he has contacted. This kid definitely has a motive for coming to Beijing. It won't be too late to act once we've scouted his background," the subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir." At the same time, Yi Chen was staying at the Skyscraper Hotel. He murmured softly, "After a full night of cultivation, not only has my level increased slightly, but my understanding of the heaven-shattering sword intent has deepened." However, Yi Chen thought to himself, "Currently I can only unleash the first strike even with all my strength." Suddenly, Yi Chen heard movement outside the door. He opened it and was surprised to see an old acquaintance. "Ying Jing, why are you here?" Ying Jing said happily. "Mr. Yi, I knew you were near the normal university lately, so I wanted to come say hello." Ying Jing handed Yi Chen a stack of documents and continued, "Look, this is the identity Dragon Soul has arranged for you, to make it easier for you to operate at the school." Ying Jing proposed, "How about you continue using the alias Yi Cheng to teach at the university? As for your residence, please move into the faculty apartments." Looking at the onboarding information that read, "Yi Cheng, professor at Beijing Normal University," Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. If you run low on pills, come find me anytime." He mused to himself, "How did I not notice this man was so clever before?" At that moment, Ying Jing added, "Additionally, I will be staying in Beijing during this period. You can call me for anything, Mr. Yi. Our Dragon Soul can handle many troubles, and if even I can't solve it, the one above won't sit idly by." Upon hearing this, Yi Shen gave an "oh." He thought to himself that it was one thing for the man to follow him in Jiangnan, but it was somewhat unexpected for him to still be providing protection now that they were in Beijing. At Beijing Normal University, Du Yunyan was walking with her best friend. The friend complained, "Yunyan, let me tell you, I met 2 psychos yesterday. The first one asked about some prison the moment he saw me. I was so annoyed. The second one was even crazier, popping up like a ghost and grabbing me so hard." At that moment, Du Yunyan was staring in a certain direction. Her friend waved a hand in front of her and asked softly, "Hey, Yunyan, are you even listening to me?" Du Yunyan pointed forward, stammering, Is it him?" Following her gaze, the friend was startled and screamed, "Holy crap, it's that pervert." She charged forward like she was possessed by a god of war, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Pervert, I've finally caught you again, watch me kick you to death." Yi Chen remained indifferent as ever. He instantly sidestepped and gave the girl's restless leg a light smack, making her scream in fright. Yi Chen widened his eyes to assess the two people ambushing him, realizing they were both familiar faces. Yi Chen said softly, "If you have any grievances about yesterday, you can tell me directly and we can talk it over. Resorting to violence isn't exactly great." Suddenly, Yi Chen hoisted the friend over his shoulder like a sack of grain, sending her into a fit of screaming. Behind them, Du Yunyan was stunned, frozen in place. Yi Chen said in a low voice, "Since you're an ordinary person and didn't intend to harm me, I'll settle for a small punishment." Hearing this, the friend screamed in terror, What are you trying to do? Let me go?" To her shock, Yi Chen began to spank her, making her howl in pain. "Ah!" Passing male students turned to stare, whispering among themselves. "Whoa everyone, look, that's intense. Our school beauty is actually getting her butt smacked in public." One boy's eyes lit up. "I'm so jealous, can I have a turn?" By now, the friend was humiliated to the point of hysteria, wailing, "I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh and threatened, "Still daring to threaten me? It seems the lesson wasn't enough." With that, he delivered another round of slaps, her screams echoing throughout the campus. After a while, the friend pleaded with a sob, "It hurts so much, I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong, I won't do it again. Please let me go, I really won't do it again." Only then did Yi Chen let out a cold snort, thinking to himself that the feel was actually quite nice. After setting her down, Du Yunyan hurried over to comfort her friend, while Yi Chen turned and walked away coldly. Seeing this, Du Yunyan shouted after him, "Mr. Yi, what are you doing here?" Her friend looked up in surprise, wondering secretly, "What's going on?" Yunyan was a wealthy heiress with a massive net worth. Why was she being so respectful to him? Who was he? Yi Chen asked coldly, "What is it?" Du Yunyan bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. My father was in the wrong yesterday. The whole family was looking for you last night, hoping to invite you to dinner to express our apologies. Would that be all right?" Yi Chen replied simply, "No need." Hearing this, Du Yunyan appeared very flustered. The friend thought to herself, Yunyan's father is the owner of a listed pharmaceutical company, yet he has to bow his head to this guy. What exactly is his background? A moment later, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the principal's office. He thought to himself that it was a strange feeling for someone who hadn't even graduated high school to be teaching at a university. He knocked a few times and asked, "Is anyone in? I'm Yi Chen, here to report for duty." Suddenly, a rowdy argument erupted from within. "Stop, not here. Shut up, you pig." Yi Chen kicked the door open and asked worriedly, "Principal, are you all right?" To his surprise, after seeing the scene inside, he could only marvel at the sight. A woman was stepping on the principal in a visually striking pose, gleefully ordering him to crawl faster. The principal was naked with heart-shaped stickers on his chest, responding with a dazed look, "Yes, my queen." Witnessing this, both sides could only stare at each other awkwardly. The man cursed in a fit of rage, "Didn't your mother teach you to knock before entering the principal's office?" After cleaning up the scene, the principal changed into a neat suit and said solemnly, "Mr. Yi, the military district has already notified me. It is our honor to have you join our faculty." He revealed a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so extraordinary at such a young age. It is truly impressive." Yi Chen handed over his resume. "Here are my records," he thought to himself. "Is this guy really going to act like nothing happened just now?" Suddenly, the principal spoke. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi. Please take these items." Handing over a stack of papers, he added, "Everything you need is in here, prepared according to the benefits listed in your file. Your salary sheet, meal card, class schedule, and a copy of the school regulations. That soldier said you might need them." Taking the materials, Yi Chen felt a bit worried. "A class schedule? Am I really going to teach?" The principal, clearly sensible, replied, No need. Given your special status, you only need to fulfill a portion of your duties." Hearing this, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. Contact me whenever you need something." He walked to the balcony to look down at the campus panorama. Yi Chen thought to himself, "From this angle, it really does look more like an array, and a familiar one at that." A look of pensive thought appeared on his face. "As I suspected, it's the Blood Calamity 8 Palace Array." The Blood Calamity 8 Palace Array was a forbidden formation among arrays. Once activated, it required converting a massive amount of yang energy into true qi, entering yang through yin. Yi Chen mused that the people behind the Ghost Soul prison essentially wanted to burn the lives and luck of the majority of the students to activate the prison. When that happened, the students would suffer misfortune and weakened vitality, taking at least a year to recover. Thinking of this, his expression turned grim. The methods were exceptionally cruel. No wonder they chose the 1st of next month. That day would have the strongest yin energy, perfectly suiting the array. Looking at the students still attending school without a care, Yi Chen thought that while he was no savior and their lives had nothing to do with him, this array was too powerful. Its activation would surely cause a disturbance in the Ghost Soul prison. Those without cultivation would very likely be harmed. He clenched his fist. Since that was the case, he had to take action to destroy this array. Perhaps the people behind the Ghost Soul prison would then reveal themselves to find him. With this thought, Yi Chen arrived at an empty hall where only sunlight spilled in. He drew his longsword and said, "There are 6 array eyes in total." Yi Chen slammed his weapon into the ground and announced loudly, "This is the first." The Bagua diagram beneath his feet lit up with the cyan light representing spiritual energy, and in an instant that energy enveloped the entire space. An evil spirit appeared, roaring in a fit of rage. "Who dares destroy my array?" This evil spirit, wearing a red mask with a sharp rhino-like horn and flowing fluffy hair, was the one-horned ghost general. It bellowed, "Give me your life." Yi Chen spoke calmly. "I see. Evil spirits were originally sealed within the array eyes. It seems even ancient warriors would mostly be helpless against this." He curled his lip in disdain. "But I am no ordinary ancient warrior." As the words fell, Yi Chen launched a fierce attack on the one-horned ghost general. Afterward he proceeded to clash with Ghost Ugly and Ghost Bear, followed by Ghost Rooster and Ghost Pig, and finally Ghost Snake, slaying them all. Yi Chen stood tall and proud, thinking these spirits were nothing special, serving only as nourishment for his dragon-slaying sword. He gave a contemptuous smile. Now he just had to wait for the other party to come looking for him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Ghost Soul prison was extremely tense. Someone rushed in to report, "Something has happened to the Blood Calamity 8 Palace array." The men in black were in disbelief. "How is that possible? We set up multiple mechanisms, yet it was destroyed so easily," the long-faced man shouted in a rage. "Who is it? Who dares to cross our Ghost Soul prison?" The leader said in a deep voice that the Blood Calamity 8 Palace array could not be lost at any cost, and ordered men to go to the normal university to find the destroyer. At that moment, Yi Chen was still in fierce battle with the evil spirits. His longsword sliced through their bodies like a knife through sashimi. After defeating the spirits, Yi Chen shouted angrily, "To put such things in a school, these people are absolute lunatics." Suddenly, a security guard behind him barked. "Hey, you there?" he questioned solemnly. "I heard from students that there's someone running around the school swinging a weapon. Is that you?" Yi Chen explained with a smile and a relaxed tone. "I'm a new teacher. I haven't adjusted to the school environment yet and was just looking around," he continued. "This doesn't concern you, no need to worry." To his surprise, the security guard suddenly launched an attack and roared. "Who cares if you're a teacher?" he bellowed manically. "From the moment you laid hands on the array, you were a dead man." Yi Chen nimbly dodged the attack. The guard grinned coldly. "Die, little thief." Yi Chen rubbed his chin smugly and asked back, "In other words, you're the ghost monitor planted in the school by the ancient warriors, right?" Seeing his identity exposed, the guard's face filled with shock. "What?" When, before he could even react, Yi Chen had already slammed him to the ground. Pinned firmly by Yi Chen, the security guard thought in terror, "Damn it, I didn't expect him to be able to completely suppress me." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh filled with killing intent. "Then you can go to hell." The guard could hardly believe a powerhouse of this level had appeared in a school. He hurriedly shouted, Wait, you're destroying the array to find the location of the Ghost Soul prison, aren't you?" Yi Chen said coldly. "If you confess obediently, I might spare your life." The guard immediately seized the lifeline. "I understand. I certainly know the way. Please let me lead you there." Yi Chen asked suspiciously, "Oh, is it not enough to just tell me?" The guard bowed and said, "As the saying goes, the wise man submits to circumstances." I understood the gap in our strength instantly. Yi Chen barked impatiently, "Cut the nonsense and lead the way." Seeing this, the guard immediately took the initiative to lead. "This way, please." Yi Chen warned in a low voice, "Don't try any tricks to deceive me." After walking in a circle, Yi Chen asked loudly, "Hey, aren't we there yet?" The guard replied, Soon. It's just ahead." Yi Chen threatened, "You'd better take the right path. You only have one life." The guard calculated nervously in his heart. "Take you to the Ghost Soul prison. The big boss would kill me." Covered in sweat, he wondered who this guy truly was. Feeling the aura behind him, the guard pondered silently. During the process of leading the way, he had at least 4 chances to escape, but for some reason, he felt like a frog being stared down by a poisonous snake. His intuition told him absolutely not to move. He was shaking all over. He had been too careless. He hadn't expected such a powerhouse to be hidden in the school. He really shouldn't have run here alone just to claim the top credit. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of the guard's mouth. "Luckily, I have a plan B." He confidently believed that no matter how strong this kid was, it was impossible for him to take on 4 at once. The guard brought Yi Chen before 3 people. On one side was a cafeteria auntie, the Vermilion Bird Protector. She spoke up, "Zook, why have you brought an enemy who is causing trouble in the school here?" On the other side was the small shop owner, the Black Tortoise Protector. He bared his teeth. "Can't you tell? This kid tried to snatch credit but couldn't beat him." The remaining person was a cleaning uncle, the Azure Dragon Protector. He spoke, "So he wanted to join forces with us. Is this kid truly worth all 4 of us acting together?" Seeing this, Yi Chen still greeted them calmly. "Yo, I didn't expect a welcoming committee," the guard sneered. "A welcoming committee? What a joke." The four quickly surrounded Yi Chen. The cleaning uncle said sternly, "Kid, I admit you are strong, but there are some forces you cannot afford to offend. Is the powerhouse of the Ghost Soul Prison someone you can see just because you want to?" the guard said triumphantly. "The four great protectors are here. Prepare to die." To everyone's surprise, Yi Chen instantly one-shotted them, appearing like a legendary protagonist with a cheat code. Yi Chen choked the guard's neck and threatened, "I thought you were a smart man, but it turns out you're incredibly stupid. Now are you willing to say where the Ghost Soul Prison is?" The guard hurried to beg for mercy. I'll talk, don't kill me." He confessed honestly that the key to the Ghost Soul Prison was in the hands of a certain lady. She was one of the prison's female elders with boundless dharma power. One only needed a drop of her blood combined with the key to open the gates. Yi Chen shouted in a deep voice. "Tell me who she is, quickly," the guard stammered. She's in this school, one of the normal universities." Before the words could finish, the guard's body exploded, blood splashing everywhere. Yi Chen was startled. Dead, it seemed a restriction had been planted in his body. Mentioning the woman's information triggered it. He pondered privately, what is her identity? A student, a teacher, or some other position? Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. Ring. He answered. "Hello, Shang Chengdong," the other party replied. "It's me. Mr. Yi, I have arrived in Beijing." Yi Chen said solemnly, "Good, come meet me at Beijing Normal University." Shang Chengdong immediately agreed. Yi Chen put away his sword and sneered. "I'll go deal with the remaining array eyes," he thought to himself. "First, find the key." Meanwhile, inside the Ghost Soul Prison, although the sun hadn't risen yet, the interior was already in an uproar. A group of black-robed men questioned angrily, "Who exactly dares to kill our Ghost Soul Prison's people?" One young man clenched the corner of his clothes in fury. Someone even dared to cut off the very foundation of the Ghost Soul Prison. The older, more experienced people considered further. One analyzed, "The array has been destroyed and we are not yet clear on the opponent's background. It's best to lock down the prison for a year. Opening it recklessly might lead to huge dangers and losses." The person opposite him objected fiercely. "No, the condition of those important prisoners is very poor. Without Lord Yiming's intervention they will surely die. We must open it." The leader of the Ghost Soul Prison waved to stop the argument. "Stop arguing, the prison must open. If those prisoners die, those sects in Huasha will go mad, which would be very bad for us," he ordered. "It is best to resolve that person within the prison first," he continued with a steady gaze. "Currently, the powerhouses of the Ghost Soul Prison are still outside. Let the second elder's daughter go. She is proficient in spells. Have her find the mastermind and eliminate them." Unlike the tense atmosphere of the Ghost Soul Prison, the faculty apartments were exceptionally quiet under the sunlight. Yi Chen walked alone in the corridor, his mind heavy with thought. The array has been completely destroyed, yet the enemy hasn't appeared. The people of the Ghost Soul Prison can certainly endure. He stroked his chin. Shang Chengdong should be arriving soon, and he wondered when that guide would show up. Arriving before the elevator, he put away his thoughts. "I'll head back to the dorm and check first." Before the elevator doors opened, a shout came from behind him. Wait for me a moment." A girl with long light purple hair carrying 2 boxes of documents piled higher than her head ran over hurriedly. "Please wait a moment." Because she was in such a rush and lacked physical strength, an accident soon occurred. She twisted her foot. This kind of scene clearly happened often. She was certain the boxes would flip and she would fall, and she couldn't help but sigh. But in the next second she screamed a warning. "Careful, get out of the way." Yi Chen supported the boxes with one hand and held her with the other, preventing her from being injured in the slightest. He glanced at her and asked politely, "Are you all right?" The girl replied awkwardly, "Yes, sorry." After the two stood steadily, Yi Chen pressed for the 7th floor. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "The 7th floor? Isn't that the floor where I live?" Clutching a stack of materials, she tried to strike up a conversation. "By the way, I saw the principal having the opposite room cleaned yesterday. Could you be the new Professor Yi?" Yi Chen replied vaguely, "I suppose so." The girl praised sincerely. "Wow, it's actually true, to become a professor at such a young age. You're truly a genius." She then introduced herself. "My name is Wei Ying. I'm an English teacher at Beijing Normal University. I moved in 6 months ago. We'll be neighbors from now on." Yi Chen nodded with some surprise. "I'm Yi Chen." However, an ornament on Wei Ying's hand shimmering with a strange light caught Yi Chen's attention. He recognized it at a glance. It was a ley-lined profound stone. This thing was an extremely precious treasure even in Kunlun Shu. How could it appear here? Yi Chen remained calm on the surface, but internally he knew well the value of this item. Even the black stone in the Reincarnation Cemetery was trembling, wanting to devour it. He immediately devised a plan and suggested with a smile, "By the way, let me help you carry the boxes in." After entering the room, Wei Ying said politely, "Thank you for the help, Professor Yi. Have some water and rest." Yi Chen seized the opportunity to ask, "Teacher Wei, could you let me see the bracelet you're wearing? Where did it come from?" Wei Ying replied without any guard. "This was a birthday gift from my mom when I was 8. Are you interested, Professor Yi?" As she spoke, she took it off and handed it to him. She casually explained its origin. "My mom said there was something wrong with my body when I was born, and wearing this relieves it. So Professor Yi, you can't look for too long." Yi Chen examined it carefully and felt certain. It was definitely a ley-line profound stone. He thought to himself, her congenital chronic illness might be curable. I'll buy this bracelet after I heal her. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt an extremely strong cold aura appearing in the air, the source of which was precisely Wei Ying. Her petite body was enveloped in a cold mist that made one's spine tingle. He was beyond shocked. "Are you kidding me?" Yi Chen's gaze narrowed. "This is no congenital disease. It is clearly the legendary killing blood-cold physique of Kunlun Shu." He handed the bracelet back to her with concern. "Put it on quickly." He had already anticipated Wei Ying's situation. No wonder she had to wear this. Without the suppression of the ley-line profound stone, once Wei Ying's cold physique erupted, even a great Luo deity would find it hard to save her. Wei Ying also noticed the anomaly. "Why did it suddenly get so cold? By the way, Professor Yi, what is that killing blood-cold physique you just mentioned?" Yi Chen was vague. "It's nothing. Knowing won't do you any good. Your mom was right, you must never take it off," he thought to himself. "A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it fairly. I cannot take this bracelet." Yi Chen furrowed his brows, adding another concern to his heart. The killing blood-cold physique was a rare constitution in the world that brought great disaster to the body. It would have been fine if Wei Ying were a cultivator, but unfortunately she was just a mortal. The Grim Reaper would accompany her for life. Leaving Wei Ying with a mind full of thoughts, he returned to his own room and sighed at the sight of the room full of boxes, bracing himself. "All right, I have plenty of my own business, let's pack these boxes first." Just as he was about to start, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen put down his work to open the door. Shang Chengdong was at the door. Yi Chen greeted him. "You're here?" Shang Chengdong smiled brilliantly. "Mr. Yi, I've missed you to death." Yi Chen disliked beating around the bush and asked coldly, "Did the Ghost Soul Prison contact you?" Shang Chengdong showed a look of difficulty. "Not yet. They only told me to come to Beijing and required me to enter alone. There was no such restriction before, I always went with an assistant." Yi Chen didn't even blink and said directly, "It doesn't matter, I never planned to sneak in anyway." This statement scared Shang Chengdong witless. "Do you intend to force your way in? The Ghost Soul Prison is filled with masters." Yi Chen's gaze was sharp. "The Ghost Soul Prison has imprisoned people who shouldn't be imprisoned, they must pay the price." Just then, the phone in Shang Chengdong's pocket vibrated frantically. He exclaimed, "Ha?" Taking out the phone, the caller's identity made his face turn pale instantly, and he hurriedly sought help from Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, it's the people from the prison," Yi Chen said coldly. "Put it on speaker," Shang Chengdong responded hurriedly. Okay. Answering the call, the other side asked, "Shang Chengdong, is everything brought together?" Shang Chengdong answered the call as if being tortured, his head covered in sweat. "Everything is ready. I can enter any time," the other party said. "There was a slight issue with the prison opening this time. We won't wait for the beginning of next month. Midnight the night after tomorrow. Wait for me at Yunhe Lake to the north of the Normal University. Do not be late, there is only one chance." Shang Chengdong agreed repeatedly while Yi Chen remained expressionless. The other party specially instructed, "Remember, do not leak the news, otherwise the entire Medicine Alliance will be buried with you." If Shang Chengdong had listened for 5 more minutes, Yi Chen estimated he'd have to be carried to a hospital. Shang Chengdong accepted with a deathly pale face. After hanging up, Yi Chen immediately analyzed. The voice was very young and was a female voice. It seemed the guide was a young girl. He then made the decision, "Gender doesn't matter. Midnight the night after tomorrow, see you at Yunhe Lake." Although Shang Chengdong was afraid, he could only agree. "All right," he began to mutter in his heart, sensing that Mr. Yi was about to stir up a massive hornet's nest again. Walking out of the apartment, Shang Chengdong pondered the whole way. Why should I advise him? Although the Ghost Soul Prison is mysterious and powerful, Mr. Yi is no pushover either. He stroked his chin, recalling Yi Chen's previous battles. Based solely on the method by which he triggered heavenly thunder in the alchemy room that day, the unlucky one might just be the Ghost Soul Prison. A subordinate asked by the car, "Chairman Shang, where to next?" Shang Chengdong replied, "First take me to a nearby hotel, then stay on guard at the school gate. Mr. Yi might need the car these few days." At this moment, Yi Chen was already focused on cultivating in his room. However, urgent knocking forced him to stop. It turned out to be Wei Ying. He asked, "Wei Ying, is something wrong?" Wei Ying gave a very polite greeting. "Professor Yi," she explained, "I've organized a small social gathering with a few other teachers as a welcome for you joining the university. You must give me some face and come." No sooner had she spoken than Yi Chen waved his hand in refusal. I like peace and quiet, I won't be going, Wei Ying countered. Ah, I've already booked the private room, it would be too awkward if you don't go since you're the guest of honor today. At this moment Yi Chen thought to himself that he had already memorized the voice of the Ghost Soul prison guide, and she was very likely a teacher at the school. It might be good to go see everyone. Perhaps he would run into her. Thus he changed his mind and agreed. All right, Wei Ying and Yi Chen walked out of the apartment together, and she chatted enthusiastically along the way. Everyone will be very surprised to see that Professor Yi is so young. Yi Chen mostly just listened to these words, rarely responding. 6 people from the teaching and research group had come today. 3 men and 3 women who were waiting. They shouted, Wei Ying over here. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the female teachers exclaimed one after another, Professor Yi is so young, if you hadn't said so, I'd have thought you were a student. And so handsome. Truly young and promising, Wei Ying laughed. He lives right across from me. The principal personally supervised the cleaning of the room, saying it was for the new professor. The reaction of the male teachers was the exact opposite. Someone thought, Tisk, who cares about him? We came for Wei Ying. This kid lives across from her. What if he tries to make a move? Another didn't care. What are we eating today? That man with glasses and a flamboyant hairstyle was named Wu Fan. He was very displeased the moment he saw Yi Chen. He unbuttoned his shirt, secretly sneering, HMPH, let's see how I crush his spirit. He asked with feigned generosity, Professor Yi, where did you park your car? Yi Chen asked back somewhat inexplicably. Wu Fan revealed a triumphant smile. He explained, there are so many of us. I'll have to trouble you to drop me off at the hotel later. Yi Chen said bluntly. I don't really have a car. He scoffed inwardly. As a cultivator, his ultimate pursuit was flight through chi manipulation. Relying on vehicles was merely a tedious necessity. Upon hearing this, the other 2 burst into hearty laughter. No worries. I don't have a sedan either, but I have wheels. The 2 seemed to boast even further, asking, want a ride in my Wuling Hongguang? It's got plenty of kick, you know. Wu Fan pushed up his glasses and laughed at Yuan Bo, saying, Professor Yi, keep working hard, and you'll have everything eventually. Though your starting salary isn't high, saving up for a car shouldn't be an issue, he continued. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wu Fan, an associate professor in the civil engineering department. He pointed to a car parked nearby and said proudly, That's my car. Let me give you and Wei Ying a ride to the restaurant. Yi Chen replied with distaste, No need, I'll handle it myself. He knew exactly what was going on. This fellow just wanted to show off his car. If he actually got in, he'd likely have to listen to the man brag the whole way. There was no need to invite such suffering. Wei Ying tried to smooth things over, saying, Then I'll walk with Yi Chen, she added, her tone softening slightly. We can't let the guest of honor at the social gathering walk alone. She wondered to herself why she hadn't noticed how petty this group was before. The scent of gunpowder grew stronger, and the smirks of the petty men grew even more radiant. Wu Fan provoked Yi Chen smugly. Professor Yi, this won't do. What do you mean by handling it yourself? Don't tell me you have a grudge against the wealthy. Don't worry, we're all colleagues. Even if you can't afford a car, we won't discriminate against you. By now, Yi Chen was thoroughly annoyed. This man was truly a nuisance. If not for the sake of being colleagues, he would have slapped him long ago. Remaining polite, he replied, No, the seating in your car is unsuitable. I wouldn't be comfortable. A tall man chimed in like a machine gun. Don't be like that. Give mine a try. Meanwhile, Wu Fan continued to fawn over Wei Ying. The seats in this car were specially custom ordered from abroad. Teacher Wei, care to take a seat? Wei Ying, acting like a hero who had reached her limit, immediately spoke up, This is too much. I never realized you were such people. I brought Yi Chen here. I'll take him to eat elsewhere myself and we won't be joining you. Wu Fan teased her with a thick-skinned cheeky grin. Elsewhere, you probably mean one of those fast food joints the poor students frequent. Don't think I don't know you eat there often. Wei Ying was left speechless with rage. Yi Chen found the situation even more repulsive. How did such people become teachers? Suddenly, someone called his name Mr. Yi. A pitch-black Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop at the curb. The tall man froze on the spot. A Rolls-Royce, and the person inside was actually being so respectful to him. Apologies, Mr. Yi. I just dropped the chairman off. Do you require the car? It turned out the driver had stepped out to apologize to Yi Chen, explaining he had been busy taking Chairman Shang back to his hotel and asking if Yi Chen needed the vehicle. These words left everyone present stunned, especially Cheng Rui, having just looked down on Yi Chen the moment he heard the title, Mr. Yi. He thought to himself, Who is Mr. Yi? Could it be this Professor Yi? Seeing the car, he was filled with even more terror. This car wasn't just worth a few $100,000, it was easily over 10 million. The others also cried out in extreme shock. Heavens, is that car really Professor Yi's? My car looks like scrap metal compared to that. How is it possible? With his shabby appearance, how could he have such a car? Wei Ying was also very surprised looking at the car. Yi Chen then invited her to go together now that the car had arrived. Wei Ying nodded happily again and again. Yi Chen had originally intended to call Ying Jing, but now it seemed unnecessary. He was very satisfied with Shang Chengdong's meticulous arrangements. Yi Chen walked toward the car, and the driver respectfully pulled the door open. The driver then asked if they needed to call cars for the others. Yi Chen glanced at the group and said, "I'm not very familiar with those people, let's go." The other female teachers marveled in amazement. So no car meant he didn't need to drive himself. It seemed wealthy people nowadays were too lazy to even get a driver's license. Indeed, in terms of comfort, the Rolls-Royce was far superior. Cheng Rui's surprise had turned to terror. He blamed himself for being brainless. Even the principal had personally supervised the cleaning of his room. How could his status be low? He was doomed. He had offended someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Inside the car, Wei Ying was overwhelmed by the luxurious interior, a kind of high-end vehicle she had only seen on television. She was incredibly curious about Yi Chen's true background and why even the principal was so respectful toward him. During the ride, Yi Chen asked her where she wanted to eat, a question that left Wei Ying dazed as she asked back, "What should we eat?" Yi Chen spoke up, "Didn't you just say you were treating me to dinner?" Wei Ying nodded shyly. Right, let me think." She thought to herself that she was done for. She had been so caught up in the shock of the luxury car that she had forgotten about the meal. Before Wei Ying could answer, Yi Chen spoke to the driver. He mentioned he was unfamiliar with the capital and told the driver to pick any restaurant and take them there. Yi Chen then looked at Wei Ying, wanting to ask her something. He mentioned she had said the bracelet was a gift from her mother, but he wanted to know where her mother had bought it. Wei Ying said it seemed to have been custom-made at a very ordinary jewelry store. If he wanted to know, she could call her mother and ask. Yi Chen explained that what he was interested in wasn't the cord but the glowing stone on it. Upon learning Yi Chen's goal, Wei Ying laughed and said, "So you're interested in this stone?" She continued, "Professor Yi, why didn't you say so sooner? I have a large piece at home. My mom specially had a small piece made for me to be set on this." Hearing this, Yi Chen was greatly surprised and looked at Wei Ying in a new light. He hadn't expected her to have so many profane stones. This was a supreme treasure needed not only by the Reincarnation Cemetery, but also urgently by himself. With this in mind, Yi Chen asked Wei Ying if it would be convenient to visit her home. Faced with this sudden request, Wei Ying was a bit flustered. "Go to my house. We only just met." Yi Chen continued, thick-skinned. He really wanted to see what the large stone at her house looked like and asked when she would be free. Wei Ying was surprised to find that Yi Chen only wanted to come to her house to see a stone. She complained inwardly, "Scared me to death. I thought he was coming to propose marriage." Wei Ying's thoughts were quite jumpy, and she took Yi Chen home that very day. After opening the door, Wei Ying's father was a bit surprised by his daughter's sudden return. Wei Yangming sized Yi Chen up cautiously. This was the first time he had seen his daughter bring a man home. He secretly wondered if this was his daughter's boyfriend. Out of curiosity, he looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Are you Xiao Ying's boyfriend?" Wei Ying's face flushed bright red upon hearing this, and she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. She rushed to introduce him to her father. "This is Professor Yi, a new arrival at the dormitory building, the one the principal personally cleaned the room for. He's also my colleague." Wei Yangming greeted Yi Chen after hearing this, but he was very puzzled. To be a professor at such a young age, and to have the principal personally sweep the floors, what was his background? Wei Ying went inside and asked her father, "Where's Mom? I have something for her." Yi Chen slowly followed behind. He noticed many awards hanging on the wall, one of which was Champion of the Second Beijing Traditional Martial Arts Tournament, Champion of the Beijing Martial Arts Tournament, Runner-up in the Huaxia Traditional Martial Arts Tournament, and Leader of the Huaxia Bagua Gate. Seeing these honors, Yi Chen concluded that Wei Ying's mother was definitely no ordinary person. Though she couldn't compare to a powerhouse like himself, she was considered a master among ordinary people. Learning her mother wasn't home, Wei Ying was a bit disappointed. She curiously asked where her mother was now. Wei Yangming said her mother was at the martial arts gym, busy all day, saying she wanted to promote Bagua Gate culture, saying that instead of that, she should spend more time looking after the house. For the past few days, her father had been the one cooking. Wei Ying looked at Yi Chen and smiled awkwardly. "Please excuse us, Professor Yi. My mom has been like this ever since I can remember. She's obsessed with martial arts and insists on promoting this Bagua Gate." Yi Chen said it was fine. In truth, he only wanted to see the stone. Wei Ying laughed and said neither she nor her father knew where the item was kept, as it was in her mother's possession. Though a bit disappointed, Yi Chen said it was no problem and that he was in no hurry. He mused that since he now knew who held the item, the exact timing of acquiring it was unimportant. Just then, Wei Ying's phone rang with an urgent notification. Something had happened at her mother's martial arts gym. Someone had come to challenge the gym, and her mother was injured. Currently, wounded people were lying scattered all over the gym floor. A burly man mocked with disdain. A mere group of trash dares to call themselves Bagua Gate? What a joke. The interior of the gym was currently a mess. The Bagua Gate plaque had been trampled to pieces, and several Bagua Gate disciples lay defeated on the ground, including Wei's mother. The one responsible for this tragedy was a middle-aged man. Wei's mother's injuries were not light. She stared in terror at that powerhouse. She said there was no enmity between the two sides, so why did the other come to cause trouble? To answer this question, the man leapt forward, appearing before Wei's mother and kicking her in the chest while declaring he was there to take her life. Wei's mother's body flew out like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, completely unable to fight back. She felt her breastbone snap and spat a mouthful of blood, slamming heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the scene. Seeing his wife beaten, Wei Yangming was enraged beyond measure. He was about to rush forward to fight the man to the death but was held back firmly by Wei Ying. She knew her father was no match for the man. After observing, Yi Chen confirmed the other was also an ancient warrior. Held back by his daughter, Wei Yangming roared, "Everyone is injured like this. Why aren't we calling the police?" Hearing this, the man laughed manically. "Ha ha ha, call the police? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? I am Tang Bingfei, and I'd love to see if those police dare to interfere in the affairs of the martial world. Today I shall take her life, and no one is qualified to stop me." Yi Chen weighed the situation. This man was a warrior, and if he acted against him, he worried it would draw attention. However, the stone was currently very important to him. After a moment's thought, Yi Chen decided to save her first. Yi Chen walked to Wei Ying's side and said her mother's qi and blood were currently in disarray, and that he would help regulate them. Hearing this, Wei Ying was both surprised and delighted. With that, Yi Chen produced 3 silver needles. Only then did Wei Ying react, asking, "Professor Yi, you know medicine?" Yi Chen said modestly that he knew a little. Seeing Yi Chen move to save the woman, Tang Bingfei's face turned grim, and he charged at Yi Chen to launch an attack. Facing the attack, Yi Chen was unbothered. He channeled his inner energy into his palm and gave a casual wave. Tang Bingfei was struck in the face by a surge of energy, and to everyone's shock his whole body shook as he was sent flying a great distance. Wei Yangming was also surprised by the powerful strength displayed by this professor. Facing Wei's mother's critical condition, Yi Chen didn't have time to deal with the warrior. He utilized the supreme technique needle manipulation to control her qi and blood. Instantly, the 3 silver needles enveloped in spiritual energy pierced into her acupoints. And finally, Yi Chen fed her a medicinal pill. Under Yi Chen's procedures, the nearly dead Wei's mother actually miraculously woke up. She sat up abruptly as if nothing had happened, leaving Wei Yangming and Wei Ying even more dumbfounded. Everyone hurried to ask how she felt. Wei's mother moved her body and said she had completely returned to normal. Tang Bingfei, though hurting from the blow, hadn't learned his lesson. He questioned who Yi Chen was and where he lived, daring to spoil his plans. He said this woman had defiled the Bagua Gate, and today he must die too. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Wei's mother's eyes. She said she didn't know him, but if she were to close the gym, there should be a reasonable motive. Innocent people shouldn't be harmed. Hearing this, Tang Bingfei seemed even more enraged. This was absolute nonsense, the height of stupidity. Who in all of Beijing dared to use the 3 words Bagua Gate? She only knew a smattering of martial arts with zero technique to speak of. What she was doing wasn't promotion but smearing the name of Bagua Gate. Hearing this, Wei's mother's face darkened. She said her intentions were good and she only wanted to promote martial arts. Why was his hand so brutal? Seeing Wei's mother's innocent look, Tang Bingfei didn't want to waste words and threatened Yi Chen again. If he dared to stick his nose where it didn't belong, they would die together. He said he had only been careless earlier and was caught off guard by a sneak attack. Yi Chen said with disdain, "Weren't you the one trying to sneak up on me just now?" Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen offered terms to Wei's mother. He would help her deal with this man and ensure the safety of the gym. In exchange, he wanted to take something from her. Wei's mother said, "I can give anything except my virtue." Hearing this, Tang Bingfei's spiritual energy erupted, and he cursed angrily, "Kid, I admit I underestimated you just now. This is a private matter of the Bagua Gate. If you dare to interfere, don't think of leaving here alive." Faced with the threat, Yi Chen was completely unmoved. Despite Tang Bingfei rushing forward to attack, Yi Chen continued forward calmly, saying flatly, "Count yourself lucky that I'm sparing your life today." As the words fell, Yi Chen landed a punch squarely on Tang Bingfei's face, who crashed into the door with no power to resist. He wasn't done. Yi Chen closed in at extreme speed, pinning the other's head to the floor with one hand. Everyone present had only one thought. This speed is too fast. Is he really human? Next, Yi Chen began to discipline Tang Bingfei. Looking at Tang Bingfei lying in the ruins, Yi Chen praised him for being quite tough. As he was actually still alive, Tang Bingfei pleaded weakly, "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will offend a sect." Yi Chen didn't want to affect his own business. He picked up his phone and called Ying Jing, telling him to come and clear the trash. After hanging up, Yi Chen looked at Wei's mother, apologizing for damaging the gym's floor and saying he had already contacted a friend to come and handle it. Wei's mother's attitude was extremely respectful. She called Yi Chen master and asked what he wanted. Yi Chen said his request was simple. He only wanted the stone on Wei Ying's bracelet. Hearing the request for the stone, a look of shock appeared on Wei's mother's face. By now, Yi Chen had returned to the Wei home. Wei's mother invited Yi Chen into the study. Books were arranged neatly and elegantly here. Yi Chen scanned the room and found they were all books about Bagua Gate. Wei's mother then explained that over 100 years ago, she had met a woman who claimed to be a successor of Bagua Gate. That person had taken her as a disciple. From then on, her fate had completely changed. Regrettably, the master only stayed for a month, but what she taught during that month had benefited her immensely. She had won many major awards and could even easily deal with some warriors, which led her to believe she had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, leading her to open the gym to promote Bagua Gate. She let out a long sigh and continued, "After today's events, I realized I was too naive, like a frog at the bottom of a well. The warrior at the gym today had strength far exceeding her own, and before him, what she had learned in her lifetime was practically a joke." At this, she knelt down before Yi Chen. "If the senior hadn't acted, I would have lost my life. Just now at the gym there were many things inconvenient to say with Wei Ying there. Here I thank the senior again for his great kindness." Yi Chen hurried forward to help her up, saying it wasn't necessary. He had acted for a reason. First as Wei Ying's friend, and second to see that profane stone. Hearing the mention of the stone, she seemed a bit hesitant, asking him to wait a moment. She then walked to the bookshelf and pressed a mechanism, and a secret door instantly opened. In the secret room was a small compartment holding a mysterious wooden box. Witnessing this, Yi Chen was also a bit surprised. She happily held the box before Yi Chen. She said she didn't know the item was called a profane stone. Yi Chen could not wait to open the wooden box. Inside was a massive profane stone. Yi Chen clearly felt the Reincarnation Cemetery vibrating violently. Its desire for this stone even exceeded Yi Chen's own in particular. Those two tombstones, the tombstones of the spirit talisman Master Ming Kangai and the 10,000 Dao sword sovereign Chen Tianli, shook incessantly, their surfaces instantly cracking. Beneath Chen Tianli's name, several lines of small text appeared. "One sword to overturn this world, one sword to bathe in the blood of reincarnation, one sword to break with false gods, one to strike at demons, one to overturn all things, and one to sever the 10,000 fathoms of the mortal world." Yi Chen sensed this power as well. He hadn't expected the aura emanating from this stone to trigger two tombstones in the Reincarnation Cemetery. This was especially true for Chen Tianli's tombstone, where an anomaly appeared. His strength might even be several degrees stronger than Ming Kanghai's. Yi Chen asked Wei's mother where she had obtained this item, and if there were other stones like it. Wei's mother looked bewildered, saying she didn't even know the object was called a profane stone. A few years ago, her master had visited again, handed her this stone and instructed that it must be worn by Wei Ying. Wei's mother said, "If Mr. Yi wants it, please just take it." She watched as Yi Chen simply waved his hand and the profane stone vanished instantly. She couldn't help but secretly wonder if Yi Chen was a deity descended to earth. Yi Chen told Wei's mother that her daughter Wei Ying possessed the killing blood-cold physique, an extremely rare constitution. Those with this physique are destined for an early death. Without this item to suppress it, she would not live past 30. Hearing this, Wei's mother grew deeply worried. "Senior, is that small stone my daughter wears enough? If you take the rest of the stone, will something happen to her?" Seeing her anxiety, Yi Chen quickly reassured her that the small fragment on Wei Ying's bracelet was sufficient to suppress the physique for now. If that piece couldn't hold it back, no amount of profane stone would help. Wei Ying's cold physique was currently in its early stages but would fully erupt in a few years. At that time, even the profane stone would be unable to suppress it. Unless she possessed a certain level of martial cultivation, she would certainly die. Hearing this, Wei's mother's eyes filled with self-reproach. She had previously forbidden Wei Ying from practicing martial arts, hoping she would stay away from fighting and killing. The martial world was too dangerous. Yet she never imagined her daughter might lose her life specifically because she didn't practice martial arts. Yi Chen was also weighing the situation. While the killing blood-cold physique was life-threatening, it wasn't without its benefits. Those with this constitution were exceptionally suited for martial arts, and their improvement speed would be beyond imagination. In the future, she might even become a hegemon of a region. As Yi Chen was deep in thought, Wei's mother spoke up. "Senior, I have an overstepping request. Please take my daughter as your disciple." She thought to herself that her daughter's looks and figure were outstanding. If she could follow the senior in cultivation, perhaps one day she might catch his eye. With such a powerhouse protecting her, her daughter's remaining years would surely be stable. Yi Chen replied, I originally had this intention, but since she has never practiced martial arts, she might feel some resistance if I mention it now. Let the matter of discipleship wait until the timing is right. The effect of the profane stone can still be maintained for some time, and I will find a way to help Wei Ying in the future. Yi Chen then added that this profane stone was extremely precious beyond her imagination. Merely taking Wei Ying as a disciple was not enough to repay this debt of gratitude. Therefore, Yi Chen promised that she could make 3 requests. As long as they didn't violate his principles, he would help her achieve them. Wei's mother was stunned for a moment, then said, Aside from asking the senior to look after Wei Ying, I truly have no other wishes. Hearing this, Yi Chen took out a bottle of pills and a bank card and handed them to her. He said he didn't know exactly how much was in the card, but it was enough for their family to live a life of luxury forever. The bottle contains some medicinal pills that can bring the dying back to life and cure all illnesses at critical moments. Wei's mother was instantly dazed, unable to believe this was real. Yi Chen placed the bottle and the card on the wooden box, instructing her not to refuse as he was not in the habit of taking advantage of others. Furthermore, seeing her devotion to martial arts, Yi Chen decided to grant her a stroke of fortune, directly imprinting a suitable martial arts inheritance into her mind to help her grasp it quickly. Having settled everything, Yi Chen departed calmly. Wei's mother saw him off respectfully, overflowing with gratitude. Afterward, Wei Ying drove Yi Chen back to the normal university. Wei Ying asked Yi Chen curiously what he had said to her mother. Wondering why her mother hadn't even let her stay for one night and had kicked her out to return to the faculty apartments with him, Yi Chen answered slowly, Nothing much, just a casual chat. He then asked Wei Ying to hand over her phone. Wei Ying asked nervously what he wanted to do but eventually surrendered it, not forgetting to warn him that he absolutely could not look at her web browsing history. Yi Chen took the phone and teased, If you want to watch something, we can watch together. There's no need to sneak around. With that, he returned the phone, telling her he had set his number as an emergency contact. If you feel your body turning cold or any discomfort, you must call me immediately, even before the police. Wei Ying hummed in confusion, thinking this professor was becoming increasingly mysterious, given that even her mother called him senior. Why would such a big figure come to a university to teach? Just then, Yi Chen asked loudly, Did you hear me clearly? This is no joke, I'm asking if you understood. Wei Ying, a bit displeased, shouted back that she heard him. Yi Chen gave a contemptuous smile, thinking to himself that since he had promised her mother, he had to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Zhang family was exceptionally heavy. The Zhang patriarch sat on the throne in the center of the hall, his eyes slightly closed yet radiating a majestic aura. At that moment, a man hurried inside. The Zhang patriarch remained in his posture and spoke slowly. I sent Zhang Biwing to Anhui to seize the treasure and he was killed. Have the reasons been clarified? The man replied somewhat hesitantly that the matter was related to that outcast, Yi Chen. At the mention of Yi Chen's name, the old man flew into a violent rage, slamming the table to pieces with a bang. That outcast again, how dare he kill a member of the Zhang family? He is truly seeking death. Facing the old man's fury, the subordinate held his breath, not daring to speak further. This was because whenever Zhang Pirong's lineage was mentioned, the Zhang patriarch would fall into a frenzy. What pained him most was that his favorite daughter had fled her wedding back then to marry a commoner and gave birth to a waste of a son. All of this had caused him to lose all face. For over 10 years, out of shame, he had never attended any martial arts conferences for fear of being ridiculed. If anyone else in the Zhang family had betrayed him, he might not have been so disappointed. He opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Since Zhang Biwing died by his hands, that extraterrestrial spirit stone must have fallen into his possession. Hearing this deduction, the subordinate hurriedly explained, That is not the case. According to news sent back from Anhui, that spirit stone is currently in the hands of Master Jingdao. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Jingdao, why did he interfere? But no matter. Before the Zhang family, he is but an ant. The subordinate continued to report. Investigations showed that Miss Zhang had an unusual relationship with Master Jingdao. His sudden descent from the mountain to take everything was clearly to protect that boy. It was highly likely the extraterrestrial stone was still with Yi Chen. The subordinate paused, then added, Currently Yi Chen is in Beijing. Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze turned cold, his wrinkles deepening into a grimace. He ordered men to go find Yi Chen and take back that item. There were some things in this world that an outcast was not worthy of possessing. The subordinate then asked, If Yi Chen resists, may we kill him? The Zhang patriarch pondered for a moment and let out a long sigh. He is not worthy of dying at our hands. cripple his cultivation. I don't want to hear another word about him. That momentary lapse showed he was thinking of his daughter. The scene shifted back to the normal university where Yi Chen was cultivating in his room. The black stone from the Reincarnation Cemetery spun continuously. Yi Chen sensed its greed for the profane stone. It seemed to want to devour the profane stone. Yi Chen slowly took out the stone. Even if you are an anomaly bred by the Reincarnation Cemetery, so what? I am your master, everything must be under my control. After I have refined the remaining part, I will naturally give it to you. Yi Chen made a hand seal, killing intent condensing in his palm, which he then struck onto the profane stone. With a shout of break, the profane stone was shattered in two by the killing intent. Instantly, the entire room was enveloped in a five-colored divine light of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This scene filled Yi Chen with excitement. Immediately after, the five elements poured into his body like a rainstorm, and he felt a surging aura churning in his meridians. The sensation was exceptionally comfortable. Yi Chen had originally thought his cultivation speed would slow down after leaving Kunlun Shu, but he hadn't expected to encounter continuous opportunities, leading to rapid progress instead. The boost from this profane stone alone was worth decades of bitter cultivation in Kunlun Shu. Yi Chen absorbed this boundless power completely with satisfaction. Outside the window, an old security guard was on patrol. Feeling it was too hot today, he intended to head back to the guardroom for the air conditioning after walking for a bit. But before he could take 2 steps, a sinister cold wind blew past, causing him doubt. This was followed by another gust of powerful wind, leaving him extremely uneasy. He reassured himself it was just an illusion, lamenting that night shifts were too terrifying. He was entirely unaware that the sensation just now was caused by a warrior moving at high speed. At that moment, 2 figures were hurtling through the corridor at extreme speed. The one running behind was a member of the Zhang family. He hadn't expected someone to strike at Yi Chen before he did. It seemed this young man hadn't just offended the Zhang family, but other forces as well. Detecting the extraordinary speed of the person ahead, he was curious what means Yi Chen would use to escape death while inside the room. Yi Chen finished absorbing the stone's energy and continued cultivating, right at the critical moment of a breakthrough. Sensing danger, Yi Chen opened his eyes and withdrew his power. He looked toward the window as someone suddenly crashed through it at high speed. The person landed lightly on a small table. The intruder was a masked youth holding a sharp blade. He stared at Yi Chen and said, "I didn't expect you to actually dare come to Beijing. Don't you know this is the headquarters of our Bloodplum Hall?" Yi Chen laughed coldly. "Bloodplum Hall, it seems you have some skill, unlike those useless sacks of wine and meat I killed before." Yi Chen knew well that Bloodplum Hall was a troublesome assassin organization that wouldn't stop until the target was dead once a mission was accepted. The assassin spoke bluntly, claiming to be a descendant of a Bloodplum Hall elder, and that the previous assassins were merely ants. "Their status cannot even begin to compare to mine. Today is the day you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin noticed the half-piece of profane stone on the table. He hadn't expected this kid to have such a treasure. His expression shifted from excitement to wild joy, lamenting that heaven was truly helping him. Once he killed the boy, the spirit stone would be his. He charged at Yi Chen impatiently. Yi Chen watched this ant calmly. The assassin intended to kill him in one strike and seize the stone. Yi Chen looked coldly at the descending long blade and sidestepped to dodge effortlessly. The blade hit nothing but air, slamming heavily into the floor, which greatly surprised the assassin. He hadn't expected Yi Chen's strength to be anything but weak. Before he could recover, Yi Chen's heavy punch whistled toward him. "You disturbed my cultivation, which makes me very unhappy. The consequences are severe." Facing the attack, the assassin hurriedly held his blade horizontally to block. Yi Chen's fist contained terrifying killing intent and pressure. Upon colliding with the blade, Yi Chen was unscathed. Conversely, the assassin was sent flying by the impact of the energy, his internal organs damaged as he sprayed a large mouthful of blood. The assassin landed, and his previous arrogance vanished instantly. He stared at Yi Chen warily. "Interesting. In a direct head-on collision, I actually fell into a disadvantage. It seems that to kill you, I must use my strongest killing move." At this moment, Yi Chen also felt things were somewhat amiss. He had been on the edge of a breakthrough just now, and being interrupted by this fellow had caused the spiritual energy and bloodline in his body to fall into disorder. Otherwise, that punch would have been enough to take the man's life. However, he also hadn't expected Bloodplum Hall to have a powerhouse of this level and to choose this specific time to act. Instantly, the assassin unleashed his ultimate technique, the blood-cleaving blade, and blade shadows swirled around him like a gale toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen was slightly surprised as a savage laugh came from within the storm. "Ha ha ha ha, die. That profane stone is mine." But the words stopped abruptly. The assassin's eyes filled with horror because Yi Chen had vanished. In the next second, Yi Chen's voice rang out behind him. If you had fled while my aura was in disorder, you might have had a sliver of a chance. But now hope is shattered. The assassin's terror turned to despair. He hadn't expected Yi Chen's speed to be so terrifying, which completely contradicted the gathered intelligence. With this level of strength, he feared no one in Bloodplum Hall except the Hall Master and the Elders was his match. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. Yi Chen seized the assassin's head. Yi Chen's tone was frigid. Once I've finished you, I will personally pay a visit to Bloodplum Hall. The assassin wailed in terror. With a palm strike, Yi Chen blasted the assassin out the window, triggering a violent explosion. The commotion startled others in the dormitory, everyone speculating on what had happened. Meanwhile, the assassin slammed heavily onto the rooftop opposite, dying on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jianye, who was hiding in the shadows, turned pale with shock. According to his judgment, that assassin's strength was quite impressive. How did it end like this? Killed by that outcast in less than a minute. No, that outcast was definitely no ordinary person. He isn't a waste, he's a monster. That corpse falling toward my side, was it a coincidence, or did he discover my position? With this thought, Zhang Jianye felt the urge to retreat, but when he saw that Yi Chen had appeared before him at some unknown point, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Yi Chen spoke slowly. Are you also from Bloodplum Hall? Zhang Jianye forced himself to remain calm. No, if you let me leave now, it will be beneficial for both of us. He appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was panicking. He had clearly come to cripple the boy and seize that spirit stone from Ennui, but now he only wanted to escape. Currently, the strength gap between us is unclear. Continuing to fight would be unwise. But if I flee, the old man will never forgive me. Thinking of this, Zhang Jianye demanded Yi Chen hand over the items he got in Ennui, promising not to act if he did. Facing this man of unknown origin, Yi Chen suspected he was an assassin hiding in the shadows for support. Yi Chen said slowly, "Do you see that corpse? He also coveted my things just now. Do you think your end will be any better than his?" Zhang Jianye threatened coldly. "Anyone who can defeat me must be at the very least among the top 10 on the grandmaster list. You clearly haven't reached that level yet. I advise you to just let me go," he muttered to himself. That Yi Chen was indeed a genius he couldn't bear to destroy. He hoped Yi Chen would back down, hand over the items and leave. At that moment, Yi Chen had already summoned the dragon-slaying sword. "I know you are different from him. You are worthy of my drawing my sword. Don't use that grandmaster list to bluff me." Yi Chen was secretly on guard. This man was very strong. Zhang Jianye let out a sigh. "Very well, let us begin." Yi Chen charged at Zhang Jianye with his sword. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianye also unleashed the sinister 10,000 poison claws, his momentum not yielding to Yi Chen's in the slightest. Yi Chen's dragon-slaying sword swept across, but it was caught effortlessly by Zhang Jianye with his bare hands. This scene took Yi Chen greatly by surprise. Before he could withdraw his move, the opponent's claw was already swiping down toward his shoulder. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted with extreme speed, narrowly avoiding it. He hadn't expected such a powerful master to be launching a sneak attack in Beijing. This man was formidable. Any lapse in attention would lead to defeat. At that moment, the edge of Yi Chen's sword lightly brushed past, wounding Zhang Jianye. The opponent marveled at the sword's sharpness. Zhang Jianye retreated quickly, then immediately launched another fierce assault, his moves continuous, and leaving Yi Chen no room to breathe. He also sensed that Yi Chen still had trump cards he hadn't played. He was yet another extremely formidable opponent. Even the slightest hesitation would lead to unimaginable consequences. Facing an unceasing barrage of fierce attacks, Yi Chen struggled to evade. The two left a series of afterimages in their wake during the intense battle. Yi Chen condensed his internal energy into his palm, firmly locking onto Zhang Jianye's arm and exerting a sudden burst of power, violently slamming him into the ground. Zhang Jianye's body hit the concrete hard, the excruciating pain nearly suffocating him. In that instant, the concrete shattered inch by inch, and Zhang Jianye's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't recognize the cultivation technique Yi Chen was using. The moves were bizarre and unpredictable, appearing to charge ahead with the brute force of a barbarian. Before he could think further, his eyes were instantly filled with terror and mania, as he saw Yi Chen swing the dragon-slaying sword in a fierce thrust toward him. Zhang Jianye cast aside all doubts, realizing that Yi Chen truly harbored killing intent. He flipped over and delivered a kick, forcefully blocking the dragon-slaying sword and using the momentum to knock it from Yi Chen's hand. With Yi Chen's original strength, dealing with Zhang Jianye should have been as easy as turning over a hand, but the previous failed breakthrough had left his bloodline in disorder, preventing him from utilizing his full combat power. The moment Zhang Jianye escaped danger, he immediately converged his true qi into his fists, unleashing the Zhang Shadow Fist toward Yi Chen. A sky full of fist shadows descended like a menacing wall of dark clouds. Facing this move, Yi Chen countered with the avatar palm in a head-on collision. Into this palm strike, Yi Chen poured every ounce of spiritual energy within his dantian. This was a life-or-death killing move. If he failed to kill his opponent, he would be the one to die. Yi Chen's palm force crashed toward Zhang Jianye like a roaring gale. Facing this strike, Zhang Jianye's eyes were filled with horror. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be able to unleash such a terrifying killing move in such a state. Zhang Jianye exerted his full strength to resist, but he was still lacking, and he was instantly sent flying by the palm force. He crashed through the rooftop perimeter wall and fell heavily to the ground. Although he survived, he was severely injured and completely unable to stand and continue the fight. At this moment, Zhang Jianye utterly lost his previous arrogance, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth, and an unknown number of bones throughout his body shattered. He secretly felt fortunate that only a portion of the palm force had grazed him. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot. Zhang Jianye struggled to his feet and fled the university campus, stumbling along. Now he was certain that Yi Chen's martial strength was extremely terrifying. He had to leave immediately and report this matter to Elder Zhang. On the rooftop, Yi Chen was also exhausted. That previous palm strike had nearly drained all of his spiritual energy, but unfortunately, that fellow had still managed to evade a fatal wound. At this point, he was powerless to pursue, but he absolutely could not let Zhang Jianye leave just like that. Thus, Yi Chen produced his silver needles and, exerting the last of his strength, threw them violently toward Zhang Jianye's direction. Yi Chen's attack accurately pierced the back of Zhang Jianye's neck, making him tremble all over from the pain. Despite the heart-piercing agony, Zhang Jianye knew deep down that he must not stop. Once he stopped, it would be a path to death. He gritted his teeth and endured the inhuman pain. No matter what, he had to escape this place. Not long after Zhang Jianye fled, Ying Jing and the Dragon Soul forces arrived in a hurry. Ying Zing anxiously inquired about Yi Chen's condition. Yi Chen waved his hand to indicate he was fine, then asked in confusion why Ying Jing had appeared here. Ying Jing explained that he had kept Dragon Soul personnel stationed near the school, and upon hearing an explosion at the faculty apartments, he rushed over immediately. It seemed he was still one step late. After understanding the situation, Yi Chen told Ying Jing not to worry about him. He instructed Ying Zing to help handle the corpse and find an excuse like an earthquake or a gas explosion to deceive the public. Now he had to go back to heal. Having finished his instructions, Yi Chen walked back to the dormitory with heavy steps. Seeing the wound on his shoulder gradually turning black, Yi Chen realized the opponent's fingers were poisoned, and it wasn't a common toxin. If it were an ordinary warrior, the poison would surely invade the dantian and turn them into a cripple. Fortunately, he was proficient in medical theory. Such toxins were no trouble for him. Yi Chen took a handful of herbs, crushed them into juice and dripped it onto the wound. Wisps of black smoke immediately rose from the wound. Recalling the fierce battle just now, Yi Chen felt something was off. Although this toxin could destroy muscles and dantian meridians, it wasn't lethal. If the opponent wanted to seize the extraterrestrial stone, they could have just dealt a killing blow. Why go to such lengths? While he was focused on healing, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Chen was greatly surprised to see that the person who entered was Wei Ying. Looking at Yi Chen, the anxious look on Wei Ying's face softened slightly as she said it was wonderful to see him safe and sound. While Yi Chen was wondering how Wei Ying had gotten into his room, she continued her explanation. Upon hearing an explosion from his room, she hurried over to check and found the room in a mess but no one there. So she searched everywhere to no avail. She originally wanted to call the police but realized she hadn't brought her phone. By the time she retrieved it and returned, she found he had already come back. Wei Ying stepped forward to ask what exactly had happened and if he had been burglarized. Before she could finish, she was startled to see that Yi Chen was injured. Without waiting for Yi Chen to react, Wei Ying forcibly pulled him toward her own room. She said she hadn't realized he was so severely injured and was still bleeding. She had a first aid kit at home and wanted to help him bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. Inside Wei Ying's room, Yi Chen sat on the sofa while Wei Ying carefully examined his injury. She scolded him worriedly for not coming to find her even though he was hurt. Before Yi Chen could speak, Wei Ying added with some blame, even if he didn't trust her skills, he should have at least called an ambulance. Looking at Wei Ying, Yi Chen thought the girl was probably confused by panic and had forgotten that he was also a doctor. He intended to refuse, but seeing her sincerity, he decided to let her be. Wei Ying told Yi Chen to take off his shirt first so she could clean and bandage the wound. Yi Chen was very cooperative. When Yi Chen took off his shirt, revealing his extremely attractive and firm muscles, Wei Ying was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. Was this a man's body? It was her first time observing one from such a close distance. She even wanted to reach out and touch those muscles, but worried about being seen as a man-crazy girl. Seeing Wei Ying dazing off, Yi Chen spoke up to remind her if she should continue with the disinfection and bandaging. These words woke Wei Ying up like a dream, and her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. She stammered that she would disinfect it immediately, saying it might hurt a bit and for him to bear with it. Looking at Wei Ying right before him, Yi Chen thought to himself, "Wei Ying, you really don't need to treat me like this. If I hadn't honed my composure while facing Sun Yi and Ruoshui, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself after being teased by you like this." Meanwhile, Wei Ying was somewhat immersed in the moment. "I touched them. I accidentally touched them while bandaging. This feel is too comfortable. I really want to touch them more, but if I'm discovered, I'll die of embarrassment." After quite a bit of effort, Wei Ying finally finished the bandaging. Yi Chen moved his arm, praised her good skill and expressed his thanks, saying he felt much better. Since it was late, Yi Chen bid Wei Ying farewell. However, as the two walked out of the room, they ran right into Wu Fan, who was waiting at the door. Wu Fan inquired with concern if Wei Ying was all right, saying he had rushed over immediately upon hearing there was an earthquake. At this point, Wu Fan's voice stopped abruptly as he discovered with shock that Yi Chen was actually in Wei Ying's room. Wei Ying was also very surprised by Wu Fan's presence here in the middle of the night. It turned out that after Wu Fan heard of the earthquake at the university, he hurried over to show his attentiveness. But when he saw Wei Ying wearing a sexy nightgown and Yi Chen beside her with a bare chest, Wu Fan's voice began to tremble. He questioned why Professor Yi was in Wei Ying's room deep in the night. Wu Fan was in immense pain. After all, he had pursued Wei Ying for half a year, and he never expected this seemingly pure girl to be so unrestrained and private. He had actually been cuckolded by a professor who had just reported for duty. Rage made Wu Fan lose his reason, and he pointed at Wei Ying, cursing her for being shameless. Wei Ying was also baffled by being cursed for no reason. She questioned Wu Fan again on what he was doing here in the middle of the night. Wu Fan grew increasingly manic, insulting Wei Ying as a worn-out shoe with foul language, saying she was disgusting to look at. He threatened Wei Ying to watch out, saying he would definitely make her regret this. With that, he turned to leave. But how could Yi Chen let him get away so easily? Yi Chen grabbed the back of his neck, his tone chilling. "Trying to leave after your insults? Did I give you permission?" Wu Fan stammered while trembling. What do you want?" Yi Chen casually slammed Wu Fan heavily onto the ground, making him moan incessantly. Yi Chen barked sternly. "Apologize to Wei Ying immediately," Wu Fan shouted back defiantly. "Yi Chen, you dare hit me, even my father never laid a finger on me. Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. My uncle is a top figure in the Beijing police circles." Yi Chen let out a cold snort, and directly gave Wu Fan a kick. He stated coldly that Wu Fan was too noisy and that his mouth really needed to be slapped. Wu Fan was kicked a long distance away, his face filled with terror. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to completely ignore his identity and background. Just as he was trembling with fear, Yi Chen ordered him to apologize again. Wu Fan roared unwillingly, "Why should I apologize to this slut? For the two of you to be mixed together, dressed like this in the middle of the night, is simply ruining the reputation of the university," Wei Ying argued with grievance. "Professor Wu Fan, please keep your words civil and don't make groundless accusations." Seeing Wei Ying like this, Wu Fan became even more furious. "What bullshit explanation? I thought you were a pure woman. But I didn't expect you to be the kind of trash that accepts anyone." Before he could finish, a slap from Yi Chen landed heavily on his face, directly slapping the foul words back into his throat. It wasn't over. Yi Chen hoisted Wu Fan high by the throat like a small chick, making his breathing extremely difficult. Yi Chen's gaze was as cold as a blade. "I gave you a chance to apologize, and since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me. In a few seconds your blood circulation will be blocked. In 2 seconds your brain will be deprived of oxygen. I only need to exert a little force and your neck will be snapped. Which way of death do you choose?" Wu Fan's face was filled with ashen terror as he hurriedly begged for mercy and apologized. Yi Chen still seemed unsatisfied, and at this moment Wei Ying also spoke up to stop him, telling Yi Chen to let go quickly, or someone would truly die if he continued. Yi Chen threw Wu Fan back to the ground in a rage. Yi Chen warned that if he heard him insult Wei Ying again, he would ensure he died a very miserable death. Wu Fan huddled on the ground and agreed repeatedly. Having handled this mess, Yi Chen told Wei Ying to go back to sleep quickly, as there were classes tomorrow. Wei Ying complied submissively, and told Yi Chen to rest well too and mind his wound. She still didn't understand why Professor Wu had been so agitated. Yi Chen dismissed it casually, saying he didn't know, and that a mad dog had probably gotten into his head or he'd eaten something foul. Yi Chen pondered privately that since Wei Ying was just an ordinary person, if he had killed Wu Fan in public just now, it would likely have left her with a massive psychological trauma, leading to unpredictable consequences. The scene shifted to the Zhang family. Zhang Junye was stumbling back to the mansion. The two guards were horrified at the sight of his wretched state. Before they could react, Zhang Junye summoned the Zhang Patriarch with a strained voice. The two guards hurried forward to support him worriedly. They knew Zhang Junye's strength well. The person who could injure him like this was definitely no ordinary figure. Just then, a cold voice rang out. It was Elder Zhang. He questioned what had happened, saying he had sensed Junye's aura was weak and had rushed over. The two subordinates hurriedly explained that they weren't sure either, only that Junye had returned on the verge of death from his severe injuries. They were just about to report when the Patriarch arrived. Elder Zhang stepped forward to examine Zhang Junye. Zhang Junye stated weakly that the mission had failed. Elder Zhang comforted him, telling him to speak less and that it was good enough that he returned alive. Sensing the injuries, Elder Zhang was secretly shocked. The internal organs were all heavily traumatized, and his vitality and energy were sealed. If Junye didn't have a solid foundation, an ordinary warrior would have died long ago. Although his life was saved, he would likely be a cripple from now on. He hurriedly ordered men to take Junye for medical treatment. Elder Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He had sent Zhang Junye to cripple that outcast, only to have him be crippled by the opponent instead. He didn't believe the Yi Chen who had been missing for 5 years could defeat Zhang Junye alone. He concluded that Yi Chen must have a mysterious force supporting him. He decided to wait until Zhang Junye woke up to clarify the situation before making a decision. Within the normal university, Yi Chen was focused on cultivation. The remaining toxins in his body had been completely expelled. He could feel that after a night of bitter cultivation, the blood dragon within his body grew increasingly powerful but had also touched a bottleneck. Aside from regular cultivation and seeking opportunities and treasures, only the rage brought by blood and slaughter could aid his breakthrough. Since that was the case, he would choose the path of slaughter. As long as he continued to slay powerful enemies, the blood dragon would naturally grow stronger. Only one day remained until the opening of the Ghost Soul prison. Yi Chen vowed that whoever dared to stop him from seeing his mother would be reduced to ashes. As dawn broke, while Yi Chen was in deep thought, a knock came at the door, and it was Wei Ying who entered. Wei Ying greeted Yi Chen softly. She said she had bought breakfast for him and asked how his injury was. Yi Chen answered flatly that it was already healed. These words took Wei Ying by surprise. After thanking her, Yi Chen didn't forget to remind her that he possessed superb medical skills. Wei Ying froze for a moment, then said with a laugh that she had indeed forgotten about that. To alleviate the awkwardness, Yi Chen changed the subject, asking her while eating a bun why she had come so early and if she didn't have classes to attend. Wei Ying answered somewhat shyly that her classes hadn't started yet and she wanted to find time to check on him. Looking at your spirit now, attending the banquet tonight should be no problem. Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned. The Ghost Soul prison was about to open. What banquet was there to attend? Seeing Yi Chen's confused look, Wei Ying hurriedly explained, "The principal called me just now saying he wants to personally host a welcome party for you tonight, and he specifically asked me to invite you on his behalf." Thinking of that education-loving principal and the female teacher, Yi Chen thought the old fox probably wanted to silence him, but he had more important things to do. Yi Chen refused decisively. Yi Chen's refusal made things difficult for Wei Ying. After all, the principal held great power in the school. She asked Yi Chen tentatively if his refusal to attend was because of a grudge from her refusing his dinner invitation yesterday. Yi Chen comforted Wei Ying, telling her not to overthink it. He wasn't going because he truly had important matters to handle. Only then did Wei Ying feel slightly relieved. She bid him farewell and left, saying she would relay the message to the principal and telling him to contact her anytime if he changed his mind. After Wei Ying left, Yi Chen's gaze swept toward a blind spot in the room. He had sensed someone sneaking in just now but hadn't felt any killing intent. Lu Hanshuang stepped out slowly, teasing Yi Chen for being too cold-hearted for making his newly met girlfriend so disappointed. Seeing Lu Hanshuang, Yi Chen was a bit surprised, mockingly calling her a ghost that won't leave, asking why she had come to Beijing instead of staying in Jiangnan. Hanshuang let out a cold laugh, saying she knew he would overturn the heavens upon entering Beijing but hadn't expected the commotion to be this big. Currently, the high-level members of Bloodplum Hall have summoned all assassins back to Beijing. In my view, they are clearly targeting you. Yi Chen joked, "I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Is Bloodplum Hall so idle that they have nothing better to do than stare at me all day?" Yi Chen also wanted to know when they would act. Lu Hanshuang lamented that it was her first time seeing someone so calm when death was imminent, and the first time seeing Bloodplum Hall make such a massive move. She said the operation would very likely take place tomorrow night. Hearing the timing, Yi Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, because tomorrow night was precisely when the Ghost Soul prison would open. He would never allow any variable to appear during tomorrow's mother-son reunion. Yi Chen quickly made a decision. Yi Chen inquired about the address of the Bloodplum Hall headquarters. This question made Lu Hanshuang look troubled, which then turned into worry. She reminded Yi Chen not to forget that she was also a member of Bloodplum Hall and had only come to warn him out of a sense of duty. Even if he knew the address, charging there alone would be no different from seeking his own death. Yi Chen stared at Lu Hanshuang, asking why she refused to help now that she was here and what she was worried about. Lu Hanshuang hesitated, saying that although Yi Chen had saved her life, making her betray the organization was truly difficult to do. Hanshuang added that Bloodplum Hall had sent 3 elders of unfathomable strength to preside over the matter this time. She questioned whether Yi Chen's striking a stone with an egg behavior was wise. Yi Chen laughed secretly in his heart. What did thousands of experts matter? He only needed to trigger the power of a single tombstone to sweep everything away. Since Bloodplum Hall wanted to seek their own deaths, he didn't mind uprooting them completely. Since Lu Hanshuang resolutely refused to reveal the location of the headquarters, Yi Chen said he would investigate it himself. Yi Chen decided to seek help from Shang Chengdong. The strength of the Medicine Alliance was even above that of the Martial Arts Bureau. He believed Shang Chengdong would surely be able to find Bloodplum Hall's nest. Yi Chen met with Shang Chengdong a few minutes later. Upon their meeting, Shang Chengdong informed Yi Chen that the Bloodplum Hall was planning to deal with him. Yi Chen replied that he was already aware and demanded that Shang Chengdong take him to the Bloodplum Hall headquarters. Although Shang Chengdong was filled with worry, he dared not disobey since Yi Chen had made his decision. Shang Chengdong led Yi Chen to the outskirts, standing before a vast expanse of wilderness, and announced that they had arrived. Yi Chen sensed the area and immediately discovered that the region was covered by a concealed array. Shang Chengdong still tried to dissuade him, suggesting they use the pressure of the Medicine Alliance to force the Bloodplum Hall to back down, but Yi Chen rejected the proposal. He said, "This is a personal matter of mine. I will settle it myself." Yi Chen told Shang Chengdong to head back, stating he would handle the rest on his own. Shang Chengdong worriedly reminded Yi Chen to be careful and then left helplessly. Yi Chen summoned the dragon-slaying sword, and following his perception of the array, walked slowly toward the location of the Bloodplum Hall. Once he identified the entrance, Yi Chen immediately thrust the dragon-slaying sword toward the spot. Instantly, spiritual energy surged and a thin film of energy gradually dissipated, revealing a massive gate with the words Bloodplum Hall clearly visible upon it. Yi Chen let out a cold snort and quipped, "Open sesame." Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Bloodplum Hall headquarters, numerous powerhouses were gathered together. Sitting atop the high platform, Zon Dao, the hall master of the Bloodplum Hall, shouted angrily, "Since I took over the Bloodplum Hall, I have never encountered a mission so troublesome and filled with repeated failures. Now that this situation has arisen, what do you think should be done?" The assassins below shouted the word, "Kill," in unison, the entire hall brimming with murderous intent. Zon Dao relished this atmosphere, clamoring that tomorrow night would be the date of Yi Chen's death. The entire venue seemed to erupt at these words. Lu Hanshuang and her father were also present. Looking at those gathered, she realized their strength was fully capable of contending with her own. She couldn't help but feel worried for Yi Chen. Seeing his subordinates' morale soaring like a rainbow, Zon Dao felt very satisfied. He spoke words of praise. Those seated were the elite of the Bloodplum Hall's elite, yet many brothers had already died tragically at Yi Chen's hands. If they did not kill him, the Bloodplum Hall would surely become a laughingstock in the martial arts world. The area below remained a cacophony of noise as the assassins shouted, "Kill," with immense vigor. They were completely unaware that Yi Chen had already appeared on the scene. Yi Chen felt somewhat annoyed by the noise. He strode straight forward, casually pushing a burly man aside. Clearly, Yi Chen did not intend to launch a sneak attack, but rather a frontal assault to sweep through the Bloodplum Hall. As for the assassin pushed aside by Yi Chen, he was extremely enraged and surprised to see a fresh face there, blunting, asking, "Who are you?" Yi Chen's tone was icy. "I said get out of my way and stop the noise." As he spoke, he grabbed the assassin's head. Though the man was a powerhouse, he was utterly powerless to resist under Yi Chen's control. Following this, Yi Chen delivered a kick, and the assassin immediately flew toward Zon Dao's position, slamming heavily into the wall behind him. This scene startled everyone, and even Zon Dao could not hide his inner shock. In the next second, his surprised expression twisted into a face of rage. Zon Dao questioned if the newcomer was indeed Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered, "That's right, it's your grandpa Yi." Seeing Yi Chen appear, the assassins were ecstatic. They hadn't expected the target to deliver himself to their doorstep before they even went looking for him. They confidently threatened that since Yi Chen had entered this place, he shouldn't dream of leaving alive. Within the distant crowd, Lu Hanshuang's face was filled with terror. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to actually find this place and openly appear in the Grand Hall, thinking him an absolute fool. Without making Yi Chen wait long, a group of assassins immediately surrounded him and launched an attack. scrambling to be the one to claim the merit for killing him. Yi Chen even intended to let them taste his hurricane. After a few afterimages flashed, Jia Su appeared before Yi Chen, with various masters behind him striking simultaneously like a rainstorm. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, and at this moment the dragon-slaying sword manifested in his hand. He was prepared to show this group of people what true power looked like. With a single swing of the sword, flesh and blood turned into a downpour of gore, and the entire Grand Hall seemed to be split in half. Those assassins lucky enough to be far away were also sent flying by the aftermath of the sword chi. Letting out piteous screams after dealing with Jia Su, Yi Chen brandished the dragon-slaying sword proudly, warning those with insufficient strength to stay away from him. However, the response to Yi Chen's kindness was mockery. They believed Yi Chen had merely defeated a few weaklings and had nothing to be arrogant about. A man nicknamed Hungry Ghost Zhang Yun spoke up. He petitioned Zhan Dao, claiming he only needed 1 minute to take Yi Chen's head. Another man calling himself Chen Hao, nicknamed Skull Crusher, also confidently stated that he could crush Yi Chen in just 10 seconds. Seeing these two step forward, the other assassins were filled with confidence once again. The strength of these two was immense, both being top experts under the elders. They believed Yi Chen had nothing left but to wait for death. Several people even suggested preparing a straw mat for Yi Chen. Zhan Dao, who clearly hadn't been Hall Master for long, utterly slighted Yi Chen, announcing that if Zhang Yun and Chen Hao could kill him, they would be promoted to elders. This reward was extremely enticing. Everyone present felt a surge of jealousy, because once someone became an elder, they could utilize the resources of the Bloodplum Hall as they pleased. Furthermore, it had been a long time since a new elder had been promoted. Yi Chen sneered, a trace of mockery in his eyes. He felt a sense of pity for these two. Yet another two fellows were about to fall at the doorstep of heaven. The two impatient assassins immediately charged at Yi Chen. But they were given no chance to perform. After Yi Chen nimbly dodged, he condensed his power in his palm. Immediately following, a surge of flames erupted, and before the two assassins could land for a second time, they were incinerated into ash by Yi Chen's flames. The onlookers were now left with only terror. They questioned each other about what skill that was, and how it could release such immense flames. Those two had been killed in an instant. What exactly was this Yi Chen's background? At this moment, Yi Chen's face was slightly pale. He had failed to manage his power properly in the previous move, resulting in a massive drain of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, he was able to suppress the exhaustion, but that strike had been remarkably effective. Witnessing two top experts perish in the blink of an eye, no one else dared to attack recklessly for the sake of their own lives. Yi Chen quickly swallowed a pill to replenish his energy. Zhan Dao was also filled with worry now. He had never imagined Yi Chen would possess such a terrifying skill. He asked himself if he would survive if he were the one to take that hit. He sensed that Yi Chen had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and with a mysterious confidence he firmly believed Yi Chen could not launch a second attack like that. He ordered the 4 elders to step forward. Upon his command, 4 men with hideous countenances appeared, remarking that it had been a long time since they had acted together and expressing excitement at encountering such a formidable opponent. One of them seemed to have a peculiar preference, feeling that Yi Chen was quite handsome and that it was a pity to kill him. The appearance of the 4 elders greatly boosted Zhan Dao's confidence. He declared that Yi Chen's strength was weakened and that it was the perfect time to take his life. Lu Hanshuang worriedly asked her father if Yi Chen had any chance of winning. Ling Feng judged that if Yi Chen were at his peak, there might be a glimmer of hope, but the previous palm strike had cost him too much. Facing a siege from the Hall Master and the 4 elders, his situation was extremely perilous. Though he didn't say it aloud, he was certain in his heart that Yi Chen was doomed. At this moment, Zhan Dao and the others charged at Yi Chen simultaneously. Yi Chen's gaze was exceptionally grave. He knew these 5 were strong, and while he could certainly win by triggering the power of the tombstones, he didn't want to rely on the power of others. In the world of martial arts, relying on one's own strength was the only true path. Yi Chen decided to face the challenge with his own power, keeping the Reincarnation Cemetery as his final trump card. Yi Chen brandished the dragon-slaying sword, cyan spiritual energy swirling around him as a phantom image of a cyan dragon instantly condensed behind his back. Seeing this, Zhan Dao was slightly surprised. At this moment, Yi Chen was also filled with confidence in himself. Knowing that the Bloodplum Hall was gathering forces to deal with him, Yi Chen decided to completely uproot them to avoid any interference when he entered the Ghost Soul Prison. Currently, Yi Chen was in the middle of a fierce battle with the Hall Master Zhan Dao and the 4 elders. Yi Chen wanted to use this actual combat to elevate his martial arts attainment. Facing the 5 charging men, Yi Chen unleashed all of his strongest moves. Under a series of attacks, the Grand Hall of the Bloodplum Hall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Affected by the surges of energy, those not participating in the battle fled to a distance, the scene before them being utterly terrifying. Below, the ground shattered. Above, the massive phantom of the Cyan Dragon circled. The immense body of the Cyan Dragon swept across the 5 powerhouses. Zhang Dao was horrified by the sight but found himself powerless to turn the tide. Unable to dodge, Zhang Dao was swallowed by the Cyan Dragon phantom and sent flying. After a crushing offensive, the atmosphere inside the hall fell into a dead silence. The lucky survivors had nothing but terror in their eyes, and rightfully so. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders were all killed, their corpses falling like autumn leaves. Many could not believe what they were seeing, thinking they were in a nightmare. Although Lu Hanshuang knew Yi Chen was powerful, the fact that he could slay 4 elders and heavily wound the hallmaster with a single sword strike was simply beyond imagination. As for Yi Chen, he was also exhausted after unleashing that move. He spat out a mouthful of blood and had to lean on the dragon-slaying sword to support his body. Yi Chen knew the consequences of fighting with full strength, but he hadn't expected the physical reaction to be so violent, feeling as if he were about to explode. He had just simultaneously unleashed 2 powerful moves, the heaven-burning palm and the heaven-shattering sword intent, nearly depleting his internal spiritual energy. Yi Chen continued to force himself to appear as if nothing were wrong. Knowing that the battle was not truly over, Yi Chen adjusted his posture and walked toward Zhang Dao, who was lying in the distance. Seeing Yi Chen approach, Zhang Dao pleaded for mercy in terror, stating he was willing to agree to any condition just for a chance to live. To Yi Chen, such a defeated foe had no right to plead. Yi Chen coldly spat out the words "too late," and then under the terrified gaze of the crowd brutally finished Zhang Dao with a single sword strike. Yi Chen walked slowly toward the seat of the Bloodplum Hall's hallmaster. At this moment he was nearing his limit. He roughly grabbed the large chair and sat down, heavily thrusting the dragon-slaying sword into the ground before him while adjusting his breathing. Yi Chen's gaze was as cold as a blade as he announced that from this day forward, the Bloodplum Hall ceased to exist, and anyone who was dissatisfied should step forward. Yi Chen gave them 2 choices, death or surrender, and a decision had to be made immediately. The various powerhouses looked at each other, secretly calculating. Some thought there was no need to surrender, feeling that Yi Chen was currently weak and that there was still a chance if they fought together. Others worried Yi Chen had too many tricks up his sleeve, and that he was still projecting a sense of deterrence, fearing he had hidden trump cards. Just as the crowd hesitated, Lu Hanshuang and her father were the first to step forward, kneeling before Yi Chen to show their submission. The father and daughter thought to themselves that this was the best time to support Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen lived, it would bring them immense benefits. Led by the 2, the others hesitated for a moment before making their decision, kneeling one after another to beg for mercy. After all, in the Bloodplum Hall, they were merely tools for killing. It didn't matter who was the hall master, and there was no need to risk their lives. Moreover, Yi Chen's strength made him worthy of following. With such combat power at such a young age, surrendering was not shameful. Of course, there were still a few who remained treacherous, feeling that Yi Chen was at the end of his rope and wanting to take the opportunity to take his life. But Lu Hanshuang gave them no chance. Using the insult of the new hallmaster as an excuse, she led the surrendering faction to kill them all. The scene quickly reversed as the majority cleared out the rebels. The remaining people immediately knelt before Yi Chen to pay their respects, and Yi Chen praised them for doing well. Yi Chen said, "Since you acknowledge me as the hallmaster, from today on you are no longer assassins, but my Yi Chen's people. In the future, you won't have to rely on killing to make a living. I will make you all wealthy and successful. As long as you are loyal, I will give you the chance to stand at the pinnacle of Huasha. If you dare to betray me, even if we are separated by 10,000 miles, I can destroy your souls." After hearing Yi Chen's speech, the crowd swore loyalty, vowing to follow him to the death. Yi Chen was very satisfied. He had Ling Feng take temporary charge of the Bloodplum Hall to be reorganized in a few days, and required that today's events be strictly forbidden from being leaked. Violators would be executed without mercy. Afterward, Yi Chen kept the father and daughter behind and dismissed the rest. By this time, Yi Chen had reached his limit. Unable to even hold the sword in his hand, he fell directly into Lu Hanshuang's arms, telling the 2 of them to handle the remaining affairs while he needed to rest. A dim desk lamp illuminated the quiet room. Because of his massive overexertion, Yi Chen was currently recovering in the room. To protect his safety, Lu Hanshuang kept watch by the bedside. Her task was to look after him during the time until Yi Chen awoke. Hanshuang dared not leave for a moment, not even daring to breathe heavily. She just watched him quietly. Looking at Yi Chen's handsome face, she blushed involuntarily. While staring at Yi Chen, she recalled the elder Ling Feng's instructions. "Hanshuang, I fear that before long the hallmaster's fame will echo throughout the entire capital. Those instructions had mentioned some sensitive topics. If necessary, she had to execute them. If the hall master had any needs, she must capture his heart. He possessed the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. Following him would bring nothing but benefits. Thinking of this, she even began to imagine some heart-racing scenarios. She couldn't help but ask herself, Yi Chen, will he really want me? Of course, this was mostly her fantasy, because if Yi Chen's main girl, Sha Ruoshui, found out, she would likely tear her apart. However, these were just her idle fantasies. The reality was quite different. From Yi Chen's previous performance, she knew this wasn't the first time the two of them had been alone, and Yi Chen had clearly never had any improper thoughts about her. But if what Ling Feng said was true, or because I care too much about this guy, while Yi Chen was still unconscious, Lu Hanshuang had an immature thought. Since he wasn't awake yet, a secret kiss wouldn't be too much, would it? It wasn't too much, but it was indeed a bit over the line. Love is love, there was no denying it. Just as her lips were about to touch Yi Chen's face, unfortunately, Yi Chen happened to open his eyes. The awakened Yi Chen furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat displeased. Luckily, Lu Hanshuang reacted extremely quickly. With the agile movements of an assassin, she quickly straightened her body and spoke with some embarrassment. You're awake? Although she was panicking internally, she didn't want to show that kind of small womanly stance. Heavens, he couldn't have noticed, could he? I don't want to be treated as an ordinary tacky woman. Wait, the atmosphere seems a bit awkward. The newly awakened Yi Chen said to her. Though I am awake, my injuries are still very serious. Yi Chen forced himself to sit up in bed, scratched his head, and gave her a new task. Lu Hanshuang, go guard outside and don't let anyone in. Because of her previous guilty conscience, Hanshuang stood up stiffly and retreated from the room. Yes, hallmaster. It seemed Yi Chen didn't know about her attempt to steal a kiss just now, which made her feel deeply relieved. It seemed she hadn't been discovered. After the girl left, Yi Chen took several precious spiritual pills from his robe and swallowed them, beginning to fully recover his strength. His injuries were severe. Even with the aid of medicinal pills, it would take several hours to fully recover. Yi Chen kept his eyes tightly shut. He felt that the energy spent was not in vain. If the price of this exertion was gaining control over Bloodplum Hall, it was entirely acceptable. As the spiritual pill dissolved in his stomach, he entered a state of physical repair, sitting cross-legged on the bed in deep meditation, surrounded by his signature cyan light. Throughout the previous fierce battle, he had refrained from using any of his ultimate trump cards or the immense power of the Reincarnation Cemetery, as that would have been too wasteful. A successful man always maintains far-reaching considerations on his path. The surrounding scene appeared exceptionally tranquil. However, it was a different story within the cemetery, where a grim and terrifying atmosphere permeated the air. Recalling the scenes there, Yi Chen was doing his utmost to find countermeasures against various powerhouses. There were too many variables within the Ghost Soul prison, and he did not know what level of masters were hidden there. Those two supreme beings are my final trump cards. With them, I can handle any emergency. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone to discuss the next phase of his operational deployment. His fingers dialed rapidly as his mind churned through various solutions with the precision of a god-tier machine. As for Bloodplum Hall, he had already made certain arrangements. After the call was placed, it was answered almost immediately after only a few rings. Hearing the response from the other end, Yi Chen first inquired about his family. Yi Lingtian, how are Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi doing right now? Yi Lingtian replied with a certain tone, Rest assured, Hallmaster, currently almost the entire Jiangnan province is under the control of our Dark Hall. No force would dare seek death by laying a hand on them. Yi Chen mused to himself that he must not underestimate the enemy. Even if they controlled Jiangnan, it was far from enough when looking at the broader picture. After greeting his loved ones, Yi Chen got down to business. Furthermore, you can arrange for the Brothers of the Dark Hall to set out for Beijing. Upon hearing this command, Yi Lingtian seemed somewhat hesitant. After all, this was a major matter, and he had to ensure everything was foolproof. He asked worriedly, Hallmaster, isn't it a bit too early to go now? He then explained why they shouldn't rush. The various forces in Beijing are intricate and exceptionally powerful. With our current strength alone, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to gain a foothold there. Clearly, this subordinate did not entirely agree with Yi Chen's current aggressive plan. Thus, Yi Chen dangled a lure to guide him and make him follow orders wholeheartedly. What if I handed you the management of Washa's largest assassin organization? As he spoke, a wicked and triumphant cold smile appeared at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. On the other end of the line, Yi Lingtian was shocked beyond measure, unsure if his guess about the Hallmaster's intention was correct. What? Washa's largest assassin organization? Could it be Bloodplum Hall? Could it be that you, Hallmaster? His guess aligned perfectly with Yi Chen's objective. Yi Chen clearly stated his plan to him. That's right, the Hall Master and Elders of Bloodplum Hall have all been slain by me, and I have basically subdued the elite assassins within the hall. You only need to come to Beijing to take them over. As for Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui, leave their protection to Luo Cha and Dragon Soul. All of Yi Lingtian's concerns vanished in an instant. Since Yi Chen had already handled the toughest part, how could he fail at such a small task? He immediately took the command. Hallmaster, I will immediately lead the Dark Hall elites to Beijing. I will surely unify the underground forces of the capital. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Yi Chen replied briefly, very well. After ending the call, he fell back into deep thought, meticulously planning the merger and analysis of the Dark Hall and Bloodplum Hall. If the two remained separate, they truly wouldn't rank in Beijing, but once integrated and given a bit of training, they would definitely shake the Zhang and Lin families of the capital. Unknowingly, by the time he snapped out of his thoughts, a day had passed and the early morning sun was softly spilling into Yi Chen's room through the window. He remained immersed in his reflections. I'll give Yi Lingtian's number to Ling Feng later. The merger of the Dark Hall and Bloodplum Hall will be handled entirely by them. For now, this force needs to remain hidden in the shadows. When the time comes to fully reveal ourselves, that will be the day I step into the Zhang family. Even before setting out, Yi Chen seemed to see the image of himself alone, winning the awe of the world. Propping up his chin, he mused that when the time came, he would personally bring his parents back and become an existence that the Zhang family had to look up to. He would use his actions to tell everyone that his family did not need the Zhang family's charity, let alone their recognition. The scene shifted to the outside of Yi Chen's residence, a vast wilderness. In the early morning, a familiar figure had been waiting by a car for a long time. The person was Shang Chengdong, who had arrived early to serve as Yi Chen's exclusive driver. At that moment, Yi Chen approached the car from the house. Seeing the great man's silhouette, Shang Chengdong hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Yi, you're out. Although he was greeting him, he noticed that Yi Chen offered no additional response. Shang Chengdong scrutinized Yi Chen carefully, seemingly sensing some unusual changes. As Yi Chen drew near, an invisible force radiated around him, attempting to mask anything out of the ordinary. Yet the keen-scented Shang Chengdong still smelled a thick scent of blood. Although there were no injuries on Mr. Yi, could he have truly bathed Bloodplum Hall in blood and suppressed them? The reality was indeed so. After approaching Shang Chengdong, the first question Yi Chen asked was about the Ghost Soul Prison. Has the Ghost Soul Prison contacted you lately? Shang Chengdong shook his head somewhat helplessly and replied, No, the other side only gave me a specific time and location. The rest will have to wait for another 24 hours. Just as the two were talking, the phone in Yi Chen's pocket suddenly let out a crisp ring, catching both of their attention. Yi Chen quickly ended the conversation and took out his phone to answer. Hello, what is it? To Yi Chen's surprise, the person on the other end was actually Wei Ying's mother. Why was Wei Ying's mother calling him all of a sudden? Upon hearing Yi Chen answer, she said anxiously, Senior, is Yinger with you? I called her earlier and it was very noisy there. She said she'd call me back when she got back to school, but I haven't heard from her since, and she isn't answering her phone. I could only come to ask you, Senior. This was indeed typical Asian parenting. However, Yi Chen currently didn't know Wei Ying's specific location either, so he could only comfort her. She isn't with me, but don't worry, I'll find a way to contact her. Although Wei's mother was a bit disappointed to hear this, she still said gratefully, Thank you, Senior, thank you so much. At this moment, Yi Chen recalled the situation when he saw Wei Ying that morning. When Wei Ying brought breakfast that morning, she had invited him to some gathering, but he had refused, so she likely went alone. Logically, the gathering should have ended by now. Sensing that something was wrong, he got directly into Shang Chengdong's car. He ordered, Shang Chengdong, take me back to the faculty apartments first. Shang Chengdong replied hurriedly, Yes, Mr. Yi. The scene shifted to the home of a certain school official. He was sound asleep in a warm bed with his lovely wife when the atmosphere was shattered by an urgent phone ring. His good dream interrupted, he sat up irritably and cursed, Damn it, who is it? Who doesn't let people sleep in the middle of the night? When he cursed these words, he didn't yet know it was Yi Chen on the other end. When the cold voice saying, This is Yi Chen came through the phone, the last vestiges of sleep vanished instantly, and he broke into a cold sweat of terror. His attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn as he asked respectfully and fearfully, It turns out to be the chief. May I ask what has happened? Yi Chen got straight to the point. Wei Ying hasn't returned to the dormitory yet. I recall she went to a gathering you organized. Not daring to lie, he quickly replied, Yes, but the gathering ended around 9 p.m. I remember Teacher Wei was pulled away by several teachers to sing karaoke at Tianhua Square. It seems Professor Wu Fan and the others went along as well. He didn't forget to defend his own negligence. Chief, as you know, it's normal for young people to like singing and gathering. Having obtained the desired information, Yi Chen hung up directly before he could finish his explanation. Beep, beep, beep. Left with a hung-up phone, the official was utterly bewildered. Why did he hang up? At this time, in a large luxury private booth at Tianhua Square, a group of people was reveling wildly. They seemed to have drunk themselves into a stupor, competing for the microphone in their drunken state. Wei Ying was curled up alone in a corner, her cheeks flushed deep red due to the effects of the alcohol. I never liked these kinds of parties with drinking and singing. It's just that a teacher had a birthday and I couldn't really refuse. Rubbing her throbbing head, Wei Ying hadn't yet realized that danger was approaching. She only knew that she had been forced to drink a lot since entering. Even though I only had one glass, there seemed to be something wrong with that wine. My stomach hurts and my head is spinning so badly, I'm really afraid my mother will worry at home. She picked up her phone to seek help. She wanted to call her mother but feared worrying her, so she thought of calling Professor Yi to ask him to pick her up. Just as she was about to dial, a man's hand pressed down on her. The person was Wu Fan. Putting on a show of concern, he lured her. Are you drunk? I'm just about to head back anyway. Why don't I take you back to the dormitory? Hearing this, Wei Ying felt as if she had found a savior, thinking she could finally go back. Wu Fan's despicable hand rested on Wei Ying's shoulder as he flashed a seemingly reliable smile. But as to whether his heart was reliable, everyone surely knows. After all, this man's behavior was extremely wretched, practically nauseating. With his shrewd disguise and flowery words, Wu Fan successfully tricked Wei Ying into leaving with him. Although the others were still singing like crazy in the booth, he had no qualms, his behavior exceptionally bold and natural. Wu Fan pretended to be considerate as he supported Wei Ying's weak body, using his other hand to take her phone, depriving her of the chance to call for help. Now that the prey had fallen into the trap, he revealed an extremely sinister and perverted smile. Although Wei Ying was dizzy and couldn't tell north from south at this point, she still instinctively managed to shout when someone took her phone and led her elsewhere. Give me back my phone. Wu Fan didn't take her words to heart at all. Seeing that Wei Ying still had a sense of resistance, he revealed a cunning sneer. Oh my, still trying to resist when you're this drunk? Wu Fan was very confident in his methods and showed no fear. He had tampered with Wei Ying's drink. No wonder she felt like the world was spinning. That was good stuff he had specially prepared, and the effects were naturally impressive. At this time, several female teachers who were with them saw that Wei Ying seemed drunk and unconscious, and remembering their previous promise to take her back, the three female teachers walked over with concern to take over. Teacher Wei is drunk, we should be the ones to take her back. However, how could Wu Fan's perfect plan be so easily ruined? He switched to a professional fake smile, pretending to be helpful by saying he was heading that way anyway and didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. How can that be? Everyone is having such a good time. I'm driving and it's on my way. I should be the one to take Teacher Wei. Since they were colleagues, the three female teachers didn't think much of it and told Wu Fan to be careful on the road. But little did they know that as soon as he turned around, Wu Fan revealed his true face, impatient to make a move on Wei Ying. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fan had taken Wei Ying away, but he didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he went to a hotel. Two burly bodyguards stood watch at the door of room 028. After entering, he placed Wei Ying on a long sofa. It was a very large and well-soundproofed suite. Wu Fan was not alone in the room. Two other men were waiting there. One man with a pompadour hairstyle looked very improper. He revealed his identity as soon as he spoke. It turned out he was Wu Fan's accomplice. I didn't expect you to actually bring Wei Ying to me. Wu Fan was also impatient to start the next scene. He took off his coat like a moth about to plunge into a fire. That special wine had a powerful kick. They were going to have a lot of fun. The accomplice with the pompadour was the eldest young master of the Luo family, and he was staring at Wu Fan with a sinister smile. Wu Fan asked, "Next, you understand what to do, right?" Young Master Luo also understood perfectly, suggesting they find some fun together. To ensure everything was foolproof, Wu Fan asked his accomplice again if everything was arranged. Young Master Luo was very confident in the defensive line he had set up. Don't worry, there are bodyguards guarding the door. No one will dare come in to disturb us. Wei Ying, oh Wei Ying, I gave you face, and you didn't want it. You just had to mix with that Yi Chen. Wu Fan seemed to finally vent his long-held resentment. He had coveted Wei Ying's body for a long time, and now that he finally had her, he felt he could use this to take revenge. He had even called young Master Luo to ensure he wouldn't fear Yi Chen's retaliation afterward. In her daze, although Wei Ying was semi-conscious, she realized she was in grave danger. To protect herself, she threatened weakly, "Professor Wu, what are you trying to do? You're committing a crime. I'll call the police," but at this point she could barely even open her eyes, let alone escape. that young Master Luo was already unable to restrain himself. He stepped forward and began to lay hands on Wei Ying. "Then I'll be the first to enjoy her. You don't mind, do you?" Wu Fan naturally didn't dare have any objections and could only comply. "Then young Master Luo, please go first." The alcohol had robbed Wei Ying of all her strength. She could only lie there, letting out a faint and desperate cry for help. Although he was a bit unwilling to yield the choice meat to the other, Wu Fan comforted himself internally. Anyway, this woman was going to be one of Yi Chen's people sooner or later. It makes no difference who goes first. However, such people really shouldn't be mentioned, as they truly appear when spoken of. As the room door was violently pushed open, Yi Chen's silhouette appeared at the doorway, as he spoke coldly. "Found you." Before he could even turn to see who it was, the mere sound of the voice was enough to make Wu Fan's soul nearly leave his body in terror, his face turning deathly pale. Looking at the familiar back in the room, Yi Chen gave a casual greeting. "Isn't this Professor Wu? It seems you still remember me." Wu Fan was breaking into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes as he asked tremblingly, How can you be here?" He cursed inwardly. Damn it, didn't he say he wasn't coming to the party? What shocked him most was how Yi Chen had found this place so quickly without knowing the specific location. That young Master Luo hadn't seen Yi Chen's methods of discipline and still maintained an air of arrogance. With his hands in his pockets, he questioned bossily, "Kid, how did you get in? Where are the bodyguards?" He seemed to have not yet grasped the situation, loudly calling for his men. "Someone, kill this kid for me." He didn't know that those two bodyguards had long since been easily handled by Yi Chen and were currently lying in the hallway behind the door. Behind those two despicable scoundrels came a delicate call. "Yi, Professor Yi." Seeing Yi Chen appear, the half-awake Wei Ying instinctively called out his name. In the deathly quiet room, Wu Fan was already too terrified to speak, leaving only young Master Luo still squawking like a duck. "Kid, get out of here right now, and I might still spare your life." Seeing Wei Ying drugged and humiliated by these two heartless scumbags, Yi Chen's face became exceptionally predatory. "I'm here." Having witnessed with his own eyes this kind and pure girl being tortured to such an extent by these two inhumane beasts, the fury in Yi Chen's heart had already burst its banks. He didn't waste any words, landing a heavy punch directly on the face of the oblivious young Master Luo. The force of this punch was immense, directly shattering the other's nose bridge as blood sprayed out. Immediately following, Yi Chen began a frenzied, violent assault on young Master Luo, hitting him so hard he had no power to resist and could only howl in agony. After only a few punches, young Master Luo collapsed onto the floor unconscious. The side-standing Wu Fan was terrified out of his wits, hurriedly rushing over to kneel by young Master Luo's side as he screamed in alarm. Yi Chen turned away from the corpse and walked toward Wei Ying. Approaching the sofa where Wei Ying sat with hazy, drunken eyes, he asked with concern if she could stand up on her own. Because of the drugs, she was unable to move and could only answer through her dizziness. "He gave me a glass of strange wine." Yi Chen gently stroked Wei Ying's head, infusing a trace of spiritual energy into her body to stabilize her condition, while comforting her. "Leave the rest to me." Being protected and cared for so tenderly by a man for the first time, combined with the effects of the alcohol, Wei Ying blushed a deep crimson and gave a soft, obedient reply like a kitten. Her gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen. His hand brushing through her hair sent a wave of warmth through her, making her feel as though her entire body were on fire. Now it was time for him to deal with the petty clowns before him. He turned to face the two men, his gaze radiating an immense deterrent force. Even ants would not be spared. They had to be uprooted to eliminate any future trouble. Wu Fan was trembling all over with fear, yet he still managed a hollow threat. Yi Chen, do you know who you're hitting? This is young Master Luo." Meanwhile, young Master Luo, who had been beaten severely, clutched his face and cursed through gritted teeth. After catching his breath, his arrogant visage turned hideous once more as he threatened Yi Chen's life. "You're that Professor Yi, aren't you? Don't even dream of walking out of this door today." Before his bravado could last another second, Yi Chen's massive palm clamped directly onto his face. Young Master Luo broke into a cold sweat of terror at the sudden movement. Yi Chen exerted power in his palm, violently slamming the man's face into the floor. The impact was so great that the ground dented significantly, sending marble slabs and concrete shards flying in all directions. Young Master Luo's breathing grew faint as he truly went to meet the King of Hell. "Keep jumping. Weren't you jumping quite well just now?" Witnessing this staggering scene, Wu Fan was already scared out of his wits. Any confidence in his voice vanished instantly. He's really dead. "Yi Chen, you actually dare to kill?" Yi Chen remained expressionless, his icy tone seemingly capable of freezing a soul. Thinking of their former status as colleagues, he had harbored a sliver of hesitation, but he acted nonetheless. He clenched both fists, cracking his knuckles, wanting to show this man the price of touching his people. Yi Chen delivered the verdict to Wu Fan: a piece of trash like you has no meaning for existence. Knowing his life was at its end, Wu Fan kowtowed frantically for mercy. Wait please, no. However, once Yi Chen made a decision, it would never be altered. In an instant, 2 lowly lives were extinguished. No one knew what sins these 2 scumbags had committed, nor did anyone know why they died or at whose hand. Minutes later, Yi Chen carried Wei Ying out of the repulsive hotel on his back. Resting on his back, Wei Ying woke up in a daze and called out softly, "Professor Yi." Once she was fully conscious, she worried for Yi Chen from atop his back, fearing he would get into major trouble. She asked, "Are we out? Where are those 2 bad guys?" To prevent her from worrying and making the situation worse, Yi Chen lied, "Don't worry. I gave them a talking to, and they're preparing to turn themselves in." Hearing Yi Chen say this, Wei Ying clearly didn't quite believe him, muttering, "Turn themselves in? Would they have that kind of conscience?" There was no conscience. The only thing they could do was turn themselves into the king of hell. Yi Chen didn't explain further, simply saying, "Let's go back to the apartment." He changed the subject while silently calculating, "As for the bodies, let Dragon Soul handle them." Just like that, he carried Wei Ying safely back to her mother. Fulfilling his promise, Wei Ying gently prepared a cup of hot tea and handed it to Yi Chen, saying tenderly, "Professor Yi, if not for you today, I really don't know what I would have done." "Thank you very much." Yi Chen reminded her, "With your low alcohol tolerance, you should stay away from wine in the future and attend fewer gatherings like this. Also, don't call me Professor Yi, just call me Yi Chen." Wei Ying handed over the teacup and replied shyly, "Okay, I understand." Yi Chen glanced at her, thinking to himself, "The ley line profound stone has dimmed quite a bit. I'm afraid it won't be able to suppress it for much longer." This girl was quite pitiful, being born with the killing blood-cold physique. His gaze lingered on the water droplets on her chest, silently musing that he originally wanted to lead her onto the path of cultivation, but since there was currently no suitable technique, he had to abandon the idea for now, hoping for a future opportunity. Seeing him staring at her, Wei Ying felt bewildered and instinctively followed his gaze to her own chest. Discovering the wet spots there, Wei Ying hurriedly reached out to cover them, saying bashfully, "Professor Yi, Yi Chen, don't stare at me like that." Yi Chen stood up, his tone cold. "Get some rest early." He fell into deep thought. "The ghost soul prison is about to open. I must adjust myself to my peak state." Wei Ying waved goodbye to Yi Chen. "You should sleep early too." In her heart, she thought with a mix of regret and shyness. "He's just leaving like that?" She blushed and muttered to herself. "Yi Chen was staring at me there just now. It seems I'm still quite charming, aren't I? Oh, stop it. What on earth am I thinking about?" That night in Yi Chen's villa, he sat on the living room sofa in deep meditation. Yi Chen whispered with some frustration, "Though I won the battle with Bloodplum Hall, forcibly using the heaven-shattering sword intent caused damage to my Dantian, the healing pills I took just now were actually ineffective." He waved his hand, releasing a few wisps of spiritual energy. Yi Chen stared at the small alchemy furnace before him, calculating, "Ordinary pills won't work. I can only attempt to refine the more advanced bone-condensing mind-restoring pill." His eyes opened slightly in full concentration. Yi Chen tossed rare medicinal herbs into the furnace, murmuring, "Fortunately, I looted quite a few precious herbs from Medicine King Valley before, so the materials are all here. But the difficulty of the bone-condensing mind-restoring pill far exceeds that of ordinary pills. Back in Kunlun Shu, even with the old man's personal guidance, I never succeeded." He held his breath and focused his mind, pouring all his spiritual energy into the furnace, secretly resolving, "To repair my Dantian, I have no choice but to push through." Suddenly, the furnace erupted with a strange light. Seeing this, Yi Chen cried out, "Not good?" The alchemy furnace shook violently, making cracking sounds. He stared intently at the furnace's state until, with a boom, the furnace exploded. Yi Chen roared in frustration, "Damn it, failed again. Can my Dantian really not be repaired?" He let out a long sigh, asking himself in despair. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Why go through such trouble to repair your Dantian? It can be resolved using your heart talisman." Yi Chen immediately scanned his surroundings alertly, barking loudly. "Who is it?" He looked at his palm in confusion and said softly, "Could it be?" A black stone containing a mysterious power appeared in his hand. The surrounding scene shifted abruptly. Yi Chen had once again arrived at that desolate wilderness and eerie graveyard, he said with a grim face. As expected. Among the 2 triggered tombstones, one has already shattered. Yi Chen sensed something strange and exclaimed, "A supreme being has manifested." His eyes widened in absolute disbelief. A mysterious figure emerged in the sky, a white-haired elder dressed in simple clothing. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. "The key is that I didn't even trigger him, yet he came out on his own." The elder recited profound verses. "Across the vast earth dragons and snakes rise together. Who is the true dragon, and who is the ant?" Even with 10,000 demonic forces, they are no match for the spirit talismans in the hand of me, Kang Haiping. He slowly descended to the ground, walking toward Yi Chen, and said unhurriedly, "The path of spirit talismans can save lives as well as take them. The damage to your Dantian is a piece of cake to me. It's nothing at all." Hearing this, Yi Chen pointed at him and shouted in anger. "Damn it, you," he asked in confusion. "You aren't trying to say that the path of spirit talismans is too heaven-defyingly powerful, are you?" Yi Chen grew even more furious, roaring, "Spirit talismans, my foot, why did you come out so early? Even 10-odd hours later would have been fine. I have a fierce battle coming up soon. Isn't this a complete waste of an opportunity?" The elder glanced at him and scoffed. "Foolish junior, you don't understand us at all. If I don't take action, I can exist for at least 3 days. If not for seeing your urgent need to repair your Dantian, do you think I would have chosen to come out?" Yi Chen suppressed his anger and scrutinized him with suspicion, then bowed and said, "Please take action, senior." Yi Chen mused that the powerhouses of the Reincarnation Cemetery were, after all, his final trump cards. They were used up one by one, and he still had to rely on himself, becoming stronger for the tough battles. Seeing this, the elder stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Your attitude is at least decent. I am Kang Haiping. I have had no wife or children in my life. Are you willing to take me as your master and carry forward the path of spirit talismans?" Yi Chen immediately knelt and replied, "Your disciple is willing." Kang Haiping laughed with satisfaction. "Good," he gestured with his finger, and a massive talisman condensed in the void as he said calmly, "First, let's solve the problem with your Dantian." Kang Haiping whispered a mantra toward the talisman, and instantly a ball of golden light flew toward Yi Chen under his guidance. "Go!" The golden light merged into Yi Chen's body, causing his mouth to drop open in surprise. Yi Chen touched his body and muttered, "Although it looks like it's burning, my Dantian feels waves of warmth. The wounds are actually beginning to heal." Kang Haiping explained gently, "This talisman is called the Spirit Condensing Talisman. It can not only strengthen the Dantian but also heal damage. Consider it a greeting gift from your master." Yi Chen was shocked upon hearing this, as Cyan's spiritual energy suddenly erupted around him. Yi Chen placed a hand over his chest and gasped in a low voice, My Dantian is not only completely healed, it's stronger than before." He snapped his eyes shut and shouted in a deep voice, "And I'm about to break through." As soon as the words fell, a majestic force descended from the sky and surged directly into him. Seeing this, Kang Haiping smiled and said, "Only at the 5th level of the Qi dynamic realm. This kid's level is too low. Never mind, I shall assist you further." With that, he took out a talisman and recited a mantra. The talisman instantly merged with Yi Chen, causing the energy around him to explode several times over. Yi Chen threw his head back and roared, "Breakthrough! 7th level of the Qi dynamic realm." Simultaneously, various forces were flocking to the martial arts stage to witness a major event. Zhang Jianfeng stood below the stage, thinking with a grim face, "Today I shall challenge the 9th rank on the grandmaster list." He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself that once successful, the Zhang family's status would be restored. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over from afar to report, "Elder Zhang, we just received news that something might happen to Yi Chen." Hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng scolded sharply, "Why the panic? Today is the day the Ghost Soul prison opens. Given that kid's strength, he can't even get in. What could happen?" The subordinate handed the phone to Zhang Jianfeng and replied in a low voice, "The matter isn't that simple. I heard that Bloodplum Hall headquarters has mobilized dozens of top assassins to surround and kill Yi Chen." The subordinate hurriedly added, "Now the entire underground world knows Yi Chen's name. A bounty for Yi Chen's head is even pinned to the top of Bloodplum Hall's official website." Zhang Jianfeng looked surprised. "Oh, let me see. Bloodplum Hall has gone bankrupt and ceased operations. Didn't you say there was news of Yi Chen?" Suddenly, the web page refreshed and an important announcement popped up. Effective immediately. Bloodplum Hall will no longer accept any missions and has cancelled all previous missions, with commissions returned to employers. As of this moment, Bloodplum Hall ceases to exist. All members are taken over by the Dark Hall, and the Lord of the Dark Hall shall be honored as their master. Witnessing this, the two men were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The subordinate stammered, "How did the website refresh so suddenly? There was just news of the bounty on Yi Chen." Zhang Jianfeng muttered in confusion, "A top-tier Washen assassin organization is actually not taking missions? Is this some kind of joke?" The subordinate turned pale, asking tremblingly, "Elder Zhang, what kind of game is Bloodplum Hall playing? And where did this Dark Hall come from? I recall there's also a Dark Hall in Jiangnan province. It's probably just a name coincidence." Zhang Jianfeng seemed to have an answer as he said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid Bloodplum Hall has changed masters. For someone to make such a massive move, could it be Lin Julong's doing?" The subordinate, full of worry, asked in confusion. "There have been people watching Lin Julong's side. He hasn't even stepped out of the Lin family's gate. It shouldn't be him." Zhang Jianfang's gaze was resolute as he pondered. Besides Lin Julong, who else would act at this time? Could it be Yi Chen? No, absolutely impossible. With his current abilities, how could he achieve this? He carefully instructed his subordinate, whatever the case, this kid got lucky and escaped a disaster. Go investigate this matter thoroughly, and don't overlook that dark hall either. Report any clues to me immediately. The subordinate took the command and left. A day passed quickly, the scorching sun shining on the university dormitory building. At this moment Yi Chen was holding a steamed meat bun with a bite taken out of it, steam rising from it. He praised, "Hey, today's bun tastes really good," Wei Ying replied with a soft laugh. Hee, I had to wait in line for a long time to buy it." Yi Chen asked curiously, "It's just breakfast." "There was no need to wait specifically in line to buy it, was there?" She appeared somewhat restless and asked stammeringly. I wanted to ask if you're free tonight," Wei Ying continued excitedly. "I happen to have 2 tickets and wanted to invite you to a movie," but Yi Chen refused without hesitation. "I'm busy," he said coldly. "I have things to do tonight, we'll talk about it next time." Wei Ying showed a look of disappointment. "Oh okay," she turned toward the door, muttering softly. "Then eat slowly. I'm going to prepare my lesson plans," she thought dejectedly. Sigh, I got rejected. Was I too proactive and made him dislike me? With that, she closed the door and left. No sooner had Wei Ying left the room than Kang Haiping appeared behind Yi Chen. He spoke in surprise. "I didn't expect the killing blood-cold physique to still exist in this world. Her blood is extremely precious. If one were to take all the blood in her body to refine talismans, freezing 1,000 miles would be a simple task." Yi Chen immediately snapped at him. "Don't even think about it. I don't care about freezing 1,000 miles. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you teach me a few more spirit talisman moves?" Kang Haiping appeared somewhat unwilling and said with worry, "Disciple, do not let personal feelings sway you. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel. If her constitution is discovered by others, she will eventually have her blood taken. Rather than letting others benefit, why not benefit yourself?" Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Do not target her. I am your disciple, but more importantly, I am the master of the Reincarnation Cemetery. Only I can make the decisions," Kang Haiping said helplessly. "Very well, since you are so stubborn, I won't mention it again." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the entire room was surrounded by a dense layer of spirit talismans. He announced excitedly, "Let us begin our cultivation. From this day on, I shall lead you onto the path of spirit talismans." Kang Haiping instructed, "Disciple, the path of spirit talismans emphasizes condensing talismans with true qi and driving them with essence blood. Different talismans possess different attributes. A powerful spirit talisman can not only destroy a city in an instant but can even wipe out this land of Washa beneath your feet in a moment." Golden light flashed around Yi Chen as talismans danced. The elder spoke slowly. "What you need to do now is to condense your life source talisman. Only by condensing a life source talisman are you qualified to truly step onto the path of spirit talismans." Kang Haiping guided in a deep voice, "Quiet your heart and perceive. Find the path of talismans that belongs to you." An hour later, 10,000 talismans circled before Yi Chen. He closed his eyes in perception, attempting to condense his path of talismans. Kang Haiping mused with worry. Although this disciple of mine is exceptionally talented, his current realm is truly too low. Even with 10,000 runes before his eyes, condensing them was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Kang Haiping watched Yi Chen, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation, his heart filled with doubt. He pondered privately. Logically, no matter how low his realm, an hour should have been more than enough. Is it a lack of talent, or is he simply not suited for the path of spirit talismans? Kang Haiping sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed this child was better suited for that fellow's path of slaughter, fated to have no affinity with the path of spirit talismans after all. Suddenly, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and barked in a low voice, "Damn it!" In an instant, all the surrounding runes began to spin wildly, and in a flash they were all shattered. Witnessing this, Kang Haiping was utterly stunned. He gasped in astonishment. "What?" Yi Chen stood up abruptly and shouted, "Where exactly is the life source talisman that belongs to me?" Simultaneously, the surrounding spirit runes began to fly about frantically. Kang Haiping could hardly believe his eyes, thinking with a pale face, "What on earth is going on? All the runes have exploded. Could it be that this kid's life source talisman has never existed in history? Or is it so unique that it stands above 10,000 talismans?" Suddenly, a strange blue light erupted from around Yi Chen. He reached into the void, firmly grasping a spirit talisman, and shouted sternly, "Found it!" Immediately after, a massive dragon radiating mysterious purple energy manifested behind him. The dragon opened its hideous maw, and let out a sky-shaking roar. At the same time, Yi Chen commanded majestically, "Come to me, my life source talisman." Kang Haiping's eyes were filled with terror. waves of shock crashing through his heart. What is this kid's background? I can't even see through the life source talisman he has condensed. Even the life source talisman within my own body is trembling violently as if in fear. At this moment, a mysterious mark appeared on Yi Chen's forehead. He sat cross-legged with eyes closed, his body enveloped in a thick layer of red mist. Kang Haiping murmured to himself, no wonder the Reincarnation Cemetery chose him as master. Who else in this world is qualified to be our guide and change the fate of 100 souls? By now, Yi Chen had returned to reality. He asked excitedly, Master, did I succeed? Kang Haiping replied, You did, and even more brilliantly than I anticipated. But internally he marveled, A monster, he's a total monster. Kang Haiping pressed a hand against Yi Chen's forehead and said in a deep voice, Now I will imprint the inheritance of some secret techniques into your sea of consciousness for you to perceive slowly. Although your current cultivation is limited and you can only grasp 1 or 2 parts, it's enough for now. Yi Chen replied simply, Good, let's begin. His gaze became exceptionally resolute as he maintained his meditative trance. Suddenly his phone rang. Yi Chen hurried to answer, asking, Hello, Shang Chengdong? The voice on the other end got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I've arrived at Yunhe Lake to the north of Beijing Normal University. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. So early? Shang Chengdong replied. Although the appointment is for midnight, I was worried about potential variables, so I arrived ahead of schedule. Currently, there's a powerful array fluctuation at the bottom of the lake. It seems the gate to the Ghost Soul Prison is about to open. Yi Chen stood up abruptly and said decisively, Good, I'm heading out immediately. You stay in the light while I stay in the shadows. We'll act as the situation dictates. Just as he spoke, Shang Chengdong gave a quick understood before the call suddenly cut off. Yi Chen's heart tightened as he shouted, Shang Chengdong, but only the busy dial tone remained. Yi Chen murmured with a grim expression, This is bad, something must have happened. As the words fell, his figure flashed, and he leapt directly out the window. It was currently the dead of night. At the same time, Wei Ying was carrying a pile of snacks she had just bought, intending to share some with Yi Chen and share her joy. However, the next scene completely shattered the peace of the night. Wei Ying's eyes widened in shock as she happened to see a black shadow leap down from the heights. She screamed in terror, Ah, someone jumped. It wasn't until the person landed steadily that she saw it was actually Yi Chen. Wei Ying breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking, Scared me to death, it was just Yi Chen. But where is he going in the middle of the night? With that thought, she decided to follow him. Yi Chen turned into a gust of wind and sped away. The scene shifted to a desolate mountain. Shang Chengdong's phone lay shattered on the ground, and standing across from him was a woman. Bai Jiao questioned coldly, Shang Chengdong, who were you calling just now, and who is this Mr. Yi? Shang Chengdong retorted, Who I call is none of your business. Remember, it was your Ghost Soul Prison that begged me to come, he pondered privately. This woman must be a member of the Ghost Soul Prison lurking in the school. Given her attire, she's likely disguised as a teacher. Bai Jiao seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled, Everyone likes a disguise. You and I are the same. I assume that person named Yi is the one who broke the prison's array before. I didn't expect him to be colluding with you. Shang Chengdong argued, Don't go pointing fingers and smearing Mr. Yi's reputation, Bai Jiao said with a composed expression. Don't be afraid. Rest assured I won't kill you. Your life is still useful. As for that guy named Yi, since he knows today is when the prison opens, he'll surely walk right into the trap. Bai Jiao leisurely lit a cigarette and sneered. I only need to wait here for the prey to come to me. After all, this is my home turf. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Bai Jiao, daughter of Elder Bai of the Ghost Soul Prison. If I hadn't been away on business that day, how could a mere person like him have broken the array so easily? Shang Chengdong was shocked. It's actually her. It was rumored that Elder Bai possessed godlike Dharma power and had captured countless martial powerhouses. His fearsome reputation preceded him, as his daughter Bai Jiao had surely received his true inheritance. Moreover, he vaguely sensed an extremely dangerous aura lurking in the lake water. There was likely an ambush. If Mr. Yi really came, he would probably be walking into a death trap. Flight was the better part of valor. Shang Chengdong made an excuse. I have a sudden emergency. Anyway, there's still time before the prison opens, so I'll go relieve myself first. He calculated that he had a backup phone in his pocket and needed to quickly notify Yi Chen of the situation. But his plan was too optimistic. The moment he turned around, he was quickly restrained. He questioned angrily, Bai Jiao, what is the meaning of this? Although he was subdued, he knew very well that the other party intended to strip him of even his freedom. He protested loudly, I am a director of the Medicine Alliance. What kind of methods are these? To be able to lock down all my movements and even prevent me from sensing my own martial energy, Bai Jiao replied indifferently. Shang Chengdong, don't waste your effort. I've already set a dragnet here. Anyone who steps into this place will lose their energy and true qi. Except, of course, for me and my people. Just then a cold voice rang out. "Is that so?" Yi Sen walked in slowly, sneering. "In the past, perhaps it would be as you say. Unfortunately for you, I've recently learned some spirit talisman techniques and can tell at a glance that this is nothing but a low-level array, arranged using talismans." Seeing his savior, Shang Chengdong shouted excitedly. "Mr. Yi," Bai Zhao snorted coldly. "So you're that guy named Yi. It seems you're nothing but a big talker. I wonder how much skill you actually have. Go kill this kid for me." Instantly, a group of assassins launched the soul-breaking sword slash, surging toward Yi Chen like a tide. Countless attacks accurately struck Yi Chen, yet failed to wound him in the slightest. Bai Zhao was beyond shocked. What? He blocked that kind of attack using nothing but raw physical strength? Yi Chen fought the crowd alone, stepping forward as a terrifying pressure radiated from his body. He pressed with killing intent. What? Where did that momentum go? Do none of you dare to come forward? Bai Zhao's subordinates felt a surge of cowardice, looking at each other. What do we do now? Yi Chen didn't intend to give them any breathing room and sneered. "Since that's the case, I'll be the proactive one." The opponent shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful." But it was too late. Yi Chen's figure flashed as he launched a fierce assault. With his energy fully unleashed, he swept through the field single-handedly. Shang Chengdong stared in amazement, marveling. Strong, simply too strong. Bai Zhao was also shaken by the scene, murmuring to herself, "Are you kidding me? Is this really power a human can erupt with?" Yi Chen pointed at Bai Zhao and ordered, "Open the Ghost Soul prison immediately and I'll spare your life." Bai Zhao refused to concede. "I have to admit your martial arts attainment is indeed startling. But before an existence of my level, a martial artist is not worth mentioning." Tied to the side, Shang Chengdong cried out. "What? Could it be you are a legendary cultivator?" Bai Zhao replied proudly. "That's right, I stepped onto the path of cultivation long ago. To tell you the truth, opening the Ghost Soul prison requires my life source essence blood, a mantra and a key. If you have the skill, come and take them. Provided you can even touch me." Yi Chen showed a look of extreme disgust and shouted sternly. "Seeking death, let's see who falls first," Bai Zhao snorted. "Don't be so arrogant." Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Bai Zhao's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He pondered privately. "What exactly is going on? I'm trapped by something. My power is draining away." Just then, Kang Haiping's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. "This is the consequence of being trapped by an array. It seems your training is still insufficient, disciple." Yi Chen replied irritably. "Fine, stop with the sarcastic remarks. What exactly is going on?" Kang Haiping explained. "This woman has set up more than one layer of techniques here. With your current realm, it's hard to deal with. There are two ways to break the array. One is to use the blood dragon within you to force a breakthrough, and the other is to use your life source talisman to tear it open." Yi Chen replied briefly. "Understood." He unleashed his domain. This time it was Bai Zhao's turn to panic. "How is this possible?" Yi Chen walked on the water, ripples surging beneath his feet. He gathered his power, preparing to throw a world-shaking punch. Bai Zhao's voice trembled as she shouted, "You don't come any closer." A violent impact was accompanied by a massive tremor. When Yi Chen's iron fist struck before her, Bai Zhao's heart filled with despair. The array had actually been broken through by force. Shang Chengdong was overjoyed. "He's free." Yi Chen locked his hand around Bai Zhao's throat, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Bai Zhao said with difficulty, "You can actually see through my techniques. You are definitely no ordinary martial artist. Who exactly are you?" Yi Chen replied coldly. "Who I am doesn't matter. If you don't open the Ghost Soul prison, I will make you feel endless pain." Bai Zhao asked back. "Are you so eager to get in because someone important to you is imprisoned inside? I told you the gate must be opened by me actively offering essence blood. There is no other way. If I don't cooperate, don't dream of seeing anyone." "Ha ha ha." Yi Chen asked coldly, "Are you sure?" At this moment he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. Bai Zhao was instantly heavily injured. She pleaded weakly for mercy. "Stop. My father is from Kunlun Shu. Even if you enter the Ghost Soul prison, you won't have a chance of coming out alive." Yi Chen felt a wave of speechlessness. So that was it. No wonder the Ghost Soul prison dared to threaten Shang Chengdong. They had the backing of Kunlun Shu. But so what? I once held Kunlun Shu in awe, but now I am the master of the Reincarnation Cemetery, with 100 heaven-defying powerhouses standing behind me. What did mere powerhouses from Kunlun Shu matter? Yi Chen mocked. "You've learned some superficial techniques from Kunlun Shu, and you indeed have some resistance. For anyone else, this soul-searching torture would have made them wish for death long ago. I'm surprised you still dare to talk terms, but this is the end of it. If I add a bit more force, you'll understand tonight what it means to be unable to live and unable to die." Her previous arrogance vanished, and Bai Zhao pleaded tremblingly, I'll open it, please don't torture me anymore." Looking at the disheveled Bai Zhao, who kept shouting, Stop, I'll help you," Yi Chen threatened. "Don't try any tricks. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, you know the consequences." Bai Zhao replied in terror, I understand. Just then, Shang Chengdong asked for instructions. Mr. Yi, do you need my help? Yi Chen replied coldly, you stay here, I'll handle the rest myself. This suited Shang Chengdong perfectly, and he hurriedly replied, yes thank you Mr. Yi. He thought to himself, finally my life is saved. With my level of strength, if I followed him in, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to lose. Now only 2 people remained on the shore. Bai Zhao pointed to the center of the lake and said, the prison entrance is right in the center of the lake bed. Yi Chen ordered, start, quickly. Although extremely unwilling, Bai Zhao complied. She bit her finger and activated a blood-red jade pendant. As the pendant was activated, a gate leading to the Ghost Soul prison slowly opened. Yi Chen was delighted. The entrance was indeed hidden at the bottom of the lake. As the gate gradually opened, Bai Zhao seemed to have been waiting for this chance. She thought. Now immediately after, Bai Zhao seized the moment and lunged into the gate. Yi Chen cursed in anger. Damn it, this woman's defensive awareness is stronger than I expected. She actually still has the strength to run, he shouted sternly. Don't think of escaping. Suddenly, an elderly figure blocked the gate, heavily knocking Yi Chen back. This person was precisely Elder Bai. He roared, you brat, how dare you wound my daughter? This joke has gone too far. Elder Bai's momentum was fully unleashed, he instructed. Zhao, go back to the cells to recover. Your father will take this kid's head to vent your anger. Bai Zhao replied, Father, please be extremely careful. Yi Chen was not afraid at all, and charged straight forward. Old man, you're the one who should die. With that, Yi Chen leapt up and delivered a mid-air slash. Neither side yielded, engaging in a fierce exchange of attacks. Elder Bai snorted, young brat, die. The two fell into a frenzied close-quarters brawl. Elder Bai's palm force nearly touched Yi Chen but was narrowly blocked by him. Just then the stone statues by the lake erupted with a strange light and a torrential rain suddenly began to fall. Elder Bai snorted, thinking he'd let him keep his life for now. Kid, if it weren't because the gate must be closed, I would certainly tear you into 10,000 pieces today. With that, Elder Bai flashed into the gate. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. Damn it, I didn't expect the old fellow to have reached the integration realm. He's an entire major realm above me, just that little bit off. Just then, Shang Chengdong ran over, scrambling, and asked, Mr. Yi, that was Elder Bai of the Ghost Soul prison just now, are you all right? Yi Chen replied, I'm fine, I was just careless. Shang Chengdong added, that man's strength is terrifying, incomparable to ordinary masters. He is one of the legends of the martial arts world. Escaping from his hands is no easy feat. A surge of energy erupted from Yi Chen as he roared. So what, if I miss this chance, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. If that old thief hadn't run so fast. Kill, kill, kill. Kang Haiping's calm voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Disciple, calm down. Kang Haiping explained. This Ghost Soul prison is actually a damaged ancient artifact with its own hidden world inside. This is just one of the entrances, and with your current power it's impossible to force it open. Unless, Yi Chen pressed. Unless what? Kang Haiping replied. The method to break the array is in the woods behind you. Yi Chen looked back and saw it was actually Wei Ying. He was beyond shocked. Why is she here? Kang Haiping continued, if we use that girl's essence blood as a catalyst to release the pressure of her killing blood-cold physique, combined with the blood dragon phantom within you, it might be possible to directly tear through the restriction here. Yi Chen was startled. You want me to sacrifice Wei Ying? Kang Haiping explained. It doesn't count as sacrifice. I'll give her a protective spirit talisman to ensure her safety. The decision is yours. Yi Chen replied. I understand. He walked toward Wei Ying. Seeing this, Wei Ying was terrified and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I promise I won't say a word about what I just saw. Yi Chen looked helpless. What are you talking about? Wei Ying, I need your help. It's hard to explain everything you just saw in a short time. With that, Yi Chen directly picked Wei Ying up and took to the air. Anyway, come with me for now. Wei Ying looked bewildered. What are you doing by now? Yi Chen had sped away with her. Wei Ying asked softly, Mr. Yi, what are you going to do? Yi Chen replied, I need a favor. Wei Ying thought to herself, heavens, is this the power of a martial artist, to be able to jump so far in an instant? This is too exciting. Yi Chen said seriously, Wei Ying, I need to borrow your blood to open a gate now, and I must take off your necklace. You might feel very uncomfortable during the process, but I promise I will never let you fall into any danger, Wei Ying replied firmly. Yi Chen, although I still don't quite understand what you mean, you saved both my life and my mother's life. As long as I can help you, I'm willing to pay any price. Yi Chen took the essence blood Wei Ying offered and said gratefully, Thank you. To the side, Shang Chengdong muttered in confusion, why is it snowing? In an instant, a chill enveloped Wei Ying, and her entire body seemed as if it were about to be frozen. A surge of extreme cold energy erupted from within her. Shang Chengdong cried out, This is bad, what is this girl's background? If I stay near her any longer I'll surely be frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Chen endured the cold, thinking privately, Is this the killing blood-cold physique? It's too terrifying. If not for the blood dragon protecting me, even I probably couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, Wei Ying seemed to be nearing her limit as well. Yi Chen thought anxiously. This is bad. Wei Ying's body is about to reach its limit. Master, you must act now. Seeing the situation, Kang Haiping immediately stepped forward to provide aid, manifesting a spirit talisman to seal Wei Ying's state. Yi Chen asked, Master, you're revealing yourself just like that? Kang Haiping replied, Do not worry. With my methods, if I do not wish to be seen, they would not discover me even if I stood right before their eyes. Only you can sense my presence. Disciple, next, have her force out a drop of essence blood for your blood dragon to consume. Then you can break open the entrance to the Ghost Soul prison. Yi Chen stepped forward and softly called Wei Ying's name, but the scene that followed made him begin to question everything he knew. Wei Ying actually launched an attack against him unconsciously. Fortunately, Yi Chen dodged just in time. Yi Chen marveled inwardly. So strong that strike possessed at least the strength of the integration realm. Immediately after, Wei Ying regained consciousness and said, I'm sorry, Yi Chen, I didn't mean to. There are some powers I simply cannot control. Yi Chen quickly explained, telling her to sense the essence blood within her body based on her current state and use her power to force out a single drop. Wei Ying responded, All right. She then exerted every ounce of her strength before finally forcing out a drop of essence blood. With that, the blood dragon's power was activated. It soared into the sky, merging with the night. Shang Chengdong could hardly believe his eyes. Heavens, I never expected to witness such an anomaly in my lifetime. Mr. Yi, what kind of existence are you? Suddenly, Kang Haiping shouted a stern command, Freeze, and a massive Dharma seal appeared, causing all things to instantly solidify. A golden orb of light manifested within the seal, and Kang Haiping continued, This is merely the entrance. Yi Chen's gaze locked onto the stone carving. That was precisely where the gate was about to open. Kang Haiping said, Disciple, I have used spirit talismans to seal the commotion here and have made the entrance visible. Go ahead and do what you must. Yi Chen let out a thunderous roar. Break for me. The blood dragon resolutely slammed into the prison gate, nearly scaring the soul out of Shang Chengdong. My God, what kind of terrifying power is this? It has completely redefined my understanding of ancient warriors. No, wait, how could an ancient warrior possibly achieve such a feat? Mr. Yi is clearly a cultivator. Meanwhile, Bai Jiao and Elder Bai had already returned inside the gate. Bai Jiao asked anxiously, Father, how is your hand? When did that kid manage to wound you? Elder Bai recalled with fury. That brat naturally couldn't harm me. It was that sword. Every time my attack was blocked and touched that blade, my power would be absorbed by several degrees. I was truly too careless. Just then, someone called out to Elder Bai, followed by the appearance of several pairs of feet. Those people hurried over, appearing to be the Bai family's guard unit. The leader of the Ghost Soul prison's 5 great elders stepped forward and asked, What has happened, Elder Bai? Bai Jiao chimed in first. Someone is trying to force their way into the Ghost Soul prison. That person is far from simple. My father was wounded by him, 2 others added. To actually be able to wound Elder Bai, in all of Huasha there are few who can harm us. The leader's expression turned grim. Regardless, that person has become a threat to us. How many people came in total? Bai Jiao replied. Only one person, a man who looks to be only about 20 years old. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? The leader and the various elders were shocked beyond measure. What? There is actually such a powerhouse in Huasha. Elder Bai, you were truly beaten into this state by a mere greenhorn? Elder Bai coughed a few times and said, That kid must have used some secret technique. I underestimated the enemy. Do not worry. The prison gate is now closed and he will never have another chance to step foot here again. Elder Bai thought to himself, if only this girl could talk a bit less. Being wounded like this by a kid, I've lost all face. Suddenly, the gate of the Ghost Soul prison began to vibrate violently. The sound of impact grew louder and louder, turning everyone's faces pale with fear. The leader shouted, This is bad. A massive force is trying to force its way through. The leader shouted, Fall back. But Elder Bai said, Wait a moment. Elder Bai knew in his heart that since both he and his daughter were currently injured, they couldn't escape at all. Following a massive explosion, Bai Jiao and Elder Bai were indeed sent flying a great distance. The various elders were thrown into a panic. Damn it, we forgot they were injured. Elder Bai shouted urgently. Bai Jiao, how are you? Bai Jiao, what is happening? The entrance has actually collapsed, the leader frantically ordered. What exactly is going on? Could there be a problem with the arrays inside the prison? Though the entrance had been reduced to ruins, a surge of power was still about to be released from behind the gate. The leader muttered to himself, What is this? Another one? He shouted a warning. Elder Bai, be careful. The other elders also rushed forward, cursing that someone was actually forcing the gate open as they prepared to protect the great array. The leader's internal monologue, Spiritual energy is currently scarce in Huasha. How could there be such a master? He has no reason to do this. Could it be the same kid who wounded Elder Bai? But didn't Elder Bai say the kid was injured? Subsequently, the leader shouted, "Elder Bai, come help quickly or disaster will strike." Elder Bai replied, "Understood." The 5 elders combined their strength and roared, "Form the array." The Bai family guard engaged in a brutal and tragic struggle against Yi Chen's blood dragon. The scene shifted to the interior of a cell. Yi Tianzheng spoke up. "Perong, why do you look so restless?" Zhang Perong replied. "Could it be fear from the vibrations just now? I expect the earthquake in Beijing had some impact on our side." Zhang Perong said sadly, "I'm not worried about that. It's just that for some reason, I suddenly have a strong feeling. It's as if our Chenner is right outside, and this earthquake feels like him knocking on the door. I can even sense his pain and madness in my mind. A mother's heart is connected to her son. This feeling is growing stronger and stronger. Do you think he's really trying to come in?" Yi Tianzheng said, "While it's unlikely, if it's true, that would be wonderful. At least it means our son is still alive." Elsewhere, Yi Chen was still frantically attacking the gate, never stopping for a moment. Yi Chen summoned the blood dragon and ordered, "Break for me." With successive strikes, the gate gradually became covered in cracks. Yi Chen laughed wildly. "It's working at this rate. The entrance will be shattered before the blood dragon's power is exhausted." A voice came from inside the gate. "Brat, I don't care who you are. If you don't stop now, the ghost soul prison will ensure your soul is utterly destroyed." Yi Chen retorted fearlessly. "The greater the threat, the more it shows you are afraid." "Fine, then I'll exert even more effort." The blood dragon became increasingly massive and domineering. Kang Haiping observed from the side, marveling privately, "The commotion is even greater than I imagined. To prevent this remnant soul from being consumed too quickly, I didn't use much power, only released a little. It shouldn't cause major issues." This vibration had already alarmed the entire capital. People were whispering in discussion. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" News reports stated. A magnitude 5 to 6 earthquake occurred in parts of our city, with the epicenter located at Beijing Normal University. "Citizens, please do not panic." At this time, the tournament host announced the end of the match. "Congratulations to Zhang Jianfeng on his successful challenge. As of today, he is ranked 9th on the grandmaster list." The surroundings were filled with words of praise. "Ha ha ha, congratulations. The Zhang family is truly blessed." Zhang Jianfeng offered his thanks repeatedly. Just then, a man with a buzz cut ran over to report, "Mr. Zhang, a sudden earthquake has erupted over at Beijing Normal University." Zhang Jianfeng asked suspiciously, "An earthquake? Given Beijing's geological conditions, there hasn't been an earthquake for centuries. It's impossible. I suspect it's related to that kid. The people I sent to the university before couldn't find him." The buzz-cut man asked in confusion. Zhang Jianfeng said, "Take me there immediately. If I'm not mistaken, a powerhouse is concealing something. That kid might be in danger." Simultaneously, Lin Julong was in deep meditation. Lin Julong muttered to himself, "Such domineering power. To think it could reach my side. A decisive battle must have broken out somewhere. Interesting, truly interesting. No, wait. A spell shield can be felt over by the university. This power is just the leaking aftermath. You've got to be kidding me." As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Lin Julong said, "There is actually a powerhouse in Huasha that even I don't know about. Or perhaps it's someone from Kunlun Shu. No, I must investigate this thoroughly." With that, Lin Julong vanished instantly. At the same time at Yunhe Lake, Yi Chen was still commanding the power of the blood dragon. Looking at the shattered gate, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "It's finally broken. This opening is enough to get through." But just then, the power was actually sucked back by the gate. Yi Chen was sent flying a great distance, and a golden orb appeared before his eyes. The entrance to the ghost soul prison was self-repairing. Kang Haiping warned, "Someone is using essence blood techniques to repair the entrance, and there are several killing intents hidden inside. Now that you are exhausted, it will be very difficult to break through their obstruction." Yi Chen's gaze became increasingly resolute. Yi Chen said, "I must get in. Master, please help me." Since Yi Chen said so, Kang Haiping replied, "I originally wanted to stay for a few days to teach you the path of spirit talismans. Seeing the situation now, I'm afraid it will be hard to survive today. Disciple, I shall grant you a trace of my power. Though it can only be maintained for a moment, whether you can break through depends on you." Subsequently, Kang Haiping performed a secret technique, and Yi Chen felt his entire body brimming with vitality. "Thank you, Master." Yi Chen mused that this power was too strong. His realm was soaring rapidly. He said, "I'd like to see who dares to stop me today." Yi Chen then launched an all-out attack. Inside the gate, the 5 elders were also nearing their limit. One elder said, "Even if we use our full strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the next wave of attacks. Damn it, that kid is a complete lunatic. We must ask that adult to take action. Otherwise, the ghost soul prison is truly finished," another elder said. "I have already used a technique to contact that adult. He should be on his way. Even if we must use secret techniques, we must stabilize against the next wave of offensive at all costs." At least until that adult arrives. Everyone shouted their agreement. One elder made his decision. This old man will also risk everything. Outside the gate, Yi Chen swung his sword alone, striking fear into ghosts and gods alike. The first strike of the heaven-shattering sword-intent dragon roar of the 9 heavens. The impact was so powerful that the gate began to shake violently. The elders were terrified. This is bad, we can't stop him. The gate of the ghost soul prison was completely shattered, reduced to scattered debris. The smoke gradually cleared, and by this time Yi Chen was also severely injured. The backlash from this power was simply too severe. Seeing this, Kang Haiping sighed. Fine. With a casual wave he helped Yi Chen recover to his original state. Yi Chen said joyfully, "Thank you, master, for the healing." Kang Haiping said, "There is not much time left for your master, at most I can only act twice more." Yi Chen replied, "I understand." Just then, Yi Chen turned to look aside. Wei Ying was nearly frozen solid. Yi Chen walked over and said, "Wei Ying, it's already finished." The spiritual aura around Wei Ying subsequently vanished. Wei Ying asked tremblingly, Can I still help with anything?" Yi Chen replied, "Thank you for your help." He instructed Shang Chengdong to take Wei Ying back to the faculty apartments and ensured she was protected at all costs. Shang Chengdong took the command. "Yes." At this point Wei Ying asked, "Are you going in?" As he walked, Yi Chen said, "Yes, everything should come to a conclusion now." Inside the ghost soul prison, chaos had broken out. People were shouting in alarm. "Something has happened. Someone has broken in, quick." All elders and disciples set out immediately and ensure the enemy is annihilated. Activate all defensive arrays at once. Prepare medicinal pills and weapons. Yi Tianzheng and Zhang Peirong witnessed all of this. What followed would surely be a bloody battle. Zhang Peirong suddenly became excited. "Tianzheng, it must be Chenner. I can feel Chenner getting closer and closer to us." Yi Tianzheng replied, "Is that really possible?" Scattered longswords lay everywhere, and everyone was resisting with their lives, but Yi Chen had already slaughtered his way in, roaring, "Who else? Anyone who dares to block the path will find only death." Yi Chen spun around abruptly, hearing a voice shout a reprimand. "Arrogant!" The newcomer was none other than the warden. Zhao Yunxing said, "Where did this brat come from to dare run wild in my ghost soul prison?" Yi Chen asked, "Who are you?" Elder Bai spoke up from the side. "This is the warden of the ghost soul prison." Zhao Yunxing. "Brat, I spared your life last time. Since you dare to break into the ghost soul prison this time, you are destined never to return." Yi Chen subsequently mocked. "A stray dog, that's what you are, you bald donkey." Elder Bai roared in fury. "What did you say, warden? This kid wounded my daughter and humiliated me. Please let me deal with him personally." Zhao Yunxing replied, "Very well, let me see just how much skill this brat has." Staring at this warden with a highly recognizable chin, Yi Chen thought to himself, soon. Elder Bai delivered a kick toward Yi Chen, then unleashed a technique. "Let's see how long you can hide." Blood Soul Seal. With that, Elder Bai released startling power with a wave of his hand. Yi Chen swung his sword to block, cursing under his breath. "Damn it," Elder Bai mocked. "As long as that sword of yours is guarded against, you are nothing but trash." Yi Chen's expression was grim. "You're seeking death." Subsequently, Yi Chen charged toward Elder Bai, his body wreathed in flames. This punch forced Elder Bai to feel a surge of wariness. Zhao Yunxing was secretly shocked. When did such a young powerhouse appear in Huasha? Zhao Yunxing asked, "Does anyone recognize this kid? What is his background? Why has he come here?" The head elder replied, "Reporting to the warden, this person is likely Zhang Peirong's son. According to records, he should be dead. I don't know why he suddenly appeared recently, creating enemies and slaughtering everywhere." Zhao Yunxing pondered. "Zhang Peirong's son. I heard he was just a lowlife without a shred of martial talent. Zhang Peirong has been severed from him for many years. How could such a piece of trash possess this level of strength? Could those missing 5 years have been spent in Kunlun Shu?" Elder Bai stepped forward and shouted, "I have taken a supreme master from Kunlun Shu as my teacher and have stepped onto the path of spirit talismans. Today I shall manifest my life source spirit talisman." Yi Chen scoffed. "Using a spirit talisman against me?" Following a massive explosion, everything around them burst apart. The head elder laughed. "Elder Bai actually used such an ultimate move. It seems the opponent is at a dead end, right?" Zhao Yunxing replied, "No, Elder Bai didn't win. Yi Chen did." Elder Bai collapsed completely to the ground. How is it possible? That was Yi Chen's spirit talisman. Could it be that his power didn't come from that sword but from spirit talismans? Elder Bai fell into despair. A life source spirit talisman is connected to one's life, and now that it was destroyed, his life was nearing its end. Yi Chen said contemptuously, "Self-destructed, compared to my life source spirit talisman, yours is simply garbage. I consumed a lot of power just now. I'll just use you, old man, to replenish it." The remaining 3 elders rushed forward, attempting a sneak attack. "Brat, don't be too arrogant." The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled slightly. His stamina had just recovered. "Take this." With that, Yi Chen raised his hand and unleashed the heaven-burning palm, the single strike sending the 3 elders flying. Zhao Yunsheng was terrified, marveling privately. A single move turned 3 elders into charred remains. Damn it, this martial technique is likely a top-tier one even in Kunlun Shu. The entire Ghost Soul prison was littered with corpses. Zhao Yunsheng asked himself tremblingly, is he really Zhang Pirong's son? Wasn't it rumored that he was a talentless mediocrity? Could the Zhang family have been training him in secret, and only recently let him out? No, then why would the Zhang family still keep his parents imprisoned in the Ghost Soul prison? It makes no sense at all. Yi Chen tossed 2 dragon pearls into his mouth. Yi Chen ordered, where are Zhang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng? Zhao Yunsheng thought to himself, forget it. No matter who he is, since he dares to run wild on my turf, no one can stop me. Zhao Yunsheng said, though I don't know what other tricks you have, I advise you to stop immediately. Otherwise, when that adult arrives, you will find no place to be buried. Yi Chen's face darkened. Master, lend me some of that power again, Kang Haiping replied. Though that power is strong, the side effects are immense. Your physical condition is already dire. If you continue to overtax yourself, you won't be able to hold on. Yi Chen, however, spoke indifferently. I have no choice. Seeing Yi Chen talking to himself, Zhao Yunsheng frowned and barked. Kid, what are you muttering over there? Although he saw Yi Chen was at his limit, he feared the boy might have another trump card, so he ordered the chief elder, you go install him immediately. The chief replied hurriedly, yes, I obey the warden's command. Zhao Yunsheng then added with sinister malice, you hold him here first. I'm going to bring his parents out. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant then. I'm leaving this to you. Don't kill him before I return. I want to make him taste absolute despair. The chief elder's heart pounded with apprehension. Me, fight Yi Chen, is this really going to work? At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on him with icy intensity, and the surrounding stone walls began to crumble. Despite his fear, the chief maintained a front, shouting, then let me, the head of the 5 great elders, witness your skills, brat. That previous fierce battle had indeed cost a massive amount of energy. Even to the naked eye, Yi Chen appeared somewhat exhausted, clearly unable to unleash killing moves in succession. The chief advised, I suggest you surrender quietly. Right then, Yi Chen coldly spat out 2 words, restore. The chief elder was instantly dumbfounded. Ha! Immediately after, Yi Chen roared with murderous intent. Die? The chief asked himself in terror. How is this possible? Why hasn't his power weakened at all? He's even stronger than before. Wait, am I really going to charge in and seek death? Damn it, I am the chief elder of the Ghost Soul prison. Can I really let myself be scared witless by a mere junior? The chief's mind raced, and as he watched the overwhelmingly powerful Yi Chen, he suddenly performed an action that left everyone wide-eyed. Yi Chen froze for a moment, thinking the man was about to fight to the death, but he was actually begging for mercy. The chief elder fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, Mr. Yi, please spare my life. Your parents are just ahead and the warden has already headed there. Please go quickly. Kang Haiping's voice rang out triumphantly in his sea of consciousness. That warden has already gone some distance, but at your current speed you can still catch up. Don't waste your strength on this small fry. Yi Chen replied, understood. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunsheng was marching hurriedly, shouting, where is everyone? Where did they all go? Several soldiers hurried out to Bo. Warden, we're stationed here. Most of the men have been deployed outside. Zhao Yunsheng barked sternly. Everyone remaining, stay sharp. If you see a strange face barge in, kill them on sight. The group answered in unison. Zhao Yunsheng's heart was in turmoil, wondering why he felt so flustered. Was it because that kid might be from Kunlun Shu? No, he told himself he was just being cautious, definitely not afraid of some greenhorn. Zhao Yunsheng pushed open a cell door and shouted, Yi Tianzheng Zhang Peirong, get out here right now. Look at the good work your little animal of a son has done. Yi Tianzheng stepped forward to question him. Warden, what is the meaning of this? Without a word of explanation, Zhao Yunsheng grabbed Zhang Peirong's wrist with a hideous grin. Do you have any idea what your son has been doing out there? Zhang Peirong was startled. Could it be her son? Seeing this, Yi Tianzheng warned, Zhao Yunsheng, what kind of man bullies a woman? If you have a grievance, take it out on me. Struck in a sore spot, Zhao Yunsheng flew into a rage. Take it out on you? You think you aren't going to die? With that, he delivered a heavy kick. Yi Tianzheng let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Zhao Yunsheng said through gritted teeth, that precious son of yours has torn down the very gates of the Ghost Soul prison. He has killed countless disciples and elders. Today neither of you is getting away, Zhang Peirong asked urgently. Are you saying my son Yi Chen is here? Zhao Yunsheng let out a cold laugh. HMPH, that's right. Seeing you like this, I suppose you're happy to know your son is still alive, but let me tell you, a great figure is about to arrive at the Ghost Soul prison. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he can never be a match for that adult. Today, all 3 of you are going to die here. Zhao Yunsheng laughed manically. Thinking that as long as he had a hostage it would be enough to blackmail Yi Chen, he turned his cold gaze toward Yi Tianzheng. The Zhang bloodline still has some use, so let's kill this man first. Just as he was about to strike, Yi Chen barged in with a thunderous roar. Who gave you the gall to touch my parents? Zhao Yunsheng was shocked. Yi Chen, how did he get here so fast? Yi Chen didn't hesitate for a second, instantly launching a fierce attack. He charged straight at Zhao Yunsheng, roaring, "Go to hell!" Two powerful surges of energy collided violently, erupting in a massive shockwave that heralded the start of a fight to the death. After taking this hit from Yi Chen, Zhao Yunsheng was sent flying backward. When the dust settled, he was slumped on the ground, unable to move, feeling as if every bone in his body were shattered. Though Yi Chen remained standing, he looked extremely wretched. He could feel the power of the spirit talisman dissipating, and his body trembled with excruciating pain. A mouthful of blood welled up in his throat, but Yi Chen forced himself to swallow it back down. He didn't want his parents to see him injured, lest they suffer from pain and self-reproach. A trembling call came from the distance. "Chenner, is it really you?" Yi Chen turned to look at his parents, meeting Zhang Pirong's tear-filled gaze and Yi Tianzheng's look of joyful surprise. This was the moment he had waited so long for. Seeing his parents safe and sound, the weight on Yi Chen's heart finally lifted. He glanced coldly at Zhao Yunsheng lying on the ground and said, "Stay here and wait for death. I'll settle the score with you in a moment, for the evils you have done. Dying 100 times would not be enough to quench my fury." With that, Yi Chen turned into a blur, rushing toward his parents at top speed. Meanwhile, the two elders were also running toward Yi Chen with overflowing joy. A family reunion. This was a scene they hadn't dared to hope for even in their dreams. Coming before his parents, Yi Chen fell to his knees, sobbing, "Your unfilial son is late. I have let my father and mother suffer." The air seemed to freeze as the three pairs of eyes met. That bond of blood and love was beyond the measure of words. Afterward, his parents hurried forward to help Yi Chen up, scolding him with heartache. "Silly child, get up quickly. Why are you kneeling? As long as we can see you again, no amount of suffering matters." At this moment, Yi Chen could no longer hold back the tears streaming down his face. He wept aloud like the child he was 5 years ago. He was no longer the Yi Chen who was decisive in killing and had survived through blood and wind. Before his parents, he was simply a child who had found his way home. "Dad, Mom, I finally found you. All the pain and hardship I endured in Kunlun Shu these past 5 years was for this moment. As long as I can see you, it was all worth it." Yi Tianzheng was the first to regain his composure, reminding them that they weren't out of danger yet and had to leave immediately. This was no place for a reunion. Yi Chen wiped away his tears and stated firmly that he would lead them away safely. With that, he took out a life-saving spirit talisman gifted by his master and handed it to his father. Yi Chen handed the talisman to his father, who had no cultivation, and instructed that if they encountered danger, they only needed to activate it with a drop of blood to block a powerful blow or even heavily wound a formidable enemy. Yi Tianzheng took the talisman, appearing somewhat lost. Zhang Pirong laughed at his side. "Your dad doesn't understand these things, I'd better keep it." With that, she took the talisman. Just as the three were preparing to evacuate, a violent tremor struck, making the entire prison shake as if it were about to collapse. Yi Tianzheng asked in terror what was happening, thinking it was an earthquake. Yi Chen's expression grew grave. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching. He immediately made a hand seal, raising a defensive barrier around the three of them. Yi Chen's expression became increasingly grim as that aura grew stronger. Had he not raised the barrier in time, his parents might have been killed by the sheer pressure. Kang Haiping's silhouette appeared beside Yi Chen, warning with a solemn look, "Disciple, the newcomer is extremely dangerous. He is by no means a powerhouse of the secular martial world. With your current strength, it will be hard to win in a direct confrontation." Meanwhile, Zhao Yunsheng burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, I told you, all three of you are going to die today. Yi Chen, did you think breaking into the Ghost Soul prison was that simple? You have no idea whose interests you've touched. Do you really think only ordinary prisoners are held here? This place holds countless powerhouses with backgrounds that touch the heavens, yet for all these years, no one has dared to force their way in. Do you know why? Because behind us stands an incredibly terrifying force. To tell you the truth, that adult is enough to make the entire Wuxia martial world tremble. Forcing your way here is the biggest mistake you've ever made." Hearing this grating noise, Yi Chen felt nothing but utter disgust. Too much talk. "I'm sending you on your way." With that, Yi Chen swung the dragon-slaying sword, sending a chilling blade straight toward Zhao Yunsheng. But just as the edge was about to touch him, an invisible barrier blocked it, and an enraged voice rang out. "A mere ant dares to touch my Qin Tianshang's man." The dragon-slaying sword was blasted away by a massive force, embedding itself deeply into a nearby wall. Seeing this, Zhao Yunsheng felt he had escaped death and shouted in joy, "My lord, you finally arrived. It's this kid. He forced his way into the prison, destroyed our hard work, and killed countless disciples and elders. Please, lord, you must kill him to avenge them." Qin Tianshang glanced coldly at Yi Chen, his gaze filled with nothing but contempt. I didn't expect that in this land of Huasha there would actually be someone with this kind of ability, truly daring and reckless." As soon as he spoke, a massive pressure like a mountain bore down on Yi Chen. Unable to dodge, he was blasted back, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Yi Tianzheng hurried forward to help his son. Yi Chen spat blood from the corner of his mouth but insisted he was fine. He was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected the opponent to be able to blast him back with nothing more than waves of energy and sound. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Perong and whispered his instructions. "Mom, I'll stay and stall him. The exit is open. Take Dad and go first. If you hit danger, use that spirit talisman immediately." Zhang Perong looked at her son with worry, asking, "Chenner, what do you plan to do?" Yi Chen told his mother to rest assured. He still had trump cards to play, and it wouldn't be easy for the opponent to kill him. Yi Tianzheng was about to speak, but Zhang Perong pulled him away. "Tianzheng, since Chenner could fight his way in to save us, he must have a plan. Staying here will only distract him. Trust our son." Only then did Yi Tianzheng nod through gritted teeth. Zhang Perong's eyes were full of concern as she told Yi Chen to be careful. Seeing this, Qin Tianshang sneered, "It only takes a second to kill you. Neither of those two is getting away." Yi Chen, however, broke into a cold smile. "What are you saying? I didn't quite hear you. I was just busy creating an opening for my parents to escape." Yi Chen resolutely decided to stay and face Qin Tianshang. Zhao Yunsheng, lying on the ground, didn't forget to warn Qin Tianshang to be careful, saying Yi Chen's methods were extremely bizarre. But Qin Tianshang scoffed at this, arrogantly believing Yi Chen couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Hearing this, a playful smirk appeared on Yi Chen's face. "Oh, is that so? Where do you get the confidence to think I can't touch you?" Qin Tianshang's gaze was cold, as if looking at a corpse. He loftily declared that not only could Yi Chen not touch him, but even the King of Hell couldn't take the man he intended to protect. Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. "Then today I'll take his dog life right in front of you. Let's see how you stop me." Before the words had even faded, Yi Chen had already accelerated to his limit, his form turning into a series of afterimages in the air as he charged toward Qin Tianshang. Qin Tianshang remained dismissive, mocking that such movement techniques were nothing but trash in his eyes. He could instantly see through the reality and distinguish the true body from the phantoms. Qin Tianshang was certain that Yi Chen's attack on him was a feint, and that he actually intended to launch a sneak attack on Zhao Yunsheng. When the afterimages struck at Qin Tianshang, the real Yi Chen had already used the momentum to rush toward Zhao Yunsheng. Qin Tianshang gave a confident smile. "The killing intent on you has already betrayed your position." Qin Tianshang's figure flashed, instantly blocking the path between Yi Chen and Zhao Yunsheng, effortlessly neutralizing Yi Chen's offensive. Yi Chen used the momentum to leap back and create distance. Qin Tianshang laughed manically in triumph. "I told you, even the King of Hell can't take the man I want to protect." With that, he switched from defense to offense and charged at Yi Chen, unaware that everything was within Yi Chen's calculations. All the feints were merely to distract his attention. Just as Qin Tianshang launched a full-strength attack at Yi Chen's main body, Yi Chen pointed his fingers like a sword, remotely controlling the dragon-slaying sword previously stuck in the wall. The sword instantly flew from its place, striking with a freezing cold light at the defenseless Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng lost his life in an instant. After succeeding, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. "How about that? Though I am not the King of Hell, if I say he dies, he absolutely won't live past today." Qin Tianshang's eyes went wide, feeling as if he had been slapped hard in public. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Chen to be holding a spiritual sword. Yi Chen controlled the dragon-slaying sword to circle around him, mocking, "It seems you actually recognize this item. What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Qin Tianshang's rage immediately turned to greed. He announced that if Yi Chen were willing to offer up the spiritual sword, he could act as if nothing had happened and spare Yi Chen's life. Yi Chen laughed aloud upon hearing this, stating plainly that such talk was ridiculous. He told Qin Tianshang clearly that what happened here today would never be leaked, because he would make everyone, including Qin Tianshang, disappear. Yi Chen's aura exploded as he struck first. Qin Tianshang's gaze became cold and greedy. "In that case, I'll just have to kill you and take the treasure." The two were instantly locked in fierce combat, energy surging as fists and feet met, the ground shattering and surrounding structures being destroyed one after another. Although Yi Chen could barely keep up in terms of speed, the gap in raw strength caused him to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Yi Chen had to admit that with his current strength it was indeed difficult to defeat the man. Just as he was heavily knocked to the ground by Qin Tianshang, the latter looked at the wretched Yi Chen and sneered, "To have such achievements at such a young age, you must have studied under some great master. I must say your master taught you well, but there is always a higher heaven. Today you shall fall here. Go to hell, ha 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 ha." With that, Qin Tianshang swung his heavy staff down violently at Yi Chen, but the strike was blocked firmly by a layer of eerie red light. Immediately after, that power erupted, actually forcing Qin Tianxiang back several steps. Qin Tianxiang discovered in horror that his body was locked by a mysterious force, unable to move. At this moment, Kang Haiping had taken over Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen could feel his master's fury, for his master had originally intended to use this final remnant of strength to teach him spirit talisman techniques, only to be interrupted by this ant. Looking at the approaching Yi Chen, Qin Tianxiang sensed the aura had completely changed and screamed in terror, "No, you aren't that kid. Who exactly are you? Could it be you are also from Kunlun Shu?" Kang Haiping let out a cold snort. "What does Kunlun Shu count for? When I stood atop the world looking down at all living things, it was but a drop in the ocean. Even an existence as strong as Kunlun Shu is but a speck of dust I could extinguish with a flick of my finger." Qin Tianxiang wailed in despair, "You can't kill me. My brother is on his way. You..." His voice cut off abruptly, replaced by a piteous scream as he was completely consumed by the spirit talisman Yi Chen unleashed. Kang Haiping subsequently left Yi Chen's body. He had exhausted his vitality, and had to return to the Reincarnation Cemetery to recover lest he dissipate entirely. But for Yi Chen things were far from over. From what Qin Tianxiang had just said, a stronger enemy was approaching and his parents were still in danger. Meanwhile in the distance, Yi Tianzheng and Zhang Perong had also witnessed the massive explosion. The two were frantic with worry. Zhang Perong felt the bloodline within her body throb violently, a powerful premonition that something ominous was about to happen. Yi Tianzheng fell into deep thought. He knew Zhang Perong's intuition had always been extremely accurate, stemming from the powerful gifted bloodline of the Zhang family. Had she not lacked interest in the martial path back then, she would likely be a peerless powerhouse today. Back then, when the Zhang patriarch learned Yi Chen had only an ordinary root, he severed ties with them in a fit of rage, all to maintain the family's bloodline superiority. After all, an extraordinary bloodline was the foundation of a family's enduring prosperity. It was said her brother had been taken as a closed-door disciple by a great master of Kunlun Shu, precisely because of his remarkable talent and pure bloodline. It was precisely because of this that the Zhang family was able to establish themselves and become one of the top families in Beijing. Just then a voice drifted from the distance. "Hey you two, why are you here? Where did the prison guards go?" Along with the words, a man appeared. He was Qin Tianqi, Qin Tianxiang's older brother from Kunlun Shu. The two were known together as the Qin Gate Peerless Pair. He anxiously asked if they had seen Qin Tianxiang, for ever since he stepped onto this ground he could no longer sense his brother's aura. He was certain his brother must have met with disaster. Seeing no answer, Qin Tianqi grew nearly frantic with worry, his heart filling with fear as he became convinced his brother had been murdered by the intruder. "Damn it, he must have been harmed by that little beast. Since you aren't disciples of the Ghost Soul Prison, you must be that kid's accomplices." Filled with rage, Qin Tianqi intended to kill the two to avenge his brother. Sensing danger, Zhang Perong immediately shielded Yi Tianzheng. In a flash she bit her finger to force out a drop of essence blood, merging it into the life-saving spirit talisman Yi Chen had given them. A brilliant light flashed, followed by a small-scale explosion and pervasive white smoke. After the smoke cleared, a massive white wolf stood tall. Without waiting for Zhang Perong's command, the white wolf roared and charged forward, meeting Qin Tianqi's attack head-on with its own power. This took Qin Tianqi quite by surprise, and even more shocking was that this single strike failed to make the white wolf dissipate instantly. Zhang Perong didn't wait to see the outcome. She grabbed Yi Tianzheng and turned to run. Yi Tianzheng looked back worriedly, asking if that spirit talisman could deal with the man. Without looking back, Zhang Perong replied that she didn't know if it would work, but at the very least it could buy them some time. However, in the next second a cold voice rang out ahead. "Buy some time? Don't underestimate me too much." Qin Tianqi's silhouette already blocked their path. He sneered triumphantly. "Two ants think they can escape before me?" Just as he was about to deal a killing blow, a voice interrupted him. "Elder Qin, please stay your hand." As the voice fell, a man appeared. A trace of wariness flickered in Qin Tianqi's eyes. He hadn't even noticed the man's approach, which showed his strength was far from ordinary. The newcomer was Lin Julong. He stated that he needed to keep these two alive because they held secrets that interested him. Zhang Perong and Yi Tianzheng's eyes widened, their hearts filling with endless terror and indignation. Lin Julong was the very root of all their family's suffering. Scenes from the Yunyu villa back then seemed to flash before their eyes once more. Qin Tianqi scrutinized the newcomer. "I've never seen you before, why should I listen to you?" Lin Julong immediately pulled back his collar, revealing a tattoo that appeared extremely eerie to others. But in Qin Tianqi's eyes it was a familiar mark, proving they belonged to the same organization. Qin Tianqi let out a long sigh and agreed to his request. Having received the nod, Lin Julong waved his hand, striking a surge of energy toward Zhang Peirong and her husband. Amidst a roar, the two were blasted back. Zhang Peirong could barely support herself, while the cultivation-less Yi Tianzheng fainted instantly. Lin Julong grabbed Yi Tianzheng, unable to hide his internal wild joy. Back at Yunyu Villa, he had thought Yi Tianzheng was dead and had felt a deep sense of regret. Now, seeing him still among the living, Lin Julong saw this as a massive opportunity. After capturing Yi Tianzheng, Lin Julong glanced sideways at Qin Tianqi. "I have no need for this woman. Do with her as you wish." The injured Zhang Peirong struggled to speak. "Lin Julong, if you dare harm my husband, Chenner and I will surely ensure you have no place to be buried." She also threatened that she would seek the Zhang family's intervention and have her brother in Kunlun Shu assist. Faced with Zhang Peirong's threats, Lin Julong was completely unmoved. "Zhang Peirong, those words are worthless to me. Don't forget you've been exiled by the Zhang family. They will never help you again. Even if the Zhang family acts, my Lin family fears them not. If the Zhang family truly cared for you, why did they stand by when things went wrong at Yunyu Villa? As for your brother in Kunlun Shu, don't forget I also come from Kunlun Shu. Your words are simply laughable." With that, Lin Julong departed with Yi Tianzheng. At this, Qin Tianqi wasted no time in mocking her. "You can't even save yourself. What right do you have to care about another's life or death? I'm sending you to the underworld now to wait for that waste, and then I'll send your son down to join you." As he spoke, he swung his sword at Zhang Peirong. Yet just as the blade was about to touch her, it came to a dead stop. With a crisp sound of impact, Yi Chen appeared, roaring with fury. "Beast, I'm sending you to hell right now to see Qin Tianshang." Seeing the attack blocked, Qin Tianqi felt a violent tremor. When the opponent admitted to killing Qin Tianshang, Qin Tianqi was filled with terror. A bone-chilling killing intent instantly enveloped his body, and he retreated in fear. Knowing their strengths were similar, he realized he was no match for Yi Chen. With this thought, he intended to retreat and find another chance for revenge. Just as he was about to flee, how could Yi Chen let him go so easily? Yi Chen brandished the dragon-slaying sword, exerting his remaining strength to condense one final killing move. Furthermore, Yi Chen merged a drop of essence blood with his life source talisman, causing his spiritual energy to explode instantly. To Yi Chen, anyone who threatened his family had to die immediately. The sword intent transformed into a blood dragon phantom, roaring as it charged at Qin Tianqi. With no way to retreat, Qin Tianqi roared in rage. "Little beast, don't be too arrogant." He channeled all his power into a golden shield, attempting to block Yi Chen's attack. However, under the impact, cracks immediately appeared on the shield's surface, and it then collapsed entirely. This was followed by a terrifying explosion. As the dust cleared, Qin Tianqi lay paralyzed on the ground, muttering incessantly, damn it, I can't die here." Subsequently, his body completely shattered under that terrifying force, his form and spirit annihilated. Just then, Yi Chen spit out a large mouthful of blood from the energy backlash, his body swaying as he nearly fell. Zhang Peirong hurried forward. Yi Chen weakly comforted his mother, telling her not to worry. Looking around and seeing no sign of his father, Yi Chen anxiously asked what had happened. Zhang Peirong's heart was filled with grief, yet she suppressed her emotions. She lied, saying his husband had urgent business and left ahead of them, telling Yi Chen not to worry and to focus on recovering. Yi Chen was powerless to be suspicious now, for Kang Haiping was urging him via voice transmission that he had to find a quiet place to break through his realm as soon as possible. This was because Kang Haiping's silhouette had become nearly transparent and could not hold on much longer. Yi Chen knew the importance of the matter and suggested taking his mother back to the faculty apartments at the school. Before Zhang Peirong could answer, a flurry of urgent footsteps arrived. The two looked and saw that Zhang Jianfeng had arrived. Zhang Jianfeng was also very surprised to see his sister. Not long after Lin Julong left, Zhang Jianfeng had followed the trail here. Seeing Yi Chen and Zhang Peirong, he froze for a long while before coming to his senses. Realizing what had happened, his face grew even darker, yet he was internally shocked beyond measure. First, Yi Chen had actually been able to force his way into the ghost soul prison, turn it upside down, and emerge unscathed while rescuing his sister. Second, he realized the Zhang family was terribly wrong. While it was good that Yi Chen had such talent at a young age, the Zhang family simply could not control this level of cultivation and strength. Zhang Peirong ignored him, coldly supporting Yi Chen as they left. Zhang Jianfeng did not stop them. He watched their backs in silent thought for a moment before letting out a sigh and placing a call. He reported that he was at the entrance of the Ghost Soul Prison at Yunhe Lake, and that the entrance had been destroyed for unknown reasons. An enraged command came from the other end of the line requiring him to report immediately. The prisoners in the jail had to be handled at once. If they escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. The scene shifted to Yi Chen's room, where Zhang Peirong helped Yi Chen sit down. She asked about his injuries with concern and suggested going to the hospital. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, comforting his mother and telling her not to worry. With his current medical skills, no hospital in the world could compare. At this, Yi Chen again asked about his father. Zhang Pirong's expression changed slightly, but fortunately, a knock at the door sounded just in time. She used the opportunity to tell Yi Chen to rest first. Mom's going to open the door. When the door opened, she looked with some surprise at the girl at the door. Wei Ying also froze. Hearing the address, she guessed this was Yi Chen's mother and appeared somewhat flustered. She hurriedly introduced herself. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Yi Chen's colleague. I live right next door. Seeing he's been busy all day without eating, I made some snacks. Since you're here to look after him, Auntie, I'm relieved. Please take these snacks and eat them with Yi Chen. I made a lot." With that, she hurriedly handed the snacks to Zhang Pirong. Before Zhang Pirong could react, Wei Ying had already run off shyly. Zhang Pirong remarked that not only was the girl beautiful, but that boy Yi Chen also had good taste. Returning to the room, Zhang Pirong asked tentatively, "Chenner, that girl just now, Mom thinks she's quite nice. How far have you two gotten?" Yi Chen let out a helpless, bitter laugh. "Mom, don't guess blindly, we're just ordinary friends." Immediately after, he asked again about his father's whereabouts. Zhang Pirong forced a smile, claiming Yi Tianzheng was in a hurry to go back to Jiangcheng to fetch some things and would soon return to Beijing to reunite with them. She told Yi Chen not to worry and to focus on his breakthrough. At this, her emotions nearly spiraled out of control, and she hurriedly masked them. "Mom is tired, and is going to her room to rest. I won't disturb you." Yi Chen saw his mother was hiding something, but right now he had to focus on healing and breaking through. Only by becoming stronger could he handle everything. Back in her room, Zhang Pirong could no longer suppress her grief. Although she knew her husband was in no immediate danger, physical torture was certainly inevitable. She immediately took out the phone she had picked up before leaving the prison and dialed a number. After it connected, she took a deep breath and said, "I am Zhang Pirong. Make arrangements. I am going to the Zhang family." The other party was momentarily stunned. Then a cold reply came, "Eldest miss, you are no longer of the Zhang family. The master will never see you." Zhang Pirong suppressed her emotions and said, "You only need to pass on one sentence. Ask him why my mother died back then and who should be held responsible for that matter." The other party was silent for a moment before responding, "Very well, this old servant will pass it on, but I cannot guarantee if the master will see you." Zhang Pirong thanked him and hung up, then dialed a second number. "You're in Anhui, right? I want you to come to Beijing. I have a request." An excited voice came from the other end. "Good, I'll set out immediately." Zhang Pirong pondered for a moment and dialed a third call. The recipient surprisingly being Zhang Jianfeng. "Zhang Jianfeng, let's meet tomorrow at the old place. I have questions for you." Zhang Jianfeng gave a self-mocking laugh on the other end. "I am your brother after all. You actually call me by my full name," Zhang Pirong replied coldly. "Ever since I was driven from the Zhang family by him, I have had no connection to the Zhang bloodline. If it weren't for an absolute necessity, I would never have contacted you." Zhang Jianfeng let out a long sigh. "Very well, I'll wait for you at the old place." Looking out the window, Zhang Pirong's heart was full of regret. "Back then I slighted the martial path and loathed cultivation, wasting my talent. Now Tianzheng has been captured and Chenner is severely injured, yet I can only watch helplessly. This is likely my retribution. Though the start is late, I must become strong and do my best to protect my family." With that, she sat on the floor and began to cultivate. In the living room, Yi Chen also entered meditation under Kang Haiping's guidance. Kang Haiping spoke with regret, "Disciple, I wanted to help you fully master the spirit talisman arrays, but there isn't enough time now." Yi Chen also called out Master with lingering attachment, his heart welling with an indescribable emotion. Just then, Kang Haiping passed a divine sense into Yi Chen's forehead. "I will assist you in breaking through to the integration realm. At that time, the next predecessor will tell you the truth about the Reincarnation Cemetery, and you will understand the heavy burden you carry. Please believe that all the powerhouses in the cemetery, including myself, truly see you as a disciple. Remember, your life source talisman and the blood dragon are your greatest reliances. I hope we meet again if fate allows." As the words fell, Kang Haiping dissipated. With grief in his eyes, Yi Chen vowed never to fail his master's grace. Yi Chen immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to charge at his realm. Majestic power instantly swept through his entire body. However, not long after, Yi Chen suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the breakthrough was forced to a halt. Even with his master's assistance, the difficulty of the breakthrough exceeded imagination. After all, in Kunlun Shu, countless cultivators were trapped in this realm. The integration realm is the watershed between low-level and mid-level cultivators, and its difficulty is far beyond previous realms. Yi Chen stood up slowly, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. It seemed that if he didn't stir up some commotion today, he wouldn't be able to break through. To avoid affecting his mother, Yi Chen left the school and sought a quiet place to charge at the barrier once more. Surrounded by the blood dragon at that moment, he felt as if a new world's door had opened in his sea of consciousness. Without hesitation, Yi Chen moved his intent, and the spiritual energy within his body surged like a furious tide. The violent power was like a flood bursting its banks or 10,000 beasts stampeding, unstoppable. As every wisp of energy circulated within his body, it roared and bellowed like a towering tidal wave. This feeling was both painful and filled with endless pleasure. As time passed, Yi Chen was drenched in sweat, his veins bulged and his face appeared somewhat distorted due to the pain. Under this terrifying pressure, he clenched his fists and the surrounding space trembled as a result. Yi Chen felt his meridians were on the verge of snapping. Because the explosion of power was too great, a dragon roar shook the surroundings, and the blood dragon roared as it crashed into Yi Chen, appearing as if it would consume him. In truth, at the moment of impact, the blood-red aura and true chi merged perfectly, transforming into a surge of violent energy that shot straight toward the Nine Heavens barrier. The Zhan-Yang formula operated frantically. The energy in his body was like a racing flood. At the critical moment, Yi Chen snapped his eyes open, his gaze like a sword, and his whole body shook violently. He let out a long roar toward the sky, the sound vibrating through the void. Simultaneously, a sudden change occurred in the Beijing night sky. Black clouds pressed down, appearing as if a pair of giant hands were tearing the night apart. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as bright as day. A blood dragon phantom appeared faintly within the clouds, incomparably majestic. An earth-shaking dragon roar echoed above Beijing, triggering a massive shockwave. People felt as if they were facing the apocalypse. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down, enveloping the entire region. Within that brilliant yet fearsome light, inside the Zhang family, Patriarch Zhang was shocked by this anomaly. Staring in terror at the falling thunderclaps, trembling all over, he muttered to himself, "Such an anomaly, could it be a peerless powerhouse in Beijing is undergoing a tribulation to break through? So terrifying. What level of cultivation is this? The heavenly Tao could never allow a Washan warrior to produce a lightning tribulation. It's absolutely impossible. This is a cultivator. Could it be that a high-level cultivator has emerged?" The more he thought, the more excited he became. If such a figure truly emerged, the entire landscape of Washan martial arts would be rewritten. The strength being displayed was enough to establish a top-tier great family in the capital. With this thought, Patriarch Zhang decided to act immediately. He wore a sinister smile, and then, moving as fast as a bolt of lightning, he charged at full speed toward the source of the lightning tribulation. He wanted to reach the scene as quickly as possible. If this person had not yet pledged allegiance to any force, it would be a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for the Zhang family. Simultaneously, the massive commotion of the lightning tribulation also caught the attention of Lin Zhulong of the Lin family. He gazed at the sky with an equally solemn expression. Unlike Patriarch Zhang, he believed that only a cultivator from Kunlun Shu could trigger such a terrifying tribulation. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, as there was no reason for a formidable powerhouse from Kunlun Shu to choose such a place for a breakthrough. Lin Zhulong held his breath and focused his mind to sense carefully, and he faintly perceived a chilling killing intent contained within that lightning tribulation, a killing intent that seemed to be locked onto him. Lin Zhulong felt an unprecedented threat, his brows furrowed tightly, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Recalling that he had killed people while in Kunlun Shu, he suspected that an enemy from Kunlun Shu had come to seek revenge. After all, judging by the anomaly, only a cultivator from Kunlun Shu possessed such means. At this thought, a cold sneer curled the corner of his mouth. "No matter who you are, whether you come from Washa or Kunlun Shu, if you dare provoke me, Lin Zhulong, I will personally send you to hell." On the other side, after successfully breaking through to the integration realm, Yi Chen returned to the apartment. Feeling the unceasing power surging within his body, Yi Chen felt incredibly refreshed. He also felt fortunate that he was strong enough to withstand that lightning tribulation. Even more surprising to him was that after the breakthrough, a tombstone in the Reincarnation Cemetery began to vibrate violently. According to Yi Chen's intuition, it probably wouldn't be long before he could summon the next great powerhouse. While deep in thought, Yi Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He was surprised to sense that someone was actually cultivating inside the house. Yi Chen stepped quickly into the room and discovered that the spiritual energy fluctuations were coming specifically from Zhang Pirong's room. He hadn't expected his mother to actually begin cultivating. As far as he knew, although his mother's talent was extremely high, she had utterly detested cultivation in the past. It seemed the events at the Ghost Soul prison had deeply affected her. Yi Chen perceived that his mother's cultivation speed was practically heaven-defying. She had achieved a qualitative leap in just one night, which spoke to the incredible strength of her talent and bloodline. Just then, Zhang Perong finished her cultivation and exhaled a breath of turbid air with a resolute gaze. When she saw Yi Chen, she appeared somewhat flustered. "Chenner, when did you get back?" Hearing this affectionate call, Yi Chen's heart filled with joy, and he replied with a smile, "I just walked in." Zhang Perong realized she had forgotten to make breakfast and was about to get up to get busy, but Yi Chen pulled her back and shook his head. "Mom, let's go out to eat. It's been 5 years since I've been out to have breakfast with you." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The visitor was Wei Ying. Seeing Yi Chen, Wei Ying said happily, "Big brother Yi, you and auntie haven't had breakfast yet, right? I bought some snacks. See if they suit your taste." After finishing his breakthrough, Yi Chen headed once again to the Bloodplum Hall to prepare for the pursuit of the Ghost Soul prison powerhouses. Yi Chen sat atop the Hallmaster's throne while hundreds of powerhouses below knelt in unison, shouting their welcome to the Hallmaster. Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng were also present, both reporting excitedly that the integration of the Dark Hall and the Bloodplum Hall had been fully completed. They stated with full confidence that their current overall strength had reached its peak, and if this news reached the martial arts world, it would surely scare those people out of their wits. Yi Chen scanned the crowd with satisfaction. When he discovered that his subordinate's strength had increased significantly compared to before, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. Yi Lingtian hurried to explain, "Reporting to the Hallmaster, I was just about to tell you. Because of the earthquake in the capital last night, a crack appeared beneath the Bloodplum Hall, and we actually discovered a mineral vein that gushed out a massive amount of spiritual energy. Thanks to this energy, many brothers were able to break through." Yi Chen wore a satisfied smile. From the moment he entered, he had sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations here were unusually intense. Upon learning the reason, Yi Chen found it very interesting, and suggested personally taking a look at that mineral vein. Meanwhile, Zhang Perong met with Zhang Jianfeng. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Jianfeng asked, "Perong, why were you looking for me? When I left the Zhang family today, I heard the patriarch was in a towering rage. I heard you wanted to see him." Zhang Perong's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and then she spoke slowly. "Tianzheng was taken by Lin Zhulong. I must save Tianzheng and Lin Zhulong must die." These flat words fell into Zhang Jianfeng's ears like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking him so much that he spat out the tea in his mouth. For a master like Zhang Jianfeng to lose his composure in such a way showed the extreme shock in his heart. Zhang Perong was also somewhat surprised by his reaction. Before she could speak, Zhang Jianfeng pressed urgently, "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Zhang Perong once again firmly stated her intent to kill Lin Zhulong. Zhang Jianfeng's face darkened, and he scolded sharply, "Have you gone mad from being locked up? Back then, you broke ties with the Zhang family for Yi Tianzheng and ruined a great future. And now you actually want the Zhang family to go against the Lin family for him. Don't you know that although the Zhang and Lin families are both called top families in the capital, the Lin family's martial arts foundation is extremely terrifying, even faintly suppressing the Zhang family, not to mention that Lin Zhulong is exceptionally talented and holds an extremely special status. Who would dare touch him?" These words made Zhang Perong extremely displeased, and her entire body radiated murderous intent. She slammed the table in fury. "So what? That bastard ruined my originally peaceful and happy home, and even took my man right in front of me. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill him." Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianfeng thought to himself, "It's been many years, I almost forgot that Yi Chen's kind of madness was inherited from his own mother." At this time the table before them had been split into two by that previous palm strike. Zhang Jianfeng noticed this, and perceiving that the spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely strong, he asked in shock when Zhang Perong had begun cultivating. At this moment, Zhang Jianfeng also recognized that the aura of this technique was exactly the set that their eldest brother had brought back from Kunlun Shu years ago. Zhang Perong replied that she only started practicing last night and felt the results were excellent. These words made Zhang Jianfeng feel even more shocked than her wanting to kill Lin Zhulong. What kind of monster talent was this to have such power in just one night? He was also very puzzled as to why someone who had always detested cultivation would proactively start practicing. When Zhang Perong was young, her eldest brother had brought back a volume of extremely formidable secret techniques from Kunlun Shu. She had only glanced at it a few times back then before burning it, making her brother so angry he nearly fainted. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Perong interrupted his recollection. "No matter what, I must see the old man once. If you still recognize me as your sister, please help me this time." Zhang Jianfeng fell silent for a moment, then shifted to asking if Yi Chen knew about Yi Tianzheng. Zhang Perong shook her head. "He doesn't know, although his current strength is very high. I want to handle this matter personally." Zhang Jianfeng also agreed with her decision. In his view, Yi Chen was a sprout with startling potential. If he didn't perish prematurely, he would surely reach the peak of Huasha in the future. He promised, "I will help you persuade the patriarch. If it doesn't work, I will accompany you to save Yi Tianzheng." Hearing this, Zhang Perong couldn't hide her joy and blurted out a title she hadn't used in years. "Thank you, second brother." At this time, Yi Chen also arrived at the depths of the spiritual ley line at the bottom of the Bloodplum Hall. He hadn't expected such a sight underground. As he ventured deeper step by step, he could feel the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense. Yi Chen concluded that this spiritual ley line was definitely the reason the Bloodplum Hall was located here. He perceived that even if he just passively absorbed it, his cultivation was steadily rising. Just as he was about to touch the peak of the integration realm, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind, "Kid, you've got quite good luck. Although the scale isn't huge, this is a genuine dragon vein." This sudden voice startled Yi Chen, and he quickly realized it was coming from the Reincarnation Cemetery. It seemed another tombstone had awakened. To a cultivator, a dragon vein is of paramount importance. A dragon vein can produce a massive amount of spiritual energy, helping one step onto the peak. There are only 6 dragon veins in all of Huasha, and the one in Kunlun Shu is the largest. Just then, the blood dragon automatically emerged from his body, frantically devouring the spiritual energy here. While Yi Chen was surprised, a greedy voice came from the Reincarnation Cemetery once more. "Kid, hurry and get this dragon vein into the Reincarnation Cemetery. You must get it in. Dragon vein energy can nourish souls. It will be of great benefit to us old fellows." Hearing this, Yi Chen was secretly delighted, but this dragon vein was buried deep underground. With his current strength, he had no idea how to pull it into the cemetery. The voice in the cemetery spoke again. "You don't need to do anything, just hold the black stone high and leave the rest to us." Yi Chen did as told, and instantly the space trembled violently. A terrifying suction force gushed from the Reincarnation Cemetery, and in a flash the entire dragon vein was swallowed whole, appearing within the cemetery space. Yi Chen marveled that this method of seizure was simply too domineering. The dragon-slaying sword circled between the tombstones, and a massive crystal appeared in the center of the cemetery. Yi Chen gripped the crystal and heard the cemetery powerhouse say, "We've really benefited from you this time. In the future, when you cultivate in the cemetery, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort with the dragon vein's assistance." Yi Chen asked curiously, "Senior, will forcibly taking the dragon vein affect the fortune of the capital?" The voice inside the crystal explained, "This dragon vein never belonged to the capital in the first place. It was forcibly moved here by someone 1,000 years ago, so naturally there will be no impact. All right, no more idle talk. We'll meet again when you truly open the next tombstone." Yi Chen expressed his thanks. Afterward, Yi Chen held a meeting, officially appointing Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng as the left and right protectors of the Dark Hall, leading the members. Next, he distributed some medicinal pills to help his subordinates increase their cultivation. After all, to go against the Zhang and Lin families, he had to have an army of iron. The 3 sat down and Yi Chen produced a piece of paper with a pattern drawn on it. Yi Lingtian said, "Hallmaster, the most experienced and knowledgeable assassins in the hall have all been gathered." Yi Chen nodded for them to begin. He asked seriously, "Have any of you seen this pattern before?" The assassins scrutinized it carefully. Yi Chen pondered. This pattern had appeared on both Qin Tianqi and Qin Tianshang, and it very likely represented a certain force, since he was now at odds with them. The matter had to be thoroughly investigated. The assassins discussed it among themselves, feeling the pattern carried an ancient aura looking like a sect. Could it be the family crest of some ancient aristocratic family in the capital? Just then, a masked assassin cried out in surprise, "Hallmaster, I have an impression of this pattern. I've seen it once. It was at the Beijing Grandmaster List Challenge. When Lin Julong of the Lin family was in a fierce battle in the arena, his clothes were torn, and this pattern was tattooed on his chest." Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp. As expected, it was Lin Julong again. Lin Julong must die. Yi Chen pressed, "Do you know exactly where the Lin family mansion is?" The assassins looked troubled, stating that the top martial arts families in the capital are all concealed by arrays, making them extremely difficult to find. Who would dare easily provoke the Lin family? Someone mentioned hearing that the Lin family seemed to be in the western suburbs of the capital, and that Lin Julong occasionally appeared near Hyde Park. Yi Chen immediately gave the order for Yi Lingtian to deploy elites to monitor Hyde Park. Yi Lingtian took the command. Yi Chen thought to himself, "Lin Julong, let's see how much longer you can hide." The scene shifted to the Zhang family in the capital, an estate of magnificent scale. Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Perong stood at the entrance. Zhang Jianfeng said, "Perong, we're here." Zhang Perong gazed at the familiar Zhang family gates, her heart full of mixed emotions. She hadn't expected that after so many years apart she would return in this manner. Zhang Jianfeng instructed, When you see the patriarch later, absolutely do not talk back. I will smooth things over for you. After all, you are his biological daughter. He shouldn't be too hard on you." As the two were about to enter, they were blocked by guards who said coldly, "Unauthorized persons are not permitted to enter." Zhang Jianfeng was beyond enraged and sent the guard flying with a kick. He barked sternly, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly at who I am." Just then a woman's voice came from the rooftop. "You, naturally, are not an outsider, but that woman is not allowed in." Zhang Jianfeng's face showed worry as he asked his master why she was there. The woman coldly conveyed the patriarch's intent, stating that Zhang Perong had long since been driven from the family and that the Zhang family would not receive her. If she tried to force her way in again, she wouldn't mind cleaning house on behalf of the Zhang family. Zhang Perong was startled. This person was actually the Enlightenment sword instructor of her second brother from years ago. Zhang Jianfeng wanted to force a path through, claiming he would not lose. Zhang Perong looked troubled, and just then, Zhang Fenghua descended through the air saying they were all one family. "Why should you two ruin the harmony?" The patriarch said he doesn't want to use family laws because of an outsider and specially sent me to pass on a message. Zhang Jianfeng said displeased. Ly, "Zhang Fenghua, what did the patriarch say? This man's strength in the family was decent but his character was extremely poor. Back then he had coveted Zhang Perong's beauty and had been disciplined by Jianfeng, yet now he dared to show off his authority here." Zhang Fenghua set the condition. "As long as Zhang Perong takes 3 moves from me, and if she doesn't die after 3 moves, the patriarch is willing to see her." Zhang Jianfeng cursed angrily, "You're seeking death, Perong, let me handle this." But Zhang Perong stopped him. "Second brother, no need for more talk. Leave this to me. Please teach me." Zhang Fenghua wore a perverse smile. "Then I shall teach you well." Some unknown amount of time later, Zhang Perong opened her eyes wearily. Zhang Jianfeng asked anxiously, "Sister, you're awake?" Zhang Perong asked weakly. "Second brother, where is this? Where are the Zhang family? I still have 2 moves to take." Zhang Jianfeng sighed. "Take what? You nearly lost your life after just 1 move. Fortunately I brought spiritual pills. Though the wound has healed, your vitality is severely damaged. You should rest well first." Zhang Perong, however, insisted on going back. Zhang Jianfeng felt helpless. "If you go back now, you'll only be seeking death. Focus on recovering first and leave the rest to me. If Zhang Fenghua dared to deal a killing blow, I will definitely find a chance to cripple him." Back at the apartment, Yi Chen pushed open the door. "Mom, I'm back." Smelling the aroma of food, the table was already covered with delicacies. Yi Chen asked in surprise, "Mom, you're back?" Zhang Perong greeted him to eat as if nothing were wrong. Yi Chen was about to start eating when he noticed something was off. "Mom, who wounded you?" Zhang Perong's eyes flickered, and she forced a smile while insisting, "Silly child, what are you talking about? Mom just went out to buy some groceries. Who could wound me?" Yi Chen said seriously, "Mom, I am a doctor. I can tell you're injured at a single glance." Zhang Perong was greatly shocked and asked back, "Chenner, don't you practice martial arts? Since when do you know medicine?" Yi Chen analyzed silently. His mother was clearly severely injured, and although she had taken medicinal pills, her foundation was extremely damaged. He immediately dialed Yi Lingtian's number. "Yi Lingtian, have you found out my mother's whereabouts today?" Yi Lingtian reported that they only found she had met with Zhang Jianfeng. Her subsequent location was unknown. Yi Chen instructed him to immediately find Zhang Jianfeng's location. Zhang Perong looked at the medicine Yi Chen handed over. Because it was freshly prepared, it not only had a pungent smell but was also bubbling, making her somewhat hesitant. Yi Chen told her she must drink it, as it was her son's filial devotion. Zhang Perong was moved to tears and took the medicine. Yi Chen mentioned he had to go out for a moment. To not fail her son's intent, Zhang Perong drank it all in 1 gulp. Instantly, she felt as if a ball of fire were rising within her, and her entire body radiated an extremely powerful aura. "What is this? The medicinal effect is too powerful. I feel like my wounds haven't even fully healed yet, but my body feels much lighter," Zhang Perong thought to herself. "Back then I was the eldest miss of the Zhang family and had seen countless treasures, yet I've never seen a spiritual medicine with such miraculous effects. Where exactly did Chenner go all these years?" Meanwhile, Yi Chen arrived at an apartment where Zhang Jianfeng was drinking heavily. He shouted drunkenly, "Zhang Fenghua, you bastard, how dare you severely wound my sister right in front of me? Just you wait, I will definitely kill you." Yi Chen's expression was grim, his heart burning with rage. "So, the beast who harmed my mother is Zhang Fenghua?" Zhang Jianfeng was startled. "Yi Chen, when did he get in? I didn't even notice him. This kid has grown stronger," he said. "Yi Chen, let me tell you, Zhang Fenghua would never have dared to do that without the old patriarch's approval. If you touch him, it's equivalent to offending the entire Zhang family. You would be doomed. I will handle Zhang Fenghua. Your most important task is to spend more time with your mother. You've only just reunited, don't go looking for trouble." Yi Chen gave a sinister smile. "Don't worry, I don't plan on doing anything. I just want to go take a look at the Zhang family. After all, that is my grandfather's house. A visit might open my eyes. I want to understand the gap between myself and a top-tier family." Zhang Jianfeng was somewhat surprised. "Oh, why is this kid so calm today?" he thought. "Then how about another day?" Yi Chen replied enthusiastically. "There's no time like the present. Take me to see it today. It might be good for me to take a hit to my pride. It'll help me give up on any illusions," Zhang Jianfeng instructed. "Fine, I can help you with this, but you absolutely must not act recklessly." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, uncle," he thought to himself that letting the boy see the disparity would make him more level-headed in the future. Zhang Jianfeng and Yi Chen arrived at the main gate of the Zhang estate, and he announced they had finally arrived. Yi Chen praised. "So this is the Zhang family. It's indeed impressive," two guards questioned them. "Who are you? Unauthorized persons are forbidden from approaching." Yi Chen appeared quite cheerful. "I'm just passing by and wanted to admire a legendary top-tier family. Seeing its scale, it's indeed as grand as rumored. Especially this main gate, it's so well made that it would be a waste not to smash it." With that, Yi Chen unleashed a killing move and brought the gate crashing down. Zhang Jianfeng was horrified. "Damn it, he promised just to look. I actually believed his nonsense. This kid is clearly here to cause trouble." Yi Chen held a sharp longsword in his hand. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Zhang Fenghua, get out here and face your death. Zhang Fenghua, get out here and die." Yi Chen continued to bellow, "Zhang Fenghua, come out and meet your end. Zhang Fenghua, get out here and die." Zhang Jianfeng tried to stop him. "Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Leave quickly, I'll hold them off for you. You've caused a massive disaster." Yi Chen pushed his hand away and said coldly, "Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with you or even the Zhang family. I only want Zhang Fenghua's life. I simply tore down the gate in passing." Zhang Jianfeng was dumbfounded. "Tore down the gate in passing? Are you kidding me? Destroying the main gate is a ultimate humiliation for a great family. Leave now or even I won't be able to protect you." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Thinking of leaving? There's no chance now." Yi Chen looked toward the source of the voice. Zhang Heishan stepped out. "What kind of greenhorn dares to come to my Zhang family to stir up trouble? You must be Zhang Pirong's son, Yi Chen. What is your purpose here?" The crowd behind him whispered among themselves. "What? Zhang Pirong's son? Wasn't he a waste? How can he have this kind of strength? Wait, I seem to have heard some rumors about him lately." Zhang Jianfeng was filled with worry. "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect even Zhang Heishan to be alerted. If the old patriarch doesn't show himself, he is the most powerful person in the family." Yi Chen challenged defiantly. "So what if it's me? I'm only here to find a man named Zhang Fenghua and take his life. I'll destroy anyone who dares to stop me," the crowd mocked. "Did I hear that right? He means he'll kill anyone who blocks him. What a joke. This is the Zhang family. Who gave you the audacity to act wild here?" Zhang Jianfeng stepped out to smooth things over. "The child is young and doesn't know any better. He's just joking. Everyone please don't mind. I'll take him away right now." Zhang Jianfeng's master stepped forward. "Jianfeng, when Zhang Perong came this morning, I didn't act out of respect for you. But now her son dares to trespass and destroy the Zhang family gate. This cannot be forgiven. You shouldn't, and even more so cannot, defend him." Jianfeng shouted sternly. "He is Pirong's only son and my only nephew. No matter what, I will protect him at all costs, even if I have to pay the price later." The soldiers were panicked. "What? The young master is actually drawing his sword against his own master for an outsider? Are you kidding, young master? Put the sword down quickly. Otherwise, once the old patriarch is enraged, everything will be finished." Yi Chen spoke up. "Uncle, thank you. I assume you protected my mother the same way this morning." Zhang Jianfeng said proudly. "To hear you call me uncle, it was worth it." Yi Chen remained cold. "But today is a grievance between me, Yi Chen, and Zhang Fenghua. There is no need for you to act, uncle. Please watch from the side. If I need help, I will ask." Zhang Jianfeng nodded. "Fine, if you can't beat them, I'll step in," the soldiers said with contempt. "An outcast is an outcast after all. In the end, he still has to rely on our Zhang family for support. If it weren't for you, an outcast, and your waste of a father, there wouldn't be all this trouble." Suddenly, Yi Chen vanished. The soldiers were startled and searched around, only to find that Yi Chen had appeared right before them in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen grabbed one by the throat. "You deserve to die." He moved swiftly and finished the man off. The other soldiers were terrified. "So fast, dead in the blink of an eye, we couldn't even react. Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? This is practically a monster." Zhang Heishan calculated secretly. Something is wrong. This kid suddenly appeared and rose to power after being missing for 5 years. It's far too bizarre. Now that he dares to cause trouble at the Zhang house, there must be someone backing him. I cannot act blindly. Yi Chen glanced sideways. Some people deserve to die, so he died. There is another who also deserves to die. Zhang Fenghua, get out here now. He tossed aside the soldier's corpse and walked forward. Zhang Fenghua stepped out calmly. "I am Zhang Fenghua. I indeed wounded your mother. So what? Who told her to give up a bright future back then, to marry a coward and give birth to an outcast like you? She deserves to be beaten to death." The soldiers echoed him. That's right, she came back with a thick skin even after ties were severed. So what if she was beaten? No matter how capable you are, your whole family is a laughingstock in the martial world, and you, Yi Chen, are ultimately just an outcast. Yi Chen approached silently. Seeking death, the soldiers blocked his path. Don't even think about it. You're too arrogant to dare touch a member of our Zhang family. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the heaven-burning palm, a burst of fiery red light whistling out. 3 soldiers screamed piteously. So hot, quick, block it, the crowd shouted in terror. Retreat quickly or you'll be burned to death. Yi Chen watched the scene calmly. The soldiers were terrified. What kind of martial technique is this? Fall back, he thought proudly to himself. Now that I've entered the integration realm, the power of my moves is far stronger than before. Although this move's power was dispersed, it heavily wounded them without killing everyone. The Zhang family members indeed had some skill. Zhang Fenghua fled in panic, screaming for help as he was burned. Senior, save me, this kid learned peerless martial arts from somewhere, I truly can't block him. Yi Chen moved like lightning, following close behind. You have nowhere to run. Suddenly, Zhang Jianfang's master and Zhang Heishan leapt up. Yi Chen sensed something unusual behind him as the two launched a pincer attack. Yi Chen leapt back and Zhang Heishan spoke. Kid, don't be so stubborn anymore. Stop now, Yi Chen replied coldly. You want to stop me? He let out a loud shout and unleashed his move. You are doomed. Zhang Jianfang's master and Zhang Heishan were already prepared. Too naive with a massive explosion, Yi Chen used the impact to retreat. Zhang Heishan evaluated. Kid, I admit you are a rare genius, but if the two of us join forces, you have no chance of winning. Yi Chen smiled triumphantly. A direct head-on clash is indeed a bit troublesome, but if we're talking about movement techniques and speed, he unleashed the dragon-slaying phantom step, instantly splitting into multiple afterimages. Zhang Heishan and the master were shocked. What is this? Yi Chen's afterimages swept past, catching them off guard. So fast, he instantly leaped in front of Zhang Fenghua. Die! Zhang Fenghua screamed in terror. You outcast, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Chen's strike fell. Zhang Fenghua failed to block and his fingers were instantly shattered. Zhang Fenghua wailed, my hand, my hand. Yi Chen pointed his hand at him. Any last words? He pleaded for mercy. No, don't kill me. Zhang Heishan tried to pacify him. Kid, stop. If you kill him, there will truly be no turning back. Yi Chen shouted confidently. Zhang Fenghua, I will kill you today. Even if Brother Su comes, he won't be able to save you. The Zhang Patriarch spoke calmly. Even an immortal cannot save him? Then what if I say I will protect him? Zhang Jianfang was shocked. Father, Zhang Heishan and Zhang Fenghua shouted. Patriarch, save us? Yi Chen let out a cold snort, the flames in his hand still burning, and directly finished Zhang Fenghua. And who are you, old thief? The soldiers looked at him in terror. He had actually killed Zhang Fenghua right in front of the Patriarch. Zhang Fenghua was dead, killed before the old man's eyes, and he even dared to criticize the old man. Zhang Jianfang trembled. Things have exceeded all expectations. It can only be like this. He sent a message to the inner Zhang family. Something has happened. The Zhang Patriarch questioned him. Although I don't know where an outcast like you learned some skills, it doesn't matter because no one can stop me unless they are dead. You are the same. Yi Chen lowered his head coldly. Anyone who harms my mother must die, so Zhang Fenghua is dead. He stared at the Patriarch. You should be glad you didn't act yourself, otherwise you wouldn't be an exception either. At this moment, Yi Chen and the Zhang Patriarch were in a direct confrontation. The old man narrowed his eyes. How dare he oppose me? Where does his confidence come from? I sense that this kid's limit is beyond this. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to openly challenge my authority without reason. The Zhang Patriarch turned and ordered. All of you go together. Give it your all. Use his blood to sacrifice for Zhang Fenghua. The master and Zhang Heishan took the command. The old man's expression was grave. Let me see your true limit. Zhang Heishan and the woman shouted sternly. Since the Patriarch has spoken, we won't be polite. Let's kill him together. Yi Chen looked down and sneered. Are you here to give me more experience again? He leapt between the two and challenged. If you want to kill me, the two of you are not enough. The master and Zhang Heishan continuously tried to block Yi Chen's attacks. Zhang Jianfang pleaded with the Zhang Patriarch. Father, Yi Chen still has Zhang family blood flowing in him after all, and the talent he has shown is simply startling. Killing him would be a loss for the Zhang family. The Zhang Patriarch flew into a rage. You conspired with an outsider and brought disaster upon the Zhang family, yet I haven't punished you for your crimes, and you dare to plead for someone else. He pointed at Jianfeng. Get out! With a wave of his hand, the Zhang Patriarch knocked Jianfeng down. Go back to the ancestral hall and kneel for a month. Reflect well on what you have done. Zhang Jianfeng clutched his chest and stood up in pain. Yi Chen's figure flickered as he unleashed his moves. The Zhang Patriarch frowned. His movement technique is extremely profound. It seems to originate from Kunlun Shu. I suspect he only obtained it by pure luck. If it's only at this level, he is definitely no match for Zhang Heishan and the others. Zhang Heishan and the master threatened. Yi Chen, you shouldn't have come to the Zhang family, and you certainly shouldn't have killed Zhang Fenghua. Come and experience our secret killing array. Yi Chen sensed something unusual behind him. Instantly, the two unleashed the Wind Ace array against him. The old man watched calmly, thinking it was over. Suddenly the Zhang Patriarch was startled. After the ultimate move, Yi Chen still stood firmly in place. The master and Zhang Heishan were horrified. How is that possible? He charged forward with his sword. You dare to show off with just this much skill? Yi Chen swung his sword and unleashed the heaven-shattering sword intent. The sword move instantly reached Zhang Heishan and the master. The Zhang Patriarch watched in terror as a majestic dragon appeared behind Yi Chen. Zhang Heishan and the master instantly fell to the ground, unable to get up. Yi Chen walked forward confidently with his sword, about to continue the attack. Suddenly he sensed something unusual ahead. It was Zhang Peirong standing before him, looking at him. She looked at her son worriedly, somewhat at a loss for words. Chenner, was all of this done by you? By the way, what is that pile of black charred stuff over there? Yi Chen explained. Oh, that pile over there should be Zhang Fenghua. I said someone owed me something. I came to Zhang Fenghua to collect the debt with interest. Zhang Peirong was horrified. Heavens, Chenner really did this. I knew his martial arts weren't weak, but I didn't expect them to be this terrifying. Yi Chen asked curiously. Mom, why are you here? Is there anyone else here who displeases you? Your son will handle them all for you, she said worriedly. No need, no need. This is my maiden home after all, don't overdo it. On the side, Zhang Jianfeng listened to the mother-son conversation, cold sweat pouring down his face. What are these two talking about? Sister, don't add fuel to the fire anymore. Zhang Peirong laughed. I was just passing by and decided to come back to see my old home. She muttered to herself that if she let Chenner know she came to seek help, he would surely explode with rage. Yi Chen said as he walked, Is Mom going to stop me too? His tone was serious. Although the man was her father and his grandfather, if he insisted on causing trouble to the end, he would have no choice but to use his trump card. Zhang Peirong stepped forward and shouted, Old Patriarch, Chenner only did this for me. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my corpse first. A disciple on the side said with contempt. How dare she speak to the Patriarch like that? Another person also marveled, saying it was lucky she was Zhang Peirong, the old Patriarch's only daughter. Otherwise anyone else would have lost their life already. The Zhang Patriarch frowned and after a long silence spoke, Yi Chen, I can choose not to pursue today's events, and past grievances can be wiped clean. I can even allow you both to return to the Zhang family and restore your status. Zhang Jianfeng was shocked. He compromised. The old man actually compromised. He thought to himself that Yi Chen's potential must have moved the old man. As long as they were willing to return, everything would be easy to handle. Zhang Peirong was skeptical. Father actually changed his mind. Am I dreaming? The Zhang Patriarch set a condition. However, you must hand over all the martial arts secret manuals you used today. Zhang Jianfeng secretly groaned. Damn it, it turns out the old man isn't interested in Yi Chen, but the secrets he holds. This old guy is still all about profit after all. Yi Chen laughed aloud, his face full of disgust. The man only cared about family interests and didn't care about family ties at all. In that case, there was nothing to talk about. He refused flatly and decisively. The Zhang family status isn't worth a damn. I, Yi Chen, don't care at all. If you insist on pestering us, I will see it through to the end. If you refuse to back down, then so be it. Yi Chen declared, In 1 month's time I will show you that the Huasha Yi family is the true overlord of Beijing. He bid a curt farewell. Mom, let's go. A disciple was struck with bewilderment. The Huasha Yi family? Does Yi Chen intend to establish a new family in Beijing? To do it in just a month, it's nothing but a pipe dream. Another didn't believe it either. Are you joking? Which top-tier family doesn't have 1,000 years of heritage and foundation? Patriarch Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the figures of the two as they departed. Zhang Jianfeng mused to himself that although his father spoke harshly, he had ultimately let them go without hindrance. Could his earlier mention of surrendering the martial techniques have merely been a face-saving excuse for both himself and Yi Chen? Zhang Heishan approached in a wretched state. Master, Yi Chen was truly too arrogant this time. Do we need to mobilize that force to eliminate him? The elder Zhang said in a deep voice. No need, I want to see just how far this arrogant brat can go. Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment, a light remained on in one of the rooms. Zhang Peirong asked with deep concern, Chenner, you aren't injured, are you? Yi Chen immediately comforted her. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. He then asked, I just gave up the chance to return to the Zhang family. You won't blame me, will you? Yi Chen was privately empathetic. Knowing that place had once been his mother's home, she hurriedly explained, If the old man hadn't attached any conditions, I think I would have accepted. But now he has disappointed me. He sees only family interests and has absolutely no regard for blood ties. Such a home is not worth returning to. Zhang Peirong added, By the way, Chenner, how do you plan to establish the Yi family? The current landscape of the martial arts world has been stable for many years, with various forces keeping each other in check to maintain a balance. If you intervene, you will inevitably touch upon the interests of many parties, which could easily invite a great deal of enmity, Yi Chen said resolutely. So what if it invites enmity? I will tell the world that our family needs no protection from any other family to stand tall and immovable. She felt both relieved and sentimental. Chenner had changed. He was no longer the innocent boy of the past and had even begun to grow formidable. Yi Chen asked in confusion, "Mom, what exactly did you go to the Zhang family for? I suspect it has to do with father. Where exactly is he? Did he really return to Zhangcheng?" Zhang Perong sighed and revealed, "There's no point in hiding this from you anymore. In truth, your father was taken away by Lin Julong. The other party seems to want to get something out of your father's mouth. My return to the Zhang family was also to seek help." Suspicion rose in Yi Chen's heart. Lin Julong. He calculated privately that the old accounts of Yunyu Villa had not even been settled yet, and the man actually dared to strike again. She tried her best to soothe him. "Chenner, calm down. Mom only lied to hide it because I was too agitated. If anything happened to you because of this, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life." Yi Chen silently steadied his mind. He had to remain calm. He was no longer alone and could not afford to let his mother worry anymore. He made a decision. Since Lin Julong wanted information, his father was likely safe for the time being. "Mom, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly." Yi Chen pondered. His father was but a mortal who knew nothing of the martial path. Given Lin Julong's status, why would he target him? He deduced that if there was anything special about his father, it was the black stone he had left for him. Within the stone lay the Reincarnation Cemetery. The 100 slumbering powerhouses were no mere exaggeration. This treasure was enough to make anyone covet it or even go mad. Yi Chen weighed the possibilities carefully, but based on the current situation, Lin Julong shouldn't know about the existence of the black stone. It seemed he was searching for something else, compounded by the fact that he had destroyed the entire Yi family back then. Could there be something wrong with the Yi family in Zhangcheng, my family? He quickly sought verification from his mother. "Mom, does our family have any small items like a family tree? And come to think of it, I've never seen my grandfather in my entire life. And Grandma, how much do you know about them?" Zhang Perong explained. "I've never heard of a family tree. As for your grandparents, they both passed away very early. As far as I know, they were ordinary people with just some savings." Yi Chen pressed further. "Then do you think there was anything strange or mysterious about the Zhangcheng Yi family?" She replied, "Now that you mention it, there was. Although the Yi family took root in Zhangcheng, they weren't actually from there. And your grandparents' deaths were very peculiar. They passed away at the same time, almost as if by appointment. The strangest thing was their memorial service. It was very unusual, and a group of oddly dressed strangers even attended. Those people said they were performing the Yi family rites. They claimed that members of the Yi family must be buried in their place of birth, and they took away your grandparents' ashes on that pretext." He analyzed. Buried in their place of birth, strange clothing, Yi family rites. Yi Chen thought to himself, "I have a faint feeling that the Zhangcheng Yi family might have deceived everyone, and perhaps even the entirety of Huasha." Inside the faculty apartment, 2 rooms remained lit. Yi Chen shared that upon careful reflection there were indeed many suspicious points. He said, "Mom, although your bloodline is powerful, if father were truly just an ordinary mortal, my bloodline and talent would never be this high. Under genetic dilution, I should definitely be inferior to you, mother." Yi Chen pondered privately. But according to the powerhouses of the Reincarnation Cemetery, his bloodline talent was anything but ordinary. The reason it was seen as a mortal root was simply because the secular martial arts level was too low to measure it. His expression turned grave. This matter was far too bizarre. Clearly, his father had no cultivation. Could he have been hiding it all along? Yi Chen thought, no, he was rejected by the Zhang family precisely because of his mortal status back then. Even for Mom's sake, he couldn't have acted to that extent. So it's likely he truly knew nothing. But if that's the case, seeing his troubled look, Zhang Perong reached out to ruffle his hair. She urged, "Child, don't think too much. We don't even have a trace of Lin Julong yet, so there's no point in overthinking." Yi Chen obeyed submissively. He judged that perhaps one person definitely knew. Somewhere in the Lin family estate in Beijing, Lin Julong stayed leisurely in the room where Yi Tianzheng was imprisoned. He spoke up. "Tell me, aren't humans much like caged birds? Without freedom, they can only be held firmly in the palm of my Lin family." Yi Tianzheng's face was full of contempt. "Playing with birds in broad daylight, how shameless," Lin Julong said triumphantly. "My Lin family sits firmly at the pinnacle of Huasha, and as the strongest family in Huasha, as long as we wish, we can dominate the fates of most people in Huasha, including you, Yi Tianzheng and Zhang Perong," he threatened. "Not even that old man of the Zhang family is an exception." Lin Julong's face turned sinister as he interrogated. Yi Tianzheng, I'll ask you one last time. Did your father give you any instructions before he died, or did he hand anything over to you? He replied firmly. I've told you many times already. I truly know nothing. Since you've investigated my identity, you must be clear on this. When he and my mother passed away suddenly back then, how would there have been time to give me anything? Lin Julong began to grow enraged. Still refusing to talk, are we? Do you like keeping secrets that much? Fine. He suddenly exerted force, striking a punch into Yi Tianzheng, who let out a piteous wail. Lin Julong lectured from a height. In this world only the dead can keep the best secrets. Now I shall let you taste the flavor of death. Yi Tianzheng wondered privately. Damn it, what exactly does he want to know? He guessed it might be the black stone his father had left him. Yi Tianzheng thought to himself, although I don't know the origin of the black stone, it is currently in Chenner's hands. Even if I die for it, I must never tell anyone about this. I've felt since long ago that my mother seemed to be hiding something. When Perung was pregnant, they were certain the child would be a boy, naming him Yi Chen early on and even predicting the birth date with extreme precision. He understood clearly now. What Lin Julong wanted was that black stone, wasn't it? Since that was the case, for Chenner's sake, he wouldn't utter a single word even if it meant death. Yi Tianzheng made a silent resolve. I've already lived for over 40 years, for Chenner's sake it's no loss to die. Lin Julong was furious. Still not talking? It seems you really don't want to live. Just then a voice came from behind. Julong, do not be impulsive. Lin Ao said in a deep voice. If anything happens to Yi Tianzheng, you won't live either. Lin Julong immediately asked, Dad, why are you here? He spoke bluntly. To see if you were acting recklessly. Lin Julong insisted, if you just give me a bit more time, I can pry what you want out of his mouth. Lin Ao was somewhat dismissive. A bit more time and I fear Yi Tianzheng would be dead, he said solemnly. Master Chu, please come in. Master Chu spoke. Young people are impetuous. A few scoldings are fine, but don't take things too far. Lin Julong sensed this person was extremely strong. A mere look made him feel a trace of dread from the bottom of his heart. Could he also be from Kunlun Shu? Lin Ao introduced. This Master Chu is a powerhouse who lived in seclusion in the deep mountains of Kunlun, and his sorcery is profound. Rather than your methods of forced confession and memory invasion, it is better to have Master Chu act. The results will be much better, he praised. Memory invasion, that's great. As expected of father, his connections are vast. Master Chu, please proceed. The elder stepped forward quickly. Very well. Yi Tianzheng felt fear rising within him. What do you want to do? Master Chu smiled sinisterly. Kid, let me see what secrets you're hiding, he thought to himself. Memory invasion, how could such a thing be possible? Could there really be someone in this world with such vast supernatural powers? The elder began to perform his sorcery. Let me take a look. Yi Tianzheng's will was instantly invaded by the spell. Master Chu said triumphantly. The Lin family paid a high price to invite me down from the mountains. I thought I would be invading the memory of some powerhouse. I didn't expect the target to be a mere mortal, dealing with such an ant. Seizing his memories is as easy as turning a hand. Suddenly, his spell came to a violent halt. A mark on Yi Tianzheng's forehead glowed, effortlessly blocking his sorcery. Caught off guard, Master Chu was thrown to the ground by the power of the mark. He cried out in shock. How is this possible? There is actually such a powerful barrier. Master Chu was blasted a long distance away, sprawling wretchedly on the ground. Lin Ao and Lin Julong cried out in unison. Master Chu's face was full of terror and his gaze was vacant. Lin Julong's brow furrowed slightly. Dad, it seems there is a massive power protecting Yi Tianzheng from within. The moment his memory is touched, that power appears. Lin Ao was shocked. A mortal body actually has such a powerful protective force inside. It truly is as the ancestral last words said. The Zhangcheng Yi family has issues. Lin Ao looked at Yi Tianzheng sitting there. A terrifying power was awakening. But the problem is how we are supposed to pry open his mouth. Even worse, that power within Yi Tianzheng seems to have been awakened just now. Lin Julong began to utilize his cultivation power, thinking to himself that if he dealt a killing blow now, Lin Julong lunged forward. Die? The power radiating from Yi Tianzheng blocked his spell. Lin Julong gritted his teeth. What? Lin Ao frowned. I didn't expect it could actually wound you. Is it serious? He rubbed his reddened palm. It's nothing, just a bit numb, he advised. Since that's the case, we can only wait for him to speak of his own accord. Fortunately, Zhang Perong and her son are still alive. Using those two as leverage, there might still be hope. For now, take Master Chu to heal his injuries. We need to plan the subsequent matters carefully. In the faculty apartment, a voice rang out. Mom, look, these few places look very good. Yi Chen suggested. Using them as the territory for our Yi family would be perfect. After all, when establishing a new family, the choice of location is paramount. Zhang Perong was somewhat hesitant. Are we starting to choose the site already? Didn't you say someone knew Lin Julong's whereabouts? If we don't find out where the man is hiding, how do you have time to pick out land here? He explained, more than just Lin Julong. In that person's eyes, the entirety of Huasha is at his fingertips. Mom, don't worry, I've already started making arrangements. I expect we'll see him soon. Let's handle the matters on this side first. Mom, look at this location, it's great. Not only is the scenery beautiful, it's also near a commercial street, making it very convenient to go out, she advised. Son, when choosing a site for a future top-tier family, one needs to consider many aspects. Scenery and convenience are secondary. Priority must be given to feng shui fortune, defensive array layouts, and ancestral fortune. Yi Chen was confused. Ancestral fortune? What is that? Zhang Perong was also somewhat vague. I'm not entirely sure either. I only heard the family elders mention it when I was a child. They said that current top-tier families in Huasha are usually established upon the foundations of another top-tier family. Take the Zhang family for instance. The area they currently occupy actually belonged to a certain declined top family from the Tang dynasty. Yi Chen realized, so that's how it is. He thought to himself that he had heard similar talk in Kunlun Shu. Many sects were built upon the ruins of other sects. He smiled and said, Mom, you mean we should first wipe out a top-tier family and then occupy their territory? She agreed. That's a good idea. Zhang Jianfeng watched the two of them discussing. He couldn't help but sneeze, feeling suspicious. Why do I feel like this mother and son are plotting something huge? Zhang Perong analyzed further. Actually, there has always been an ideal vacant lot in Beijing, much better than the territories of those top-tier families. Her words made Yi Chen's eyes light up. She pointed to a mark on the map. Right here, in my view, this is the best choice for establishing a family. Of course, many people have the same idea, but no one has dared to occupy it for over 30 years, because the owner of this land is named Bai Lishang. He holds an extremely high status in the Huasha military, and has a unit called the Iron Blood Camp under his command. It is said that the Iron Blood Camp only takes action when Huasha faces a massive crisis or a major battle. They represent the power of the state, whether it's ordinary people or ancient warriors, even the top martial arts families of Huasha. Everyone must respect them. As long as Bai Lishang doesn't nod his head, no one dares to touch that land. Yi Chen calculated in his mind. Bai Lishang, I remember, he's Bai Li Bing's father. He wondered, that's strange. If Bai Lishang isn't selling the land or establishing a family, what is the purpose of leaving such a good piece of land empty? Zhang Perong was also a bit lost. I'm not sure either. I heard it has to do with his wife's disappearance. In short, that land is currently heavily guarded. No one can set foot there. She thought that since I have a good relationship with Bai Lishang's daughter, perhaps we could give it a try. The ringing of a phone interrupted the conversation. Yi Chen informed her. Mom, it seems things are arranged over there. I'm going to meet that person. If it goes smoothly, I'll know Lin Julong's whereabouts today. Lei Shuwei was very nervous. Mr. Yi, to tell you the truth, if it weren't for the fact that the chief also wanted to see you, I wouldn't have dared to arrange this meeting even if I were beaten to death. Yi Chen retorted. Lei Shuwei, if I don't find him, could you provide Lin Julong's whereabouts to me? He was sweating profusely. Spare me, please. The Lin family's location in Huasha is a secret. I truly don't know. Yi Shan explained. That's why I can only find that person. To ask the top leader of Huasha for help. Lei Shuwei urged. You must control your emotions later and absolutely do not be impulsive. You simply cannot imagine how many top experts are lurking in the shadows to protect his safety. Any one of them is among the top 5 on the grandmaster list. Once you reveal a hostile attitude, you will be killed in an instant. Yi Chen was slightly annoyed. What kind of person do you take me for? By the way, are you familiar with Bai Lishang? He described. That man is truly extraordinary. In terms of power and position, he ranks even higher than I do. Back then, half of Huasha's territory was secured by the patriarch of the Bai Li family. Their status is unshakable. As for strength, decades ago, Bai Lishang once occupied the top spot on the grandmaster list. His power is beyond question. If not for his sensitive identity, resulting in his name being removed by officials just 10 minutes after the ranking was announced, he would likely still sit at the very top today. Yi Chen mused to himself that it was no wonder those families dared not touch his territory. He was indeed untouchable. He tentatively asked, I'd like to talk to him. Can you introduce us? Lei Shuwei appeared somewhat hesitant. I heard he went to the Qinling Mountains last month to handle some matters. I'm not sure if he's back yet. Besides, why are you asking me for this? Go to Bai Li Bing. After all, they are father and daughter. She'll certainly have more leverage if you ask her for help. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Lei Shuwei reminded him, We've arrived. The massive gate slowly opened, and Lei Shuwei emphasized once more that Yi Chen must control his temper. Yi Chen strode inside, replying, Fine, I got it. He was stunned by the sight before him. Yi Chen marveled silently. It was truly magnificent, yet within this beautiful scenery, killing intent lurked. Just as Lei Shuwei had said, many experts were lying in wait in the shadows. The beauty of the garden came into view as Yi Chen gazed into the distance. The top leader picked up a teacup and spoke. Yi Chen, you've certainly made quite a bit of noise lately. You've caused even more of a stir than Bai Li Shang did in his day. However, you are younger and more energetic, representing infinite possibilities. Have a seat. Yi Chen harbored doubts. If you also wished to see me, I doubt it was just to exchange such simple pleasantries. A flicker of anger rose in the other man's heart as he snorted coldly. You really dare to accept a few compliments. To tell you the truth, I called you here to hold you accountable. Yi Chen noted to himself that this chief was actually an ancient warrior as well, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. The two sat facing each other, beginning their dialogue. The top leader spoke with a look of displeasure. Yi Chen, do you realize you've caused a massive disaster? Yi Chen replied indifferently. I don't, the chief rebuked him. The commotion you caused has affected numerous students at the normal university. Furthermore, your selfish desires led to the draining of the lake, triggering various anomalies that shook the capital and even alerted the Earthquake Bureau. More seriously, you destroyed the Ghost Soul Prison. You must know that those imprisoned there are the most vicious of criminals. If they escape, social order will be severely disrupted. Have you thought about the consequences? After hearing this string of accusations, Yi Chen remained silent. The top leader said sternly, to tell you the truth, the Earthquake Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau have already listed over 100 charges against you. If I hadn't suppressed them on account of your rank and your position as chief instructor of the Dragon Soul, would you still be so free? Some have already classified you as one of the most dangerous figures in Huaxia, demanding you be held responsible and ordered for elimination. Right now, 15 top experts are lurking in the surroundings. With just one gesture from me, you would be arrested immediately. He pointed at Yi Chen and asked, tell me, what am I supposed to do with you? Yi Chen countered, hold me responsible? Back when the Yunyu Villa incident occurred, and Lin Julong wiped out my entire Yi family. Did the Martial Arts Bureau ever hold him responsible? I suppose in the eyes of those high and mighty people, our family's lives are as cheap as ants, not even worth pitying after death. The top leader was slightly taken aback. Yi Chen's tone grew aggressive. It's true I destroyed the Ghost Soul Prison, and it's true it might cause negative repercussions, but so what? My parents are just ordinary people without cultivation, and they are certainly not guilty of any crimes. By what right were they imprisoned? A surge of energy erupted around Yi Chen as his power billowed. He gritted his teeth and said, since no one can give me justice, then what use is there in following this so-called order? Give me the chance, and I will destroy the Ghost Soul Prison even more thoroughly, the chief cautioned. Yi Chen, the interests behind the Ghost Soul Prison are intricate and complex. The waters of the Huaxia martial arts world are far deeper than you imagine. If you don't stop now, I fear even I won't be able to protect your life. I can still block the Earthquake Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau, but the problem lies with the forces behind the prison. They've already locked onto you. I suggest you take the initiative to apologize and offer compensation. Only then can this matter take a turn for the better. The atmosphere in the garden grew oppressive at these words. Yi Chen negotiated, you want me to apologize, but at least tell me what kind of force the other party is. Yi Chen thought to himself that since they imprisoned his parents and even wanted to kill them, an apology was impossible. He just needed to fish for some intelligence first. The top leader revealed that this organization was called the Blood Alliance, and they frequently traveled between Huaxia and a secret realm in the Kunlun Mountains. They have been gradually encroaching upon Huaxia and even have ties with some of its top-tier families. Yi Chen handed over a piece of paper. Is this the symbol of the Blood Alliance? The chief nodded. Correct. When do you plan to apologize? I can introduce you. Yi Chen sneered. If anyone is apologizing, it should be them seeking my forgiveness. I came today to ask one thing. Lin Julong took my parents away, and I want to know the location of the Lin family. If you tell me, I am willing to exchange anything for it. The top leader cried out. Impossible, are you joking? You kid not only refuse to listen to advice, but you actually have the audacity to think of looking for trouble at the Lin house. How is that any different from seeking death? Yi Chen placed a box on the table and introduced. This is the Golden Spirit Pill, also known as the Taishu Spirit Pill. Consuming it can heal all old internal injuries and significantly boost one's cultivation. If paired with a spirit washing pool and a spirit purifying spring, there is a 50% chance of directly breaking through a major realm. The chief was secretly shocked. This pill's quality is extremely high. With all my experience, I can't find any pill to compare with it. Where on earth did this kid get this? Could he have refined it himself? Yi Chen calculated. I consumed a massive amount of rare medicinal herbs from Medicine King Valley, and spent a day and night in seclusion to refine this pill. Although its effect on me is limited, it's enough to make any ancient warrior or even a cultivation fanatic go mad. I don't believe he won't be tempted. The top leader pushed the box away. This pill is too precious, I cannot accept it. Nor will I tell you the location of the Lin family. This is to save your life. Yi Chen then placed down a copy of the Heavenly God of War formula. Yi Chen explained that this martial technique originated from Kunlun Shu, and no technique within Huasha could surpass it. In terms of preciousness, it far exceeded the Golden Spirit Pill. 2 treasures for 1 location. The chief swallowed hard, appearing deeply conflicted. Ultimately, he pushed the 2 items back. It's no use giving me more treasures. Leave. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed the man was dead set against speaking. As Yi Chen turned to leave, he planned to find another way if this path was blocked. Just then, the phone in the chief's pocket rang. He answered. "What? I understand," the top leader shouted urgently. Yi Chen, stop. Yi Chen turned his head and shot him a glance. "What is it?" The chief stood up abruptly, his expression grave, and ordered. "Everyone withdraw, close the windows. No one is to approach a single step without my command." A clamor of retreating footsteps echoed through the woods. He said in a low voice, "I just received a call. Something has happened in Qinling. A month ago, Bai Li Shang led 12 powerhouses of the Ironblood camp into the Qinling Mountains on a national mission, but 2 hours ago, everyone lost contact. It is highly likely they have met with disaster. The current situation inside Qinling is unknown. Their lives are uncertain. Although the military district has sent troops and experts as reinforcements, I fear it's just a drop in the ocean. I only ask that you find the trail of Bai Li Shang and the others, dead or alive. As long as you succeed, I will tell you the location of the Lin family." Yi Chen thought to himself that this was a major matter, and he had to give it his all. He asked in confusion, "Why me?" The top leader explained. "For such a thing to happen, it is highly likely an internal problem within Huasha. You have no vested interests with any of the factions, making you the best candidate." A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. An internal problem. Yi Chen asked. "An internal problem," he muttered. "I've had that feeling before." Although the Martial Arts Bureau and the Dragon Soul are both official entities, their operating styles are completely different. The Ghost Soul prison holds Huasha's major criminals, yet the force behind it doesn't belong to Huasha, the top leader replied. "Perhaps it's due to some unspeakable difficulties. The priority now is Bai Li Shang's side." It was said that the Qinling mountain range nurtured a dragon vein, which many small forces were secretly coveting. He warned, even forces from the Kunlun Mountains might intervene. "You should understand the dangers involved, and I won't be able to provide you with any help for this trip. Whether to go or not is your choice." Yi Chen didn't hesitate. "I accept." The top leader took out a sensor. The chief handed over a small pale blue device with 2 buttons and a dial. He explained, "Bai Li Shang and the powerhouses of the Ironblood camp all have specialized chips implanted in their bodies. Once you are within 100-meter range of them, this sensor will react. Remember, this is a top-secret mission. You absolutely must not reveal it to anyone, including Lei Shuwei." Yi Chen took the sensor and requested, "Understood. While I am away, I'll leave my family's safety to you." The top leader agreed. "No problem. I will send people to protect your mother and girlfriend. As for your father, I will pressure the Lin family to ensure he remains safe for the time being." Relieved, Yi Chen turned away, saying, "I'm setting out now." In the Qinling Mountains, a helicopter circled in the air before landing, and Yi Chen slowly stepped off. He was full of doubt. What exactly had happened in Qinling that required Bai Li Shang to personally lead a team inside? Time was tight, he had to move fast. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, jagged rocks and dense vegetation were everywhere. Yi Chen leapt onto a massive rock to scan the surroundings, discovering a large shattered tree. He crouched down to examine the tracks. The battle traces were exceptionally tragic, involving several experts whose strength was on par with his own. At this moment, someone was quietly aiming at Yi Chen from a distance, preparing to fire a sniper shot. A bullet whistled through the air toward his vitals. Yi Chen's form flickered, and he nimbly dodged it. The mercenary cursed under his breath. "The sneak attack failed," he ordered. "Target has vanished. Everyone, pay attention, fire on sight." The enemies split up to search. Yi Chen hid in the treetops to observe. They looked like foreign mercenaries. Yi Chen furrowed his brows in alert. To strike with lethal intent against a total stranger meant something was definitely fishy. A drone with a camera circled high above, searching. The image of Yi Chen standing in the tree was captured. A mercenary reported, "Target located. All units prepare." Yi Chen sped through the woods, leaping continuously. The other side tracked the signal, then suddenly ordered, "Wait a second." The device signal cut out instantly. The mercenary roared, "Target has noticed, open fire." The others immediately began a frantic spray of bullets. A rain of bullets swept toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen calmly raised a shield. You think mere bullets can hurt me? The mercenaries were terrified. Not good, it's a Washa ancient warrior. Retreat, retreat now. Yi Chen waved his hand, slashing out several cyan energy blades. The mercenaries were thrown into chaos. Run! The energy blades accurately struck 3 men. Amidst piteous screams, the 3 collapsed. The captain was shocked. What? Seizing the moment of his distraction, Yi Chen closed in instantly. He clamped onto the leader's throat, lifting him high. Still want to run? Speak your purpose and identity, or die. The captain struggled to breathe, explaining in terror. Washa, the kindling dragon vein is damaged. We only came to get a share. Before he could finish, a burst of red energy suddenly erupted from his body. Yi Chen was startled, and in the next second the leader instantly self-destructed with a piteous scream. Yi Chen fell into thought. A silence curse. It seems the kindling dragon vein has a massive impact on Washa, far beyond that small dragon vein beneath the dark hall. No wonder the chief sent Bai Li Shang. He turned to look into the distance. Someone was coming. A figure sped toward him. Elder Mu appeared. We planted a secret silence curse. Once core intelligence is leaked, the person explodes now that it's been triggered. But there's no sign of Yi Ran. We must be extra careful. After all, those competing for the kindling dragon vein this time include not only powerhouses from the Kunlun Mountains, but even Grandmaster Zheng has personally taken the field. Yi Shen mused privately. I've seen this old man before. Back in Anhui province, he was the one who severely wounded me. It turns out he's from the Martial Arts Bureau. I didn't expect them to get involved too. He remained on high alert. The Grandmaster Zheng he spoke of was undoubtedly Zheng Renju. Zheng Renju not only held immense power in the Martial Arts Bureau but had also been ranked 7th on the Grandmaster list for many years. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Elder Mu approached slowly, his subordinates flanking him. A subordinate asked in confusion, Elder Mu, the kindling dragon vein has always been guarded by underground powerhouses. How could it be destroyed? The dragon vein concerns Washa's national fortune. Why would Grandmaster Zheng want to strike while the iron is hot? Elder Mu smiled. It's good for young people to have drive, however. He flicked his finger, a golden light condensing at his fingertip. The talkative subordinate was instantly sent flying. Elder Mu's face turned icy cold. However, do not ask what shouldn't be asked unless you're looking for death. Anyone else have questions? The others were terrified, shaking their heads repeatedly. No more questions. We follow Elder Mu's orders entirely. Yi Chen spoke up. I have a question. Elder Mu looked toward the source of the voice with displeasure. Yi Chen asked calmly, could you tell me about the dragon vein in detail? Elder Mu mocked. Yi Chen, I wasn't even looking for you, yet you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. That you survived in Anhui last time was entirely due to Master Jingdao's intervention. His aura exploded. This time, let's see who can save your dog life. Elder Mu barked the command. Form the array. His subordinates instantly surrounded Yi Chen, assuming attack stances. The group began to circle Yi Chen at high speed. Yi Chen was expressionless. Sending these small fry to their deaths, he leapt up, a waste of effort. One person locked onto Yi Chen's legs, while 2 others dived from the air from behind. A burly man used a grappling move, clutching Yi Chen tightly. Yi Chen was pinned by their combined effort. Elder Mu shouted excitedly. Good, lock him down. He condensed a massive sword. I know you kid aren't simple and have bizarre movement techniques, but now you're surrounded and pinned down, unable to move. Die. Elder Mu launched his killing move. Void Cloud Sword Shadow. Yi Chen gave a contemptuous smile. The current me is no longer the me from Anhui. You think you can kill me with just this? Yi Chen released a surge of cyan energy that enveloped his body, blasting all the attackers away. The 2 forces collided violently, the aftermath vibrating through the air. Elder Mu laughed coldly with full confidence. So what if you escaped their restraint? Taking a direct hit from the Void Cloud Sword Shadow means certain death. However, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Yi Chen had easily broken through the Sword Shadow. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression composed. Yi Chen asked, finished? Elder Mu was terrified. A full-strength strike had no effect at all. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. Yi Chen delivered a mid-air kick squarely into Elder Mu. Elder Mu screamed as he slammed into the ground. Yi Chen ordered, tell me everything about the kindling matter, step by step. Elder Mu gritted his teeth. Would a dying man still fear being unable to keep a secret? You think you can squeeze words out of me in your dreams? Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Still stubborn even at death's door? Fine. We'll settle the old accounts from Anhui province right here and now. With a flick of his finger, Yi Chen's spiritual energy instantly transformed into a giant python. The force surged through Elder Mu, skewering his internal organs and causing him to howl in agony. It was a sensation of simultaneous pain, itching, and numbness. As if every bone in his body were being crushed, his meridians were boiling, and his muscles were being torn apart inch by inch. Damn it, what did you do to me? Elder Mu shrieked. Yi Chen replied indifferently. Nothing much, just a little trick to make you wish you were dead. Let's see how long you can hold out. 20 minutes later, he finally broke. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, he stammered. He explained that although the kindling dragon vein concerned the national fortune of Huasha, it was a supreme tonic for cultivators. Once refined and absorbed, one's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Grandmaster Zheng and several other factions began setting the stage months ago. I only learned the details recently. Yi Chen pressed further. What about Bai Li Shang? Did he fall into the hands of Zheng Renju's group? Elder Mu replied weakly. I'm not entirely sure. Too many factions are eyeing the dragon vein, and even foreign powers have intervened, Yi Chen frowned. And where is Zheng Renju now? Elder Mu answered in terror. At the core of the dragon vein, 30 miles to the west, that is the source of the dragon vein's revival. Bai Li Shang is likely there. That's all I know. Please stop torturing me. Yi Chen coldly patted Elder Mu's face. No problem. I don't have a habit of mistreating corpses. Meanwhile, Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ya found their path blocked by a group of men. Bai Li Bing's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Get out of the way, let me through," she threatened them, stating that Bai Li Shang was her father. If they were foolish enough to continue, they would never be able to withstand the wrath of the Bai Li family. She observed the situation and said in a low voice, "It seems this won't be resolved peacefully." A masked man asked chillingly, "You say you are Bai Li Shang's daughter?" Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ya instantly sensed an intense killing intent and immediately went on high alert. The masked man ordered his men to seize them. Bai Li Bing felt a surge of panic. Why had her father's name suddenly lost its influence? This situation was more complex than she had imagined. Furthermore, these men all possessed inner energy. Was she truly going to fall here today? Bai Li Bing grabbed Zhu Ya and shouted, "Run!" The two quickly turned to flee for their lives. The masked men gave chase, laughing coldly. "Trying to leave? In your dreams, I wonder what it will feel like to have Bai Li Shang's daughter under me." Begging for mercy, he reached out to grab Bai Li Bing. Suddenly a thick log shot out from behind like a projectile, startling the masked man. Before he could react, the log smashed into him with immense force. The forest returned to silence as dust filled the air. The masked man was crushed to death on the spot, and the others immediately went on high alert. An ambush, damn it, what cowardly rat is hiding there? Show yourself if you have the guts. Bai Li Bing felt a secret joy. Someone was helping them from the shadows. But who? Zhu Ya grabbed Bai Li Bing's hand and ran. Don't worry about that now. Escaping is what matters. The masked men were fuming. Bastards, they escaped again. As long as we capture Bai Li Shang's daughter, threatening him will be as easy as turning a hand. Another man stopped them. Don't be impulsive. Deal with the enemy in the dark first. Suddenly, the masked man stopped in his tracks. Wait, why did those two women stop moving? Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing were paralyzed with terror. They stared warily at the path ahead, slowly backing away. A burly, bald man appeared, speaking with contempt. "A pack of useless trash. You can't even handle two women? I have to do everything myself." He flashed a sinister smile. "Little girls, once the big business is done, I'll play with you properly. If I don't break you, I'll have wasted my time coming here." Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing stared at the bald man, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Bai Li Bing thought nervously, "This guy is too strong. Just meeting his gaze makes me tremble. I can't even move, but if we don't resist, our fate will be even worse." Zhu Ya gritted her teeth. "Let's go for it." The two summoned their courage and charged. The bald man's face was full of disdain. "Attacking me, you've got guts." He slowly drew his sword and settled into a stance, mocking them. "I'll break your limbs first, then see how much trouble you can cause." Zhu Ya screamed in terror. "No, stop." The bald man excitedly raised his sword. Suddenly a flash of light streaked past and his sword instantly shattered into fragments. He was completely stunned, unable to process what had just happened. "What?" The man gaped in shock. Bai Li Bing saw a longsword wreathed in the spiritual light of lightning, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? A hand rested gently on the bald man's head. Yi Chen's silhouette emerged from behind him. "They aren't people you're allowed to touch." The bald man turned back in terror, his voice trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Yi Chen didn't waste words. He directly summoned flames that swallowed the man. The man let out a piteous wail amidst the fire, instantly turning into charcoal and collapsing to the ground in a gruesome display of death. Yi Chen remained expressionless as he asked coldly, "Who gave you the audacity to blockade the road here?" Seeing who it was, Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing shouted in surprise and joy. "Yi Chen!" The masked men fell into a panic. Yi Chen, it's the god of slaughter." Yi Chen, Senior Zhou, was a powerhouse from Kunlun Shu, yet a powerhouse of that level was killed like a chicken in his hands. This is terrifying." Realizing that staying meant certain death, they fled in a frantic scramble. Yi Chen muttered to himself, "I didn't expect forces from Kunlun Shu to be involved in this, but it's not surprising. Even that tiny dragon vein beneath the dark hall caught the attention of the greats in the Reincarnation Cemetery, let alone this kindling dragon vein." Yi Chen asked in confusion, "Zhu Ya, Bai Li Bing, why aren't you in Jiangnan? What are you doing here?" Bai Li Bing stammered through an explanation, saying she and Zhu Ya were out on business when she received a call from home about a major crisis. She only found out after returning that her father had entered the kindling mountain range. "The situation is very bad. I wanted to come alone, but Zhu Ya wasn't at ease and followed me. Zhu Ya added that they had found traces of many top-tier experts along the way, and had exerted a great deal of effort just to find this place. They hadn't expected the entrance to be blockaded and were forced to try and fight their way through. They realized that if the enemy knew Bai Li Bing's identity and still dared to attack, there must be a massive internal problem. Bai Li Bing pleaded, "Yi Chen, I beg of you, take me to see my father. If you agree, I'll do anything you ask, please." Zhu Ya quickly stopped her. "Don't be like that. Mr. Yi saving our lives is already a massive favor. We can't impose on him further. The guards have all run away. We can just slip in ourselves." Bai Li Bing wanted to say more, but Yi Chen spoke up. Fine. I won't just stand by and watch. Let's go together, I'll take you in," Zhu Ya said joyfully. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Bai Li Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. "With you here we feel much safer." Many corpses lay ahead. Yi Chen looked around. He had seen hundreds if not thousands of remains along the way. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Bai Li Bing asked Yi Chen, "Do you know what exactly happened here? The Martial Arts Bureau should have sent reinforcements to the Iron Blood camp and my father. Why would they attack me instead?" Yi Chen replied. "Profit. The profit here is large enough to make the high-level officials of the Martial Arts Bureau betray their country. It's that simple. For those powerhouses or cultivators, they will use any means necessary to become stronger. The existence of the dragon vein is enough to drive them mad, even to the point of abandoning everything to take the risk." Zhu Ya's voice caught his attention. She picked up a fragment from the ground. "This is a shard of a sword spirit. The quality is quite high. As far as I know, there are very few powerhouses in the Wuxia martial arts world capable of shattering a treasure like this." Suddenly, the fragment began to float slowly. The fragment flew before Zhu Ya's eyes, giving her a start. Yi Chen reached out and captured it in his palm. Yi Chen said that finding out what happened was simple. He could recreate the truth through the mirror flower water moon technique. Bai Li Bing looked confused. What are you going to do?" Yi Chen answered. "How? It's simple." He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus. He had now stepped into the integration realm, and combined with his study of the path of spirit talismans, the techniques he could perform far surpassed his previous capabilities. Yi Chen drew a ring of energy around the fragment, chanting under his breath, "Within and without the three realms, the Tao alone is supreme. It encompasses all phenomena and gives birth to all things." Yi Chen snapped his eyes open and shouted, "Open, seek life, trace for 1,000 miles, great spirit god technique." A ring of fire enveloped the fragment, and a figure emerged within the flames. It was Bai Li Shang. In the image he was holding a longsword, fighting desperately. Bai Li Bing's eyes turned red. "Dad," Zhu Ya marveled. "Heavens, this method is simply world-shaking. I've never heard of such a thing." Yi Chen mused to himself, "I didn't expect the owner of this fragment to actually be related to Bai Li Shang. This is a pleasant surprise. I can use this to see what happened earlier." In the image, Bai Li Shang was huddled with several subordinates, defending with all their might. Zheng Renju walked closer slowly, his tone leisurely. "Bai Li Shang, you shouldn't have come," Bai Li Shang questioned him. "Zheng Renju, when has Wuxia ever mistreated you? As a high-ranking official, how can you commit such a treasonous act for your own gain?" Zheng Renju replied calmly, "Bai Li Shang, the matter of the kindling dragon vein is not something you can interfere with. Out of respect for our past friendship, if you cripple your own cultivation and accept memory erasure, I can give you a path to live. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you have no chance of winning against so many experts." Bai Li Shang's tone was resolute. "Even if I, Bai Li Shang, die on the battlefield today, I die for Wuxia. My blood flows for my country and my daughter. I have no regrets, but you, Zheng Renju, have betrayed your trust. You can only live a wretched existence." He raised his longsword and shouted to his subordinates, "Iron Blood Squad, do you dare to fight a bloody path out with me?" The group roared in unison, "We dare." Bai Li Shang led the charge into the enemy ranks. Yi Chen watched the recreated image and noted that they had indeed fought their way out of the area while covered in blood. Bai Li Bing covered her face and wept. "Father," Zhu Ya comforted her. "Binger, crying won't solve the problem. It seems Uncle Bai Li is still alive. We still have hope." She calmed Bai Li Bing down so they could go find Uncle Bai Li together. Once Bai Li Bing had steadied her emotions, she knelt before Yi Chen and pleaded, "I know this journey is fraught with danger, but please, you must save my father." She lowered her head. "If you agree, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. I will do anything you ask." Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he reached out to stop her. "There is no need to kneel to me. I am already mortal enemies with the Martial Arts Bureau. Zheng Renju is a man I must kill. As for your father and those surviving Ironblood camp soldiers, I will save them as well. Even if it weren't for you, I would still have to go." He began to calculate his moves. The aura of the dragon vein in the depths was extremely thick, with experts gathered there. The danger level far exceeded the periphery. Currently, his strongest trump card was the first strike of the heaven-shattering sword intent combined with the blood dragon. but he worried it might not be enough against the powerhouses in the core. Yi Chen turned and gestured. "Let's go." He pondered that if things reached a moment of absolute crisis, he might have to utilize the second strike. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianfeng and his group were entering the dense forest. Zhang Jianfeng thought to himself, "The old patriarch suddenly sent me to Qinling in a hurry, saying something world-shaking had happened. Various forces have infiltrated, and the Zhang family wants a piece of the pie," he mused privately. "I don't know the specific details. What on earth happened to alarm so many factions?" His phone rang, and Zhang Jianfeng answered. "Father, I was just about to ask you when you called. What exactly do you want me to do in Qinling? I see corpses everywhere. I'm afraid the situation is extremely complex." The Zhang family head replied, "Jianfeng, the Qinling dragon vein has been breached, and countless factions have intervened to fight for it. You must also take a share. Securing the qi of the dragon vein is enough to ensure our Zhang family stands for 1,000 years. Zhang Jianfeng asked in shock. "Father, you sent me here not to protect the dragon vein, but to plunder it with the others?" The elder explained, "I have already given Zhang Heishan a treasure that can store a portion of the dragon vein. I want you to seize as much of the dragon vein's qi as possible, regardless of the cost. If you succeed, the position of the next family head is yours." Zhang Jianfeng was utterly aghast. "This is madness, pure madness." He thought to himself that if the dragon vein were destroyed, it could trigger geological collapses in the surrounding cities, and hundreds of thousands of people would face a catastrophic disaster. For Huasha, this would be an unprecedented tragedy. He hesitated. "Father, the dragon vein concerns," the Zhang family head interrupted. "No more excuses. Proceed at full speed immediately. According to my knowledge, a chaotic battle is raging inside. Bai Li Shang won't last much longer, and the Martial Arts Bureau has already splintered from within. Every minute you waste is a lost opportunity. Move now." With that, he hung up the phone. Zhang Heishan said respectfully, "Second Master, time is of the essence. We cannot hesitate. Furthermore, even if we don't act, the dragon vein will be snatched by other factions. This dragon vein has no impact on Beijing. If commoners die, then so be it. The Zhang family's interest came first." Zhang Jianfeng fell into silence, looking up at the sky. "In this life I haven't exactly been honorable. I've killed and harmed many people, but for something this heartless, something that harms millions, I truly cannot bring myself to do it." Zhang Jianfeng stepped forward, thinking he had to find a way to stop all of this. For now he could only take it one step at a time. In front of a cave, a group of men in black were standing guard with guns. Yi Chen hid behind a massive rock to observe secretly, sensing spiritual energy fluctuations inside the cave. He was certain this was the entrance to the dragon vein. An ethereal voice came from the Reincarnation Cemetery. "Kid, if you can seize this dragon vein, both you and the Reincarnation Cemetery will benefit infinitely." Yi Chen replied coldly, "Forget about the dragon vein. If my interests must be built upon the lives of millions, then I'd rather not have them." Bai Li Bing looked a bit panicked. "Yi Chen, who were you talking to just now?" Zuya asked with concern. "Are you too tired? Do you want to rest for a bit?" Yi Chen cursed inwardly. "I forgot they were still with me." Yi Chen replied, "Mind your own business and don't worry about me." The two looked at each other and nodded. Yi Chen looked toward the cave, recalling the legends of dragon veins. It was said that every dragon vein in Huasha was guarded by a heaven-defying formation with an altar inside. Once the altar's power weakened, the formation's protection of the dragon vein would also weaken. It seemed that with the passage of time, the formation of the Qinling dragon vein had weakened significantly. He wondered what kind of treasure those factions had used to break through the formation and trigger this chaos. Zuya asked nervously, "Big brother Yi, how are we going to get across? Those guards are quite strong and they have guns. It's very troublesome. If I'm not mistaken, those guns are experimental weapons developed by a mysterious military organization. Although their raw power is limited, they are specifically designed to counter ancient warriors and cultivators. Getting hit would be extremely dangerous." Yi Chen fell into deep thought. Just then, Zhang Jianfeng and his group approached. Zhang Jianfeng leapt over Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen was confused. Why is he here too? Does the Zhang family intend to intervene as well? Yi Chen held his breath and focused. Zhang Jianfeng stood before the guards and announced, "This place has been taken over by the Martial Arts Bureau. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." He looked around, sighing inwardly that he had arrived late. It seemed many people had already infiltrated the dragon vein. Zhang Heishan replied, "Second Master, leave this to us. Save your strength for the people inside." Zhang Jianfeng agreed. "In that case, we cannot afford to lose." Zhang Jianfeng shouted a sharp command. "Go!" Heishan and the others charged forward simultaneously. The guards raised their weapons and opened fire on the Zhang group, igniting a fierce skirmish as gunfire echoed incessantly. Zhang Jianfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression composed. "Is this the place?" Wang Shengbing warned. "If you take one more step, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Jianfeng looked slightly surprised. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's Wang Shengbing, the man ranked 13th on the grandmaster list? To think someone like you would dare meddle in the affairs of the Kindling Mountains." Wang Shengbing replied calmly. "I am acting on Grandmaster Zheng's request. I hope you can forgive me." Zhang Jianfeng questioned him. "Is it worth risking your life for someone like that?" Wang Shengbing assumed a combat stance with his sword. "Zhang Jianfeng, I know how formidable you are, but don't forget." He lunged forward. "I didn't earn this 13th rank by name alone." Zhang Jianfeng let out a mocking laugh. "You think you can wound me with sword intent of this level? The prestige of the Huasha Grandmaster list has been dragged down by people like you." Zhang Jianfeng effortlessly dodged every attack, thinking to himself, "He actually threw his sword at me." Wang Shengbing shouted excitedly. "Zhang Jianfeng, it's not over yet." Suddenly, he pulled out a firearm and discharged a stream of purple energy. Zhang Jianfeng reached out to block it. He felt both ridiculous and disgusted. "As a swordsman, you actually use such a despicable method for a sneak attack?" The other man let out a sinister laugh. "That's right, in the past this kind of weapon truly would have struggled to wound a warrior like us, but now," the energy Zhang Jianfeng had just blocked suddenly began to spread across his arm. Wang Shengbing roared with laughter. "It's a pity you were so focused on arguing that you didn't notice. Times have changed." Zhang Jianfeng let out a muffled groan of pain. "This is bad. The blood at the wound has congealed and my internal energy won't circulate." Wang Shengbing recalled his longsword and stepped forward. "I bet you never expected this day, Zhang Jianfeng." He laughed manically and swung his sword down. "From this day on, I shall be the 12th rank on the Grandmaster list." Just then, Yi Chen sped in from afar, delivering a mid-air kick toward Wang Shengbing. "That's quite a beautiful dream you're having." With a loud boom, Wang was sent flying. Yi Chen landed gracefully. Zhang Jianfeng gasped in surprise. Yi Chen gave a slight smile. "He is my uncle. He's not someone trash like you can touch." Wang Shengbing scrambled to his feet. Grandmaster Zheng harbored a bone-deep hatred for Yi Chen, he declared arrogantly. "Today I'll take both your head and Zhang Jianfeng's. Grandmaster Zheng will surely reward me handsomely." Zhang Jianfeng warned. "Be careful, Wang Shengbing's strength is not to be underestimated." Yi Chen replied calmly. "Don't worry, just leave things here to me." Wang Shengbing concentrated his power into his longsword. "Yi Chen, I've heard plenty of rumors about you. Those powerhouses who died at your hands must have let their guard down because of your youth, but I will use my full strength from the very start." He charged at Yi Chen at full speed. Yi Chen sidestepped to dodge the attack. Wang roared, "Die!" as he swung his sword frantically. "100 flowers confusion," he laughed with self-satisfaction. "Have you witnessed the might of the 13th rank in Huasha?" Yi Chen replied, I've witnessed it." Yi Chen's form flashed past Wang Shengbing as he asked back, "So what?" Wang was horrified. "What is this?" A bolt of powerful lightning descended from the heavens, striking Wang Shengbing squarely and making him scream in agony. Yi Chen mocked, "A heavenly thunder talisman? Surely the great 13th rank of Huasha hasn't reached the point where he's never even seen a spirit talisman?" The guards were thrown into a panic. "Grandmaster Wang was actually killed? What was that lightning just now?" a guard shouted. "Forget about the Zhang family. Quick, shoot Yi Chen down." Yi Chen gave a playful smile. "I'd also like to see the power of this thing," he barked a command. Thunder Chi barrier, an energy shield enveloped him, blocking the incoming bullets. However, the bullets began to pierce through Yi Chen's defense. He was slightly surprised. "Oh, this is somewhat interesting." After observing, Yi Chen noted, "So that's it. These bullets can penetrate spiritual aura and inner energy, but that's all. As long as my realm is high enough, they still can't wound me." His gaze turned cold. "Since you've harbored killing intent toward me, then face the consequences." Yi Chen threw a fire punch, instantly swallowing the guards in flames. Zhang Jianfeng was utterly shaken. "He can even summon thunder. What kind of terrifying moves has this kid learned?" Yi Chen spoke indifferently. "It's settled. You all should retreat first," Bai Li Bing asked in amazement. "Yi Chen, what kind of method was that? Why are these people all scorched by electricity?" Zhu Ya looked at the fallen guards. These were the elites of the Martial Arts Bureau, yet they were dealt with so easily. Yi Chen took out a silver needle and pricked Zhang Jianfeng's arm. "I've treated you. The remaining poison will be expelled from your body within 5 minutes. Heishan asked with concern. "Second Master, are you all right?" he answered. Yi Chen instructed. "The dragon vein is right here. I don't want the Zhang family involved. And besides, your men are heavily injured." Zhang Jianfeng replied, "All right." Yi Chen looked at Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing, signaling them to head out. The two were still a bit hesitant. Heishan asked in confusion, "Second Master, are we still going in?" He replied irritably. "Going in for what? If not for Yi Chen today, we'd all be finished here." Zhang Jianfeng ordered, "Retreat. This isn't something we can interfere in, and I have no desire to be Yi Chen's enemy." He recalled the scene of his first meeting with Yi Chen. Compared to now, the boy had completely transformed. He sighed inwardly. The old man treating him like that was truly a mistake. Inside the cave, smoke billowed and heat waves rolled. Zhu Ya complained, "It's so hot, I can hardly breathe." She looked at Bai Li Bing. "I didn't expect the area beneath the kindling dragon vein to be filled with molten lava. This is bad." Bai Li Bing is about to melt from the heat. Yi Chen released a surge of energy to envelop Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing. "Dehydration would be a problem, I'll help you." He thought to himself that although he didn't specialize in ice attribute techniques, manifesting some basic cold aura was no problem. Yi Chen looked at the sensor. The screen showed movement. "Could it be Bai Li Shang or people from the Iron Blood camp nearby?" he suggested. "Let's go, we're almost there." The three looked down from their vantage point, seeing corpses littering the ground below. Yi Chen was confused. What exactly happened here? His face grew grim, sensing something was wrong. "The red dot on the sensor has stopped moving. Could they all be dead?" Bai Li Bing was full of worry. "I can feel my father is nearby. Could he have already?" Zhu Ya comforted her. "Don't worry, let's keep looking. Uncle Bai Li will surely be fine." Yi Chen sensed something unusual and observed for a moment. "There seems to be a survivor over there." Yi Chen stepped forward to investigate. Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ya asked in confusion, "What is it? Did you find something?" He suddenly leapt down, making Bai Li Bing scream, "Yi Chen, are you crazy? It's all magma down there." Yi Chen slammed a punch into the stone wall to anchor himself hanging in midair. He looked down and revealed a hint of a smile, shouting, "You really are here, Bai Li Shang." Bai Li Shang was clinging desperately to a rock, muttering to himself, "Must stay alive. I must survive. For the dragon vein, for Huasha, for the hundreds of millions of people." Yi Chen grabbed his hand and exerted a burst of power, hurling him upward. Bai Li Shang was tossed onto the ground above. Bai Li Bing let out a cry of joy, and Yi Chen subsequently leaped up to catch Bai Li Shang. The two girls ran over frantically. Bai Li Bing threw herself toward her father, weeping. Yi Chen unfastened the man's clothes to perform an examination. His pulse had nearly stopped, his energy was exhausted, his internal organs were severely damaged, he had lost a massive amount of blood, and only a sliver of consciousness remained. Yi Chen marveled. If his foundation weren't so thick, he'd be dead by now. Even so, he currently had one foot in the grave. He held out his hands and whispered an incantation, causing an array to appear beneath Bai Li Shang. Yi Chen held his breath in focus, instructing, "The two of you help protect me. Even just to stabilize his life, it will take at least 3 minutes. He must be treated immediately." Bai Li Bing was stunned. "Protect you?" Zhu Ya explained. "Big brother Yi probably needs to consume his own true qi to sustain Uncle Bai Li's life. At the same time, he has to use true qi to repair the damaged internal organs. This requires extremely precise control. The slightest error will lead to failure. If he's interrupted by an external force, Big Brother Yi will suffer a violent backlash, and his own life will be in danger. We must eliminate all interference." Just then, a burst of arrogant laughter echoed from the distance. The two girls' hearts skipped a beat. Zhang Renju approached with his subordinates, mocking, "I was wondering who would dare trespass into this dragon vein. So it's you, you reckless brat, Yi Chen. What's even more laughable is that you actually think you can save a dead man. To tell you the truth, I killed Bai Li Shang with my own hands. I thought he had fallen into the magma. I didn't expect you to fish him out." Bai Li Bing was beyond enraged. "You're the bastard who wounded my father." Zhu Ya hurriedly stopped her, her heart filled with panic. "This is bad. How can the two of us possibly block these experts?" A masked man suggested. "Grandmaster Zhang, Yi Chen cannot interrupt the treatment right now. Please give me a chance to take his head and present it to you." Zhang Renju agreed with delight. "Fine, I'll leave it to you." The masked man lunged forward with his sword. Zhu Ya and Bai Li Bing stood ready, prepared to fight with their lives. The masked man swept past the two of them. They screamed in terror. "Yi Chen, look out!" He laughed sinisterly as he swung his sword. "The head is mine," however, the longsword instantly shattered into fragments. Yi Chen mocked, "With my medical skills I can handle this kind of injury with one hand. As for you," the masked man was horrified. Yi Chen casually picked up a fragment and hurled it. It accurately pierced the man's throat. "Killing you is as easy as turning my hand." The masked man collapsed, dead. Zhang Renju was shocked. "What happened, Elder?" he spoke up. "So that's it. This kid is a cultivator, likely at the integration realm. To have such achievements at such a young age, he will surely become a future threat if not eradicated." Zhang Renju ordered. "Didn't you hear, Elder He of the Broken Soul sect? All together, kill Yi Chen on the spot." While continuing to save the man, Yi Chen instructed without turning his head. "Zhu Ya, Bai Li Bing, get behind me." Seeing the enemies closing in, he performed a technique with one hand while manifesting a longsword out of thin air with the other. The enemies charging forward were blocked by the flying sword. They cried out, "What is this?" Both Zhang Renju and Elder He showed looks of shock as the blade radiated an eerie blood-red light. A blood dragon phantom emerged, its roar shaking the experts and sending them crashing to the ground. Zhang Renju gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of wariness. Just by sitting there and saving someone with one hand, he can intimidate so many of my martial arts bureau experts with nothing but pressure. Seeing this, Elder he mocked, "Grandmaster Zheng, can your people not even handle a mere greenhorn, or should I act personally?" Zheng Renju flew into a rage at the comment. No need. He charged toward Yi Chen, who was in the middle of the treatment, thinking to himself, no matter how strange this kid is, now is the best time to kill him. Give me your life. However, his heavy punch was firmly blocked by a barrier formed of sword chi. Bai Li Bing and Zhu Ya were overjoyed. This sword is so powerful, as expected of the Zhou family's heaven-shattering sword. Now Zheng Renju won't be able to break in. Yi Chen remained silent. Zheng Renju attacked through gritted teeth. You do have some skill to be able to block this punch of mine, but your current consumption has nearly reached its limit. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Zheng Renju threw punches frantically, his offensive becoming increasingly violent. Yi Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The two girls shouted in worry. Yi Chen, seeing the situation was turning south, Zhu Ya cursed under her breath. I'll go help big brother Yi buy some time. Yi Chen struggled to reply. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. With your strength you won't last more than a few seconds even if you fight with your life. He calculated silently, only 15 seconds left until the treatment is finished. Zheng Renju laughed manically. Brat, let's see how much longer you can hold out. The continuous attacks put immense pressure on Yi Chen, bringing him nearly to his limit. Do I have to use a trump card from the Reincarnation Cemetery again? Zheng Renju let out a roar, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared, forcibly blocking the offensive and sending Zheng Renju back several steps. He looked in disbelief at Bai Li Shang, who had stood up before him. Bai Li Bing let out a cry of joy. Father, Zheng Renju sneered. So that's it. That kid actually managed to save your life, but your aura is weak now. You are nothing but a spent force. That strike just now has already exhausted your last bit of strength. Bai Li Shang stared at him. Whether I can do it is not for you to decide. Yi Chen stood up and spoke. Uncle Bai Li, step back a bit. Leave this guy to me. Bai Li Shang was slightly surprised. Uncle? Zheng Renju let out a cold laugh. Yi Chen, you're already riddled with internal injuries from forcibly defending against my attacks. Once I kill Bai Li Shang, it'll be your turn. Yi Chen replied flatly, the one to die first will definitely be you. He gripped his longsword, the blade encircled by a blood dragon. As he unleashed the first strike of the heaven-shattering sword intent, diving dragon slashes the firmament. Elder he turned pale with fright. The blood dragon roared as it lunged at Zheng Renju. He was horrified. He is clearly exhausted, so how can he still unleash such a terrifying move? I'm dead. At the critical moment, Elder he leapt up. I'll do it. He launched a fireball that collided with the blood dragon. Zheng Renju slumped to his knees, cold sweat pouring down. If I had been hit just now, I would have likely been annihilated on the spot. Elder he scrutinized Yi Chen once more. This kid is not simple. Zheng Renju couldn't believe it. I actually lost to a mere greenhorn. This is impossible, Elder he explained. In terms of strength, you are evenly matched. You mainly lost to that exquisite sword technique. A sword technique of that level is an extraordinary existence even in Kunlun Shu. Yi Chen faced them coldly with his sword. Elder he smiled sinisterly. I'd really like to know where this kid's opportunities actually came from. Zheng Renju stood up and said, Elder Yi Chen was originally a waste from an ordinary family. He vanished 5 years ago after his family was destroyed and his house ruined, only to reappear with his strength skyrocketing. No one knows where he went during those 5 years of disappearance. Elder he squinted his eyes greedily. So that's it. He must be hiding a world-shaking secret, perhaps even more valuable than the kindling dragon vein. If we can obtain it, it would be enough to raise the status of my broken soul sect to a higher level, and even help me seize the position of sect master. Yi Chen rested the longsword on his shoulder and said lazily, What are you still rambling for? Hurry over and meet your death. Zheng Renju and Elder he exchanged a glance and said in deep voices, Understood, we'll kill him together. Zheng Renju looked at Bai Li Shang and sneered, Grandmaster Zheng, now is not the time to be concerned with martial ethics. Bai Li Shang turned and instructed Yi Chen. You brat, thank you for saving my life, but these two are no ordinary opponents. Let me help you. Yi Chen reached out and tapped Bai Li Shang lightly. The latter suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen then said, Don't push yourself in your current state. Go accompany your daughter and stay far away. Bai Li Shang turned to walk toward his daughter, responding, Fine, I don't want to become a burden to you. If you can't hold on, I will definitely step in, even if it costs me my life. Bai Li Bing hugged her father tightly, weeping with joy. This is wonderful. Dad is still alive. Bai Li Shang grimaced in pain. That hurts like death. Go easy on me, easy. Zhu Ya was also extremely delighted nearby. Be gentle, big brother Yi went through a lot of trouble to bring your dad back. Bai Li Shang asked in confusion. Big brother Yi? Zhu Ya's eyes were full of trust. Uncle Bai Li, leave the rest to big brother Yi, Bai Li Shang pondered privately. Surnamed Yi? Wait, looking closely at this kid's features, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Could it be? I remember now, I've seen this kid's photo before. He's Yi Chen, that guy who loves getting into trouble and gives the chief such a headache. I never expected that at such a young age he'd possess this kind of strength and superb medical skills. This kid is truly remarkable." The two powerhouses, currently in attack stances, stared at Yi Chen and said, "So what if you saved Bai Li Shang? No one can save your life today." Yi Chen responded lazily while holding his sword, "Less talk, let's settle this quickly." Zheng Renju leapt up, unleashing a whirlwind technique intended to destroy everything. Yi Chen countered with a single-handed burst of fire. The impact turned Zheng Renju's palm bright red, making him cry out in pain. So hot, what a powerful martial technique, he was secretly shocked. How does this kid have so many endless tricks up his sleeve? Yi Chen noticed Elder He shrinking into the corner. Zheng Renju was nothing to fear. That guy is the most dangerous one, I can't delay any longer. He stepped forward, provoking the opponent. "Love using me as a stepping stone." Yi Chen leapt up, deciding he had to deal with him first. Just then, Zheng Renju roared, "Don't even think about escaping," as he lunged to grab Yi Chen's legs. Seeing this, he laughed manically, thinking he had succeeded, only to be struck heavily in the face by Yi Chen's spinning kick. Zheng Renju fell to the ground, clutching his face. Yi Chen looked down coldly with his sword held level. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll use your life to settle the old grievance between me and the Martial Arts Bureau." Just as Yi Chen swung his sword down, his body suddenly became unable to move. It was Elder He who said chillingly, "Kid, you aren't the only one in this world who understands sorcery. This old man has been in the integration realm for many years, and dealing with a junior like you who has just entered the integration realm is more than easy. So what if you're a genius? Before this old man's black python, you are ultimately just prey." Hearing this, Yi Chen let out a contemptuous smile. "A mere python dares to bluster in front of me?" Yi Chen gave a thunderous roar. "Blood dragon, come forth!" A massive blood dragon phantom manifested abruptly behind him. Zheng Renju and Elder He broke into a cold sweat, shouting in alarm, "What? A blood dragon?" At that moment, the summoned blood dragon soared from within Yi Chen's body into the air. Elder He and the other man showed looks of cowardice, while Bai Li Bing cried out, "Heavens, this is too terrifying." Zuya covered her mouth in astonishment. A dragon was actually hidden inside Yi Chen's body. Bai Li Shang was equally shaken. With all his experience, he had never even heard of such a sight, let alone seen it with his own eyes. Elder He gritted his teeth and bluffed. "It's nothing but posturing. This giant black python was formed from my own essence blood. Why would it fear your illusory fake dragon?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Whether it's real or fake, you'll know once you try." Just as he spoke, the blood dragon let out a sky-shaking roar, startling the giant snake into trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Bai Li Shang concluded, "It's real, it's absolutely real." A single dragon roar was enough to shatter the giant snake's courage. The blood dragon and the giant snake engaged in a fierce battle. Elder He struggled to hold on, eventually spitting out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and asked in shock, "Kid, who exactly are you?" Yi Chen's momentum was like a rising tide. Standing beneath the blood dragon with his sword, he said sternly, "The one who has come for your life." Elder He forced himself to launch a counterattack, cursing in rage, "Insolent brat, you only have the upper hand because that blood dragon suppresses the giant snake. In terms of true strength, I am a whole realm higher than you. Why would I fear you?" The attack came abruptly, and Yi Chen was sent flying. Spitting blood, he stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, responding, "As fellow cultivators, even a gap of a few minor realms makes the difference in strength as vast as clouds and mud." Elder He showed a look of greed and laughed manically. "A mere junior who just entered the integration realm dares to contend with me? Hand over all your secrets and martial techniques." Facing the lunging Elder He, Yi Chen stood ready with his sword. "Want my martial techniques? Fine. Then I'll let you witness something even more powerful." He raised his long sword high, chanting, "Under one sword, mountains and rivers change color, heaven and earth crack, spanning the 8 directions." Second strike of the heaven-shattering sword intent, Starfall. Elder He and Zheng Renju hurriedly circulated their power for protection, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. What kind of martial technique is this again? If hit, death is certain. Must stop him. But Zheng Renju's strength was insufficient. He was instantly heavily wounded and spat out a mouthful of blood. "How can this be? I exhausted all my strength for defense, yet I couldn't block a single strike." Zheng Renju looked up abruptly, staring at the countless dazzling stars in the sky. Could this be only one wave of the attack? Before he could finish, countless star phantoms fell in unison. Elder He cursed under his breath, then was instantly pierced by numerous streaks of light. Amidst a roar, the spot was reduced to ruins. Bai Li Shang watched the wretched state of the two, his heart beyond shaken. He hadn't expected to be completely stunned by a youth today. Yi Chen leaned against a rock, panting heavily. When unleashing Starfall, he had deliberately controlled its power to half. Even so, it had exhausted all his true chi. Had it erupted fully, he feared even he would have suffered a backlash. Just then, a hand helped him up. It was Zuya. She said with concern, "Big brother Yi, thank you for your hard work." Yi Chen smiled and replied, I'm fine. Bai Li Shang and his daughter stepped forward. Bai Li Shang cupped his hands and said, Yi Chen, thank you for saving my life and thank you for preserving the Huasha dragon vein. To meet you is my fortune and the fortune of Huasha. Hearing this, Yi Chen only gave a slight smile and responded, If you really want to thank me, uncle, then give me that precious land you occupy in Beijing. Bai Li Shang froze. You want that land? He appeared somewhat hesitant. Bai Li Bing urged from the side, Dad, he saved both of our lives. It's just a piece of land. What are you hesitating for? Give it to him quickly. Bai Li Shang's brow furrowed tightly. If it were just ordinary land it would be fine, but the situation there is special. He clenched his fists. I want to find my missing wife there. I've guarded it for so many years just to keep the clues alive. I thought if technology becomes advanced enough one day, maybe I could find something. Yi Chen asked in confusion, If you want to find someone, wouldn't it be faster to just issue a missing persons notice? Is there some hidden story behind your wife's disappearance, uncle? Bai Li Shang looked dejected. I can't say for sure, I only know she vanished there, so I must guard it constantly without leaving. I'm truly sorry. Yi Chen suggested, In that case, if I can help you find your wife, uncle, can that land be given to me? Bai Li Shang was greatly shocked. What? You have a way? He suddenly became so excited he couldn't stop coughing blood. Bai Li Bing was full of worry. Yi Chen soothed him. Don't get excited, uncle. Your health is more important. He then handed over a golden spirit pill. A gift for you, uncle. Bai Li Shang's heart trembled. A medicinal pill. He was so excited he became incoherent. Thank you. Once the pill was swallowed, the violent medicinal power swept through his entire body. Bai Li Shang marveled. The effect is too strong, Bai Li Bing asked through sobs. Brother, can you really find my mom? Yi Chen explained. I'm not sure, I can only try after we return. The priority now is getting back to Beijing. Bai Li Shang vowed silently that he owed Yi Chen too much and would definitely do his best to repay him after returning to the capital. At this time the volcano began to churn violently, and the stone walls continued to crack. Bai Li Shang hurriedly shielded his daughter. Yi Chen looked a bit startled and Bai Li Bing frowned, asking, Why is there a strange smell? Zhu Ya's face was bright red. So hot, it's so hot, she screamed as her clothes were nearly catching fire. She scrambled to beat out the flames. Bai Li Shang realized the situation was critical. The kindling dragon vein was broken and spiritual energy was dissipating rapidly. They had to leave and seal this place immediately. You all go first, I still want to go inside and take a look. Bai Li Shang took out a dragon pattern seal. In that case, take this. The chief gave it to me. It's used to seal the kindling dragon vein. If you want to go, take it with you and remember to seal it when you come out. However, the temperature inside is extremely high, especially at the center of the seal. You must settle this quickly. Yi Chen smiled and replied, Fine, you go first, I'll catch up soon. He looked toward the depths of the lava with a solemn expression, thinking to himself, Reincarnation Cemetery, you've been urging me to come in. What exactly do you want me to do? As the lava erupted, he muttered to himself, This temperature is ridiculous. Fortunately, he had Dharma power protecting his body. Yi Chen strode inside. Is this the kindling dragon vein? Standing here, Yi Chen felt a surging spiritual energy as if it were about to submerge him. The blood dragon roared as it appeared. Witnessing this, Yi Chen thought that since the dragon vein's spiritual energy was incredible anyway, there was no harm in letting it absorb some. The scene shifted to the Reincarnation Cemetery, where a tombstone named Wan Dao Sword Sovereign Chen Tianli shook violently. A soul stepped out from the tombstone, letting out a sinister laugh as it radiated terrifying fluctuations of Dharma power. Yi Chen let out a sigh, another one running out on their own. The soul gradually became clear. It was precisely the Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Chen Tianli spoke, Kid, we finally meet. This dragon vein is a supreme tonic. If you can take it away, your cultivation speed will increase 100-fold, with nothing but benefits. Even those Dharma treasures in the Reincarnation Cemetery would likely be outshone by it. Chen Tianli stared at him and said, Before long, nothing will be left in this area. Yi Chen's gaze was sharp. While I am no saint, I will never sacrifice the lives of countless Huasha people for my own selfish gain. Chen Tianli hovered in midair. Yi Chen emphasized once more, I will absolutely not take this dragon vein. Chen Tianli revealed a trace of surprise. Do you know what you are saying? Yi Chen replied decisively. I do. Chen Tianli's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he burst into a loud laugh. Good, as expected, the Reincarnation Cemetery didn't choose the wrong person. If your mind were crooked, I wouldn't have chosen you either. In that case, I, Chen Tianli, am willing to pass all my life's ultimate techniques to you. Chen Tianli patted Yi Chen's head. It's a pity your current realm is too low. You can't comprehend most of the ultimate techniques yet. Yi Chen felt a bit dejected. Am I really that weak? What a shame. When I'm strong enough, why would I even need you? Why did you come out? I'm safe right now. Don't waste everyone's time. Chen Tianli laughed upon hearing this. Yi Chen mused privately. Previous ones like Lu Daojun and Kang Haiping all came out on their own. I'm really fed up, Chen Tianli explained. I came out for my own reasons. You are currently at the first level of the integration realm. Though you can't take the dragon vein away, practicing here for 1 day is enough for you to break through. Yi Chen looked troubled. I can't last a day in this temperature, Chen Tianli soothed him. Don't worry, I will repair the arrays here. The dragon vein won't harm you. He used his power to lift Yi Chen up. Anyway, start practicing immediately. I will protect you for a day. I'll send you out after 1 day. Yi Chen had no choice but to agree. Outside, Bai Li Shang and the other two waited anxiously. Bai Li Shang cursed. Damn it, could something have happened to Yi Chen? Bai Li Bing was full of worry. Dad, he's been in there for over 10 minutes. What should we do? Bai Li Shang analyzed. The dragon vein's aura inside has erupted, and the temperature is several thousand degrees. No matter how strong his physique, he can hardly survive. Even worse, the entrance is about to close completely. It will be hard to get out then. The three stared at the giant beaststone door. The gate was slowly closing as the surroundings shook violently. As dust filled the air, Bai Li Bing cried out, "The entrance is closed, what do we do? Should we force our way in?" Zhu Ya comforted her. "Don't worry, big brother, you will be fine, I believe in him." Just as Bai Li Shang was planning to gather men to force the door, Yi Chen's voice suddenly drifted out. "You all go back first, don't wait for me. I'll return to the capital on my own in 1 day." Bai Li Bing wept with joy. "It's Yi Chen's voice, he's fine," Bai Li Shang immediately decided. "Fine, we'll return to the capital first, I'll make other arrangements here." The group departed by helicopter. Zhang Jianfeng reported via phone, "All 3 entrances to the dragon vein have been closed." Bai Li Shang had also evacuated. The voice on the other end asked, "Who did the dragon vein eventually fall to?" Zhang Jianfeng replied, "Besides Bai Li Shang, no one else was seen coming out. I'm afraid they were all wiped out." The other party accepted this helplessly. "That's fine too, as long as the status of our Zhang family is unaffected. You should return as well." Zhang Jianfeng hung up with a grim expression, thinking to himself, "Regarding the news about Yi Chen, it's better not to report it." A figure sat cross-legged amidst the violent thunder and fire. Yi Chen closed his eyes to focus, circulating his power with all his might. Chen Tianli looked at him, thinking, "Can this kid really take us to that place and break fate? Reaching the integration realm at only 20 is impressive, but it's still far too inferior compared to that place. I can't even see hope in him. But since that person is certain he can turn the tide, is there really going to be a result if we place all our hope here?" He gave a faint smile, hoping all of this wasn't in vain. "Since he was chosen as the master of the cemetery, I should respect that choice." Flames manifested around Yi Chen as his Dharma power surged, and he successfully broke through to the second level of the integration realm. Chen Tianli was greatly surprised. A breakthrough in less than half a day. It's even faster than expected. Seeing Yi Chen remain seated, he said in astonishment, "Is this kid still not planning to leave? Though the dragon vein's spiritual energy is a great tonic, the temperature here is extremely high. Practicing here is equivalent to enduring the agony of a burning body at all times. Even so, he has no complaints and even insists on continuing after the breakthrough. What a greedy and interesting kid. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." Chen Tianli unleashed his supernatural powers, and a purple light enveloped his entire body. Yi Chen snapped his eyes open as his spiritual energy increased exponentially. Successfully breaking through to the third level of the integration realm, he drifted to the ground, incredibly excited. Breaking through 2 levels in a single day of practice, the effect of the dragon vein is too heaven-defying. Chen Tianli appeared and said, "1 day, my foot. You've been here for 3 whole days already. If I hadn't seen you at such a critical moment of your breakthrough, I would have slapped you awake." Chen Tianli's words gave Yi Chen a shock. "What? 3 days have already passed?" Yi Chen immediately bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the protection, senior." Chen Tianli crossed his arms and said indifferently, "No need for formalities. Compared to what you've gained, this bit of effort was worth it. Now it's time for you to leave this place." Yi Chen was slightly confused. "Am I leaving alone?" Deep within the kindling dragon vein, the conversation continued. Yi Chen asked, puzzled, "Senior, do you mean I should leave by myself while you have other business to attend to?" Chen Tianli explained, "Exactly. I need a few days to handle some matters, and then I will come find you." Yi Chen grew suspicious. "But aren't all of you seniors just spiritual souls? Even if you've awakened, you shouldn't be able to leave the Reincarnation Cemetery too far, right?" Chen Tianli replied. "Logically that is true. However, in a vast place like the kindling dragon vein, holy dragon water is often nurtured. I have already obtained some during these past 2 days while protecting you. By combining the holy dragon water with a special secret technique, I can temporarily condense a physical body and maintain it for 10 days. Although having a physical entity will greatly restrict my power, it is enough for me to handle one task. This task is for you and for the Reincarnation Cemetery. It's the primary reason I manifested. You will know the specific details later. In short, I will go to Beijing to find you in 5 days. During these 5 days you'd better restrain yourself and stop looking for trouble everywhere. I can sense that Beijing is not as simple as you imagine. Some experts lurking in the shadows are strong enough to pose a threat to you. Yi Chen froze, thinking to himself, 5 days? I'm afraid that even if I don't go looking for trouble, trouble will find its way to me. Chen Tianli performed a spell to summon an object. Here, a little something for you. It was a longsword radiating purple lightning. Yi Chen stared at the object. A sword? Chen Tianli introduced it. This sword is called the Yu Yang sword. It looks like a longsword, but it is actually a sword mantra. Keep it well. In critical moments, you can activate it with essence blood. Few within Huasha can withstand it. I wanted to teach you some true skills, but the time isn't right yet. We'll talk when I return. For now, leave this place. Chen Tianli leapt into the air. Follow me. Yi Chen immediately responded. Understood. The two emerged from the dragon vein, and the stone door slowly closed. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Tianli had vanished without a trace, his destination unknown. Suddenly a call of Mr. Yi interrupted his thoughts. 2 burly men stood at attention and saluted. We are soldiers of the Iron Blood Camp, ordered by General Bailey to wait for you here. Yi Chen accompanied them. All right, let's return to Beijing. On the way, his gaze locked onto a massive deep footprint on the ground. Yi Chen felt a jolt in his heart. I clearly felt a surge of killing intent from this direction just now. There's no mistake. Someone was definitely waiting here, and even the blood dragon inside my body is restless. He crouched down to observe carefully. It seemed this place was being watched. Which force was it, and what was their purpose? The scene shifted to Beijing, where a golden mansion glittered in the sunlight. Yi Chen walked to the door and sighed. It's been a long time. He pushed the door open. I'm back, a familiar voice scolded. Stop messing around. Sha Ruoshui looked pleasantly surprised. Yi Chen, beside her, Sun Yi held a kitchen knife in one hand and a carrot in the other. You're back? Yi Chen was utterly astonished. Ruoshui, Sun Yi, why are you here? The two shared a smile. Yi Chen muttered to himself. They actually came to Beijing. Suddenly, Zhang Perong appeared behind him without warning. You're back, just in time for lunch. Join us. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Wait a second, why are they the ones cooking? This scene is a bit chaotic. Zhang Perong teased. Forgot your own mother as soon as you have wives? Are your girlfriends royalty while your mother is just a nanny? Yi Chen hurriedly explained. No, Mom, I didn't mean that. Zhang Perong giggled. I'm just teasing you, but you really are something else. Yi Chen was even more confused. 3? What 3? Sha Ruoshui stepped forward and hugged him. It's been a long time. Yi Chen, let me tell you, the headquarters of Tianzheng Group has successfully moved to Beijing. It will resume operations tomorrow, and within 6 months we will surely stand at the peak of the business world. Yi Chen blushed. Impressive, truly impressive. Now let go, my mom is watching. Sha Ruoshui also began to tease. Let her watch then. Last night, Auntie already dug out all our secrets and laid our relationship bare. The 3 of us even slept together last night. Having reached this point, she threw caution to the wind. Yi Chen looked like he had lost the will to live, thinking, the problem is, with my mother present, this is extremely awkward. At least show some restraint. Zhang Perong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Chenner, that girl from next door came to see you again this morning. She seemed to have something urgent, but when she saw Ruoshui and Sun Yi, she ran away in a panic. Yi Chen immediately realized it was Wei Ying, thinking she came to find him. Could there be an issue with her blood fiend cold body? I've been busy with the dragon vein these past few days and indeed neglected her. Yi Chen immediately called Yingjin. Check Wei Ying's whereabouts. Yingjin replied, please wait a moment. Mr. Yi found her. Miss Wei is currently at the FK bar, 1.5 kilometers from the city center. Yi Chen muttered, going to a bar with her tolerance. She's trying to drown her sorrows, he then ordered. Send people to keep an eye on her. Do not let anything happen, and absolutely do not let her touch a single drop of alcohol. The voice on the phone responded, yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen sighed. She really was a handful. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. Wei Ying had sacrificed far too much to break open the ghost soul prison. He couldn't let anything happen to her again. Just as Yi Chen was about to turn around, he was startled. Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi were staring at him with wide eyes. Zhang Perong had a playful look on her face. Chenner, you are. Yi Chen stood there awkwardly, looking at his face-palming mother and the 2 women beside him. Zhang Perong said helplessly, oh, Chenner, if you want to find another woman, don't be so blatant about it. At least don't let them run into each other. Yi Chen scratched his head, sweating. Well, I need to go out for a bit. The 2 women said softly, she's already so distressed, what else can she do? Go on. Sun Yi and I aren't the jealous type. Sha Ruoshui sighed. We've seen that neighbor girl. She looks quite innocent and doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. It wouldn't be good if something really happened. Yi Chen took the chance to slip out. Fine, you guys eat first. Don't save any food for me. Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi glanced at each other, and one of them whispered, "It looks like there's going to be another one." In the neon-lit purple flashing bar, a man wore a sinister smile. "Look, that chick over there is high quality. She's on a completely different level than those flashy ones." His gaze locked onto the solitary, drinking Wei Ying. "A top-tier catch," the bartender asked. "Beautiful. What would you like to drink?" She dejectedly waved her hand. Wei Ying slumped over the table, letting out a long sigh, her mind filled with the scene she had witnessed at Yi Chen's house. Really, that guy knows so many beautiful girls. They can all stay in his house, their relationship must be extraordinary. The bartender set down a glass. "Please enjoy." Wei Ying looked up to thank him and was about to reach for the glass when she suddenly remembered. Yi Chen had warned her that she must never drink alcohol, and even if she did, he had to be with her. Forget it, no drinking. Just then, two men approached. "Beautiful, drinking alone is so lonely." One of them put his hand on her shoulder. "How about let Big Brother here keep you company to relieve your boredom?" Suddenly, a hand firmly gripped the man's wrist, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. The man roared. "Bastard, you dare," a soldier warned majestically. "What are you trying to do?" The thugs were terrified. "Damn, what is this? Who is this woman? I'm not a terrorist. Does a little flirting really warrant calling in soldiers? Quick, let's go." A guard stopped her. "Miss Wei, Mr. Yi has instructed that you are not allowed to drink." Wei Ying was startled. He's back," she wondered to herself. "Could all these soldiers be sent by Yi Chen to protect me? Heavens, just how capable is he?" Just then, she was surprised to see a silhouette ahead. Yi Chen stepped forward. "That's right, I'm back." He frowned slightly. "Have you been drinking?" Wei Ying stammered. "No, really, I haven't. I just came here to sit for a bit." Yi Chen took her hand and walked out. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." Wei Ying's face flushed as she softly agreed. The two arrived at a cafe. She asked sadly, "Yi Chen, where have you been these past few days? I went to your house several times to find you, but I only saw Auntie." Yi Chen answered seriously, "I went out to handle some business. My affairs aside, there is a serious matter I must tell you, and you must give me an answer regardless." Wei Ying was a bit flustered. What is it?" Her mind began to wander. "Is this atmosphere leading to a confession? What should I do? He already has two such beautiful girls. Would he still like me? Should I say yes?" Yi Chen made a serious proposal. "Do you want to learn martial arts? I'll teach you. You saw the situation at Tianyan Lake that day. I'm only asking you this once." A wave of disappointment washed over Wei Ying. "It wasn't a confession, but an offer to take her as a student," she replied. "When I was little, my mom wanted me to learn martial arts, but I didn't like fighting and refused. Besides, I don't want you to be my master. I don't want to learn." Yi Chen advised, "To tell you the truth, if you don't enter the martial path, you will eventually be killed by the blood fiend cold chi inside you. Actually, even if I don't say it, you should have felt it. The Earth Spirit mysterious stone helping you suppress the cold constitution has shattered. It won't last much longer. In a sense, you have no choice." Yi Chen reached out toward her. He lightly tapped her forehead with his fingertip. "This is the technique I plan to teach you, called the Hanshin formula. It can suppress your blood fiend cold body." Yi Chen thought that as his realm improved, he could now comprehend many of the techniques Luo Yushin had given him before, including this Hanshin formula. Yi Chen emphasized, "I'll give you 3 days to prepare mentally. I'll start teaching you in 3 days. No matter how reluctant you are, I must save your life." With that, he turned to leave. Wei Ying grumbled dissatisfiedly. "What was that? Just said a bunch of stuff on his own. I didn't say I'd never learn martial arts. Who isn't afraid of death? I just don't want to be your disciple." The scene shifted to the Lin family in Beijing. 4 people were gathered in discussion. High-ranking members and elders of the Lin family. Someone spoke up, "The Ghost Soul prison has been broken, and our people in the Blood Alliance have been completely wiped out." The higher-ups were displeased, feeling that the ants of Huasha had no right to touch people from the Blood Alliance. Lin Julong reported, "My lord, according to my investigation, everything is related to that Yi Chen. Although I wanted to act, I was repeatedly threatened covertly by the top authorities of Huasha. I suspect Yi Chen has a major force backing him. Otherwise, the #1 chief would not protect him to this extent." The man slammed the table in rage. "No matter how strong the power behind Yi Chen is, can it be stronger than the Blood Alliance? If the #1 chief of Huasha dares to threaten you, then I will dispose of him." Lin Julong quickly advised against it. "No, absolutely not. There is no need for you to act personally, my lord. I have my own ways to deliver Yi Chen to the Blood Alliance." Lin Julong cursed inwardly. "Are you joking? The #1 chief is not as simple as you think. If we really harm him, it will certainly draw out that extremely terrifying figure." The big boss ordered, "Fine, I'll leave this to you. Also, have you heard about the kindling dragon vein?" Lin Julong stood up and replied, "I have. It's said that all factions suffered heavy losses, with over 1,000 dead. In the end, no one gained anything," the elder countered. "Wrong. There was one person who not only profited but stayed in the dragon vein for a full 3 days." Lin Ao and Lin Julong were shocked. What? A chill rose in Lin Ao's heart. Originally, the Lin family also wanted to intervene in the dragon vein, but they were delayed by the matter of handling Yi Tianzheng. He had been secretly relieved, thinking no one profited, never expecting someone had actually beaten them to it. He produced a photo. This was taken by a Blood Alliance disciple at the entrance of the dragon vein. The dragon vein is incredibly hot. For this kid to stay for 3 days, he must possess a supreme treasure or have gained a great opportunity. This time you must not only capture Yi Chen, but also deliver this person in the photo to us. He hesitated for a moment. Wait, this photo? Lin Julong stared at the photo and exclaimed, Yi Chen. The elder was horrified. Are you saying that the kid in the dragon vein and the one who destroyed the Ghost Soul prison are the same person? He was struck with terror. Is this a joke? Just what is this kid's background? Lin Julong explained. As far as I know, Yi Chen was a waste 5 years ago, but now he has suddenly gone berserk. As for where he went during those missing 5 years, it's impossible to trace. I suspect he went to Kunlun Shu. Only there could a waste undergo such a transformation, the boss sneered. So what if he went to Kunlun Shu? Lin Julong, you also came out of Kunlun Shu. You should know very well that even in all of Kunlun Shu, my blood alliance is not to be trifled with. Lin Julong gave a sinister smile. Of course, please rest assured, my lords. Within 2 days I will definitely bring Yi Chen before you. In the residence of the number 1 chief, Yi Chen waved a greeting. I'm here, the other party said admiringly. Good, a true young hero. Quick, Yi Chen. Have a seat. Bai Li Shang smiled and greeted. Yi Chen, we meet again. Luo Rong spoke up. On what basis does this kid deserve to be treated like this by Grandpa and Uncle Bai Li? Does he even have the ability? The chief scolded. Don't talk nonsense, you brat. Do you need another lesson? He then introduced. Yi Chen, this is my granddaughter, Luo Rong. You are close in age, you can interact more in the future and become closer. Yi Chen's expression was solemn. I only came this time to find the location of the Lin family. Hearing this, Luo Rong was furious. She pointed at him and shouted, Hey, who do you think you are? I have no interest in knowing you. Who do you think you are? The chief frowned and barked. Go to your room, Luo Rong said aggrievedly. But Grandpa, he's too arrogant. The chief's tone was harsh. Go to your room. Don't make me say it a third time. Luo Rong's eyes welled with tears as she ran away crying, Grandpa is a big meanie. The chief's expression was serious. Yi Chen, let me ask you one last time, are you really going to find trouble with the Lin family? Putting aside the Lin family's own power, he revealed. I received news this morning that 2 experts from Kunlun Shu are currently guests at the Lin house. Now is definitely not the time to act. Yi Chen responded, Thank you for the intel, but it doesn't matter. I must go to the Lin family. I also hope you can keep your promise. The chief handed over a piece of paper with the Lin family's specific coordinates. Even if you go, you might not be able to break through the Lin family's array. Take care of yourself. Yi Chen turned to leave. Fine, farewell. The chief stepped forward to remind him. Yi Chen, I think you should reconsider this matter. Even if you really have the strength to oppose the Lin family, what about your family and loved ones? You underestimate the foundation and deviousness of these top-tier families. Their eyes and ears are all over Beijing. I'm afraid that as soon as you step into the Lin house, they will strike at your relatives. Even if you save your father, then, how will you handle the aftermath? Yi Chen's heart sank. This was indeed a problem. If they really dared to strike behind his back, could the Dark Hall and the Dragon Soul alone truly protect his mother Ruoshui and the others? The top leader proposed, Your intent in going to the Lin family is surely to save your father. I can help you with that. If Bai Li Shang and I pressure them, I guarantee they will be forced to release him within 3 days. Yi Chen's expression darkened. Simply saving his father was far from enough. The chief knew the details of the Yunyu Villa tragedy well. It was all Lin Julong's doing. If I do not kill him, I swear I am not human, Bai Li Shang suggested. Since this is a personal grudge between you and Lin Julong, why not settle it as martial artists do? Let us issue a formal challenge on your behalf. Whatever grievances exist can be settled on the martial arts arena. The conversation between the three was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Yi Chen mused to himself. He truly hadn't considered this approach. The top leader spoke up. This method is sound. It can minimize collateral damage. After all, both you and the Lin family are of vital importance to Huasha. His gaze grew sharp as he explained. Yi Chen, whether it was the incident at Yunyu Villa years ago or the kidnapping of your father this time, it was all Lin Julong's doing. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Lin family. If you destroy the entire family because of this, innocence will suffer. Moreover, as long as you are on the martial arts arena, rules must be followed. Even those 2 powerhouses from Kunlun Shu will be unable to interfere. Of course, Bai Li Shang and I will simultaneously find a way to rescue your father. If you give the word, I will personally go to deliver the challenge. How does 5 days from now sound? Yi Chen replied solemnly. 5 days is too long, I cannot wait. Within 2 days I want a life-and-death duel with Lin Julong on the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, we must also find a way to rescue my father. As for my grudge with Lin Julong, the chief wrote down the information on a piece of paper. He handed the paper, inscribed with the word war, to Yi Chen, signifying that everything would conclude on the arena. He added, "I'll give you this copy of the challenge first, and I will have another delivered to Lin Julong once I return." Yi Chen gripped the paper tightly. "Fine, if the Lin family dares to play any tricks behind the scenes, I will surely storm their gates and wipe them out entirely," Yi Chen stated. As he turned to depart, the top leader let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to minimize the potential damage, and he hoped no errors would occur when the time came. Luo Rong emerged and sneered. "That arrogant and insolent wretch has actually lived to this day. He thinks he's worthy of picking a fight with Lin Julong. Lin Julong only needs one hand to kill him." The chief turned his head in shock, then immediately delivered a heavy slap to Luo Rong's face. He barked in fury, "Yi Chen is a hero of my Huasha. If you dare utter such words again, do not blame me for severing our ties as grandfather and granddaughter." Luo Rong clutched her face, feeling wronged. "Grandpa, you hit me again. You actually hit me for an outsider." She ran away in tears. Bai Li Shang's face showed concern. The chief frowned and said, "Let her calm down on her own. I still have to write the challenge for the Lin family." Meanwhile, a red car was driving down the road. Zhu Ya sat inside and called out, "Big brother Yi, over here, I'll give you a ride back." After Yi Chen got in, he asked, "How did you know I was here?" She replied with a grin, "Bai Li Shang told me." "Let's go." Yi Chen's voice echoed from inside the car. Luo Rong watched with a look of pure disgust, thinking to herself that he didn't even have a car and had to rely on a woman's ride. He's definitely just a waste who climbed his way up by relying on women. Wan Hu bowed respectfully and asked, "Miss, what are you?" Luo Rong commanded, "Uncle Wan Hu, go investigate that woman in the car. I want to see where she comes from." She couldn't understand how that kept toy boy could be held in such high regard by her grandfather. Wan Hu softly replied, "Yes." He sighed inwardly, realizing the young mistress was about to cause trouble again. The car stopped in front of a building, and Zhu Ya reminded him, "Big brother Yi, Binger asked me to check when you can go look at that land." Yi Chen answered, "Tomorrow." He thought to himself that his master's apartment was only a temporary lodging. He needed to secure Bai Li Shang's land as soon as possible. "I need to build a suitable house for my parents to live in." Yi Chen waved goodbye as he walked away, saying, "I'll contact you in advance when the time comes." Zhu Ya waved back and replied, "Goodbye, take care, big brother Yi." Zhu Ya fell into deep thought, suddenly feeling a wave of loss. Is it because I'm saying goodbye to him? She realized that without knowing it, she had come to care for big brother Yi deeply. But would he care for her? He had become unreachable, moving further and further away from her world. Meanwhile, Luo Rong was behind her, barking orders at Wan Hu. Wan Hu reported, "Miss, here is the information you requested. That girl is named Zhu Ya. She is backed by the Zhu family of Jiangnan province, who are somewhat famous in the martial arts world." Luo Rong raised an eyebrow. "The Zhu family, a mere minor family from Jiangnan, is worthy of backing that kid. I suspect the real point is that the woman knows Bai Li Bing. If not for a connection to the Bai Li family, would they even be worthy of Grandpa's notice? Compared to me, they are nothing but ants. But I am a kind person, I simply need to teach her a proper lesson." Luo Rong shouted, "Hey you over there, you're Zhu Ya from the Jiangnan Zhu family, right? I suggest you stop keeping toy boys." Zhu Ya looked bewildered. "What toy boy?" Luo Rong pointed ahead and said, "I'm telling you, that kid Yi Chen has a screw loose. He thinks he can act lawless just because you're supporting him. In 2 days he'll be pounded into mincemeat by Lin Julong. Stay away from that fool for your own good." Zhu Ya replied angrily, "I will not allow you to insult big brother Yi. Besides, who I spend time with is my business. It's not your place to dictate anything." Zhu Ya decisively bid her farewell. She figured that since the other party knew her identity and still acted this way, their status must be extraordinary. If she couldn't afford to provoke them, she would just avoid them. Luo Rong grabbed her arm tightly. "I'm not finished talking and you dare to leave? Never mind a Zhu Ya. Even if Bai Li Bing stood before me, she would have to bow her head. Now listen to me, Luo Rong." Luo Rong gripped Zhu Ya's hand with a death stare, commanding, "Stay right there." Zhu Ya was secretly startled. Luo Rong could she be? Zhu Ya wrenched her hand away. "Even if you are the granddaughter of that great person, you have no right to interfere in my private affairs, and even less right to speak ill of big brother Yi." Luo Rong ground her teeth. "No right?" She backhanded Zhu Ya across the face. "In all of Huasha there is nothing that I, Luo Rong, have no right to do." Surrounding pedestrians began to gather and watch. A professional woman asked curiously, "What's going on? Are they fighting over a man?" The girl beside her replied, "I don't know." A man cried out, "Oh boy, they're starting to hit each other." Among the crowd, a man in black with a scarred face was observing in secret. Wan Hu let out a thunderous roar. Clear out now! Both Luo Rong and Zhu Ya turned their heads in surprise. Wan Hu stood in front of them, saying coldly, "Some things are not for the likes of you to watch." Wan Hu circulated his inner energy, and a purple light began to glow around him. "Once you get involved in certain matters, the consequences will be more than you can bear." The crowd scattered in terror. A girl said tremblingly, "Let's get out of here," a dark-haired man hurriedly added. "Sorry, I didn't see anything." Zhu Ya gritted her teeth, clutching her red and swollen cheek. Luo Rong taunted arrogantly, "I couldn't tell, but you're quite a tough nut to crack." Luo Rong commanded, "Uncle Wan Hu, slap her 8 times. I want to see just how tough she really is." Wan Hu froze. "This, miss, let's just forget it. She hasn't really provoked you," Luo Rong threatened. "Luo Wan Hu, I call you uncle out of respect. Do not forget your place." Wan Hu replied helplessly, "Yes, miss." Seeing him approach, Zhu Ya's face was filled with terror. Wan Hu raised his hand, preparing to strike. "Apologies. Sometimes right and wrong do not matter." At that moment, the mysterious scarred man in black rushed forward at high speed. He delivered a mid-air kick toward Wan Hu's hand. Wan Hu was startled. "What?" the scarred man asked with concern. "Miss Zhu Ya, are you injured?" Zhu Ya asked in surprise. "Who are you?" Luo Rong questioned. "And who might you be?" The scarred man took off his hat. "The hallmaster already knows about this. You had best stop immediately. If you harm Miss Zhu, the consequences will be extremely severe once the hallmaster is enraged." Before he could finish his sentence, the scarred man was struck in the jaw by a punch and fell heavily to the ground. Wan Hu said in a deep voice, "I sensed a low-level ancient warrior hiding in the shadows long ago. I didn't expect you to be so reckless." Luo Rong sneered. "What hallmaster rubbish! You dare threaten me? Uncle Wan Hu, cripple him. Slap the woman and cripple the man." A purple light condensed in Wan Hu's hand. Yes, the scarred man realized things were going south. This guy was playing for keeps. He flipped to his feet and settled into a stance, prepared to fight for his life. The scarred man raised both hands to block, but the opponent's strength was too great. He was sent flying into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Wan Hu's aura was overwhelming. The scarred man muttered in terror, "Too strong. Apologies, hallmaster. I couldn't protect Miss Zhu." Just then, Yi Chen appeared abruptly. "No, you have done exceptionally well." The scarred man was shocked. Hallmaster." Yi Chen followed through with a punch, directly crippling one of Wan Hu's hands. Yi Chen warned, "You dare touch my people?" He followed with a backhand slap that sent Wan Hu flying. Yi Chen reminded him coldly, "I am only sparing your miserable life for the sake of the top leader." Luo Rong was drenched in a cold sweat of terror. "Uncle Wan Hu." Yi Chen took out a medicine bottle containing 10 pills and instructed the scarred man to take one to recover from his injuries, keeping the rest as a reward. The scarred man hurriedly replied, "Thank you, hallmaster." He marveled to himself. Rumor had it the spiritual pills in the hallmaster's hands were worth more than gold in the martial world, and he never expected to have the chance to obtain them. Yi Chen asked with concern, "Was it that woman who hit you?" Zhu Ya tried to stop him. "I'm fine, big brother Yi. Don't be impulsive." Luo Rong threatened tremblingly, You dare strike someone of the Luo family? Do you know the consequences?" Yi Chen backhanded Luo Rong across the face, avenging Zhu Ya. Luo Rong burst into tears on the spot. "You dare hit me? Even my grandpa has hardly ever hit me, yet you dare," Yi Chen said coldly. "What's hitting you? I even have the guts to kill you." In front of the normal university gates, Yi Chen gripped Luo Rong's throat tightly and lifted her high. Luo Rong was sobbing and gasping for breath. The intense killing intent filled her with terror. He really wants to kill me, he's serious." Suddenly, Yi Chen looked down at Luo Rong's feet. Yi Chen looked bewildered. She had actually wet herself in fear. Luo Rong pleaded for mercy through her tears. "Please don't kill me, I'm scared." Yi Chen sighed inwardly. This girl was an ancient warrior, yet she was so cowardly. Truly a spoiled young mistress. Suddenly a thunderous shout echoed through the air. "Mr. Yi, please stay your hand." A white-haired elder landed with 2 young men calling out urgently, "She is the chief's only granddaughter. Please, Mr. Yi, spare her life. The chief will surely punish her severely." The elder was terrified. Heavens, of all the people she could provoke, she chose this god of slaughter. Zhu Ya also ran over to pull on Yi Chen's hand. "Big brother Yi, let it go." The Luo family's status was beyond significant. She truly couldn't be killed. Just then, the phone in Luo Rong's pocket rang. She held up the screen and said in a trembling voice, Can I answer it?" It was her grandfather. Yi Chen gestured for her to take the call. As soon as Luo Rong connected, a roar came through the speaker. "Luo Rong, get your behind back here right now. You are grounded for a year starting today. And give the phone to Yi Chen." Yi Chen refused. "No need. This ends here. Don't let there be a next time." Yi Chen dropped her on the ground and turned to Zhu Ya. "Let's go see Bai Li Shang's land now." Zhu Ya nodded and replied, Okay." The group over there quickly surrounded Luo Rong. "Miss, are you all right?" The scene shifted to the Luo family mansion, where Luo Rong wailed, "Dad, Mom, he beat me so badly for no reason and even wanted to kill me. I clearly did nothing. I only advised that woman not to keep male pets, and then that guy tried to silence me. I must kill him." Her mother was heartbroken. Wronger, Mom will definitely get justice for you. No matter how strong that Yi fellow is, he is nothing before the old chief. Her father, however, shouted with a grim expression. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Rong's words can only be half believed. I suspect she was the one who provoked him and hit a steel wall. It's good she learned a lesson this time. Luo Rong wailed. Dad, how can you be like this? That guy is too arrogant. If we don't get rid of him, he'll cause a disaster sooner or later. Just then, the top leader walked in. Luo Rong, I think the most arrogant person is you, her parents called out in unison. Father, the chief lectured with a stern face, Yi Chen is a major general of my Huasha, a rank I personally conferred, and he is the chief instructor of the Dragon Soul. He has performed great services for Huasha. He even risked his life alone in the Kindling Mountains to save the dying Bai Li Shang. Luo Rong's father was shocked. What? Bai Li Shang was saved by Yi Chen, the chief continued. I've heard about the Kindling incident as well. Yi Chen's potential is immeasurable, and in the future he may even become the head of Huasha. Luo Rong was completely stunned. He saved Uncle Bai Li, and he's the future head of Huasha, the top leader added meaningfully. How could a man of such loyalty and righteousness as Yi Chen be a so-called male pet, and why would he strike you without cause? Luo Rong, you should be grateful that Yi Chen spared you today for my sake. Even if he truly killed you for the sake of Huasha, I would never seek revenge against him, her mother whispered unwillingly. Dad, Wronger is your own granddaughter, the chief barked. Shut up, put away that useless motherly indulgence. Some mistakes can never be forgiven. Luo Rong burst into tears of fear. Grandpa, I was wrong, I'll never do it again. The scene shifted to Bai Li Shang's territory. Zhu Ya followed Yi Chen, asking curiously, this land doesn't look like anything special. Yi Chen, why do you insist on having it? Yi Chen looked down at the soil beneath his feet and replied, there are some things you don't understand. Furthermore, the uniqueness of this place far exceeds your imagination. Yi Chen picked up a stone and crushed it into powder. He muttered softly, as expected, there is spiritual energy. Though it was just an ordinary stone seen everywhere, long ago it had also been a spirit stone. Not only that, a massive defensive array had once been laid here. Judging from the traces, a top-tier family must have lived here, only to vanish over time. Just then a jeep arrived. Yi Chen and Zhu Ya turned to see Bai Li Shang and Bai Li Bing step out. Bai Li Bing waved. Big brother Yi Chen asked, did you bring the items I asked you to prepare? Bai Li Bing took out a comb. This is something Mom used to use, Bai Li Shang asked skeptically. Can we really find her with just a comb? Yi Chen took the comb. I'm not sure, I can only try. After all, too much time has passed. The four stood in the open space, the comb hovering in Yi Chen's palm. Let's begin. A ring of orange-gold light enveloped the comb. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, chanting a mantra under his breath. All things arise, the source of pure and turbid, movement and stillness alternate. Bai Li Shang marveled silently. Could this be the legendary methods of an immortal? Yi Chen snapped his eyes open, tiny runes appearing in his pupils. Golden light burst from his eyes. Seek the spark of life, search for 1,000 miles, grand soul deity technique. A burst of cyan flame rose, sweeping through the surroundings before dissipating, leaving only a sense of gray decay. Bai Li Bing asked anxiously, why is there nothing? Is it because the place where Mom lives is too special? Yi Chen continued his spell, thinking to himself that this wasn't the case. Just then, a mass of deep purple light abruptly appeared before the group. Bai Li Bing cried out, what is that? The purple light condensed into the phantoms of two monstrous beasts with hideous faces and blood-red eyes. Even Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. And that brings part 2 of our story to an end. After a series of fierce battles ranging from the Ghost Soul Prison to the Kindling Dragon Vein, it seemed as though Yi Chen could easily find the clue to Bai Li Bing's mother. But no, right as he performed his divine technique, two bizarre purple beasts with blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from an evil aura, interrupting everything and taking even a demon god like Yi Chen by surprise. Where on earth did these two chilling, bloodthirsty beasts come from? Could there be a secret reclusive force pulling the strings behind the scenes? What is the true secret behind the disappearance of Bai Li Bing's mother? And what unstoppable technique will Yi Chen unleash to tear apart this new threat, gearing up for the upcoming explosive journey? All the answers and the most epic, bloody battles will be revealed in part 3. What do you think is the origin of these two beasts? Let us know your predictions in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell on BALA Manhua Recaps to be the first to enjoy part 3 as soon as it drops. Thank you for watching and staying with us. Goodbye and see you in the next part.